what you ate, what everybody in New York ate, where they went, etc. The probability of those things happening in those orders is astronomically small, and yet happen they did. This is a common misconception.
Actually, no,
about
they didn't.
Jim,
no,
can you not interrupt me? So the probability, the fact that a certain unlikely, apparently unlikely sequence of events unfolded is not an argument for improbability. Some sequence of events had to unfold, and this was the one that did. Second point. Other passports were found in the wreckage, so your claim that all of the passports were secured and shouldn't have been. Can you shut up, Jin? Is factually incorrect. And third point. So we have two hypotheses. One is that this was an attack and that a passport fell out of a bag and was blown out by the explosion and happened to land more or less intact. The other point is that the other theory is that this was a conspiracy and some conspirator wandered through the rubble and dropped an intact passport without any singeing or damage to it in a prominent location where it could be easily found. So which is the more probable case, that these otherwise incredibly careful conspirators are just that fucking stupid and careless, or that
you hurry up, you're taking too long.
Jim, I'm not fucking finished. Shut up.
Yes,
and I'm in conversation. I'm in conversation with somebody else. I'm in conversation with somebody else. Shut up, Jim. Shut up, Jim. Don't fucking interrupt me. Jesus Christ, it's not that hard a concept. Anyway, yeah, okay. Got it?
Been muted, but also you have just done that to the previous person, so it's not.
All right, that's fine. But I was just about to wind it up. So we've got these two we've got these two things, and I would argue that actually the natural processes is more probable than your claim that the conspirators are super clever, but they fucked up in this major way.
I'm just going to do an intellectual honesty test for you, okay? You made a claim that other passports were found, correct?
Yeah, I didn't think that was the case. But yes, that is what Tony said, yeah.
I'm asking Tony. I just want verification, so you can please unmute him. This is intellectual honesty test for him.
Tony's not muted.
I believe that other passports were found. I could be mistaken in that conclusion.
So this is why I'm asking you intellectual honesty here. You said you believe. So what you've done is based on a belief. You've made a, let's say, an assessment of what you think happened. You therefore say it cannot be an inside job because, well, what's the probability of an inside job happening? It's very far-fetched, but at the same time, you just told me that other passports were found. Well, Tony, you're wrong. There wasn't any other civilian passports found. Now, let's continue on. If there is a reason,
sorry, sir. Where's your citation for that?
No, here's the thing, Tony, it doesn't matter.
No. I want you to prove your point now.
Hold on, guys.
So, Tony, you made an assertion.
Hang on, Data.
Let me finish, please. You made an assertion.
No, Data.
I'm speaking to Tony, please.
You're already addressed.
I'm speaking to Tony, please. I'm speaking to Tony, please. I'm speaking. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Tony. This is a conversation between Tony and I. Don't interject. So, Tony, you just made an assertion that there were other passports found, and
you're going to let other people talk. You're going to have to
talk, Stone.
All right. Here's the thing about the passport, guys. We've got a boarding manifest. We know who was on the fucking plane. It's just a coincidence that they found that passport And it doesn't mean whether or not he was or wasn't on the plane. They got the boarding manifest.
Also, to me, there is the overlap between like if I catch flights all the fucking time, right? I'm flying a lot for work. And when I'm flying for work, I never, ever, ever carry my passport because I'm an Australian citizen within Australia. If I'm in a foreign country, I will always, always, always carry my passport. So I don't think it is even a good probabilistic test.
So there were 4 passports found. All of them were the hijackers. It was Satam al-Sakwimi. I'm fucking the name up. His passport was found by a passerby near the World Trade Center and handed over to New York City Police Department. Ziad Yahar, his passport was recovered from crash site of United Airlines Flight 93 in Pennsylvania. Saeed Al-Ghamidi, also recovered from Flight 93 crash site. And then Al-Baziz Al-Mahari, his passport was found in luggage that didn't make it into the Flight 11. The luggage was left behind during a
that was a doctored
connection
passport,
flight.
Right? That passport was doctored as well, I think.
I don't know. I don't know those claims. And so in addition
I'd
to
like
these,
to make a comment on Flight 93. I'd like to make a comment on Flight 93. Remember, those hijackers were in the cockpit, okay? And they locked themselves in because if you remember the movie that came across, there was the Americans that said, let's go kind of thing to go get them, yeah? So they locked in the
one
cockpit
passport
and the plane
was
took a
found in
nose
New
dive
York.
into, hang on, please allow me to follow the chain of events.
On the
and
ground
the plane, hang on a
before
minute,
the
please.
towers collapsed.
Hello, look, can you hear me not speaking?
Sorry.
Can you hear me not speaking?
Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me
I
not
had him
speaking?
turned down.
I'm trying to talk about
So,
Flight
yeah, turn him-
93. Please
Keep him,
allow me
trying
to
to keep him turned down
explain
just a
something.
bit less turned down.
Please, 93, Flight 93 nosedive.
Go for it, Jen. Flight
Yeah,
93
but can I
nosedive.
speak now, please? Flight 93 nosedives into the ground. That's a United Airlines aircraft, okay? Nosedives, okay? With the hijackers in the cockpit. So if it's dived into the ground, how could this passport survive? How could it?
Did it
Please
nosedive?
explain.
But did it nosedive?
Flight 93 is the one out in Pennsylvania. Is that the one where they found passports? I thought we were talking about passports found in New York City. Did Flight
found
93
2.
yield passports?
found-
That'd be pretty
No,
surprising.
passports were found in Flight
they found-
93.
They found
In
So-
Pennsylvania.
so,
It nosedived
Jim-
into the ground. You know what it said? Hold on a minute. Can you not let me finish what I'm saying? Thank you. The plane disappeared, they said. Disintegrated, they said. And the hijackers
shot it
were
down.
in the cockpit. Okay, that's where the hijackers were, in the cockpit.
And Renee was
So if
reading
they're in
out.
the
That's a good
cockpit
point, Jen.
And the plane, don't interrupt me whilst I'm trying to
Well,
explain.
you've got to wrap up your
If
points.
they're
You,
in the
Tony, and the other one
cockpit
all have a bit of an issue
and the
with
plane
this. Me
takes,
too, I
I'm
guess.
hearing your voice again. Can't you hear me speaking? So you can't hear me speaking.
Unfortunately.
So you can't hear me speaking at all.
You just wrap it up.
Can you not hear me speaking? Thank you.
Wrap it up, mate. Speak quickly.
Well, then don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Shut the fuck up and get out of the way.
You're gonna let me turn,
they're
Jen.
literally
Flight 93,
Jen,
United
they're
Airlines.
literally doing this. Jen, they're doing this on
I
purpose to
am-
you, dude.
Just, it's fine. Say it, Jen. Go for
I
it.
know. I know.
make the point
I know
and
they
then
are.
Stop
I
making
know
it.
they are.
Jen, this is when you
Can
don't give
can
it
you
to them.
shut up and
Make
let
your
me
point,
speak?
Jack. Make
Yeah,
your
go
point.
for it,
Don't
Jen.
give
Can
it
you
to
let
them,
me
Jen.
speak
Hear
to
it,
the
mate.
facts? Can you let me speak to the facts?
Make
Thank
your
you.
Go
point.
for it, mate.
Thank you. I'm trying to, but I'm getting
Stop doing
so
this
many
bit. Just make the
interruptions.
point.
So can you mute those who are interrupting, basically? Here we go again. Here we
You've got to
go
mute the
again.
things inside your
Here
head.
we
Just
go again.
speak.
Flight 93, United
you. Going
Airlines,
straight down.
crashes at Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I'm going to the point. No. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. It's Flight 93, United Airlines, heading for Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That's where it crashed, and it crashed in a nose downwards, nose dive fashion. Okay, and the hijackers were in the cockpit. Now, if they're in the cockpit, yeah, that's the first point of impact, isn't it, to the ground? And they said that the plane completely disintegrated. So how does a passport survive that? Thank you.
A good
Fucking
question.
idiots.
How does a passport survive that? Renee, you were just
Okay,
reading out the
so
passports that were found.
So let's.
Was that in the
So
list?
let's.
So they said that there were 2 passports found from the 93 site
Really?
from Ziad. Yeah, Ziad Jahara and Saeed Al-Ghaimidi.
Wow, that is
Okay.
pretty
It's the
impressive.
same as the New York one,
That
where
is a
they
bit sus.
only found the hijacker passports, 3 of them, as well in New York. No
So,
civilian
Jack, you-
passports. No, ci-
Jack, you
I'm
just
almost
seem to
done,
be
buddy.
lying to
I'm
us, sir.
almost done,
Finish,
buddy.
let
I'm
Jack
almost
finish.
done, buddy. I'm almost done. So no civilian passports were found. It was just the hijackers. Now, being that said, and that's documented, Tony presented his
Can you show the
argument as
documentation for that?
Tony presented his argument as if there were passports found, as he said, and he stated, and I quote, "I believe." Now,
Yeah.
he asked me to verify when I corrected him on his belief. The reality is he believes in something that he has not checked himself. So that was the first intellectual honesty test, which means your first point in the passports is invalid because you don't have all the facts. Now, the second point, okay? Are you ready, Tony? Building 7. You said all the
We're just
material.
going to go by that? You're not going to show the actual documentation?
It's not up
We're
to
just gonna
me.
take your
I
word
just
for
did
it?
an intellectual honesty test for him to prove that his belief is not backed up or substantiated by actually any evidence, as he stated. So
Actually,
I just
it
wanted
is,
to-
sir. I just did
Are you
more.
gonna show that
And
evidence
it turns out that
Please
you are fucking lying. You are
Oh
a
my God.
barefaced liar, sir, when you say that
Please
no
wind
other
it down a notch.
passports were recovered.
I googled it, and what it says to me is only terrorist passports were recovered. There were no known victim passenger passports. recovered.
That's very different from
That's
the
why
data
I
that
do
I'm getting.
appreciate you,
That's very different from the data that
appreciate
I'm
you.
getting from my search.
Eggshells. I appreciate you, Eggshells, because at least you have attempted to be intellectually honest through the years that I've heard you speak. Tony, on the other hand, I just proved is not intellectually honest. So
I
at this
disagree.
point, Tony,
Eggshells.
You see what I posted in the chat?
So eggshells. Well, let's do this. Let's do this live. Eggshell, can you
Tony, I
please
am
answer
done
the
with you
following?
today.
Can
I'm
you
done with you today,
I'm
Tony.
talking
The
to
conversation
eggshells,
is over
and you're
for me,
trying to
Tony.
interrupt me. I
Tony.
would like eggs. I would like eggs to do the following search. Were civilian passports recovered from 9/11 debris?
I
Please
already
do
did
that
it. The
search.
answer is no. The answer is no, Tony, whether you like it or not. The
answer
only
is
thing was
no.
I just
found
did the
was
search.
No,
So
Tony,
I
no.
did that search, and the answer was not no.
No,
Okay.
Tony.
Who else was
The
found?
answer
Which
is no,
passport? What were
Tony.
the names of the
The answer
passengers?
is
If
no,
you've done the search,
Tony.
that's great.
No.
Show us.
Okay.
I'll happily
All
be
right.
corrected
I
on it.
posted
I don't.
something in the chat.
I'm a flawed Googler, and I only did a very quick Google, so I could get back to gutting
the eggshells. What he
samurais.
doesn't
No,
know,
I-
what he doesn't know, it's already in the reports. Jin, 1 second. What he doesn't already know is already in the reports. It's old news. It's nothing new. The fact that he didn't know that and tried to adjust to address his opinion without actually facts or truth, it just highlights the intellectual dishonesty these people have. That's it. That's all I want to do now. Is I want to highlight intellectual dishonesty.
See, as I came out, so I was a
Is he
9/11
really a
trooper.
PhD?
I thought it was an inside job for ages. And so I kind of sit in this funny in the middle position where I now go back to the mainstream narrative. Could easily be a lie hop, but I'm no longer a my hop. I think it's just too chancy and too many moving parts and too long to maintain the deception. But as a result, I kind of agree with you on that data, which is, sorry, Jack, which is many people just sort of discard and mock and don't check, and there are a lot of weird things that you wouldn't expect to happen that remarkably happen on that day.
Now, can we address
All
building
right,
number
but
7?
do we concede? Okay.
Can we
Hang on. Hang on.
I want to have a
Don't I get to respond to this? Don't I get to respond to my character being attacked? So no, don't I get to respond to my character being
I
attacked?
think let Tony respond, then let Jin go.
Okay, so maybe let me respond because I'm about to concede that my search was flawed. Right?
All good.
I pulled up a search.
I already knew that.
Maybe,
So when I listened to you speak-
let me finish talking
Let him-
rather than
let him-
interrupt me.
Yeah, Data, let him. We've got like 3
Okay, so
people for this.
you've
at the
made the
moment.
point that I'm not intellectually honest, and then when I'm being intellectually honest and correcting myself on an error, it's all fucking crowing. So maybe shut up, and I can concede that my search was flawed, and you are correct. No, the answer to how many civilian passports were recovered from the 9/11 wreckage, the answer is none. Okay, I can concede
again,
that this is the truth.
now let's-
That
you wanna
being
proceed
said,
further?
that being said, may I continue what I am saying? These were domestic flights, as has been pointed out. Many civilians don't carry passports on domestic flights, so American citizens are not expected to have had their passports with them in this context.
Yes
Do
and
you
no.
concede
Yes
that
and
is
no.
true?
Yes,
Well,
So
that
that's
is
not
true.
entirely true. That's a supposition in your point.
But,
The point,
And it's
the
a partial
point here
supposition
is-
in that I'm an experienced traveler, so I know I don't need my passport. Many times I travel with less experienced travelers and they bring their passport because they don't know that. And secondarily, regularly you are catching domestic flights after or before catching international flights, or you are
But
doing something that otherwise having a
you also
passport
have to understand
would be
Americans-
advantageous.
Americans
Like-
don't even have passports, though. Most
That's
Americans,
true. Most
a
Americans don't have
lot of
passports,
Americans
if
don't
not
even
that bit.
have passports.
That's
So-
true. That's true. Yeah.
So the probability analysis needs to be weighted by the fact that many of these people would have had no reason to have a passport on them, whereas
So you're just emphasizing my point even further.
whereas all
You're
of the
emphasizing my
terrorists
point even
did.
further. You've been speaking. Now let me speak. You've emphasized my
let
point
Jack go.
further. You believed that there were civilian passports. Now you're taking the position, well, civilians don't travel with passports. So
No,
you
his statement
doubled
was
down.
other passports were found.
You doubled down and
No,
you
his
backed
statement was
you
other-
backed me
no,
up
his
even
statement-
more.
You're the one being
You
intellectually
just
dishonest.
validated
You're the one being
more of my
intellectually
position.
dishonest. You're the one being
You
intellectually
validated
dishonest.
more of my position.
You're the one being intellectually dishonest. His statement
You
was that
validated
his
my
statement was
position.
other passports were found.
You got called out for it.
No, you're being
You cannot
intellectually
double down any
dishonest.
further because the more that
You
you
are
do, the
currently
more
being
ignorant you
intellectually
look like. You look
dishonest.
like you're
But
very ignorant at this
I'm
point.
intellectually dishonest.
You are currently being intellectually dishonest. His
Yeah.
statement was
So Tony
specifically.
is the person I'm
No.
speaking to.
It
You're
doesn't
white
matter.
knighting for somebody.
I'm
I
not.
don't know why you're white knighting
I
for
was
them.
having
You're
a
not making the
conversation
argument
with
any
Tony
better for
before.
Tony. You just make
Can we
Tony
have,
look stupid because Tony
We
can't
only
speak
have
for
4
himself.
people at once.
So if Tony can speak for himself, that
I
would be
understand
great.
that, but
You're
Rather
you're
than
currently
somebody
being
trying to white
intellectually
knight for
dishonest
him, who's
yourself.
doubling
No,
down
but you are.
I think
and
seven
actually
would be a
making it
good number.
worse for Tony. You're not making it
Join
better
in
for
with us,
I'll
Tony.
Gary.
speak with Tony,
There
but
we
you're
go.
being intellectually dishonest.
Let's all
You're
speak.
not making it better
may
for
I
Tony.
respond then?
And you can
If
repeat it
if
as
this
much
guy-
as you want.
If this guy is talking to
called
me, may I
projection.
respond?
What was
May I
that, Ned?
respond? I feel that he's being incredibly intellectual dishonest by trying to restrict the source of information.
You agent guys are like the worst
Don't
debaters.
interrupt
Where
me,
did
sir.
you get your
You don't
education? A
get to
bubblegum
interrupt me
machine?
while I am replying
Oh my God,
to your point. Thank you. If you are interested in finding the truth, then you should not be seeking utterances solely from me. You should be welcoming factual inputs from other people. The fact that you are so keen to isolate me from the crowd indicates to me that you are not actually fact-seeking here, that you are trying to use rhetorical devices to support a conspiracy theory argument. And I agree with Rene that you are not approaching this conversation
can I
with
speak
intellectual
now,
honesty.
please?
After
I'm trying to address
after
another
I
point.
finish talking, yes, Jin, you may speak. But I hadn't finished talking. You can tell that by the sound of my voice. So
Wrap it
the
up.
fact
Can you wrap
that
it up?
other
Could wrap it up.
Can you
participants,
wrap it
the
up?
fact that other participants,
Can
but
you
the
wrap
fact
it
that
up?
I am about to make the point
It up.
that other people other than you and Jack and me should be allowed to contribute facts into this conversation. And I reject Jack's assertion that that should not happen.
Yeah, so I brought up the point. You conceded that's great, meaning you have an opinion based on nothing. So your opinion doesn't mean anything. You shouldn't speak about it unless you know the facts. If you have somebody come to your fence, it's because you've been utterly humiliated with the fact that you claim to know something when you don't. And then projection upon me, intellectually dishonesty. No, I'm going to tell you, Eggshells has heard me say this many times. I observe and report.
I'm in his book.
And if
Which-
you're
Yeah,
reporting,
it
if you're
looks like-
reporting,
it
then
looks like
report
I have
the
to do a
facts.
second
What does that mean?
The
What does
second one
that-
I'm going to do. The second one I'm going to do is about all the agents that I've encountered through this process.
Am I an agent?
So,
I'm an agent. I'm an agent, aren't I?
The reality
you have to
is that you guys have tells. You guys have tells. I've been doing this so long. You guys
So
have
you're
tells.
paranoid. You're paranoid.
You're just gonna have to buy the
Sounds a little
book.
bit
You're gonna have to buy the book because at the end of the day, I'm just documenting things when they're so easily fact checked. They're so easily documented. The fact that you guys can go on and do the opposite leads me to believe either you're really just dumb or it's intentional. It can't be both.
So
Yeah.
the
I
thing is
agree with that
that
100%. That's my sentiment exactly. I'd like to speak now. I'm doing a lot of listening, but no talking today. I need to talk now, okay? So
Heaven
thank you very
forbid,
much.
Jin.
There are look, I'm only going to talk for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and I'll allow you to speak,
good,
and then hopefully I can go after that. What I want to touch on the building number 7.
So do you mind if I speak after you get done,
Please
Jim?
allow me just to look. What I want to talk about is building number 7 and the hijackers. All right?
Yeah.
When you're ready, that is. Please
Go
tell
for
me
it,
when I
mate.
can talk.
Yeah,
Go
tell us
ahead.
about it. Yeah, form your thoughts. Nice punchy little one. Go for it.
Okay, let's talk about the hijackers. 2 points to make about the hijackers. 1, 5 of the 19 said hijackers reported to the BBC that they did not take part in that event. 2 of them worked for Saudi Arabian Airlines. What do you say about that? Then the other one is
Let's
this.
chase that one down.
None of the hijackers, hang on, none of the
That's a
hijackers
good one.
were filmed getting onto those said planes at the boarding gates. None of them. Okay, what do you say about
Okay,
that?
so let's take the first one and then go to the second one, shall we?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it sounds interesting. So they were cabin crew for an airline and said they weren't in 9/11. That's interesting. Could we see that? Could you?
Well, if you,
do you
I
reckon
mean,
you
you'll have to Google it. I don't have it straight to hand here, but if you Google it, it's called "Hijackers Alive and Well." BBC report. That's the title. Okay?
Hijackers alive and well, BBC.
Yeah,
report.
9/11
You're really going to make me
hijackers
stop playing my
alive and
game.
well. BBC. Yeah, that should come up.
So
Yeah.
the fact that Jack is willing to come out in public and assert that there are agents who are trying to manipulate his perception of reality is a sign of quite serious mental illness, and at this point, I'm no longer willing to engage with him. Similarly,
well, then,
Jim.
can you shut up then and sit
They
down?
all
Because I
think
don't
that.
agree with that.
Like-
I am absolutely
Is that news
horrified
to you?
that you'd make such a statement.
I think
So
Jen's
can
got
you
a
please
mental
remove
illness.
yourself from
They all
this
do.
discussion and
There's
fuck off
there's no way to
because he comes.
Well, that's true.
From the floor.
I was going to, but then you said, then you told me to, and now I'm not going.
Espionage, Tony. What's espionage, Tony?
I can't find this video of yours. that you claim
Espionage,
exists.
espionage
It's
is
a newspaper article from the BBC. It's actually in the BBC.
Right, you're going to have to
So if
find
you
it. then,
type
mate.
in, if
I'm
you
going
type
back and
in
playing my game.
BBC 9/11 hijackers alive and well, it should come up. You have a picture of one of the hijackers right there in front of you. Okay.
Yeah,
Like,
mate, if you can find it, that sounds good. But I think like if you're going to go give us bits of evidence like that, like pick one, but pick one that you can show us, and then we can talk about it. But otherwise, you
Like-
kind of, unless somebody else wants
Well, I
to
mean,
find it for you, but
I've
otherwise,
given you
it's
the
just a
link. I've
bit of
given you
a
the
dead
link.
end, you
I
know?
know you
Yeah.
can get it.
Like
Yeah,
other
link it.
forms of identification were found, whether they be from people in the plane or in the building, such as a wallet found several months to a year after the event. And
Okay, yeah, that's interesting.
Jim, what is it?
Also, you will find that none of the hijackers were filmed getting on to the said planes at the boarding gates.
Okay.
And this is coming from the New Pearl Harbor. That's a 5-hour
Sorry,
epic
non-American
forensic
hijackers.
approach. And they highlighted the fact that on the day in question, none of the hijackers were captured getting onto the planes. Okay.
Okay, can I direct your eyes to the
That's not
chat,
true.
please, June?
Yeah, that's not
Can I,
true.
What about it?
Well, I'm just going to change stream. Actually, why don't we just open up the stream and we go? Is Majed Moked one of the chaps we're looking for? Do
Could
we
be,
in fact
yeah.
have
Yes,
security
could be.
footage?
Could be.
Of
But
them.
the thing is, what I'm trying to say.
Are we
to you
looking
is
at it?
this.
Could I just direct your eyes to the evidence exhibit A?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the hijacker getting on the plane that we're talking about. That's not the
Okay,
one.
so that one's no
particular
good.
one-
No,
that particular
fair
one
call.
is
Fair call. That's not-
another. Yeah.
Is it
it's not
before he
the
gets
same.
on the plane inside the airport?
not the one. It's not the one on the day of 9/11.
Five hijackers checking in here.
Yeah, look,
Yeah,
I'm talking about
so
the
it
5
looks like,
hijackers
yeah, that's the
that
same one.
that reported to the BBC. Look, I know you keep talking, you people. I'm talking
So-
about the 5 hijackers who reported to the BBC that they are alive and well. Okay.
Oh, we're back to that one now, are we? Yeah, I'd love to see that one.
You know, I'm going to. I've actually got. I'm going to retrieve it from my library.
That's good, because this
So
one
I'll
you
get
kind
it
of
and
struck
post it
out.
in
You
there
kind
for
of
you. Hang on a sec.
did a massive
Okay.
cell
I'll do it
phone.
because
Jack,
that's what
Jack asked me what espionage is, and I'm inclined to ask Jack, can he not Google the meaning of words himself?
Because I think there's many fishy things about 9/11, but like you're going to catch the dudes on your security camera, right? You have to
Yeah,
think,
but they
when you
didn't.
do or you don't find a passport, for example, to go back to your point, Jack, you have to go, does this, I think that one is a bit more compelling where you go, well, they're trying to sell the lie of it being these Saudis. They want the Saudis identified very quickly so they can like be like, chop, chop, let's get into Afghanistan. You know, quickly,
but,
you know, like a
okay,
hypnotic induction.
eggs-
I'm just going to finish. I'm going to finish, please,
Yep.
Tony. So I get that, but at the same time, it also goes the other way, such that there are many bits of 9/11 evidence where if you look at it, you go, oh, isn't that fishy? And then you try to make it fit in the MyHop story, in the Made It Happen on Purpose story, where it's an inside job, and it actually fits worse in the MyHop story.
So
Yeah, I don't
eggs,
think you've investigated. Anyway,
can
Eggs,
I wanted to ask
don't
a
think
Let's let
question.
Tony speak and then Jen.
a deep enough
Tony
investigation.
Tony first, Jen. Tony first.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, wouldn't it have been better if they wanted to justify an invasion of Iran that they have Iranian terrorists rather than Saudi terrorists, given that they get to choose who the terrorists are?
Afghanistan, yeah. But that was the
Well,
idea.
there you are then. That's
Well,
part of,
but
that's
they-
part
no,
of
they-
the, that's part of
Well,
the.
well, sorry, mate, but they only ended up
seem to get a
invading
word in,
Afghanistan because Afghanistan,
get a word in
if
here, guys.
Afghanistan had supported Al Qaeda,
Just
what
can't
they
seem to get
really
a word
wanted
in
to
it.
do was invade Iran. So wouldn't
But then what they
it
did
have
was
made
invade
more
Do I get a
sense
chance to get
to
some words?
have Iranian
Please
terrorists?
let me know when I can actually
We wanted
contribute.
Iraq.
No, that what you're doing there, Tony, is I'm just responding, and then you can go, Jen. I promise. Is you're presuming some of the mainstream narrative is true and some of it is false, right? That they really wanted to go to Iran is true, but whether they did 9/11 is false. You've got to do an internal critique. You've got to go, okay, clearly what they did is what they got. If 9/11 was an inside job, then what they wanted to do is start a war of terror against Afghanistan and the West in order to feed the what do you call it again? The military-industrial complex.
complex.
So grow poppies, which is a major source of funding for the CIA, that the Taliban had very recently just ceased poppy production, and opium prices were, heroin prices were going up in the United States because there was very little supply, and it was choking off the CIA's black budget. There's this whole narrative that is all now, I think, false, but you can't take part of it and go, well, really, they should have been going for Iran, where, if you believe in the conspiracy, they went where they wanted to go.
Okay, but
You get what I mean?
well, I do see what you're saying, but if they wanted to invade Afghanistan, why did they invade Iran at all?
They didn't. Iran was
Iraq,
like 20 years ago at this stage. They were
do you
into
mean
Afghanistan
Iraq?
within a
No,
month.
sir. No,
Iraq,
sir.
do you mean?
So,
They haven't invaded Iran ever.
no, sorry, Iraq.
wanted to
Yeah, you're
interject
quite
something
right. You're quite
briefly.
right.
They did
Tony.
Iraq like 3 years later, right?
How come I cannot put an image into the chat? Now, Eggshell, I sent you an image.
Okay, just send it to me for now.
I sent you an image in your message. Now, this is a flipped image that I sent you. Now, if you know anything about numerology, 33, orange, I'm going to show you that this has nothing to do with me. I'm going to show you something. Now, I want you to look at that image and tell me what you notice above the two buildings.
9/11. Wow.
So why is that?
Because
And what
if
are
you
the
take
odds of
enough
that?
photos of this New York skyline, think about the number
Really?
of times a New York skyline appears in something, and what you want to do is a
So,
probability
You know what
analysis to
band
go,
that
what
is,
is it?
right? You know it's a flipped image, right? So I'll show you the original image, okay?
Where's the image at? I
Number
want to see
11.
it.
The normal image is better. It's Supertramp. It's the album from
So Supertramp was published. It's the Supertramp. The Supertramp album is from the 1970s.
Is it? There you go.
Yes.
I thought it was the 80s. Pardon me.
80s.
Well,
And this is
maybe
what I
early
mean.
80s.
Let's say that.
Like,
Sorry.
1980s.
Let's say they've got a narrative.
Supertramp.
Let's say they've got a narrative and they're trying to do this and it's an inside job. But just imagine what they're also doing to put this on the Supertramp album, right? Just imagine the level of complexity.
That's
You've
not
got
what
to
it
get
looks
some
like.
fucking rock band to make an album that's got the right name so that when you put it on the thing, like just how much more complex that makes an already complex conspiracy. It's got to happen on the right day.
That's right. It's very unusual, isn't it? It's very
that
odd, isn't it?
album-
The probability is very, very low, isn't it? So what color equals 33? Is it orange, eggshell?
Orange.
So again, it's pretty unusual, huh?
Why is orange
33? 33 makes me think of blue for some reason, not orange.
Yeah. Why? So
what?
Tell me both of those. This is a weird jump. Tell me.
If we live in a
33?
spiritual realm, with demonic entities and a scripted nature, because everything is scripted, then it's very easy to do this very thing. I'm just looking at it going, what are the odds?
About?
What is
What's the
the
orange
probability?
But what I don't know what 33 coincides with to know.
It's a Masonic color, isn't it? It's the color of the Freemasons, isn't it? It's a Masonic color, apparently.
But what's the 33?
33 goes back into occult or esoteric knowledge. This is something you can fact check.
How many magic numbers are there?
11, 22, and 33, according to certain occult beliefs.
3, not 7.
They are
3 and 7 are pretty
11,
magical.
11, 22, and 33 are significant in certain esoteric clubs.
But isn't 3 and 7 also really important? And 666? And frankly, when you start looking at them, don't all of the numbers end up being quite magical?
I want you to look at your logical brain and go, what are the odds? If we live in a spiritual realm,
very high.
May I make a point?
It's very low indeed.
So the album cover, that album cover comes from Supertramp's album Breakfast in America. And that album was released in 1979.
78? 79, yeah.
So some 22 years before 9/11. So you're arguing that they were planning 9/11 22 years in advance.
Why is orange 33? And what is 33?
Why is orange 33?
In esoteric knowledge, 33 is a master mason number, is what 33 means. In other words, that's what it is. I didn't make this up, man. I'm just telling. I'm just observing report. I don't tell you good or bad. Right. I just recognize patterns and I show them to you. Whether you think they're important to you or not.
33 is master mason. Got it. Next question I've got for you. Why is orange?
I want to answer a question real quick. And I'm just real quick. The building, no, you can't because I'm almost done. The buildings were always planned and designed to be taken down 33 years before they were actually taken down. So they were alluding to the takedown of the buildings, poking fun at, putting in movies, all these different scenarios, the whole 33 years leading up to the event. So not 22, the whole 33. Thank you.
The building is 33 years old? Is that what you're saying? Or 33 years from being pulled down? Sorry, Oblate also wanted to say something.
It's 9 times 11. It's 99. What's 33 goes into 99?
Correctly, I thought he was asking me. If I recall correcting, it was 33 years when they were taken down.
Really? Okay.
If the album is called Breakfast of Something, who has orange juice at breakfast? It makes sense.
33. Oh, yeah. So primarily built between 1966 and 1975. And it was killed in 2001. So no, it was.
I think people drink orange juice when they're having.
So it sounds like a bit of a reach. You get that this whole Supertramp thing is a bit of a reach when if enough people come from New York City and feature it in shows and TV shows and postcards and albums and glamour shoots.
The image is flipped. Would you like me to educate you on something else that they state in esoteric knowledge?
If I can finish my thought first.
They claim, but you're not finishing a correct thought for the fact is you don't have all the information. And the problem is with people who make... What people
Just
is,
observe and
I'm not
report.
judging you. I'm telling you that if you're going to make an assessment
Judging it
or
wrong.
opinion, you should try to gain all the facts before you do.
You haven't
It
observed
is
and
a
reported what I'm
flipped
saying.
image. It is a flipped image,
Sure.
which would say
Looks like
super
it.
trap. So nobody would ever see anything like that anyway. But what happens is
Interesting,
if you
right?
study
Yeah, that's flipped.
esoteric stuff, what they do, and this is not me that's saying it, it's in reference
other
to the
wackos.
potter's clay. When somebody makes a pot, what do you have to do to see who makes the pot?
Flip it.
There you go.
You have to look at the
So
fingerprints.
listen, I didn't make this up. In the Bible, it says that they will be revealed in this manner. I'll get you the scripture quote. And so if you apply this to
So
images,
can I finish my thought now? Because
I'm almost done.
I want to make a
you've made your point.
correction.
I'm almost done.
I need to make a
Please
correction.
finish quickly, because this is an interruption. I was in the middle of speaking.
Yeah, but you don't have all the facts. So when you do that, you can't really
You're just
have an
ranting
opinion.
now. I thought this was going to be a quick, like, by the way.
I'm almost done, but you keep interrupting me and you keep complaining.
Oh, is interrupting? Is it
You interrupted him, Dada. Fucking hell.
Mine's quick. So production on the towers started in at the end of August 1968, which is precisely 33 years and no months. Thank you.
Okay. Say again. Sorry. What is it?
Development of the buildings began in late August 1968, which is precisely 33 years and no months.
That's just a lie. The construction began in 1966. Construction of the World Trade Center buildings began in 1966, not 1968.
Well, blame Google then.
Look at Wikipedia. The World Trade Center was a complex of 7 buildings in the financial district of Lower Manhattan and Central, built primarily between 1966 and 1975. It was dedicated on April 4, 1973, and was destroyed during the September 11 attacks. I don't see where in this. So you want you're claiming that the two towers.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's claiming the 2 towers. You're claiming the whole place. That's the.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me check that up then.
I don't think even if it did turn out to be 33 years, the point I wanted to make is if you can flip the image to get 9/11 out of it, out of all of the different albums and stuff on it, then and you can take S11, right? The interesting thing about the Supertramp one is you don't need it to be 9/11. You can flip it around the normal way, and it's already September 11. So, but if you can flip images, same as numerology, if you can divide them and add them to one another, what you do is you increase the probability of a hit by accident, right? A hit when your heuristic is actually.
You think it was an accident? What I just said?
Not what you're saying. No. I'm
okay.
I'm going
just checking. Yeah, it's 33 years. Suck my cock, everybody.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was saying it to you because I think it could well be 33 years. Like if you look at the day of September 11, it happened on a day, at a date, at a time. There were flight numbers, there were speeds, there were weights, there were masses, there were victims, there were fire engines, police officers, lots and lots and lots and lots of numbers and names. I
haven't showered yet, by the way.
Data
you guys, you get all of that.
And many bits of media made foreshadowing it and since. And if you look at all of that noise, you will find these things that make you go, huh. Same as you would have at any other day. It's just you don't look for them on another day because nothing meaningful happened on that day. So you don't go, oh, isn't it weird that person's
what were the dancing Israelis?
So
Riggs is irrelevant?
So Riggs
no, we
is
can do the dancing Israelis. I love the dancing Israelis because they prove the point that I made just a moment ago, which is they work worse for the inside job narrative. They are terrible for the inside job narrative. The dancing Israelis are weird in
unless they have
scenario,
an ego. Unless
but they are
the people
so
that
dumb
are perpetrating this
it's an inside job.
Across humanity have an ego, and they feel they have free reign because their systems and mechanisms controlling humanity are so well oiled that they can just get away with it in public.
Sure. So somebody explain the dancing Israeli so everybody else is caught up, and then we can have that debate.
Well, they were there to observe the event by their admission.
Yes. Yeah.
And the printing of the towers was on the side of their van, and they were there dancing and filming the event.
Yeah.
And they were on
Riggs
TV
talking about
it.
Exactly. What Riggs is talking about is during the event, this woman was like, "Oh, I see some Middle Eastern men. They look a bit strange. They look really like they're very happy." And they were then recorded, and they got arrested and held for like 71 days because they were filmed hugging one another, like in joy, in glee, as the towers burned or fell down or something like that. And the argument from the 9/11's inside job team is this is evidence that Mossad, because they are then outed later as Mossad agents, all of that is accepted and true. They're definitely Mossad agents. And the argument is they are now seeing the fruit of their labor, that they've perpetrated this attack against the United States, and they're seeing their fruit of their labor. Finally, this is what we've been working on for months. And so for some reason, the theory goes, they stood out in public on a date and time they knew that this attack was going to happen, and stood somewhere gleefully clapping and cheering one another as they watched their attack.
Yeah, it's great spycraft. It's classic spycraft.
That's how I do it. Isn't that how you do it, Tony?
Exactly. That's spot on professionalism. Also, back to Riggs's. Yeah, you're trained like that in Mossad. Back to Riggs's point. One of the towers started construction in August 1968. The other one didn't start until January 1969, so it didn't last 33 years.
So are you saying that they had to be constructed at the same time?
Or no, I'm saying that one of them didn't last 33 years. So yeah, and the other one, and I'm not exactly certain, I'm not exactly certain how August and September 11 are suddenly exactly 33 years apart, because they're not. Well, September 11 is not in August. You will notice. Did that elude you that August and September 11 are not the same thing?
Yeah, I understand that the end of one month and the beginning of another is close enough to 33. Yeah,
11 days, sir. 11 days is not exact. So it's close enough. Okay, so now evidence is good as long as it's close enough. Right, as long as it's close enough, as long as you can squint and make it make sense to you, that's good enough for it all to hold together for a conspiracy. That's the standard of evidence you're going with.
It's a coincidence.
Can I ask a question? Well, I still want to know from Jack. Everybody in the chat is trying desperately to figure out why orange is 33. They've got colored charts. They're really working on this one. How does orange be 33?
So if you go to the Pythagorean calculator and type in orange, it will equal 33.
So
I believe it's either Chaldean, either it's Chaldean or Pythagorean, but I think it's Pythagorean. The point is if you take 2001, if you take 2001 and you minus 1968, you get 33. Again, that's just objectively true, whether you like it or not. The orange glass in the image. 1968, 2001 minus 1968 is 33, whether you like it or not.
Why
Objectively
1968? But why?
That's when the constructions of the towers began, 1968. So if you take that fact, what are the odds that they have an orange glass juice right above the 9/11? I'm just trying to tell you, it's very improbable to have all of that sequence in order perfectly. You're telling me take enough photographs. You're telling me take enough photographs, and there you go. Again, 2001 minus 1968 is 33. The two towers, 9/11. I'm just showing you this. Whether you take that validity to it or not, I know that we live in a world that they're hell bent on.
Have you ever done a Rorschach test?
They're hell bent on world dominating and taking over everything. The whole point of the 9/11 was to introduce the Patriot Act, which removed all freedoms and liberties, period, from the American citizen under the guise of safety and terrorism. That was the evolutionary of it.
I want to ask you this, Jack.
Just like what's happening here in Canada, they're trying to pass a border law. They're trying to pass a border law, C2, which allows all the RCMP judges people to read every single email, and you're not allowed to even spend 10. You're not even allowed to carry more than 10 grand on you, or it's a criminal offense. All in the guise of safety. They're doing the exact same thing. You know what they did? Is they flooded the border with drugs. They flooded the border with criminals. They flooded the border with migration,
16th topic,
and
yeah.
now they're putting the bill in to do it. So it's all
Please
been
calm down.
The Americans,
strategically
let me just ask you, Jack.
Completely
Did
scripted.
Americans lose the right to bear arms under the Patriot Act because you said they lost all
Can
of
you
their
be
rights?
arrested and detained without any probable cause? Yes, you can under the Patriot Act.
Do they have the right to bear arms? You said they lost all of their rights. Did they lose that right?
That's clearly hyperbole.
So
Okay, so clearly
But we lost
hyperbole.
the process.
So it's clear. Okay, no problem. It's hyperbole.
Why are we following these rabbit holes? We just end up so far from the topic. Can
Yeah,
you not do it,
yeah,
Jack? And
Yeah,
can you not just bark at every passing rabbit,
make
Tony?
an album that had breakfast in America. What do you have on with your American breakfast? Probably orange juice. I don't know.
So again,
Orange juice is
eggshell.
33 is a Masonic's lie. So the question
You
is,
can laugh at
why
all you
is
want.
orange
Did I make it up?
33?
Did I make it up? Orange equal 33?
No,
No,
you
I
believe
didn't.
somebody else's lunacy is fine. You don't need to make it up for it to be crazy.
Do you look at Gematria? Do you ever do Gematria?
No, nobody's
For the same
saying
reason
looks
I
at
said before.
gematria.
Okay. So Gematria is nonsense to you. Pythagorean's nonsense to you. Chaldean's nonsense to you. I didn't make any of this up. I'm just objectively showing you things without implying anything above them. Orange equals 33, whether you like it or not. The 9/11 is above the towers, whether you like it or not.
So what's the
And
purpose of the picture?
And the
then?
construction of the buildings were in 1968. They crumbled in 2001, which is 33 years. These are just objective truths.
Are you saying that was a
Whether you read into them or not, whether they mean anything more, objectively, I'm just showing you.
You said that bit. So can I ask you the question? Let's say during the planning of this whole event, I think you would need to hold a position that either A, their plans always come off exactly flawlessly, or B, if there was a chance that something went wrong, like somebody got sick or got the wrong plans and it just didn't go down on the right day, would you agree that then they would have to call off the entire plan because they've already got the Supertramp album that's got the day and date on it, and it's 33
You've got
years
a
and now
whole
it's gonna be 34
365 days. You've got a whole 365 days to make your ritual happen between
No, you don't.
1968, the building of it, and 2001, the collapse of it. You have 365 days to make it happen. It's arbitrary of the month. It's
don't.
just the 300. It's
No,
arbitrary of the month.
Your
in this
evidence
particular
gives us the
case.
month and the day. Your
I'm
evidence
just
is
saying,
9/11.
you still have 365 days out of the year from the point of conception.
They're
to
not
the
all
point.
9/11. Your evidence is Supertramp, if put back to front, has the P next to the U, which makes it look like a 9/11, and that's why it's interesting and relevant at all for the Twin Towers, and the orange means 33 because crazy.
Yeah, and if
Your thing has to have
nothing to do with crazy. These are just objective facts.
but now
Not to
it's also
be
gotta that year.
too pedantic, but there are 365.24 days in a year, not 365. Leap years count.
What about the three symbols?
But do you get the
Three
point that I'm
examples.
making, Fundy? Data is you presented the Supertramp one, which has got 9/11. So now there's 365 days in that year. Now gets narrowed down to one day. It must be on that day, right? And the 9/11
If it's a ritual, and they do training exercises, which they've done, they did a couple of training exercises up to that day. You can go look at it. There's at least 3 or 4 training exercises. There was at least 3 or 4 training exercises to preempt. That's when they got the green light. Well,
So
that's what happened. They had a whole bunch of training exercises, and apparently on the one where they got the green light, it was the one where some guys learned how to fly a super jumbo jet, make an amazing bank turn all the way around when they just learned how to fly on Cessnas. They went and did that, right?
Yeah, right. Changing the topic is an indication that you
No, we're looking at just objective truths here. I don't know. I don't care if it's an inside job. I don't care.
How do they know?
We're just looking at what was claimed objectively. Objectively, they fell within 33 years of being made in demolition. That's objectively true.
It had to be on exactly. My point is, it's got
Doesn't
to be
matter.
on exactly the
It
right
doesn't
day.
matter. Objectively, 33 is true. Yes or no? That's it. 33 years. It's objectively true. It doesn't matter the month or the day. It's objectively true. Objectively true. Objectively true. The odds are of having that 9/11 above the building are next to none. And I can tell you this: I work with artists. I work with artists who put shit in comics and put shit in cartoons that you can't even see. It's subliminal. You must know this is true. Disney's been caught doing it left, right, and center. So if you're not yourself going to remain intellectually honest in every approach, I'm going to call you out on it because it's that easy.
This seems like intellectual honesty. It seems like
Can I
insanity. It seems like
refreshing, Jack, with your open with your insanity.
Can I now? Hello. Can I now address building number 7? I've been sitting here waiting. I said to you, 2 hijacks.
Sure, why not spew your delusional crap into the chat?
Oh, okay. So now I'm going to be delusional, am I?
We got to get you a better mic, Tony.
You've always been delusional, Jin. This isn't a recent.
Tony, what's this about, Tony?
Being harangued.
What the fuck is that? How does that add anything? It's just going to wind him up.
Personal attack.
He sounds like the teacher in Peanuts, just like wah wah wah.
He's scared of the
Go for it, Jin. Tell us about building 7.
Can I now speak, please, about building number 7? It wasn't hit by a plane, first and foremost.
True.
Okay. Now, in the NIST report, it stated that the fires were on 10 floors, and the fires did not persist or linger in any one location for more than 20 to 30 minutes. Now, that is an industry standard that the architects, firefighters, and engineers have come to understand, that an office fire in a skyscraper that is built to the building codes of a given country, in the United States in this case, has to have fireproofing, and the furnishings must be at least fire resistant. And if it does have a fire in the office, it will only last like 20 to 30 minutes. That's the standard, okay? So now, the building number 7, the fires were extinguished by 3:50 p.m., okay? By 5:20 is when the building starts to come down. Now, the question is this to you now. What brought the building down? Because the fires were out, okay?
Well,
and you're talking about hang on, please allow me to finish, please.
Sure.
You're talking about a 47-story high building that came down in 6.25 seconds. Now, in order to initiate that kind of controlled demolition implosion, you're going to have to remove 400 connectors per second per floor simultaneously. That requires 200 million pounds of force to do that. Now, can fire do that? Please go
Jin, yes, fire can do that. Moving on. I want you to please present your evidence that about the 20-minute duration office fire having no structural effect. Please present that.
I wanted to point out as well. I'll try and find it. Somebody got a good one last time, but it was, if you look at the back of building 7, it has been.
Can't you hear me speaking? Have you got?
Yeah, I'm already speaking, mate. You can wait.
No, I was talking.
If you look at the back of building 7, you can see that the spire of
eggshells.
You can wait, Jim. You can wait.
Right.
You can wait.
Go ahead, Eggs.
If you look at the back of building 7, the spire of one of the buildings, whichever one had that massive spike on the top of it, has ripped out its spine. So it's like a prawn that's had that alimentary canal pulled out. It's just all the way down the back.
30 minutes.
You didn't, did you? What did I say?
Minutes.
What did I say?
And I hadn't finished what I was saying, right? And now I'm muted again, am I? So can you stop doing that?
No. What did Eggs say? You repeat what Eggs said. You got to listen to other people too, Jen. You got to listen to what other people have to say too, Jen. What did Eggs say?
I didn't hear anything he said.
You don't hear what anybody says because you talk the whole fucking time.
I hadn't finished what I'd saying, though. I had not finished what I was saying.
He's more concerned about what he's going to say next than what other people are saying to him.
Of course, because it's part of my chain of thought.
Just say it.
Exactly. Thank you. Shut up and sit down.
Yeah, but it's provocative to call him insane.
As I was saying, shut up and get out of the way. You're wasting my time now. Can you shut up? Now, as for the fireproofing to the building, the horizontal beams of building number 7 were fireproofed to withstand office fires for 2 hours. And then the supporting girders, the columns, 3 hours. Okay? So the building's fireproofing was well within well withstood the 20 to 30 minutes. Building codes.
Sure.
Plus,
as I said, it suffered physical damage.
I am not finished yet. Plus, there was residue of thermite, and nanothermite.
No, there weren't.
Dust at building number 7. Yes, there was.
No, that's bullshit. Jim, where is he? You keep making claims. You keep making claims about how long the fire can last. Produce evidence supporting you. Produce evidence supporting your claim.
You know that I'm speaking the truth here.
No, I don't know that you're speaking the truth. That's why I want evidence. produce evidence substantiating your claim. Or admit that you're just pulling shit out of a conspiracy theory textbooks.
I'm not a lunatic. I have an
Thermite was
actual
found.
question.
Why don't you look it up? Professor Stephen Jones from Brigham Young University receives material from, what's her name? Jeanette McKinley. Jeanette McKinley gives him the dust from her apartment. They examined it and found it to have thermite, and nanothermite in the dust.
So could you, Jen,
I've read that paper, sir, and that paper is absolute nonsense. They found chemical residues. You're interrupting me while I'm speaking. You made a claim. I get to respond to your claim. You made a claim. You finished speaking. I now get to talk. Right? So. Yes, that detritus that they found was burnt aluminium with many of the ingredients of thermite in it. But that does not mean that it is burnt thermite. That just means that it is burnt aluminium with other contaminants.
Jin, can I direct your eyes to the chat?
Okay.
Jin, can I invite you to look at the chat and see the thing at 53 minutes past the hour and describe how that building looks to you?
What building are you? What are you showing me here? Let me have a look at
That's building 7.
Yeah, what about building 7? What about it? Because I'm not looking at the moment.
How would you describe the structural state of that building? Would you say it's tickety-boo, ready to move in, developer's dream? Would you say cozy? Or would you say a little bit of a fixer-upper?
Why are you offering me? Why are you putting up that picture? We're talking about
asking you to,
how the building came down.
Yeah, so inviting you to describe its structural stability.
How the building came down. Okay?
That's a question I have.
Doesn't it?
But that's a question I have, and it's like when you look at like it's a free fall speed. I see like the spire from the other building hit it, and I get that it came down. I understand there's structural damage, but like when you are in free fall, you have to remove
that would be the debris that hits this building from the north
please
tower.
Wait.
So that would be the
he was
north
still
tower
speaking, mate.
That's damaged
he was
the back
still
of the
speaking.
building, but the building we're talking from the north side.
All right, you're going to get muted.
But like if something is to go straight down, I understand they said like there's a pancaking of the floors because of how the buildings were built. But if something's to go straight down, mass has to be removed from below it for it to get to those types of straight down speeds, right?
No,
or it's gonna...
no, that's not how it goes. So all you need is for the structural integrity. All you need for the structural integrity of the supporting beams to fail at the same time, and this can be caused by heat and mechanical impacts such as eggs just demonstrate. So the combination of the two mean, and this was something that actually mystified me at the time. I remember watching the 9/11 attacks. I went into university the next day, and I'm saying, why did they fall over? Like they survived the initial impact. Why did those towers collapse? And my friend who was an engineer explained, well, the fire is just going to, it's just going to weaken the metal, and the entire thing actually needs to be under stress in order to stand up. And as soon as you...
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to what you've just said?
No, you fucking can't, Jin. You're going to be used for the rest of the time. Wait until I finish speaking. Wait until I finish speaking, and then you can respond.
Let's wrap it up.
So as soon as any element of the entire thing is ripped out, it acts like a Jenga tower, and the entire thing collapses all at once. All of a sudden, everything is in free fall because the stress regime has changed from that which will supply structural integrity. So the building design is much more dynamic, then we choose. Yes, I am. I was about to wrap it up. Do you want me to? Do you want me to extend what I'm going to say, so that it frustrates you more? Because I was about to finish, and you couldn't have enough discipline to wait for the 10 seconds that it would
going on for a very long time after you were asked to wrap it up. So please wrap it up.
Okay, so I will wrap it up as soon as Jim stops interrupting me. Is Jim going to stop interrupting me, or is he not? Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
I'm unloading.
So as soon as you rip it, modern building designs of this style are very intricate and they're very dynamic. And as soon as you rip one bit out, even if it's at height, the entire building loses structural integrity.
I get
Can
that.
I now respond? Okay, right. I'm going to make 2 points. One is going to be about a British steel company called Cardington, and then I'm going to deal with the building number 7 again. Right, here we go. So in 1995, a British steel company called Cardington to structurally improve their steel so that it's fit for purpose, they constructed an 8-tower building of their steel. They subjected it to fire for 8 hours, 8-story high. It didn't collapse at all. There was some bowing and buckling of the steel itself in the central area, but it didn't initiate a sudden collapse completely. Thus, Cardington steel is used around the world. 1995, okay? So the idea that fire, and this was not fireproof, this was just raw steel, no fireproofing at all, just a naked metal subjected to 8 hours of fire, it didn't collapse, okay? That's one thing. That was in 1995. Now, building number 7, as I've stated.
Oh God, Jen, wrap it up.
Well, I said 2 points. I said 2 points.
Well, make them quicker points. Each point has 5 subpoints.
No. What about Tony? He just rabbited on for ages. Come on.
I told him to
Please
wrap it up.
don't rush me.
Make your second point. Make it quick.
I'm not yet. I'm going to make it. Shut
no more preamble. Start making it instantly.
Let me make my point. Shut up and let me make my point. Thank you. It's this. In the NIST report, it stated that the fires did not persist in any one location, only on the 10 floors, remember? So there's still 37 floors that wasn't on fire, okay? Did not persist in any one of those locations for more than 10 to 20 minutes as the fires moved from east to west across that building, okay? So by the time, before the building came out, before the building fell down, should I say, was brought down, the fires were extinguished before the building collapsed, okay? Now, in order to initiate such a...
Jen, you do understand that the Twin Towers were fundamentally built different than the framework of the Tower 7. I hope so.
You're taking too long, mate. You can't just hold the floor for 3 minutes to read us a soliloquy.
I'm trying to finish what I'm trying to say here. Moderator, I'm trying to finish. I am trying to finish here.
Be better.
Yeah, don't worry. I will if you just shut these people
Well, then quit dragging on about Tony if you're going to drag on yourself.
Shut up,
just do it. Just instantly speak the words you are trying to say.
Every time you interrupt me, it takes longer because now I've got to start again. Here we go.
You don't. You absolutely don't.
I do. I'm going to have to start again. Just let me finish.
No, you don't. No, we can just like sidetrack the conversation here and we'll never get back here again. You're not required. Nothing's required here. This is all.
Yeah, I have stuff to say. I have stuff to say.
That's not right.
Exactly. We all do, mate.
That's not right now.
Get on with it.
So now let me finish. Let me finish.
So hurry up and just finish it.
Well, I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting. Thank you.
But Tony makes more sense than you do.
He does. Tony does make a lot more sense.
Can I now finish, please? Can I now finish?
Just finish.
Can I now finish, please?
No, because I'm going to keep doing it. If you're going to keep doing this bit, I'm going to keep doing this bit.
To
prove how incompetent you are at managing yourself.
He's just doing what Tony's been doing.
Okay,
exactly. Yeah, Jin's being a Tony.
Eggs, you're right. It's funny.
It is funny, right?
I need to conclude. Can I now conclude?
It's hilarious.
What I was trying to say? Thank you. Right, it's this. So as I've stated that in the NIST report, fires didn't last for more than 20 minutes in any one location. The horizontal beams were fireproofed for 2 hours, vertical beams for 3 hours. So in order to initiate the global collapse of the building into its own footprint, imploding, you're going to have to remove 400 connectors simultaneously per second per floor. So when you hear a bang, that's 400 connectors gone simultaneously. Now the question is, can fire do that?
And the answer is yes. So let's dwell on the inadequacies of Jin's explanation. He talks about a demonstration in 1995, nearly 20 years after the towers were constructed. So it doesn't matter a fuck how long that steel can last, because it wasn't used in the construction of these buildings, was it? So that's just completely fucking irrelevant.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
And I stayed fucking silent while you were speaking, Jin, so you can return the fucking courtesy. So you can stop interrupting me while I'm speaking. So, okay, we can carry on to point number 2. Also, the damage that fire does to the crystalline structure of the steel is dependent on the temperature that the fire reaches. So, a particular building can survive a low intensity fire for 8 hours and still be brought down by a high intensity fire the last 15 minutes.
400 connections simultaneously. You're not listening to the number there. 400.
Say it again, Jim. 400?
Is that
more or less than 500?
Connections
All it
simultaneously.
takes is a failure to begin, and then it'll be like a chain.
But could
Yeah,
that
that's
failure
exactly
be continued up to
what Carl said.
Get to 251? Because there's 400 of them. Jin said that.
Yeah, he said that. You only need to pull out a few, and the entire building will fall over because it is no longer in dynamic equilibrium.
Experts, what we witnessed was a global collapse, and in order to initiate that, so it can fall down in 6.25 seconds, you're going to have to remove 400 connectors per second per floor.
No, you're not. That's just a lie, Jin. That's just a lie, Jin.
200 million.
You're just lying. You're just repeating a lie.
Okay.
200 million pounds of force.
Tony's in the playground.
Please don't say okay. Please acknowledge the facts. That's the facts to bringing down a building under controlled demolition, building number 7. So please
no, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. You're wrong. You're wrong on multiple axes.
I am quoting the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. They're the experts. They're the ones that tell us. They know what maths is required to bring down a building, and they tell you require 200 million pounds. If you want to remove one girder would require 550,000 pounds to 630,000 pounds of force to remove one column, one column.
So I have a question, Jin. Is there a conspiracy theory you believe is false?
As far as I'm concerned, that is beneath my intellect to answer that question. You will need 630,000 pounds.
I don't believe that anything is beneath your intellect, Jin. I don't believe that. Okay? That's a conspiracy theory right there, that anything is beneath your intellect.
It is a fact that in building number 7, if you want to remove a girder, depending on where that girder is in the building, would require 550,000 pounds of force or 630,000 pounds of force.
So, Jin, is there a conspiracy theory you don't believe?
No comment. It's beneath my intellect. I've just answered your question. Thank you. It's not related to the facts that I'm bringing in. So in order to remove 400 connectors simultaneously, you're going to need 200 million pounds of force. Now, can buy
how many connectors
that were not on fire?
How many connectors?
He said it 300.
400.
400. So, and how many? Also, pounds. Pounds is not a measure of force, is it?
It is. That's
no, it's not. No, it's not, sir. No, it's not, sir. Pounds is a measure of weight, isn't it, sir?
Pounds of force.
No, pounds is a measure. Pounds is not. Pounds is a measure of weight.
Pounds of force. 200 million
pounds of force. Pounds of force. I'm not sure that makes any sense. I'm not sure that makes any sense. Pounds is a measure of mass.
You're not
isn't
an engineer, so you're not expected to know that.
Right.
This is the expert speaking here. Gin CBR1, 200 million pounds of force. What you're going to need.
Oh my God.
Pounds is not a measure of force, sir. It would have to be foot pounds. The units of force, are foot pounds. In the imperial system, the units of force are foot pounds, not pounds. Pounds is a measure of mass. Pounds is a measure of mass.
Per second,
All right,
200
down a
million
couple of
pounds
notches,
force
team.
per floor per
Gonna
second.
have our breathing.
Per
Remember
floor
our
per second,
breathing.
200 million pounds
More
of
milk.
Thank you,
for
Eggs.
everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Bit more
coach. Tips from the super coach.
Eggs and bacon.
Oblate sounded like he wanted to chip in with something midway through there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I was just thinking about the image of the compromised building, and if fire and flames is spreading throughout the building, it seems plausible that it would compromise several floors simultaneously, not just like one beam at a time.
Yeah.
And
unfortunately, the fires were only on 10 floors. According to the NIST report, the fires were only on 10 floors. 10 floors only. Okay, scattered within the building.
10 floors of force.
No, that's out of a 47-story high building, you still have 37 stories untouched.
No doxing in the chat.
Remember, the fires did not exist. The fires did not persist for more than 20, 30 minutes in any one location. So after 20 minutes, that means the fire is out. It's out because there's nothing to burn. Okay? You're not listening at all, you know? You're wishing it's not going to happen today, okay? Unfortunately for you, that's not going to be a
no
thing.
doxing people's faces in the chat, people. Don't make me warn again.
This situation here. And the facts are that fire cannot generate 200 million pounds of force. It can't generate 50 pounds of force or 630,000 pounds of force. It can't do that. Fire doesn't have the qualifications, the willpower,
the qualifications.
The desire.
It hasn't been to mass university. It has no gravitas.
Oh my God.
So you're losing badly.
I do thank you for that.
So you're losing
we lost
badly,
Jack
so
though midway through.
Childish behaviour. Okay, fine. The facts are unsurmountable, aren't they?
They are. You gave us a lot to surmount there, and we weren't able to.
Yeah, you weren't aware of all the facts, you see. So building number 7 came down in 6.25 seconds. That's a 47-story high building. You can only achieve that through controlled demolition. Never in the history of skyscrapers that are fireproof have they ever collapsed due to fire. And some buildings have been on fire for 18 hours, 17 hours, 15 hours, 12 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, 3 hours, and they are still in full occupancy today. Today, they're in full occupancy. So the idea that building number 7 would collapse with only 10 floors, partially on fire, lasting 20 to 30 minutes in certain locations, would come down in 6.25 seconds, goes against the laws of physics and the laws of science and natural law. That is why they are being pursued by the architects in 9/11 for truth. The lawsuits
Take a breath.
are
Take a breath, mate.
happening as we speak.
Take a breath. Take a breath. You can do it.
Thank you.
So I still want to kind of come back at some stage, Jin, where you will be free to speak. If we could talk about that damage to the back of Building 7, because if there's damage to the back of it and 10 floors are on fire, we're no longer dealing with a building that is just coming down due to fire, but one that's come down because another building fell into it.
No, actually, in the NIST, let me address that right now. In the NIST report, they said that the debris that fell from this North Tower did not initiate the collapse. That is from the NIST report and the NIST representative stating that fact. That the debris that fell onto building number 7
you don't listen to what
did
you
not
say.
Initiate the collapse.
True. But did it damage the building? Could you describe? Do you think the building was damaged?
Moved and ready. I think that was the question.
Yeah, Did it look damaged? You saw that photo I put in the chat, right?
Yeah, I saw the photo, but like I said, the building was still intact. It wasn't.
Did it look damaged though?
It wasn't going to collapse. Remember,
did it look damaged?
People heard buildings, and you had the emergency services people removing people out of the way. Can you clear the area now? The building is about to come down. The building is going to blow up. Can you please clear the area now? Okay?
Why did they clear the area? Did it look damaged to them?
No, they knew that the building was going to be pulled down by explosive. That's why everybody got out the way.
People in the street knew the building was coming down.
You do hear the building exploding.
How do you know what those people thought?
Also, how did they know it was coming down? Are they in on it? Or was it damaged?
The building's about to blow up. Can you clear the area now? Okay.
Right. So why were people saying it's going to blow up? Because unless those people are either in on it and they've got this run sheet and they know the scripting, or were they looking at a building that looked to be damaged?
That's exactly what we are saying. 9/11 was an inside job.
Did the building look damaged? 9/11 was an inside
job. It wasn't. Building number 7 wasn't hit by a
little bit damaged.
Yet it came down in 6.25 seconds.
Brain.
Thermite, nanothermite.
I didn't. I thought about it.
And brain's damaged though. Eggs. You have to understand that.
I stopped myself.
I'm okay, you came in anyway. No, you're an agent in place. As Jack said, we know you're an agent.
Did the building look damaged though, Jen? In that picture I put of the very damaged building, did that damaged building look damaged?
You're putting something to me that I didn't refute. I'm not. What we're talking about
it did. It looked damaged.
6.25 seconds.
I bet he didn't look at it.
All the fires were extinguished before the building came down. Now the building didn't come down due to fire. It didn't come down due to
chat again. Just 13 minutes past the hour. Everybody now.
So the damage.
The Institute for Standards and Technology report. So what
it looks damaged to me.
Eggs.
Have anything to do with
it doesn't.
Eggs. If I wanted to sell you this building, would you pay full price?
I don't think I would, on account of all the damage, Tony.
Who's selling a damaged building? Why? Would you be selling it at a scratch and dent sale?
I tell you what, if I was in that building and the building got that damage, I'd be evacuating after that damage.
Yeah. There's no way you'd be like, things should be fine. We might as well just stay here, guys.
Gene, how did they get that damage?
The building itself was intact when the BBC reporter, James Stanley, reporting the building had collapsed when it hadn't collapsed at all. So the BBC got it wrong as well on the day. Reporting the building had collapsed when it
in order to demonstrate that you can discern.
Okay. There you are.
In order to demonstrate that you can discern fact from fiction, you have to be able to identify a single fiction that you don't regard as fact.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't need to be considering whatever you say, because as I've said, you are not the authority that I'm ever going to be adhering to. You're just a shit on my shoe that I scrape off every day of the week. That'd be you. That's all you are.
I think he's calling you one of the fictions, Tony.
Wow.
You mean he's the hero? You mean he's the hero this week? And
again, I could not give a rat's ass.
Still stands 6.25 seconds, 400 connectors per floor per second to initiate that. It can't happen by fire. Fire cannot remove 400 connectors simultaneously per floor per second. That's what you're going to need to do to generate 200 million pounds of force to bring down a building of that caliber.
How much did the building weigh, Jim?
Say that, but those are the facts. Okay.
How much did the building weigh, Jim? Jim?
Inside job.
Jim, how much did the building weigh?
It's irrelevant, Gene. Say it's irrelevant. Go on. It's irrelevant.
It's beneath my intellect.
So you're saying 64 million pounds. Did the building weigh more than 64 million? Did the building weigh more than 64 million pounds or less than 64 million pounds? And tell me that the weight of the building is irrelevant to the collapse. Actually, Gene, I was still talking and I don't understand. Again, you're interrupting me. The mass of the building is important. The mass of the building. Do you agree that the weight of the building is important? Do you agree that the weight of the building is important?
I didn't agree at all. I didn't agree to anything.
I'm asking you if you do or not.
No, I don't agree with anything you said. Nothing. I will not agree with you at all. No.
It's not important.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the mass of the building is irrelevant to whether or not these structural elements will stand up.
No.
So Jim says literally that the weight of the building is irrelevant to the force applied to the structural element. That's what Jim just said.
No, he's lying and he's not
Tony,
representing
you
me
need to
at
tell
all.
Jin that
He's
you
not
think he's very
representing me at
smart
all.
so he can
Sorry.
disagree with
I
you.
represent myself.
Jin, you're phenomenally intelligent. Jin, you're right all the time. Do you agree with that?
Yes, you know that. You know that I'm right all
No,
the
I
time.
don't.
Yes.
But you just said that you disagree with everything I say. So are you lying now?
Trajectory of
Who's the busted Jin?
250 miles circumference will generate 920.
Yeah, nobody's hearing what you're saying, man. You're just rambling.
You can hear me. You can hear me. I'm not rambling.
You got busted
I'm
lying,
not
Jin.
rambling. I am destroying is what I'm doing. I'm destroying all you agents. Agents in place.
If you're going to have a delusion, Jin, you may as well
That's why you're hurting, you're burning, and I love it.
Shoot for the stars.
Tell us about Paul on the plane, Jen, and how he's no longer a flat earther.
Who's not a flat earther?
One man doesn't make the whole flat earth. Am I wavering?
But he
Has
was
it
your
slowed me
hero,
down?
Jen. I've
Am I
heard you
still
talk
not a-
about
I'm a
him like
flat
he was
earther. I'm not a
God.
flat earther. Couldn't care less what Paul on the plane's done. He's done some excellent work, and I always
guys
recommend
pretend-
his work to people to look at. So
I see.
unfortunately, it doesn't matter what he does.
Well, he says himself
Doesn't
that he
matter
was
what
wrong
you
about
do,
all that.
Jin.
The Earth is still flat.
Jin,
We're not
Jin,
moving.
does it matter
Second
what you do?
thermodynamics violation. You can't.
Does
have
it matter what
everything
you
in
do?
one container. We're not doing 19.2 billion miles in 1 year. We didn't go to the moon. There is no Himawari. There's no. Well, what's it called?
right.
What's his name? Something. Webb.
Outgassing. There is no
Yes,
outgassing.
there's
you're
no
trying to
James
say.
Webb telescope.
I've never outgassed.
Right? There's no Hubble. There's no CSS. There's no.
You must be
International
very
Space
uncomfortable
Station.
if you've
So
never
we got
outgassed.
nothing.
Never done.
Jen's outguessing right now.
Take any one of those. Let's have a discussion.
Riggs, why don't you tell us a bit for a bit while Jin catches his breath for a couple of minutes?
What about the Grace satellites? Do those?
Grace is actually 2 satellites. Grace style missions use a pair of satellites. They rely on inter-satellite range measurements.
No,
I know
don't.
you work on it.
No,
That's
they
why I
don't
asked
because
Jen
they're not up
if
there. They're not up there.
I
to be
checked
running on anything.
AustralianAmazon.com,
Yeah,
and you
tell
can
us
get a
what it
very
is.
good
It's not-
microphone
it's
for
not up
about
there,
$50.
And that's another lie that you've just put through. You disingenuous Aussie. 'Cause you know you
PhD
were
Tony.
right in your tracks with the passports. The passports prove you're not a PhD.
Unless PhD stands for pretty
Personal
hefty
habit
dick.
versions.
Tony.
All right,
Eggs, that was the funniest thing I've heard all week.
Well, thank you.
I got a PhD sometime.
You mean for the whole week? You don't get it.
So we're in agreement that fire cannot bring down a building to 6.25 seconds. Well done. Finally, you see logic.
No,
The words
fire,
agree.
if anything, is going to
Scientific
send the
method.
building up in smoke. Right?
Fire
Not down.
has never brought a skyscraper has never collapsed due to fire. Ones that are built with the proper codes and fireproofing system is in place have never collapsed. So building number 7 and the Twin Towers would have been the first time in history. But when we have a close examination, we see explosions and material traveling at 160 feet per second, 80 miles an hour, being hurled across I-beams. Okay, so no, that's not fire. That's explosions. Thanks.
160 feet per second, 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's a pretty low speed explosion, Jen.
Material
Lou, I
flying at
presume
that rate.
you're on board with America going to the metric system, wouldn't you be?
Well, call him by his name. Blue Vinyl Science. He deserves it. Yeah, I think the metric system is the way to go when you're doing science.
Oh, I've always used it. We have always used it in science in this country.
Legally, in terms of legal terms, the U.S. is a metric company, is a metric country. The yard is a legal subdivision of the meter.
Is it?
According to American law, yes.
Yeah, all imperial system has been now based off of the metric system. It's I don't know exactly how, but that's what they say. They say that it's now the way that it's done is it's supposed to be the metric system, and then you can derive the imperial system out of it somehow. I don't know. I'm going to pull it up shortly.
The more I learn about the imperial system, the more
from the metric
gets
each time.
Both are still being used.
Basically, they broke it down into really small parts, and they said this is how many small parts of the imperial system fits into the standardized metric system on this scale.
Yeah.
That's what they sell in.
In Britain, the imperial system and the metric system are both employed.
Like if you say an inch equals, 3 yards equals so many meters, and the definition of the meters been refined to like reasonably high precision, like 9.6 billion frequencies per second. Yeah.
Let me explain. So the SI system starts with the definition of time, which is the which is defined by a number of oscillations of cesium 130 of the hyperfine transition of cesium 133. Having defined time, they then define the meter by how far light travels in whatever fraction of a second. Then they move on to weight, which is defined using Planck's constant and the previous two dimensions. I'm about to share a video in chat about America and its system of units, and I recommend that everybody watch it because it's very inspiring.
Not necessary. I already know. Thanks. And in Britain, we're using the imperial measurements and the metric ones still in place. So there you are.
Very nice.
Yeah.
But you're not in Britain, are you, Jin?
It doesn't matter. I still employ it whilst I'm here in Japan.
Kings of
fire cannot be bringing down any building. We know that now. You got a general.
No, we don't know that, Jin. Jin, you apparently are talking to an imaginary chat full of gullible idiots that believe you're delusional nonsense.
Depending on where that girder is in the building, you may require 550,000 pounds of force, or 630,000 pounds of force. Okay.
No, how much did the building weigh? How much force did the building apply?
Again, ladies and gentlemen, that's my answer. I don't acknowledge your question. It's beneath my intent. Thank you.
I love that you say that out loud, Jen.
So the force applied by the building is immaterial to whether or not the building stands up. Great answer, Jin. Well, no. You don't need to explain. Well done, Jin.
£200 million of force.
Oh no.
To remove that. And by the way, each girder was only supporting 30% of its maximum load. So each girder supporting the floors above were only supporting 30%. So
Jim, that's not what the U.S. code says. The structural codes don't say that at all. They never did.
Pile on top 3 more building number 7s, and those girders wouldn't collapse.
Jen, structural codes allow you to stress the material to 67% of its yield strength. Sir.
As far as I'm concerned, steel itself, if it was to give way, it still was to buckle, it still retains 25% of structural integrity. That is why steel it doesn't collapse to zero.
That makes no damn sense.
You have to blow it up to do that.
Blue,
no skill frame buildings.
You are being racist against delusional fuckwits, and I need you to stop, Blue.
So Mr. 42 has posted something very interesting in the chat. If you could cast your eye to 9:21 p.m. 21 minutes past the hour. It's a matter of record for the court that you said no steel frame building has been brought down due to fire in the history. In all of history, wasn't
fireproof buildings. I did say fireproof buildings built to the proper standards.
So I direct you to.
There's no such thing as a fireproof building.
I said that several times. Okay, that
Exhibit
B. The buildings have to be fireproofed. So as far as I'm concerned,
direct you to Exhibit B, Brazil high-rise.
Obviously, we're not fireproof to the proper building codes.
If I could just direct the witness for a moment. So if you see the Brazil high-rise fire causes
Yes, I've
building to
seen it.
collapse
It
at
wasn't
20
built to
minutes
the
past the
proper
hour,
standards.
what would you
That's
describe
old
that building
news.
doing, Jin? In your own
That's
words,
old
what would you describe
news.
that building, that
That's
flaming
old
building
news. Are
doing?
you listening to what I said? I said buildings, fireproofed buildings. I did say that, didn't I? Fireproofed buildings.
I thought you said steel frame.
listen
This
at
one
all.
was steel frame, but not fireproofed. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely correct. Yes, the building standard of that building was very, very low and poor standards
All right.
in Brazil versus
Egg, do
Britain,
a search of
United States,
fireproofing buildings
Australia, New Zealand.
collapsing
for
due to
example.
fire. You'll find them
But
probably
mind you,
too.
New Zealand did have problems with the earthquake, so their buildings collapsed, didn't they? In New Zealand, so their buildings weren't very sound. But then again,
Bet they had some of those 80-mile-an-hour explosions too.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Slammed into with a
Black
plane and
black
burning
powder. I
The
think
burner plane.
you need a very fine. You need a very heavy object, and be using black powder. Then you can get 80 miles an hour.
As far as I'm concerned, we know that fire cannot achieve what we witnessed on the day.
Don't use we. Don't use we, Jin.
Building has ever collapsed due to fire. It's
Don't use the pronoun we, because it groups me and you in the same group, and it's just inaccurate to think that you and I concur on anything.
Ramifications of 200 million pounds of force, and 550,000 pounds of force, and 630,000 pounds of force, and 6.25 seconds, and 400 connectors per floor per second to initiate a global collapse, which is what we witnessed, imploding into its own footprint. I understand all of that. I'm educated enough to understand that.
What's a connector, Jen? What does a connector look like? Describe one to me.
Why don't you look it up for yourself?
I've tried.
Okay.
I can't find anything.
Well, then try
Again, Jim, how much did the building weigh? How much did the building weigh? How much did the building weigh?
Try harder.
How much?
Try harder. Google it. AI it. Go and AI that. Those questions are below my intellect.
Below your intellect.
Nothing is below your intellect, Jin. Nothing is below your intellect.
Jen, actually, I'd say you don't have a fucking clue what you're talking
So
about.
go and Google that stuff. I'm
Not a fucking clue.
Stupid, pathetic.
So listen, just tell us what a connector
Just remember,
is.
500 connectors.
Come on, Jen.
400 connectors per floor per second.
Well, what
do the connectors do?
What is a connector? What does it do?
Go look it up. Look it up.
I don't know how to look it up, Jen.
Look it up.
It's gibberish. I can't look gibberish up. You got to tell me.
Pens together?
So you're telling me he's making that argument and he don't even know what a connector is, and he thinks he can sit here and tell engineers
You're out of your mind.
what the argument is. Wow, Jen, there really is nothing below your intellect. That's for sure.
Hopeless from people who are hopeless themselves. That's desperate behavior from you people.
That's not desperate at all, Jen. We're just curious.
6.25 seconds.
Come on, educate us. Tell us what connectors are.
6.25 seconds doesn't happen by fire. Sorry. Okay? So you've lost. Now you're
What's a moment connection, Jen? Do you know?
Now you're squabbling. Yeah. Squabbling over it now. Go ahead. Squabble. Entertain me.
Jen, watch this. I'm going to run away.
I'm not running anywhere. I'm right here. You can hear me loud and clear.
How many of those
6.25 seconons, 200 million pounds of force per floor per second simultaneously. Bang. 400 connectors. Bang, another 400. 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 There's your building collapse into rubble. Okay,
watermelons, bacon, Subarus. I can say just words too, Jen.
That's a 47-story.
Doesn't make any sense.
I just walked you through it.
You didn't walk us through anything.
In 6 seconds.
You just spit out a bunch of bullshit.
I just done that. Bang.
Come on, dude.
400 connectors have just gone. Bang.
Tell us what a connector is. Come on now.
Bang, another 400.
I'm still stuck on the connectors, Jen. I want to know what a connector is.
And there's your building, 6.25.
What is a connector? You talking about a bolt?
Fire can't do that.
You talking about a bolt or a welded connection, or what sort of connector are you talking about?
You look up the way.
That's typically.
Go look at the blueprints of how they actually constructed the building, and then you know what a connector is, because it'll be written on the actual blueprint as well. Go
Are they all the same?
Go and have a look.
Is there a standard connector?
Why don't you look it
Can I
up?
go on Amazon and order a connector?
Go and look it up.
You know it's
Go
a
and look it
connector
up.
because it's got a sign on it saying place charge here.
Oh, yeah, sure. I've seen those.
Look it up. 6.25 seconds. Okay. 6.25 seconds, 200 million pounds of force per floor per second. Bang! 200 million pounds of force just happened right there. Bang!
How much does the building weigh? Does the building weigh more than 200 million pounds?
By the time I finish talking, you could have
Weighs
Googled that
400
information for
connectors.
yourself. So, or even ask your best buddy AI. You know AI? Go and ask AI. He can
What's
help
that
you.
calculate per connector, Jim?
So then basically it's this then, yeah? When you hear that
It's
bang, that was
400 connectors is equal to one
simultaneously
bang,
across the
Terry.
floor. What does that look
Oh,
like?
okay.
200 million pounds of force, if you can imagine that.
With the 2 million pounds of force divided by 400. What's that, Jim?
200 million.
That's a bang.
200
That's one bang.
million, please.
Okay, one bang.
200 million. Get it right.
Oh, 200 million. Well, whatever.
200 million.
A big,
That's some
big number.
substantial force.
A big number.
How
That
much
must
is the building weigh? And divide that by 9.8 meters per second squared.
Would pass through a human being like bullets through tissue paper. Okay, if you can imagine the projectile and the way that would be flying around that on that floor. If you can imagine it. Yeah. Try and imagine it. See? Try and imagine it. Yeah. Try and imagine.
We did imagine it, Jim.
Can't
So,
imagine it, can you?
so,
200
so
million pounds
to
of force.
divide that 300, that however many million pounds of force
Pay attention.
can easily be applied by a large building that weighs several million pounds, right? Right? Do you agree with that, Jim? I was actually talking, and I actually.
Jen, let him you spoke, now he's speaking. Jen.
6.25 seconds.
Jen.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
Go ahead.
The weight of the building, the force applied by the weight of the building must be incorporated into the force required to dissociate these connectors that you speak of. Let me fucking finish talking, Jim.
I wasn't talking.
Okay, well, you are now, so shut up.
No, because you accused me of
the weight of the building must be factored in to the force that the supporting members have to withstand. If you haven't included that the force that they must support, you have cut out an important component in the structural integrity of the building. And I know you don't agree with everything I say, but you must concede that this is true.
I don't agree with you. I'm not here to agree with you. So I'm never going to agree with you. I told you that before. But by the way, 6.25 seconds doesn't allow itself to be happening by fire. Fire cannot initiate a global collapse, which is what we witnessed. The building wasn't hit by a plane. The NIST report stated categorically that the debris that hit the building number 7 did not initiate the collapse. They said it was happened due to thermal expansion, which is a lie in itself. Okay, thank you. Thermal expansion on girder number 79. That's what the NIST report states, which is going against. So now you're going to interrupt.
Forever.
Now you're going to interrupt me, are you?
So Jen,
You said thank you. I assumed that was
hang on. So Jen, I'm moderating. You gotta. So you said your piece. You said you don't believe it.
Piece yet. I haven't. I was in the middle.
Well, hey,
I was in the middle of it.
If you're over talking me, well, just hold on a second.
Yeah, but I was in the middle of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know you were, but hang on a second. Right. I heard what you said. You
I was
said
in the middle of what I'm saying.
So I'm moderating for clarity. Okay.
Yes, but I was in the middle of what I was saying.
How is it that you know this?
I would like to carry on.
Jen,
I would like to carry on. I was in the middle of what
No. If you carry on, I'm going to mute you. Listen to me.
Well, I'm going to carry on because you're going to have to mute me then because I want to say what I got to say. I'm not just here to listen. I'm
giving you a chance to talk, but it has to be, look, either it's a conversation or it's just you giving a speech.
It was a conversation. It was a conversation.
I realize it's not a conversation.
It was a conversation. I was interrupted.
Jen, that's the conversation. Your wish to speak is not more important than every other person in this channel listening.
Thank you. So I'll carry on with what I was saying about the fireproofing, right? That the buildings were fireproof to last 2 hours and 3 hours according to the horizontal beams and the girders. So there's no way they could have come down. The fires were out.
So okay, so what's the citation for this?
It's the NIST report.
Okay, can you post where in the NIST report it says?
I don't have it to hand, so you're going to have to Google that for yourself. Okay.
I'm not going to Google it for myself. Either this is a conversation or
you're not going to learn. Then you're not going to learn. It's simple. You're not going to learn. Fine. That's your choice.
Well, look, you're not. Look, if you're not going to teach, you say something. You say you don't believe it.
You're not here to learn. I've already expressed myself. You know the truth. I can't do that.
Okay. Well, that's it. Okay. So, Tony, according to him,
yes, go ahead, Tony.
According to the NIST report, they are somehow expected to last at X number of minutes without under fire. Or I don't even know.
So that would be that estimate of how resistant the building is to fire would depend on the intensity of the fire, the temperature at which it burnt, and can you fucking mute your microphone? Jin, you're making noise. You've got a hot mic.
He's muted.
Okay. It depends on the intensity and the temperature of the fire, and as Eggs has pointed out, the level of structural damage that was done by previous falling debris striking the building that weakened the building so that the declared integrity of the building had already been fundamentally compromised by this debris strike, as Eggs showed in multiple images in the chat. So it was already structurally compromised before the fire started. And the weight of the building contributes to the force exerted on the load-bearing members. And that has to be incorporated and subtracted from the force that is required to destroy the building's structural integrity.
Okay, so I am Googling for the number of hours. I'm looking for your. It would have taken. Yeah, I'm looking for hours.
Here you go. I'm just uploading it for you now. This is from the NIST report that Jin's referring to, and it's column 79. I think Jin said I've heard him mention this before in James. We've looked this up before, and turns out he's got a little bit of a scratchy understanding of it all. But I can post a link for the whole report. 1 sec.
You mean he misinterpreted something, was?
I don't want to say it like that, Terry.
Okay. Sorry, shush. You didn't hear me say that. Sorry.
But yes, you're right.
As soon as with a building of this design, as soon as one structural member fails or starts to be compromised, the entire stress regime of the building changes, and load is brought to bear on members that cannot resist it. And the building will collapse in short order. So you only need to actually collapse one of these things and the entire building will come apart. It'll unzip, to use a sort of common parlance.
Right.
Oh, there are certainly elements in there that could totally fail, and it would not result in a building failure. But there are critical elements, and column 79 is one of them. If it fails, the rest of the building fails.
Yeah, and I mean, so this obviously this whole discussion came from the argument that the World Trade Center, that 9/11 is some sort of inside job with a conspiracy theory and what have you, and it's just not built on strong evidence. Actually, the conversation started with was Pearl Harbor an inside job? But we moved on to 9/11.
He's talking about how that column collapsed, white collapsed, and he's attributing it to explosions, obviously. Fire.
Yeah, and that's what's so interesting about watching that top section fall down. It's pressing air out of the windows and breaking them, and that would give the appearance of bursts out the window that superficially look like explosions, but it's just trapped air looking for a place to escape.
Yeah.
Right. So, what have you got to say for yourself? Can fire bring down the building in
Yes.
6.25 seconds?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, we can't. In order to do that,
Wait,
in
no,
order
no,
to do that, you're going to
no,
have
Jen,
to
gravity can bring it
200
down.
million pounds of force.
Well,
I'm talking
technically,
Gravity,
you're
not fire.
200 million pounds of
Gravity,
force.
Jen.
Yeah,
It's funny
I
how
was
you
gonna
start
correct you on
talking
that
when
one
I'm
too.
talking. You start talking when I'm
You're
talking.
not saying anything,
Yes.
Jin. You're just
Yeah, stop
repeating yourself.
interrupting.
You're going to
You're not
require
saying anything,
200
Jin.
million pounds
You're
of
just
force
repeating yourself.
to remove
Jin,
400
you're just
connectors
repeating
per
yourself,
floor per
Jin.
second.
You're not
Okay?
saying
Now,
anything, Jin.
the
You're
fires
just
were only
repeating
on 10
yourself.
floors,
You get it?
scattered within the building. And in the NIST report, it stated buildings were only on fire on any particular floor for more than 20 to 30 minutes. That's it. And that's an industry standard, by the way. Okay? As the fires move east to west. So by 3:50 p.m., the fires were out. And then the building came down at 5:20. In order for that to happen, you're going to have to generate 200 pounds of force. Fire can't do that.
Jen, have you seen video of the smoke pouring out of that thing and the flames all over that damn thing about the time of the collapse?
Simultaneously remove.
Why don't you look at the video evidence?
Instantaneously in 1 second.
Show us evidence that fire can't do that, Jin. Go on.
I don't need to give you the evidence for that. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Everybody knows that. Fire can't do that.
So yes, it can. I found the report.
Especially when the fires were extinguished by 3:50 p.m. The building wasn't on fire at 3:50 p.m.
They had no water, Jen. They couldn't extinguish the fires. That was the problem.
I thought the fire burned for days, even after it collapsed.
Weeks, actually.
It was molten for like a month.
You see what I mean?
Pretty
Yes,
crazy.
you understand. The fire did not persist in any one location for more than 20 minutes.
That's bullshit, Jen.
Why is that? It's because
That's just
the
bullshit.
combustibles have combusted as the fires move from east to west. So it means the steel didn't get touched by the fire because the combustibles are what are burning. Oh, thank you.
So I posted a independent survey. No, Ginger Sasquatch. Ginger Sasquatch. That is not the NIST one. This is a independent survey that was not done by that Alaska Fairbanks guy, I am afraid to say. And it's an architectural engineering firm that did their own assessment. And their assessment is that it failed the way that NIST said it failed.
Oh my goodness. Are you saying that Jin was listening to conspiracy theorists?
Well, it appears that I don't think he's done the research. I think that he saw.
Yeah, you were breaking up there. Didn't get what you said.
I think that he saw something in the report.
I haven't done the research.
Why don't you speak to me? I'm here.
I'm actually here.
Jen,
I'm actually here.
Jen, stop interrupting me. So I don't think he's done the research. This is a independent contractor design that looked at it. It is an extremely thorough examination of Building 7. The the thing that he is referring to is for the towers, both of the towers, not building
We're
7.
talking about building number 7. That's what I'm talking about.
That's correct.
Yes.
And your citation of 2 hours, of 3/4 of an hour and 2 hours, are referring to the Twin Towers, not to building 7.
I'm talking about building number 7. I said to you that.
Yes, I know you're talking about building 7, which is why I posted.
The horizontal beams in building number 7 were fireproof to withstand fires for 2 hours and the girders 3 hours. That's the building method that was employed for building number 7, right? The Solomon building, that's what the fireproofing was, according to the architects and engineers for 9/11.
I found the NIST report, which you of course wouldn't link because you don't provide your evidence, you don't provide your citations.
I do, and I did.
You did? No, you didn't. No, you did not.
Not for this particular situation.
So
I always get accused of spamming. That's the other
no, you
problem.
didn't, Jen.
I get accused of
Oh,
spamming.
he might have
That's
3
the other
months ago,
problem.
and that's good enough for him.
Jen, I found it. I read it.
You go ahead. Whatever you found, go ahead.
I found it. I read it, and it's talking about the towers, not building 7. So
we're talking about building number 7, and that's what I'm talking about.
So you and that you have not provided. I'm afraid.
Actually,
I'm sorry.
the NIST report is not talking about building.
Jen, let me show you what.
When NIST talks about the fire not persisting in any one location, that's building number 7.
Okay, so
that's building number 7.
Jen, I'm going to teach you something.
You're not going to teach me anything. You're not going to teach me anything.
Look at the chat. Hey, look at the chat.
You're going to teach me anything.
Yeah, oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am,
no,
Jen. Jen, I'm teaching you what. Jen, I'm teaching you. Hey, now you're interrupting me.
You're interrupting me. That's not going to happen. Sorry, you're not going to be teaching me anything.
So this is what providing a citation looks like, Jen. If you look at this, until you do this, I'm going to continue to tell everyone that Jen CBR1 does not provide citations, does not back up what he's saying, because you never do. The only thing you've ever been able to provide is a meme. So, what I'm doing is I'm linking it to the report. Okay, yeah, there's and somebody else is linking to the specific building 7 report.
Yeah, so when I posted it 40 minutes past the hour earlier, I just posted it again for you. That specifically talks about 7.
Yep. And yet, the thing about the 2 hours is for the towers, not for building 7. So I know we were talking about building 7, but alas, you didn't provide any evidence for it. So I had to go look. And you didn't, you don't know how to do this, Jen. You need to learn how to provide a citation. It's not just by yelling it really loudly. That's not how you actually do it.
And I will point out that Jin was asked for evidence supporting his claim 2 hours ago, more than 2 hours ago. He failed to produce it at any point in the conversation and just reasserted his initial
I posted
claim.
the BBC hijackers alive and well. I posted it. If you scroll back, it's there.
No, you didn't, Jin. No, you didn't.
No,
I did.
No, that was a person with the same name, but not the same person. This is like 9/11 stupidity 101.
I posted. You're interrupting me as I'm trying to speak here. I posted the BBC article about the 5 hijackers that were still alive and well. It's there. I posted it. Okay, I posted it earlier on. Stop lying.
I know. Yeah. Okay. So that one you did provide a citation for. Very good. So that's even worse. So it shows you know how to do it, and you just won't do it because you know that most of your citations are not backed up. The one that you put for the BBC is a article that I am aware of. It's people with the same name, not the same people.
And can I just put a number on it? The World Trade Center, WTC7, I should say, collapsed after enduring fires for almost 7 hours, says the NIST report that Gene quotes.
Yeah.
Okay.
7 hours. 7 hours. Fires for 7 hours.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Woz and Omni, for bringing so much evidence and hard data to the subject. I'm going to bow out now, but I just want to say that Jin, you have divorced yourself from reality to the point that you are completely irrelevant.
I'll snip it for you, Jin, so you can see from your own citation how you're wrong.
And of course, what you provided was a screenshot, Jen, not the article, because of course you don't know how to cite an article. All you did was post a screenshot. I wish I could say I was disappointed, but
there you go, Jin. 7 hours, mate. Not 2. From the NIST report.
That's what I don't really understand. It's like, if you're going to have breakfast in America, you're going to serve orange juice. And the single was made before the album. And it's just got a waitress with orange juice on it before. So it's just a composite image.
sources used by the BBC later suggested that the pilot in Casablanca was named Walid al-Shari, not Walid M. al-Shari, and that much of the information regarding alive hijackers was incorrect. BBC News later modified the report to include a man called, quote, due to confusion over the man's identity and concerns regarding conspiracy theories. Has Jin fled the field? Good.
Yeah.
Yep. None of that was, yeah. So the one thing he did try to post, which he posted a screenshot of a video, not an actual link. It was all bullshit.
I posted something for you guys to read.
Yeah. So it's not free. So I've seen this. As we can tell because of the way that they fell, we actually saw the plume of debris coming out and falling faster than the towers. That plume of debris was in free fall. It was going faster than the towers, therefore the towers were not in free fall.
I don't know. You can read some of the stuff here. What it says. I mean,
I've seen this. Look. I'm not a 9/11 expert.
Building 7 certainly went a lot slower than freefall.
Yeah, I'm not a 9/11 conspiracy expert, and yet I know more than the people who about it than the people who are putting forth these theories and linking to this bullshit. And now, SE, and this is super embarrassing. This is humiliating. The flat Earth people have migrated away from any remotely reasonable conspiracy theory to there were no planes.
Yes.
All right. So
that's not me. I mean, I'm not going to say there's no plane, but I mean,
I know it's not you. Yes, I know. I'm just pointing out that there are, there are levels of stupidity going on in this domain on, very similar servers to this one that reach desperately beyond reason and into nonsense.
well, to me, it is nonsense. If you think that a building, 40-story building, could fall because some debris hit it from other buildings and it burned for hours, and then falls on its own footprint, basically, in near free fall speed, for me, that's a clear-cut indication. Like, if, as a matter of fact, I think if you don't see this, there's definitely something wrong with you to that point. Like, that's the way I see it. Building 7, and especially the Pentagon, right? If you see those two things and you think, like, the free fall and the slight damage that the Pentagon caused, I think it's like, it's so clear cut that if you don't see that, I think there's something wrong with you, honestly.
Well,
not you personally.
That's fine. I've looked into the Pentagon. I've looked into this, so I know what went on with the Pentagon. Now, what the problem is, people have to hold two things in their mind at the same time. I think there's a word for it.
Dialetheism, I believe.
It might be. It might be. So they have to hold that some parts of the story are true because those parts of the story support them. And other parts of the story are just false because those parts of the story refute them. So it's like you have to, what Taking Back Eden does with the high altitude nuke test. Well, they fired the nukes up, and I say it looks like they hit the dome because it wasn't a mushroom cloud. My God, I couldn't believe when he was saying the explosion doesn't look right. I thought he was talking about a high altitude airburst being somehow truncated because of a dome. It turns out that he expected an extremely high altitude airburst to create a mushroom cloud, which is what is created when the explosion rebounds off of the ground. So I was just like, oh my God, no, Eden, no. But what he said was, well, I believe they did all of these tests just the way they said them, except for the bit about the rocket that went up 1,000 kilometers, and then it exploded on the way down. That one has to be a lie. Just that one thing that they reported in their report had to be a lie. The rest of it, totally true. So, I don't. That's not good.
Also, all the rockets going right now to much higher heights are fake because it's convenient.
But you guys are changing it to rockets now. We're talking about Building 7, right? And the Pentagon.
I'm not changing it to rockets. No.
Not changing.
So, Building 7, according to a third-party evaluation, a very thorough, much better than the one that was done in Alaska, concludes the EIS report was correct. I mean, I'm gonna go with the preponderance of the evidence since I'm not a So Jed is posting videos now, but we don't pictures of videos. He's not actually posting the videos, so we don't know who these are or where they're from or anything. It's just a picture with some stuff on it, and and some weird highlighting and bolding. So I think only Jin. The only thing Jin knows how to do is watch videos. So that's all he can post.
My favorite was when he was presenting this guy who's a flat earth, who is an aircraft engineer, who is a flat earther, who is saying he's worked on all these different planes, and because of his understanding of planes, he's saying the Earth's flat. And then in his intro, that the guy Jin was referring to, in his intro, the guy's like, I've started seeing these conspiracies and blah, blah, but then I did see a lot of conspiracies, like the plane fuel hoax. That one's ridiculous. Not everyone's things are conspiracy, guys. And I was like, hang on, Jin, don't you believe in the plane fuel hoax? Are you presenting us a unimpeachable flat earth source who on his own topic thinks you're wrong?
What did he say about that? I don't have to agree with everything he says.
Yeah, I agree with him on the topic he knows less about, and I think he might be wrong on the topic for which his credibility rests in the other one.
Right. Well, I mean,
so with 9/11 though, like I understand like the towers could fall by themselves and all that other stuff, but isn't there an like a underarching conspiracy that could be still apparent? Like when I grew up, it was we're fighting the Russians, and then magically we switched to terrorism. The military industrial complex needs a boogeyman, and it's almost like we created one.
Well, I guess the conceivable conspiracy could be that the government knew that this was planned and they didn't do. Didn't do enough to stop it.
Yes, that is the most credible potential theory. However, I want to say something in terms of there being a boogeyman that we need to have. First off, I mean, you don't believe in ISIS, or do you think ISIS is being run by the CIA, or was?
No, I believe ISIS is a offshoot of a cat. I'm not like crazy. Like but at the same time, I truly believe that America could have funded ISIS, just how I believe that Israel says, oh, Hamas, and they let money in. It is beneficial for us in our agenda to have ISIS there.
So it's not. So first off, there was a plot to blow up the World Trade Centers with a bomb a few years ago.
93. Yeah.
That was stopped. Yeah. So just so we're clear, number one, we know terrorists wanted to do that. Number two, we know terrorists kept trying to do it.
Yeah.
Number three, we know that the men immigrated into America on visas and took training courses, on how to fly these planes. So we know. I
understand that.
Everything that we know for a fact points to terrorist. We don't. And the other thing is, you'd have to have an amazing, incredible tolerance for risk to think, I'm going to do this, I'm going to get away with it, and I'm going to roll the dice with the economy of my country just because I need a boogeyman.
Well, and the thing is, so the term boogie, I was trying to speak colloquial, but if you look at what we're at that point, the military industrial, we need a reason to pay. We need a reason why we're paying for this defense. We need a reason to sell these things to our own public, essentially. After the close of the Cold War, who was our enemy? I understand what you're saying. Yeah, the terrorists tried to blow it up in 93, but we had domestic terrorism problems greater than that going on at that time. So it's just like who is our enemy? And I think we defined that.
Your enemies were given to you by the Israelis. They named them the country after country. So it's clear cut. This is like the most clear cut thing. Like seriously, man.
I'm just trying to.
You can't believe in Building 7 or the Pentagon. You cannot be that. I don't want to say dumb, but you cannot be that unintelligent as to not see this.
I could believe in all of it. I could believe in all of what happened with the physiological, everything falling down, plane crashing where they were, people doing the things they did. But what I'm talking about, and Omni and I were talking about, you're underplaying, I think, the term, and I kind of use that term just to try to be like quick. But I like you said, they knew that they wanted to take that building down. We have had advanced intelligence and things, and I'm not saying that we created them. I'm just saying we allowed them to take that position.
That might be so, but forget about the why, forget about the politics, forget about everything. Just look at the physics. Just look at the physics of the buildings and the way they fell. And the Pentagon. Where's the plane? Where's the damage? I mean, surely, guys, like this is so clear cut, man. I mean, I don't know. Surely, guys, like.
I'm trying to think of a conspiracy theory guy in Al Qaeda saying Osama bin Laden was an inside job.
Well,
how about the passports, guys?
So
surely you don't believe in they found the passports of the terrorists. Surely,
you don't believe that. Welcome everybody.
Why not?
They found a bunch of passports. SE.
Yeah, one just
Not
one.
just the terrorists. They found multiple passports.
And just, they just happen to be the terrorists there. I mean, come on, guys, man. You're smarter than this, man.
One of them was the
Incredulity.
terrorist.
Excuse me, it's Saturday. It must be SE Incredulity Day since it's a day that ends in DAY.
I guess NASA with nothing. I mean, as usual, NASA comes in with absolutely nothing.
Welcome to SE Incredulity Day, where he expresses incredulity about everything. Today it must be 9/11.
Just to make sure we heard him.
Everything
You know,
Like it wasn't just passports; it was other forms of ID. So,
if you would be incredulous once a day, I would talk once a day. But you are incredulous 24/7, so I guess I can.
Yeah. Uh-huh. You keep believing in that, bro. You keep believing in these impossibilities. I mean,
You got anything besides incredulity today? Anything?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, go. Just make yourself useful for
Actually,
once.
we covered the powers ago. We covered. Right. Can anybody hear me?
No,
Can
we
you
can't hear
hear
you,
me?
Jen. No,
Can you
we
hear
can't
me?
hear you, Jen.
Because I was talking then. Can't anybody hear me yet? Okay. Mic check. Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you, Jen.
Can anybody hear me?
I got you turned down.
I can't hear you, Jen.
Go ahead.
He actually believed us when we said we couldn't hear him.
Hell, it worked.
You guys get a kick out of
Microphone was
making
an
fun of
inside
flat
job.
earthers, huh?
Well-
It's amazing, man. It's
Well,
like
it
your
is.
children.
It is Jen, after all. He has argued with his own echo before.
I've heard that. Gonna be lost.
I did an experiment with Jin over in Gem Server once. I moved him into another room where nobody else was, and he kept talking. He was there for 45 minutes. Didn't realize he was in there.
He talks over his
And he
his
didn't
computer.
interrupt himself.
Yeah, the backlag would interrupt his own self, and then he would get mad because he would think it was somebody else doing it. And,
No,
and-
that's a lot. You're lying now.
No,
Why
it
would
ain't.
you
I
lie
heard
about
you do it 2 or 3 times over to Triple
No,
M. We
I've
used to
never
laugh
done
at you
that.
about
I've
it.
never
Okay.
done that in my life.
All right.
I've never done
Whatever
that
you
in my
say.
life.
There's a
That's
recording
lie
of
there
you doing it, Jin.
straight away.
Yeah, it's
There's
literally
actually a
on
record.
YouTube.
Why do you need to lie?
There's a
I mean,
recording
why
of
do you
you
need to
doing
do
it, Jin.
that? Why do you need to
Free
lie to
recording.
What's the problem with you guys? That's a lie right there. It never happened.
I bet you
And
somebody's
said it
got
did.
that recording handy that they can post.
But it's not true. That's not
I've
true.
heard it happen. Well, it's not you. You're saying it's not your voice.
I'm saying that what they put down is incorrect. That was not
What
what
would
happened
that
on the
mean?
day. Okay? I don't know what they're talking about.
There was you
nothing to
telling
do with
someone
me.
to shut up, and that
It's
someone
got
was
nothing
your
to do with me. The way
your
you've
echo.
done that was the way that was
I didn't
done
do
up
it.
was just
I didn't do it.
fabricated. No,
I didn't
not
do
you.
it.
I didn't say you did was. I'm not accusing
You said
you
the
of
way you've
anything.
done that was.
No, I said the
referring
way
to
that
me.
was done was. The way that was done was. That's what I said.
Oh,
Fed.
you're using
Fed,
the other
Fed.
was.
Yeah, the other was, yeah.
The
There's two,
WAS was.
No,
yeah, there's
I'm going to
two
give up on
wasn't.
that one anyway. I can see you just trying
Guys,
to
can
wind
I
me
just
up.
say something?
Oh, good idea,
You
Jim.
know, hello, let me just say this, guys. Just keep this in mind, right? We've got a lot of flat earthers complaining that you're doing this, exactly what you're doing now to Jin. This pile up, this fun making thing. Just keep in mind, you're going to drive people away. Me, I can handle you guys. I've been around for years. Jose's 10 against 1. It's no sweat for me, but just keep in mind what you're doing is not conducive. It's not good for the server. Keep that in mind.
I'm just here to watch the numbers
They need
drop.
thick skin, mate. If they're going to come here with crazy ideas like the Earth's flat, you got to have thick skin.
Well, we're not. You see, that's
Well,
another
I do have
insult
straight
right
skin.
there.
I'm
You're
just telling
insulting
you
us,
some of the complaints I've
fucking
been
stupid
hearing
cunt,
from
Aussie.
people.
Right? We're
I'm
not
just here to watch the numbers drop.
stupid cunt. Can you please present the curvature? Don't insult us. Just present the curvature. Can you do that?
You can't see it.
You can't.
Any
Shut up,
presentation
stupid cunt.
brought forward, you can't see.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up and produce the curvature and stop insulting us.
been
Stop
done.
telling
Shut up
us
and produce
crazy.
the curve. Yeah.
Just present the curvature.
Shut up and start talking.
Present it.
Yeah.
No, shut up and present the curvature. Okay? That's all you got to do. So anyway, as I was saying earlier on about 9/11, I posted my material in there.
Well, you were
Very
talking about
compelling,
9/11.
very damning, very compelling, very damning, and very, very revealing. The material that I posted, because Omnivore accuses me of not posting my material, and I always do. And when I do, I used to get called accused of spamming. So 1 minute I'm posting, I'm spamming. The next minute I don't post my stuff. So which is it going to be with you guys? Because it is damning. It's unsurmountable, irrefutable evidence. That's what I post. Okay.
I found a NIST.
So
I found a NIST
6.25
report.
seconds. Let me finish. Let me finish
You
now.
never
And I'm
do.
going to finish in 10 seconds or less.
Wrap it
6.25
up.
seconds,
8,
200 million
7,
pounds of force per floor per
6,
second is what's going to be
5,
required. You're talking what I'm talking.
4,
You're talking whilst I'm talking.
What the
Why
fuck
did you
is
do
that? Who is this guy, man? Hey, shut up, dude. Stop doing
10
that.
seconds or
What is
less.
this?
Shut up.
Yeah, we're counting. We're counting.
I'm going to start again now.
Oh, sorry, it was my push to talk.
You're
I'm
a
sorry.
You're done now, Ross. Now you're going to start all over
Is
again.
this like
I'm going to start again.
what's going
I'm
on
going to
here,
start
man?
again.
I'm never serious, mate. Calm down.
I'm going to start again.
Yeah,
Right, here
I
we
can
go.
see that you're not serious, bro. You're
Can
a
you
joker.
stop?
The subject isn't
Yeah,
serious.
please just
The
mute
subject
them.
isn't
Just mute
serious.
them. They mute
How
me.
can we be
Why?
I
serious?
always get muted.
Don't talk when he's talking because I'm gonna mute you. Do you understand me,
Just
Was?
mute the man. I
Yeah,
shouldn't
I've
have
heard
to
that
have this
before.
problem. I
Well,
get
you know
muted
what,
when
Was? I'm gonna
talking,
time you out
I
now.
get
If you open
muted.
your mic again, I'm gonna time you out for an hour if you interrupt. Try it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. Right, so here we go, right? As I was stating, 6.25 seconds, that requires 200 million pounds of force per floor per second, knocking out 400 connectors simultaneously. I posted that in the material there. It shows you that the debris did not bring from the North Tower, didn't collapse the building, okay? And fire didn't do it, okay? So there you are, you know. Those are the facts, okay? Those are the facts, the science of it all. 200 million pounds of force. Fire can't generate that. And my last point is this. In order to remove one girder, that's the column that supports the floors, depending on where it is in the building, would require 550,000 pounds, or I'm not shouting, or 630,000 pounds of force. That's my point. Thank you. Thank you, Hiromi. That's my point. That was my wife saying, shut up. Yeah. In Japanese. Urusai.
Column 74 or whatever was compromised. The building.
No, it's 79. It's 79, not 74. 79. Get it right if you're going to speak here. Okay? 74.
You don't get shit right, Jen, so shut up.
70 something or whatever. I don't really care exactly which column it is. You're talking about a
Well, then
compromise.
don't come in here then. Don't come in here talking. If you don't care about the facts, don't come in and talk then. Shut your mouth.
This is why Jen gets made fun of. You see how he acts when people try to talk? This is why people overtalk him.
He's not addressing the facts. You're misrepresenting the facts. And he says he doesn't care. He doesn't care, he said. Okay? Stop caring.
73 or whatever. Yeah, 20 through column, whatever. Yeah, like the exact column.
It's a fucking number. Who cares?
It's important.
Jen,
It's
who
it's a
cares?
location in a building. It's located in a building. It's structural
A
integrity to be
compromised building.
questioned.
Yep. A compromised building that's already been hit by something.
You got it wrong again. It's in the NIST report. I've put it in the report. I put that report and the data therein in this server. It's there if you scroll back. It states that the debris from the North Tower didn't collapse, wasn't due to the collapse of the building. So you're wrong.
I didn't claim that.
What are you claiming then?
The building was compromised by debris hitting it.
It didn't initiate the collapse. That's in the NIST report. So you mentioning it has no meaning. Has no meaning and has no bearing on the collapse of building number 7. None at all. Zero. Nada. Zip.
I'm not claiming it initiated anything.
Oh, okay. Well, why do you mention it then?
Claiming
what is the point of mentioning what you're saying? What is the point that you're making?
Shut up, Jen, and let him make the point.
Well, he's not getting there, is he?
I'm saying the building was compromised before it collapsed.
What's that got to do with anything? How was it compromised? How was it compromised? How?
Oh, the picture Eggs posted earlier before the fire started helps.
How?
The picture, Jen.
I ask you again. It's in the report that the building, the debris that fell from the North Tower onto the building number 7 wasn't the reason why it didn't initiate the collapse of the building. So hang on a second, because you've got some cosmetic damage at the back. Because you've got some cosmetic damage at the back of the building, cosmetic damage, it didn't initiate the collapse. I say again, it did not initiate the collapse. So what is the point of your it's compromised? It wasn't compromised. Thank you.
Yes, it was by the impact.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Look at that picture and tell us that's not compromised, Jen.
It's not compromised. I'm telling you.
That's not compromised. You think they built that fucking thing that way?
It wasn't compromised. You're ignoring the fact.
Good God Almighty, man! Look at the fucking picture.
You're ignoring 2 points. You're ignoring 2 points.
That'll buff out. It's only a scratch.
It's in the look. Everybody's talking now. Fucking hell. You're ignoring 2 points. One, it's in the NIST report that the debris from the North Tower did not initiate the collapse of the building. That's in the report. Secondly,
no, it was compromised beforehand. Hang on again.
You're interrupting. 6.25 seconds. Okay? And it's in the NIST report. And I posted it in this server. That fires did not initiate the collapse of the building. Fires didn't do it. I posted it. You see what I mean, SE? I posted everything and they haven't looked. They haven't even looked.
You keep on using the word initiated, not taking into account pre-existing damage. That's the problem.
Like I said,
yeah, it wasn't initiated. We can find a middle ground here.
It did not initiate the collapse. I say again, it did not initiate the collapse. So the cosmetic damage you see, the cosmetic damage you see did not compromise the building's structural integrity. Okay? That's what I'm telling you. Let me give you one more point. One more point. Don't talk when I'm talking. You heard what the moderator said. So when I'm finished, then you fucking talk. Shut up and listen now. One column was only supporting $4.50 a gallon for gas. Of its maximum load. I say again, one of those girders, the columns that support the floors, was only supporting 30% of its maximum load. Yeah, that means that it's got 70% redundancy. And in actuality, you could pile up 4 of these building number 7s, one on top of each other, and that girder wouldn't collapse. Okay, so the cosmetic damage you see has not compromised the building at all. Now speak.
None at all.
You're not going to live on this server whilst I'm around. Whilst I'm around, you're not going to have a good time. I guarantee you. So you best get on the program.
I'll bet you're wrong about that.
I guarantee you, you're not going to have a good time. You're going to sound like a cunt every minute you speak. All right? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Right. You're laughing.
We do have a good time, Jen. I get more laughs when you're around than I get almost any other day of the week.
Yeah, you're crying. Your laugh is a cry because you have to laugh because the truth is so unbearable. You've got to keep laughing. Stupid cunt. Ladies and gentlemen. Exactly. That's right. Now, okay? So I notice you're quiet now and you're not addressing the fact that I put down and you're running from the material that I posted in this server after being accused that I don't post. And then when I do post, I get accused of spamming. This is the situation.
You do a really
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
No, you're very poor. Your audio is poor. Your audio is poor. Your rationale is poor. Your methodology
whereas the other guys are very good
man.
at giving their citations. They're very efficient with it. So it's called spam because you're inefficient providing your citation.
What don't you understand about 6.25 seconds? Fire can't initiate that. Do you understand that? Because if you don't understand that, you shouldn't be here.
How does a building that only has the mass of about 100,000 pounds deliver billions or millions of force?
Well, take that up. Take that question to the demolition experts who have stated that that building came down in a controlled demolition. Okay? It's in the report that fire didn't bring the building down. I posted that citation in the report. Why are you ignoring the facts? Okay?
Because you're not presenting facts, and I've seen two pieces of evidence that disagree with you.
I'm going to ask you one question. The position you're holding, what's that got to do with the price of Brazilian tomatoes? Can you tell me? Because that's what you're acting like. You're ignoring the facts and talking to something else totally unrelated to the facts that I brought to you. That's what you're doing.
You've presented one piece of evidence, and I've seen two other pieces of evidence that disagree with you.
I'm sorry. I posted several evidences, okay, all facts from the engineers. What you're looking at that you say disagrees, that's fraudulent material, what you're looking at.
Well, I think the evidence you presented was fraudulent material.
No, it's not.
You have no argument.
It's come from the organisation itself, so it cannot be fraudulent. You see, that's your problem. Yeah,
no, it's just
come from an organisation.
The Illuminati were pulling strings in the background and made that information available to you.
Oh, here we go now. You see, this is when we know that you've given up and you've thrown in the towel because you're losing so badly. This is what you've got to resort to. Acting like a child, crying like a loser, that the loser you are. That's what you're doing. You're losing against Jin CBR1, and you will always lose when I come here. You will always have to display this stupid behaviour because you're a loser, a lot of you. You talk
Tell
like
us again about what Paul on the plane turned
like
from being a flat earther, Jen. I want to know.
Sorry? I didn't hear that.
So every piece of evidence that shows it's not a conspiracy is false. But every piece of evidence that does show it's a conspiracy is true because Jin says so.
You're not addressing the fact. 6.25 seconds, 200 million pounds of force. Yeah? 400 connectors simultaneously per second per floor. The fires were out by 3:50 p.m. No more fire. The building comes down at 5:20 p.m. So you're
but they weren't. They burned for like days and days. You're wrong about that.
No, they didn't. I'm talking about the buildings.
So are we.
We're not talking about ground zero. We're talking about the buildings didn't burn for days.
Talking about building 7.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't burn for days and days.
It did burn for days.
You're talking about the heat, the metal being hot. Yeah. Yeah. That's all you're talking about. That was due to thermite and thermate. That's why. Because the fires were extinguished by 3:50 p.m.
Okay, so thermite makes metal burn for days, Jen? Is that how it works?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because it reaches temperatures of 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 seconds. Now, that's a very strong incendiary device. to say the least. Okay?
I can do that with a acetylene torch.
Please address the 6.25 seconds. Don't run away from that. Controlled demolition expert Danny Jawenko, I posted him stating that was a controlled demolition. Okay? Please address
in
the
his
facts.
opinion,
Stop talking
it
about
was.
things that are not related to what we're actually talking about. Can the fire bring down the building? No, it didn't. I've posted it for you. Statements that have stated that fire did not bring down the building. It was a controlled demolition.
It's a contributing factor. You can't
ignore. It's not a conspiracy. Well, it's a conspiracy fact that people did conspire to do that. Yes, of course. But it was a conspiracy for sure. Not a theory, a fact.
It's a hypothesis at best.
It's a fact. That's what it is.
Someone presenting their opinion on an issue is their opinion. You believe that opinion?
I'm presenting the facts. It's not an opinion. I'm telling you fire did not bring down the building. As an engineer, welder, mechanic, plumber,
I call you a liar. You're not an engineer.
Jen, you're a liar. You're not an engineer. Stop lying about it. That's ridiculous.
I'm bringing you all the engineering facts.
You're insulting every engineer on the planet when you claim to be an engineer. My God.
I'm an engineer.
Bullshit, Jen.
Mechanical engineer, electrical engineering. I don't need.
You are not an engineer, Jen.
I don't need to tell you that. I don't need to tell you that.
You're a librarian or something.
I'm an
engineer. My God, you silly cunt. You're an English teacher. You're not. You're not even that.
The facts.
You're an English tutor.
That I bring to you, the facts. Don't ignore what I'm telling you.
My God.
The facts that I bring to you, you try to ignore. 6.25
They're pieces of evidence that are the opinions of a subset of engineers that you believe are telling the truth.
I don't do any believing. I don't believe it. I know it. 6.25 seconds. That cannot happen by fire. That I know. I know that. I know that you're going to require 200 million pounds of force to remove 400 connectors per floor.
That makes no damn sense, Jen.
Yeah, because you're not an engineer.
No engineer in his right mind would say something as idiotic as what you're saying.
You're not an engineer. That's why you don't understand it. Because
bullshit.
You're not no, you're bullshitting, Mr. Yellow Belly, leaving a yellow line a mile wide everywhere you go.
Hey, motherfucker, I'm sitting here looking at a degree hanging on my wall. Don't tell me I'm not an engineer.
Sir. That degree is fraudulent. Must be, because you're not.
And you didn't even know what connectors was to I-beams. Come on now.
Well, he thinks girders and beams are.
What's a fish plate, Jen?
Oh yeah, what's a fish plate? Yeah, right.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
Tell us what a moment connection is, Jen. What's a moment connection?
What's a flag?
What is a moment connection?
Yeah. What is a pop rivet when it's around?
What's a moment connection, Jen?
The pop rivet? They held the building together with pop rivets?
You guys are just out of your minds. Yeah, right.
Why would you claim to be an engineer when you're not? You're obviously not, Jim. Why would you do that?
I am an engineer.
Crazy. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
He built Lego models. He built Lego models. He's an engineer.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
What's a Lego brick got to do?
Unless you drive a fucking choo-choo train, you're not an engineer.
I'm not on trial. The people on trial are you guys insisting that fire has the capability of bringing down a 47-story high building.
It damn well does, bud.
In 6.25 seconds. That's your problem.
The fire burnt for about 7 hours.
6.25 seconds. Listen clearly. 6.25 seconds. 200 million pounds of force. Okay.
7 hours of burning in a 100,000-pound building.
Again, 6.25 seconds, 200 million pounds of force. And the report stated that fire did not
Where
bring
is the
down
force
the building.
coming from, Jen?
Fire did not, yes, it's coming exactly.
Where did that force come from?
Yes, exactly. From the explosive force.
That's not how we measure explosions, Jen, but what,
yes, they were explosions.
Where did
You're lying again. Do you want me to post some more material that will shut you up?
Where did that force come from? Show it to me.
No, I'm not going to show it to you. Because
I want to see a vector diagram of that, please.
I've posted other stuff you haven't
How
looked
about just
at
a little statics analysis? You show me where the
you haven't looked at yet. So I'm not going to
know what
post
statics is,
the other
Jen?
stuff I posted and challenge me on that post. Go on.
The mass of the building was maybe 100,000 pounds.
Yeah, of course. Can't get your words out now. You're being fucking trumped.
Give them a
7
chance to
hours.
answer. Jin, give them a chance to answer. And you guys don't interrupt them, man. Come on.
So what we know, there's been 7 hours of burning on a building that has a mass of about 100,000 pounds.
Right.
Well, I think the mass is
Glad
more
you
than
stated
that.
Remember the reports that I posted. The fires
100,000
did not
tons,
persist.
maybe.
Listen. During the 7 hours of fire on the 10 floors, so the whole building wasn't engulfed in flames. The fires were scattered within the building. So during the 7 hours, the fires did not persist in any one location for more than 20 to 30 minutes. That is an industry standard. That is the standard that the architects, the engineers, and the firefighters have agreed upon. That's their standard, okay? So for the 7 hours that you mentioned, and as the horizontal beams were fireproofed for 2 hours and the girders for 3 hours, and the office fires only lasting 20 to 30 minutes, the structural integrity of the horizontal beams and the girders were not even beginning to compromise at all. They didn't even feel the fire because the combustibles within the office combusted and the fire moved on to the next office as it moved from east to west during that 7 hours that you happened to mention. And by 3:50 p.m., the fires were out. And I posted that in this server a few moments ago. So go and check it. Okay? So your 7 hours doesn't, on 10 floors, scattered, only lasting 20 to 30 minutes in any one location, didn't bring the building down. You've got 37 floors that wasn't on fire. 37.
And the weight of all of them were sitting on top of the floors that were damaged, Jen.
Yeah, you're not an engineer. Shut up. You're below my level.
He is an engineer. He's the only true engineer that
If he
you
was an
probably ever
engineer, he
met.
would understand exactly what I'm saying.
Give me a
200
fucking
million
break,
pounds
Jen.
of force. He would understand.
Tell me what can you describe, Jen? You're the
You're
engineer.
not an engineer, sir.
You claim to be an
200
engineer.
million pounds of
Can you
force.
tell me what the difference is between a
Tell
beam and
me
a girder?
what that means to you? 200 million pounds of force.
What's a girder? How is a girder different from a beam, Jen?
What are the implications to 200 million pounds of force?
It's a lot of force. Now, tell me what the difference is between a girder
Jin, you
and
got to
a
give him a
beam,
chance to
Jen.
talk as well, right? You can't just keep talking, bro. You got to give him a chance as well.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's make it a conversation, Jen. You're just blurting stuff out. You're not even answering any questions. You're just blurting stuff out.
I'm going to blurt out a lot more, but carry on anyway. What are the implications of
So he just blatantly told the mods
you're not
he's going to do whatever he
You're not
wants.
addressing my point. You're not addressing my point.
Sure, that's
What are the implications of 200 million pounds of force removing 400 connectors simultaneously, one per floor per second? What are the implications? Address it. Thank you.
Yeah, just kick one at the bottom off and the rest of them will come down.
You get a free fall collapse, what's known as a global collapse, controlled demolition. Thank you. Welcome to reality. Goodbye.
So hard to learn when you never listen, isn't it?
No, you don't listen.
Pretty
I'm
much.
correct. And the engineers are correct. The building didn't come down due to fire. Yeah, the buildings didn't come down due to fire. They came down due to the explosions, thermite, and nanothermite.
Well,
thank you.
Your engineers come from the Illuminati. Why should we believe
You guys are not
that?
engineers. You're clearly not
Thermite doesn't
engineers because you don't
explode,
understand
Jen.
what I'm telling you.
Jen,
And,
thermite doesn't explode.
Nanothermite, ladies and gentlemen.
Nanothermite doesn't explode.
It's nanothermite.
Nanothermite is highly explosive. That's
really small thermite.
Thermite is used in shaped chargers because.
No, it's not.
Because yes, it is. Yes, it is. You don't think so? Doesn't cut it here. Now you're interrupting, and you heard what the moderator just said. Don't interrupt. Now thermite.
I'd say you burnt your bridges with the moderators, Jen.
You're interrupting me again. I'm trying to get a point out so you can learn. You're not engineers, remember? Now, thermite reaches temperatures of 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 seconds, okay? That's what they use in shaped chargers to cut the I-beams. because it's 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Still, it's going to be melting at 3,000.
Is it a beam or a girder?
So it cuts right
What's
through.
the evidence for this? What's his evidence? Where's your evidence for the thermite?
What's my?
He's trusting a bunch of engineers that worked for the Illuminati for his information.
Again,
because he can make that claim about us, we can make the same claim to him.
You were told by the moderators not to make fun, because when you do that, it degrades the conversation.
And you were told not to interrupt, and you told them you was going to interrupt anyway. So who cares what you say, Jen?
You just interrupted me just now. So behave
and I'll probably
yourself.
continue.
Yeah. He wasn't doing
anything. Don't make fun of Jen while he's outgassing.
Right.
Yeah, well, it's hard to eat and argue at the same time, isn't it?
Let's get to non-insulting. How about that?
Yeah.
Let's get to a real combo. How about that? Yeah.
But I don't understand the logic of accusing every engineer that other people trust as agents from the mysterious combination, and that accusation can't just be reflected on Jin saying his engineers are part of a secret organization distributing fake information. Like, it's a useless attack.
Yeah, actually, that statement you just made has no place in here, because I'm not throwing accusations at anyone. I'm giving you the facts. Whether you like it or not, that's up to you. You don't seem to be wanting to address the facts. You'd rather ridicule and just avoid and obfuscate the powerful information, compelling, damning, absolutely revealing, unsurmountable, irrefutable evidence. Okay? So get out of here.
It's not irrefutable. Other people have provided evidence to at least 2 brief, succinct sources, which we are all freely available to read, and the evidence of these other engineers don't agree with whatever engineers you cite.
Right, here we go now. So now we go back to what I was saying. 3.25 seconds. Okay. 200, I'm not finished. 200 million pounds of force, removing 400 connectors simultaneously. What engineer doesn't understand the implication of that? Please tell me.
Well, I don't know where they're getting this £1 million force figure from.
Yeah, it's from the explosive force that would be required to remove 400 connectors simultaneously per floor per second. Do you understand that?
And what if it didn't happen simultaneously?
That's what happened. It happened simultaneously. Yes, it did. Because that's what you have to do. You're not listening again. That's what's going to be required to bring down the building, the caliber of building number 7 in 6.25 seconds. That's what you've got to do to initiate that. Fire can't do that. Fire can never do that. It can never do that. Okay? Please try and prove that. That fire can hit 400 connectors simultaneously, bang, in 1 second, generating...
Don't have to. Don't have to, Jen. Don't have to.
That's what's required. So you're going to have to explain. I'm going to shut up and have a bit of entertainment now, how you explain how fire can remove 400 connectors, because that's what's got to happen.
I'm not going to explain it. I'm just not going to believe it either, though.
That's what we heard when we heard the explosions. Okay? Put up, bang, bang, bang.
What explosions? I didn't hear any explosions.
Yeah, you didn't hear it. I've got 36 videos. And if you go to the architects for 9/11, the architects and engineers for 9/11 truth, okay, .org, and you go to the explosive evidence, you will see 36 videos that will deafen your ears. Go and have a look.
Yeah, so what do you think it sounds like when those floors are falling on each other, sequentially?
Why don't you just go and do what I tell you so you can
like
learn?
Cat's paws on cotton.
Remember, listen to the engineer.
Many of the explosions occurred before there was any collapse, as in preparation for a collapse. It was far before.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. Yeah, there was explosives and bomb sounds coming from what would be like the basement and the lower floors of the building.
Now I'm just guessing, but to me, if I heard stuff like that, I would think it's probably a heavy building sitting there on fire, beside of a couple other buildings that had just hit the ground with tremendous force and shook the whole place. I would imagine that building is going through severe stress and shifting and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, rather than thinking there's explosives being lit off inside of it.
Well, I'm just quoting the people that were talking about
it's
the
not to
sound
you.
they
It's
heard.
just I know.
I'm just
it ain't to you.
yeah.
It's just
they said it
what I would
sounded
think.
like a bomb went off.
Well, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure there were
They're
things
talking
like
about the people jumping out the windows.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
I
pretty
don't know
sure
about
there
that,
were
but
things
people-
in there
yeah,
like
no, I'm
like
not
fire
talking about those
extinguishers.
people.
And if
Those
you've
people
ever
are dead.
thrown a
Yeah,
aerosol
Too many
can in a
voices
fire,
again. Too many voices
you know what
going
an
nowhere.
explosion like that sounds like.
Yeah, too many
There's all
voices
kinds of
going nowhere.
stuff in any
I
building.
just gave you the source.
If you get it hot enough, it's going
I
to
know. I just can't
explode.
talk again. I can't even respond. I gave you the source.
I thought I heard Riggs trying to come in. You guys just walked all over him.
I'm done. I'm done.
And you, Jen. Go ahead, Riggs.
I'm done. I'm not going to do this.
I don't blame you, bro. You see, you guys make it very hard for people to get in and talk, man. I mean,
No, he was saying we weren't walking on rigs. He was saying they were hearing explosions down low before the buildings fell, and we were commenting back on what that might have been.
Unless you was there, don't make a comment.
Yeah, let's just use our most logical mind here. There's really no excuse for any size building to that is, standing and completely constructed to just fall within under 10 seconds. There's really, there has to be some sort of like structural, like it needs to be coming apart and then falling and then leaning and things. There has to be like secession. There's like things happening up to that point. But no, it's just like, oh, it's standing, and then just in its own footprint, just a cloud of dust. Come on, guys.
Right. Now,
Both
I
of
would
them.
like to expand
Both
on
of
that
them.
now.
You got to use your brains here.
Can I not expand on it now? Thank you. Thanks, Riggs. Excellent stuff. Perfect. Now, you guys, you're calling yourselves engineers and you're not. Pay attention. If you go to the architects and engineers for 9/11 truth.org, please go to the explosive evidence. And you're going to hear reporters. There are 36 videos to watch, all very short clips. I think the longest one might be 5 minutes, but they're less than that. And you're going to hear bang, 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 pop, 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 bang, bong, bang. And the reporters are going to tell you, oh, we've just heard explosions, okay? So go and look at the material. Fucking idiot.
I'm so glad reporters are explosive experts.
Oh, so now you're going to be that dumb, are you?
Works out.
What a dumbass, honestly. What a dumbass, honestly.
Yes, you
Eyewitness
are.
account. Eyewitness
Yes, you
account
are.
of hearing explosions.
The witnesses said that. I think even firemen said that.
Yeah.
That's not unexpected. There's all kinds of stuff in any building, and there's all kinds of stuff in my house here that will explode if I
Nothing
get it
is
hot enough.
unexpected to you guys.
Yeah. In the NIST report stated that no oil tank contributed to the fire, for example, or brought down the building. That's in the NIST report as well. And you have the Indian representative for NIST in a video clip saying that. And that's in that. If you go to the Architects for Engineers, 911truth.org, you go there, you see all that.
Lots of things didn't contribute to it, Jen. The smell from the Chinese
you didn't
restaurant down the
contribute to it.
street
I know
didn't
that
have any
much.
effect on it either.
I know you didn't have anything to do with it. You're not an engineer anyway, so you wouldn't even.
Jen, you can't insult me.
I can insult you. That's why you're responding, because you're a fool.
It's not possible for you to do that.
You leave the yellow line a mile wide.
It sounds like
Yeah, I don't apologize, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Might be experts or have experience with explosions, but the reporters and other civilians don't.
Unfortunately, they know what an explosion is when they hear it. They hear a bang and the ground shakes under their foot. That's not a fucking earthquake, all right?
Man, people hear backfiring cars and think there's an explosion.
Yeah, I know you don't know anything. That's your problem. You don't want to know anything. That's fine.
I'm happy to learn
Nothing.
things.
No. It's okay. We
saying-
understand your position.
We know you
Mister, I
like
don't
to
know anything.
interrupt.
That's it.
We know you like to interrupt because you can't control yourself. And like when somebody's speaking about like people being unqualified, I bring up the fact that these reporters and civilians aren't qualified in explosions. So your
Doesn't
attack
matter.
against me for not being an engineer
You don't
is
need
quite
to be
valid.
qualified to know an
And
explosion when
what
you hear
happens
it.
when you
No,
interrupt me,
you don't
Jim,
need to.
is
Don't
that I'm
worry.
going to continue talking until you stop interrupting me and point out the hypocrisy of you calling us non-engineers when we can just say equally civilians and reporters aren't explosion experts.
You don't
That is a
have to
fair
be.
point, but do you need to be an expert to
No, you
realize
don't need to
that
be an
something
expert.
fishy is going on here? Do you really need to be an expert here?
Yeah. How stupid it is. You don't need to be an expert to know what a bomb is.
So there are a lot of different tanks and all kinds of different things that sit in basements of buildings like that. You got air tanks, fuel tanks for backup generators. Any type of sealed vessel that gets hot will probably explode with a pretty good bang. There are other reasons that you could hear explosions besides thermite and conspiracies, especially when a building's burned for hours.
Okay. The thermite, and nanothermite was there because it took up 6% of the dust that was left behind after all that event. 6% of it was made up of this thermatic material. Now we have a professor, Stephen Jones, who was given some of this material. He belonged to Brigham Young
No,
University.
I don't believe you.
He's
I
a
think the
nuclear
Illuminati gave
interrupting
to
me.
him.
He's interrupting now.
Please,
again.
yeah, you're
Look.
interrupting with nonsense too.
Right. So you got Stephen Jones, Professor Stephen Jones, a nuclear physicist, who put out a paper on the material that he was given by Jeanette McKinley. Now, but Jeanette McKinley is a sculpturist, an artist, whose building apartment was behind the south building. So when the south building collapsed, all that dust stuff deluged into all the apartments. She scoops this up. It's Professor Stephen Jones. We actually watch him use his electron microscope and other electrical equipment to break down what this stuff was, and he actually ignited it. Okay, and it was still volatile. Some of this dust.
You believe in electron microscopes?
It's not a belief system, man. It's not a belief at all.
I just thought you didn't.
Why would you ask me such a retarded
I just
question?
think there can be a microscope. It doesn't necessarily have to be electrons. Like, it can still be applicable as a microscope, whether or not the technology we agree upon.
Yeah, but Professor Stephen Jones, being a nuclear physicist, wants to know exactly what this material is. You actually see him in the video use the equipment, and he actually ignites some of the thermite that everyone's calling aluminium.
The issue is, like, you're appealing to a PhD scientist who's written a paper, but at the same time ignore the thousands of PhD documents that confirm Earth's a globe. So
no, those are fraudulent documents, because I myself have gone out and measured. I've gone out to measure. So whatever that PhD is doing, he's a person having delusions only. PhD. That's all he is.
No. So PhDs for me, but not for thee. I got it.
It's not that at all. The man is fraudulent.
I wouldn't
pushing out the globe are fraudulent people.
It wouldn't be my plan to go and cite these things when anybody else cites it. You're like, no, that can't be true.
When it can't be true because I'm living on a flat Earth.
Yeah, because it disagrees with you.
It's a fraudulent document. What are you talking about?
The PhD agrees with you. They're
Omnivore,
good.
can you go and bring me the curvature of the ball Earth, please?
You don't believe in electron microscopes, but you're willing to cite one.
Please go and bring me your curvature, please, because we're living on a flat Earth.
So I asked you a while back to come up with an experience that you've had that would be different to what the globe model says it should be. So
I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything.
You
It is
don't
for
have to
you
do anything.
to bring the curvature. No, I don't. No, I
But
don't.
it's not that you
I've
don't
already done my
have
due
to.
diligence.
It's that you
I've already
can.
done what I need to do.
It's
I
that
have
you
already
cannot.
done what I need to do, Omnivore. To
No, you
ask me
haven't.
that, to make that request is a ridiculous thing, and you know, a big elephant
Right,
might
because
fly.
you can't do it. I know. I know. I'm very well aware. You're unable to meet that request because that would mean that you would have to admit that your experiences have conformed.
No, you're talking
to the
silly.
model.
You're talking silly, Omnivore.
being
You
silly.
need to present Omnivore. You just need to go and get the curvature. It's not for me.
Well, we've got it.
Anything for
It's
you.
been done. It
It
happened.
hasn't been done.
You're
It
welcome.
hasn't been done. You haven't done it yet.
Yeah, no, that's not true. It's been done.
You haven't done it yet.
We have measurements of curvature.
No, you haven't done it yet.
I don't have to.
You have
All
not
I have
done
to do
that
is
yet.
have the data. You
haven't done it.
didn't go and
You
get
haven't
pitch
done it.
data from an airplane that
You
you
haven't done it.
erroneously believe makes your case. You didn't get the pitch data. You just feel like you can cite the pitch data, which doesn't say what you think it does. But you're fine with, for you, that's fine.
What I'm citing, when I speak, I speak to my experience first, the senses that the creator gave me. So I knew already that the aeroplane doesn't take a curved trajectory. As an engineer, that is easy to deduce. As an engineer.
No,
okay?
you're not an engineer.
Right, that's the first thing. Very easy to deduce. And then this in-flight telemetry data is now backing up what my experiences are. My
It
experiences
meets
are
your
against this
confirmation
manual.
bias, even though that's not what it says, even though that information is actually refuting you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because people who understand that information know that it's refuting you. Yes.
No, it's not.
All right. Well,
This Jones guy that Jen cited at Brigham Young, it appears that all of his colleagues distanced themselves from him, and the actual journal that he published that paper in was a journal that he founded and co-edited, so it wasn't really a peer-reviewed document.
Yeah, it doesn't take away from the fact that he ignited the material that was given to him from the building number 7 and the Twin Towers, and to be found thermite, and nanothermite residue in the dust. It doesn't.
So what about the rest of the engineers, though, Jen? You got one engineer. What about the rest of the engineers that his cohorts, his peers that disowned him? What about that?
Yeah, they're yellow belly cowards. They are yellow belly cowards. That's what they are.
Yeah, there has to be like an element of cowardice. I mean, if you're trying to stay in good standing with your position and not like lose your license and cause any controversy, some people, they're not up for being contrary. It's not everyone's task to do so. Some people are more bold. You know, you have to
disagree with them.
How about being factual?
Some may not agree also. That's fine. But you like to just blanket think that just because somebody steps down that they don't agree. That's somewhat presumptive.
I just wouldn't want to. Just wouldn't want to put all my eggs in that basket, you know.
Well,
when you're an engineer,
all you
you can
have
do
is
that.
one basket, and that's all you'll ever have. Then you have to put your eggs somewhere, right?
Yeah, when you're an engineer with confidence, you can do that. Like me, don't worry, all the baskets.
If I remember
it's got a little
correctly,
hole
too,
in it as well.
the type of thermite that was found tested to have what was a signature used in the United States military. So like it was a combination of thermite that was the exact kind because thermite generally burns slow. This was the kind of thermite that was charged so that it would be very, I forgot the word. I don't know if it's exothermic or it slices through like it's very quick. It's a very quick reaction.
Yeah, like a knife through butter. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was the exact kind that you need, and it was found to have the same signature as the military, what they use, and they even
That's
have
exactly
like
what they
certain.
said.
Yeah.
All thermite is
Citation needed. Do you have a citation for this?
My understanding is that the speed of the reaction simply has to do with the size of the granules.
The problem with you guys, okay, when we give you the citations, you don't change your position. You know, irrefutable, damning, unsurmountable, irrefutable evidence, compelling damning there, they don't change their position. What is the good of you giving them the
made
citations?
thermite?
Silly.
Have you yourself made thermite, Mr. Engineer?
No, I've never done that in my life.
Oh no! Your own hoist by your own petard. Your own standard failed.
I've never done that in my life, but I understand the implications as an engineer and the maths.
As an engineer,
4,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 seconds. It cuts through steel. I can understand how it's easy to bring down a building. That's what the controlled demolition use, and they call it shake charges, and they wrap them around the I-beams. Yes, I've seen it.
Why did it take hours for them to fall?
Sorry?
Why did it take hours for them to fall if it cuts it in seconds?
I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to. You're being silly.
No, you're not. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know you're not going to answer that.
They
He
didn't
said,
teach
why
you
did
that
it
in your
take hours to... Buildings don't take hours to fall, do they?
Because they don't fall like that.
Yeah.
They don't fall.
You got a
You're saying that
110-story building.
Still be a matter of seconds.
110-story high building.
Waited a while.
Yeah, 110-story high building coming down in 10 seconds and 12 seconds respectively there.
And you know
110
what's what's funny is you can find buildings, like very tall buildings, that are like for the most part like completely inflamed for like days, and they don't fall like that.
No, they
literally nothing like this in all of history.
And they're still in full occupancy today. They're still in full occupancy today. If you watch the Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, an architect's guide, okay, so you got part 1, which is building number 7, part 2, the Twin Towers, part 3, explosive evidence, how the buildings actually come down, and they show you the hypothesis and everything, right? When you watch those, you learn how these buildings come down, right? And how the
these buildings
works.
that burn and burn. These buildings that burn and burn and don't come down. Are they 110 stories of 500,000 tons?
These buildings that are skyscrapers are very tall buildings. Some of them are mid-high rise. The thing is, they burned for hours, and then the fires were extinguished, of course. They repaired the building. The building is alive today, fully occupancy. So, you know.
Right. How big are the buildings?
Sorry?
How big are those buildings?
I can't give you the exact numbers because, like I said, I've given you the source. Go to the Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. Look at the Architect's Guide. Okay, there are 3 videos. Each video has the same thing repeated.
I'm going to go to those sources that you're citing when you actually go to a source that a Glober cites. When you agree to be honest about reciprocally engaging in the conversation, I'll do that too. I'll pay you the same.
So Jen, real quick,
look,
Jen.
I don't ask for anything from you Globers anyway, first and foremost, except for one video, and that is to see a Glober with his team measuring the curvature of the Earth, photographing it, and showing us the methodology so that we can all replicate us, all us flat earthers. That's the only thing I want from you. Other than that, you'll have nothing I want to see. That's what I want.
Every time we do it, you say, I don't agree with it, it's CGI. That's what you always say.
You haven't done that yet. I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you in any video measuring any curvature. I haven't seen that yet.
So Jen and the other guy have been dropping truth for like 40 minutes now on how fucking suspicious 9/11 was.
Dropping truth without citations. No.
Without citations. Listen. So the only thing you guys
Omnivore. I gave a lot
you guys
of
have your head in the
earlier on,
sand.
man. A lot of material. I noticed you didn't want to come
Can
back.
you let
to
this guy
anything.
finish? Can you, Jin? You guys can't hear a guy talking now. Let him finish.
I didn't hear him. Sorry, yeah. Didn't hear him.
Thank you. I'm just saying they've been dropping truth, but I know it's falling on deaf ears because these statist worshiping cultists, they cannot have their worldview shaken. They love the state. They want to be governed harder, and it's hopeless. I don't know
even more
why.
insulting. Even more insulting. Now, some people understand physics and engineering A little better than what y'all are presenting.
Only if it's given by the right
I can't
authority,
hear
right?
what's being said here. What was said?
In touch with reality.
You trust
many of
a
the
certain
Grovers in
subset
here?
of engineers, and you don't trust other engineers who disagree with your engineers. And then
Exactly.
you just blurt out this claim that say your engineers are corrupt. Then we can just say
I
your
have the
engineers
right.
are corrupt, and the conversation is dead.
But then your discernment comes into play, where you
So
can.
what?
As far as I'm concerned,
Let
you're
me be real
ignoring
clear.
facts
What
anyway.
dropping truth
Hang
like?
on a minute. I
So
want to
Amphibious
respond to
J,
what he
one
said.
second.
Thank you. I
Amphibious
want to
J.
respond to what he said. I'd
And
like to
dropping
respond
truth
to what he
looks
said.
like
Thank you.
providing
If he aimed at us, I want to respond to what he said.
not just
Again, it's
shouting
so.
it out really loudly. Actually,
I just want
providing
to respond
citation,
to what he
Amphibious.
said.
You can do it. I know you
want to
can.
respond to what he said.
I
Thank
believe
you.
in you.
Lots of interruptions.
Jin, you're
not very
interrupting
welcome in the
Omni.
call, I'm
Jin, you're
afraid.
interrupting Omni. Let him get it out.
Interrupting me.
So dropping truth
hang on.
looks like providing citations, Amphibious. If you can do that, then maybe you could drop a truth. But
You
just
don't.
just
Can you
saying it
under-
loudly over and over that doesn't cut it.
Can you understand that there is
Right,
evidence
as I was
out
going to
there?
say, yeah,
Oh my God.
I have the right, whether or not I accept what one other engineer does, okay? And the fact is, I'm accepting the facts only. The facts are coming from the people who I'm listening to, and that's the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. I'm looking at all of their material. Everything they've said, I understand from an engineer's point of view, as an engineer myself. So I understand what's been put in front of me. I understand the implications of 6.25 seconds, 200 million pounds of force, removing 400 connectors simultaneously per floor per second. I understand what that means. Okay.
So far, your sources aren't trustworthy to me, so I don't need to believe you. Just like
Unfortunately,
you don't have
that's
to
your
believe.
problem, not mine.
Yeah,
It's your
because
problem.
don't you guys understand that there is evidence
Those are the
out there
facts.
to the
The facts are
contrary
the facts,
of the
regardless of
statist
whoever you are on
position?
this earth.
You
The
guys
facts
just
are
don't
the
accept it.
fire.
And you
Come
can
bring
then
down a building,
You can
and if
pretend
you
it's
want
a
to bring down a
statist
building like
position
the Solomon
because you
building,
can
it,
use
you're
it
going to have to
absolutely
make-
is the whole
Look,
system.
the facts
The whole
are the facts.
system is a
If you're going to
statist
bring down
perpetual.
if you're going to bring down a building like the
I'm
Solomon
getting your
building,
attention now,
you're
Jen.
going to have to
Jen,
generate
you're gonna
200 million
shut up,
pounds of
Jen.
force.
Jen. Shut up. Other people are trying to talk. You're gonna have to give some room, or you're going on mute.
I'm trying to speak as well.
You are interrupting, Jin. He's right. You
Yeah,
gotta
you're
be-
over speaking everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead.
So
That's how
the
you know it's
entire
evidence.
system that you guys only buy
one's
into, the
talking.
peer-reviewed
I don't hear
evidence.
anybody.
Should I drop down
I'm not
if Jim
hearing
doesn't hear
anyone.
me, or does he need to drop down?
I hear him.
Jin, please, can you hear somebody speaking?
He just said he doesn't. So he needs to drop down and come back.
Drop down. No, he has to go. He has to leave and come back if he can't hear you, or check and see if he has you on mute.
Yeah, because I can't hear him.
Well, check his name, Jin, and see if you have him on mute, or leave and come back.
No, I don't mute anybody on the new server. I've never done that. The new server. I don't do
Yeah,
that.
that's not like Jim.
I don't touch my settings. Never do.
Okay, so maybe you should just leave and come back 2 seconds, Jin. That should solve it.
Yeah, I'm going to do that now. I'm on my way.
Or
Now.
longer, if you like. No hurry.
That was funny. So the entire system is a perpetual
Please,
like
speak,
status.
can you please speak into your mic as well? Because you're very, very faint.
Jesus.
I
Am I
hear
not-
him loud and clear.
Okay.
No, he's good, Jin. It's on your side. Whatever it is, it's on your side.
Amphibious, try again.
Okay. So the whole peer-reviewed system, don't you see the fundamental flaw in that? It's like one big club, and the ones that control it only peer review and only give credence to the evidence that they want to. And these statist worshiping cultists, they just feed into that, and it is a religion. It is just this is the golden word from the doctrine. This is what we will follow. Where is your peer-reviewed evidence? If it does not come from the church, it is blasphemous and will not be accepted.
No, yeah,
How do you
you're
not
just
see
you're
that?
just
How do you
you're
not
just
see that?
Yeah, I can
Look,
see.
why
I can
don't
see
you
that you're
shut up
calling.
sometimes?
Okay, all right. Okay, you said your thing. Now you're calling science and you're calling engineers and the peer review process and all that as some kind of fucking church. That's ridiculous, man.
No, I am
And
calling.
it's ridiculous.
I'm calling the
Scientists
current
are
system.
in competition. They're competing against one another to be the next big guy, right? And they're
Yeah, it's a corrupt
the peer
entity.
review process is critical of the other man's
It's
work. They're
correct.
going to try to poke holes in his work. They're not
Have
there
you
to
ever
just pat
listened?
each other on the back. They're not there to pat each other on the back, and push each other around like that. They're in competition, and there is no religion to it. No cult, no
Yeah, and
religion.
it is right
Left, can you
because
admit?
people who've done stuff the wrong way have had their PhD removed because they were doing dodgy stuff, and the rest
The
of the
wrong
community
way.
said, "Yeah."
Don't you
And it was
understand that it could be? I'm
like,
not
I
saying that
mean,
it is. Let's
and
just
let me
look at
explain
this
by the wrong
objectively,
way.
please. Let's just
By
look at this objectively,
providing
please. Oh,
false
can you admit
data, and it was
that?
found to be false data. Falsifying data to support your position is not going to be accepted.
Okay, that's fine.
Can
But
you admit
that's
that
not what the
our
architects and engineers for
speaks more
9/11
power?
truth. You will see them methodically take you through how the buildings came down step by
I don't think
step.
the guy was done, Jen. I don't think the
Again,
guy was
you're
done.
interrupting me as I'm speaking.
I don't think the
So
guy
that's
was
what
done. You cut him
haven't
off.
I haven't even begun to speak, and you're interrupting me at the beginning of what I want to say. So can you shut the fuck up and let me finish
Did
what I'm
the
saying?
end of my
I'm
sentence
responding
interrupt
to
the
what was
beginning of
said.
yours?
I am still.
Jen, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm muting. Fuck him. He can just set out the rest of the conversation.
So how do you determine whether or not your PhD source is the correct one, Amphibious?
Well, first, I just want to ask, do you think that a system can be corrupted?
Yes.
Okay. What are the chances? That's a dumb question. It's a dumb way to ask. Is it possible that our entire academic system has been corrupted by a powerful few who want to control the information?
I don't think so.
Okay, you don't think so, but is it possible?
No. The system is too diverse and too diffuse. It has there are forces that we are aware of that are extant that would work against the kind of corruption that you are suggesting.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the likelihood of being able to juggle hands full of sand is about as likely as the corruption. Like, people have fudged the numbers before, and they were found out by people who were very good at math.
Have you listened to
papers? No, I don't think
Weinstein?
it's possible for that kind of wholesale corruption to be, to be possible.
But you don't think papers slip through?
No, I don't.
Well, I can give you a list of scandals.
Yeah, depending on what you mean by papers slip through, I guess. I'm.
Well, there's a list, a whole list.
Okay, go ahead.
No, there's
Like
a whole
every single scientific paper is open to be questioned, interrogated, and questioned again. And that's part of the process.
Okay, but who is
exactly.
paid? Who is paid to be a flat Earth astrophysicist? Is there any place that funds flat Earth astrophysicists? So I don't know what you guys are talking about. They're all
Flat Earth astrophysics.
I think by the time somebody has poured years and months of questioning the evidence and testing it and going into the field of astrophysics, I'm not sure if they'd be a flat earther after considering that evidence.
So that's the claim where you say that it is always questioned and it is always being, challenged, but people don't challenge things where their paycheck depends on it being true, and the system does not want to challenge itself.
Yeah,
from
it
being
does,
true.
because
That's why the peer-reviewed system is flawed. You have to listen to Brett Weinstein about this. Weinstein. He sums it up perfectly.
I have listened to him about
Have you
it.
listened to that?
Yep.
Yeah, but he's still a controlled op, bro.
I
don't.
understand, but he definitely points out he's definitely controlled op. I believe that, but he definitely points
Well,
out the
you could
flaws
be
in
a
the peer
control
reviewed
op,
system.
and then the conversation's dead.
I mean, he can bring up good points, much like Einstein. I don't believe Einstein, but he contradicts himself and says things that people don't want to hear that are statists.
So I think that
Just-
what happens is when somebody says something that you think people don't want to hear, you're like, oh yeah, that's got to be correct. And that's not, that has, the fact that somebody doesn't want to hear it has no bearing on whether it's correct or not.
Yeah, I don't think that I just jump to that. It is possible that I am biased towards the fringe going against the establishment, but it's just because the establishment have been proven to be fucking liars to the 10th degree. Like they perpetually lie.
How do we know
Yes.
that? What if we disagree on that? How do we
Every
know which one is
conspiracy,
correct?
name a conspiracy that is 50 years old that isn't true. That was thought to be a
That is not-
conspiracy,
that is
but
not
then
true?
but then the operation comes out. I'm talking false flags. I'm talking weird stuff with presidential assassinations. It all
Right.
comes out.
They're all true, right? All the conspiracy theories are true.
That's what you can say. That's your response.
Yeah,
What do
well,
you
I
think?
mean, the
You're just head in the
reptilians.
sand.
Are the reptilians good too? The reptilians?
Listen to you.
Reptilians
You're
is
such a
not a
statist cultist, dude.
Reptilians is mainstream.
I
That's
mean,
on
all these
ancient aliens,
conspiracies
bro.
are true. 9/11 is definitely true. I mean, everything Jin says
No,
is
it's
the
not true.
absolute
Nothing
fact.
happened in 9/11. Just some
Nothing
demolition.
happened on 9/11,
Empty
right?
buildings.
So empty buildings with no airplanes, right?
No airplanes. You
Yeah, no
got, dude.
airplanes.
He's
Everything
fucking
was
waking
all
up, bro.
Why do
Nasty
you
Joe got it.
trust? Why do you
Yeah, I mean,
trust the state so much?
millions of people,
I need to know
millions,
this.
millions of people, at least tens of thousands of people saw live the second airplane crash into the tower.
Yeah,
But
maybe the
that didn't happen.
second one might have had
Oh, that didn't happen.
something
It
that
was
hit
a
it.
mass hallucination of people, right?
No, the second. I actually am open to the second one being because there's a lot of eyes on it at that point. But
So the second one was true, but
people
not
can
the
be,
first one.
told that they didn't see the airplane or something.
Right, because there's a mass, but just like
Wait.
I know
Do you understand? I know this sounds kooky. I know this sounds crazy, but it is possible. Have you seen the Magic Leap technology with the augmented reality?
Wow, augmented reality in how long ago was that? They had that.
Yes.
thing
Now, do you understand that governments?
Oh, governments have that, right?
Do you think
because
they have technology
Yeah,
that is
I
way
saw-
more
I-
advanced that they hide from us? Like shadow
Yeah.
governments
I saw
actually.
that. I saw that
Why are you
documentary. It was
interrupting me?
called Men in
Why are you
Black. I
interrupting
think it
me?
was Men in Black. That
Do
was
you
the
understand that
they have-
shadow? Why are you interrupting me?
Bill, because
So
because Men in Black was a real thing, right?
Oh my God! So, do you
And
understand
so
that
was the
shadow
little
governments
ball.
actually exist? There are
What are
shadow government is that
What are y'all
reptilians
talking
or-
about, man? What
Is that
augmented reality and shadow government? What the hell are we talking about?
Well,
Yeah, I told
Larry's
you
been
this
talking
sounds
about how
goofy, but
all
it's
the
true.
realities. I mean, this isn't
We're
a
doing
conspiracy
science.
theory.
We're coming up with theories. This is how science works.
Yeah, this is a
The
conspiracy
theory
theory.
and hypothesis. And we're
I mean,
testing
I
it.
guess what happened is just like the ending of that that documentary Men in Black, where the Statue of Liberty gave out that thing and everyone forgot what they saw.
Hey, ingest more fluoride. Get your booster shots. Keep your head in the sand, brother.
Well, you can better than head up your ass, But I mean, all these conspiracy theories are true. I mean, where's Jin? Come on, Jin, lay some more truth on us.
You can only see
You
what
can't
shape
even
the
prove
earth is
anything
when your
wrong.
head is.
Ladies and
Wow.
gentlemen, there was no planes.
Yeah, I mean, do you believe there were no planes in 9/11 amphibious, that no planes were used?
Ladies and gentlemen, there is evidence of
don't know.
nanothermite in the rubble. Building
Exactly.
7 was demolished.
Exactly.
There's no planes. Thank you,
I
ladies
don't
and
know.
gentlemen.
I don't know about no planes. I don't know the intricacies. All I know is my discernment.
Aluminum can planes cannot get through steel frame building. End of discussion, ladies and gentlemen.
If you
y'all
look
gonna
at it
talk about
objectively,
Jen, I've got to unmute him if y'all are going to talk about him.
Yeah, let's not do that.
all I'm saying, if you look at it objectively, there are way too many coincidences to be possible. So you call us conspiracy theories, y'all are just a bunch of coincidence theories.
Wow.
Theorists.
Wow. What are you on? I'd
True.
like some because it must be good.
I just cut off my status worship supply. I suggest you do the same. All the
NASA still
indoctrination.
only likes adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome, right. So
Did you guys hear about who's the globe debater that just got caught trying to pick up like a little girl or something? One of the Ozian? Yeah.
Yeah, and what about the
That's
flat
one of you
earther
guys.
who did this other dubious thing? Like dubious things that people do on either side of the debate. Even if a concave earther did something dubious, that doesn't change the shape of the earth. Next red herring.
Okay, do you guys
We
believe?
don't got any pedos. Name a flat Earth pedo.
Hey, do you guys believe all the status? Do you guys believe that Epstein blackmailed
And
high-profile
what about
individuals
people who
and
are
politicians?
named amphibious? What about those?
Bruno. Definitely. No, he did. Definitely.
You can just say the
And
word
it's sus as
sadist
fuck.
now, and
And
because
it's
it,
sus as fuck that the government
yeah, you can just call people sadists like amphibious does, and just get away with it. Just call them
Statist.
sadists because that's what you think you can.
Wait,
get away with.
also.
You
Wait,
worship
let me.
statism.
Just go a bit slow because Mr. Oblate is kind of slow.
Well, if I may to the other guy who's asking about Epstein, right? And does he have any dirt on rich people, powerful people? The chances are like 95% that he does that, that he has that.
Yeah, so
And it is
that
indeed
power.
sus.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead. No,
Slits,
good.
unfortunately, Slits, I'd rather be slow and accurate than
Wait,
fast and
Oblate
inaccurate.
Animal.
Like
Wait, please,
you.
Animal. I'm like a global, right? I just want to like connect with these people. Yeah. So you're saying what? The other guy? When
So even Omni said, the chances are like being able to juggle handfuls of sand for a power structure to be corrupted the way that I believe academia is. But if things like Epstein can happen, and you see these blatant doctors that speak against the big pharmaceutical companies, they get shunned, they get fucking blackballed, right? And their careers are over. It's so clear that system actually does that.
So
You
there's
have to have your head in the sand.
Wait. There's one of two possibilities. Either one, these doctors who are saying things that you do like are the fact that you like them doesn't make it more accurate. Doesn't make it more likely to be true.
It's not that I like or dislike what they're saying. I listen to what they say, and then I listen for the rebuttal from the establishment side. And when there is no good rebuttal, like objectively, they just either try and censor the information.
Some conspiracy makes up some wild shit, and if the wild shit isn't sufficiently unwilded, then it's true. Got it.
So we need to be careful
Robert
about
Kennedy
the
Jr.
doctor stuff.
We're gonna move away from the from medical talk. So
because you've all had your boosters.
Who said that? So let's see.
Yep.
I'm guilty.
So don't do that. I'll time you out for 10 minutes. Don't do it.
Ugh.
We got a strike against this on YouTube because Ahmad was doing that shit.
Yep.
So if that's how you want to watch the blaze of glory, then you do what you have to, my guy. But please
I
don't.
was talking about boosting your service.
Okay. So with the Epstein situation, nobody, no matter what shape you think the Earth is, thinks that's a deplorable situation. And they were trying to sweep it under the carpet, and we all despise that.
Yeah, I mean, the idea Epstein though was targeting a very small group of powerful individuals. We're talking about, thousands, tens of thousands of scientists who are all, differently. So we have Tapioca Weasel on this server, working new quantum physicist.
Well, the problem is
he's just making his shit up?
No, the problem is you guys won't accept the fact that the government has taken control of these systems. You think that a government is not going to meddle in every single institution?
Every single institution, right? No matter what, no matter how small.
I don't.
No
my
matter
local PTA,
what.
even my local HOA is controlled by big government, by the reptilian overlords. I got it.
Well, my HOA might be, but that would explain a lot.
Nothing's
But
too small for the reptilians, man.
It's not small. Don't you understand? Academia is not small.
So, do you have evidence? I mean, like this is a claim. This is a massive claim you're making.
No, it's just common sense if you step back and think of it.
So that
and not
doesn't work.
accept. Listen,
It
please.
doesn't work.
If you don't,
he can't think. It doesn't work.
You can't appeal to common sense when we don't agree.
When you don't have any, yeah.
Well, I mean, Riggs, yeah, you're one to talk, I know, but let's look at the look at the ugly, awful truth. That the fact is, you claim this on the basis of I need this to be true, not on I have evidence that this actually is.
No, there is plenty of evidence. Look at all the unclassified operations. Operation Northwoods.
I'm aware of all of this. We've been through it.
So the government and the CIA has toppled regimes and made things worse for the perpetual war machine. Can we agree on that?
Wow, the perpetual war machine.
No, not the way that you're saying it. No.
You don't. Okay. What was his
name? Do you believe
that
the Soviet Union existed?
Yeah.
Do you believe that they were trying to topple governments?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. So if we have these two entities fighting each other in geopolitics, what is the rationale for concluding that today we have the CIA doing what? Hiding the flat Earth? I mean, what do you think they're doing? And how do they control all of the scientists? So, like I said, we have scientists here. If I get Tapioca Weasel in here, hold on a second. If I get Tapioca Weasel to come in here, if I can get him, are you prepared to explain to him how he's being controlled? That would be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, compartmentalization goes a long way.
So yeah, the magic word compartmentalization, which is I can't explain how they're doing it. We're just compartmentalizing.
Yeah, it's a catchphrase these days, it seems.
Oh my God! If you don't understand how it could work,
it's compartmentalization. Yet every flat earther, every conspiratard knows all these facts, even though they were all compartmentalized and no one else knew them except for conspiracy theorists.
No, they choose not to look into them because their paycheck.
Look into them.
So why is it that I know all of this conspiracy bullshit better than the people who are saying it if I refuse to look into it?
What?
I know we went through a bunch of 9/11 garbage, and I'd seen all of it before, and I knew it better than the people who were quoting it.
Okay, so there comes a point where you can choose to challenge your worldview and accept the facts that governments are not out for our best interest, or you can continue to be indoctrinated, shove your head in the sand, and worship
who has their head in the sand?
Statism.
So let me get this straight. I can choose to believe you, or which would be good, or I can choose to not believe you, which would be worshiping the state. Is that
all I want to say? Don't believe me. Just look at the recent history of our government.
Well, I've done that.
Okay.
I've looked
or
at.
after Trump.
I've looked
Because
at.
Trump is Trump is the Messiah now, isn't he? Isn't Trump the Messiah? The guy come back
Who is
every.
this guy talking? Why are you interrupting?
It's
You're
I'm
not
saying,
putting
you know,
any.
you're saying the
You're,
same old
you're
shit
not
over and over and
adding.
over again.
You're not adding to the discussion at all.
Yeah, except that
That's what he
you're saying
does.
the same old
That's
shit over
like,
and over and over again.
why are you even talking, bro? If you're not gonna be in the combo, like just don't talk, bro.
I mean,
Either talk about the subject or stay on mute.
He
yeah,
keeps on saying the
seriously,
same
though,
shit over
talking
and over
about
and
the
over again.
government, well, talking about the government intervening, I've not seen enough intellect in the government that they would be able to pull off such things.
Yeah. That's what I was asked about the possibility of them corrupting all of academia. I see zero evidence that they're that good at this.
Okay.
You know?
Do you think it's a possibility that a subsect of the government has technology that is years, decades beyond what is available to the mass humanity?
So, do I think it's possible? I think it's highly unlikely.
What?
But
You broke up. What did you say?
I think it's possible, but highly unlikely.
What are you talking about? Military has technology that they admit is years beyond.
Right. I've seen all that technology. It was on that documentary Men in Black. They have it all from the aliens. They keep it and then they release it every once in a while.
So maybe you can explain to me what you're talking about with this. What technology do they have that's years beyond us?
So the stealth bomber and the stealth fighter, they had those technologies well beyond what they admitted. What was that? 1980s when they came out with that.
What bomber?
Yeah, those are things you would want to keep secret. You would want to keep those secret.
Yeah, I understand that, but so we agree that the government has technology that they keep secret.
Yes, there are some military secrets. Yes, but what does that? What is the implication of that? What should I take away?
Now can we admit that there are sections of the government that are shadow government that funding goes to that we have no idea, no oversight or anything?
So
the interesting thing about those advanced technologies, just like the previous technologies, they're based on real physics and real math that real humans can do. And all of those previous discoveries reveal both, like, Earth isn't at the center of everywhere and it's a globe. And
what are you talking about, dude? Hey, listen, I'm sorry to cut you off. But the government had wireless technologies well before we did, and to say that was possible, it wasn't even fathomable to have a fucking computer in your pocket that could project video across the entire
So
world.
when they were doing surveys in 1880 defining the borders of the states in my country, they had GPS.
No, the free market did not have those technologies. No.
Yeah, so in the 1880s, we're talking about like surveying that was conforming to the lines of latitude, and the state boundaries in my own country reduce in width the further south you go, conforming to decreasing southern latitudes and decreasing the lines of longitude come closer and closer together. So it's not like the government needs. No, it's not just not. It's not just I can say that. I literally live here. I can only travel on real railways that, if the Earth was flat, should be triple the distance. They're not.
Yeah, if you follow the projected map, no one is saying that the geodesic map is actually what the flat Earth would be.
What map are we talking about?
The entire latitude and longitude system that was conformed and wrapped around the globe.
So I hear
It's
this
the other way
stated,
around.
I hear this stated, but it doesn't make any sense if you look into it. So what exactly is being theorized here? That latitude and longitude was made up to fake a globe? Is that
Euclidean geometry?
Exactly.
Use.
Yeah,
That's
except
our
that if you
perspective.
if you take a
loaded
you can do this.
map.
You get on a road in Kansas and go north or south, and about every 30 miles the road jogs left or right for the latitude because they can't fit all these squares onto a circle.
Oh,
So
shut
I
up,
mean,
Master Shill.
this is a demonstration that the Earth is not flat. Otherwise, there'd be no latitude jogs.
No one's saying it's flat. Only you're saying it's flat.
Well, no, you guys are saying
there
it's
are
flat.
plenty of people saying it's flat. We're on a server where people commonly make the claim that the Earth is
No,
flat.
you make the claim. You're a flat earther. No one's saying it's flat.
Are you serious? Who's this guy? Who is this Pope?
I'm
Oh, it's
anti-Nazi
Schlitsky.
shit.
It's Shitsky. I'm sorry. I thought we were
Oh,
talking to a
Nazi
real
shit.
human being.
Nazi shit.
Got Shitsky here.
NASA,
So
you talk shit. You are shit.
look whose name is Shitsky.
Your name is Nazi shit.
Yeah, your name was Shitsky.
Well, I'm just a shit beer, but you all drunk. You're just a shit company which just spews out shit. Let's go down the shit company, yeah?
Yeah. So you're comparing flat shit to globe shit and concave shit. Any other shapes you'd like to do? Pringles?
Well, I think this is the misconception, yeah? We're on a non-rotating Earth, that's for sure. Your globe.
So why do mechanical gyro compasses work?
Go on.
Schultzy.
Go on.
How come? How do they work?
How does it work?
Yeah.
Your preloaded mathematics, Euclidean
So
geometry.
a mechanical gyro compass.
Oh, mechanical. What's wrong with just a good old gyroscope?
Yeah, a gyroscope with a weight. Yes, and it aligns itself.
And what does it prove? It proves nothing.
Well, so it actually does kind of prove that the Earth is rotating.
So you've
done well, okay. So how does it work? Explain your theory of case.
On what?
On how
what does that even mean?
Works.
Tell me
if the Earth is non-rotating.
If the Earth is flat, how does that work? What are you detecting?
Exactly. Tell us, Damok.
It doesn't.
The question is, if the Earth is flat, what are you detecting? And not moving. What are you detecting?
Then
apparently you got a cat toy. You don't understand.
Yeah, and so tell us how it works. How does it work, Damok? Damok, how does it work on the flat, non-rotating
How
Earth?
does what work?
The mechanical gyro compass.
No Coriolis, no gravity, no drift.
Right. How's it work?
Very careful,
Yet the mechanical gyro compass works.
Stationary. It works
How?
flat
How's it work?
stationary.
How
Zero.
does it work?
NASA,
How does what work? It's not doing nothing.
Mechanical gyro compass.
Bitch, it's sitting there. You fucking
How does a
retard.
mechanical gyro compass work on the flat, non-rotating
It don't
Earth?
work, you stupid bitch.
It does work,
That's
though.
what we're telling you, you retard.
They do work,
might
you
well
retard.
be a gyro compass and
Hey,
go spin around.
idiot. They
You
work.
might show a procession of something too if you spin, you fucking weirdo.
So
They
the
work.
fact is, so Demok, do you
dance.
know what a mechanical gyro compass
Yeah,
is?
you dancing on the floor.
Right, you know what it is. So
I got a dancer on a
It
flat
works, though.
floor.
You can't explain how it works. It works, but you can't explain it. God, you just deny that it works. Even though, like every big ship, in the world has one of these devices on them.
Why are you mad? It's telling you the Earth's sitting still.
Every big ship in the world has one of these things by mandate.
Don't work on balls.
They do work,
Put it on a
though.
ball.
They work on a ball.
Put it on a ball.
It does. It works on. It works on the spinning ball. That's how they work.
Moving ball.
I feel
it works on the spinning ball.
Your super
I feel like
toy
Slitsy can't explain this.
Why is your ball toy not on a ball?
It works. The mechanical gyro compass works.
On a ball.
On a ball. Only on a ball.
Show me
Only
on
on
a
the spinning,
spinning ball.
rotating ball.
Show me on a spinning ball one time in your life.
Oh, you're on it right now because the mechanical gyro compass
Show
shows
me
it.
on a spinning ball.
Bob
Not on
Nodell
flat
showed
Earth.
it too. Thanks, Bob.
Earth's not moving. That ain't gonna
It
help
is though.
you. Show me on a ball.
Bob Nodell showed it. The
You
mechanical
don't know
gyro
what
compass
it
shows
does
it.
on a ball.
Yes, you
Bob
do.
Novell's not on a ball.
The only way it works.
You
How
fucking
does it work?
retard. Go suck Bob Novell's dick.
Come on,
How does
explain
it
how it
work?
works, though, Daymok.
Get a
Daymok, how does the
ball.
mechanical gyro
You'll
compass
figure
work?
it out, bitches.
Daymok,
Don't
we
have a
figured it
ball,
out.
you'll never
How's it work
know.
on the flat Earth that doesn't spin?
Okay,
You
so
fucking
I think we have
retard. Stop
established
asking dumb
that.
questions about what you're not trying to prove, cunt bitch.
Come on, Daymok,
Flat
how's it
Earth
work?
proves itself, homo.
It does
Now,
not.
can you get a
Explain
ball?
the mechanical gyro
You
compass.
have a ball, Handy. I am
Explain the
with a ball.
mechanical gyro compass.
I am with a ball.
Come on, you coward.
He's not going to. He can't. He don't even know what it is.
Yeah, but like you've applied your stupid maths to it, and that's not the case. You know, you're beginning. Oh, it's the maths, it's the orientation.
Yeah, we were doing
It's like
pretty
you're
good. We were on point
oversimplifying-
there
you're-
for a minute, and now we're going
It's a real
sideways.
simple thing, and you've had your maths and all your oversimplified it to adjust to your mathematics and your suggestion of what it's meant to do.
How's it work, Shitsuki?
Mate, there's no proof. First of all, you prove to me that we're moving.
Yeah, the
And
mechanical
the
gyro
point
compass
you're
proves
trying to
that.
make, you tell me exactly the point you're trying to.
Foco pendulum
How
shows
does
that.
it work?
Where do you
Tell
live?
me the point
What
you're
city?
trying
What city
to
do you live
make.
in? I'll find you the
by
nearest
telling me
Foco
how
pendulum.
does it work?
Foco pendulum. What city do you live in? There's probably one
fucking
nearby.
hell, now we're on the fucking
He
Fogo
thinks the
pendulum.
mechanism in the
You've got a
floor
pendulum.
changes the results.
Oh, that's incorrect.
that.
'Cause
Yeah,
Mate, you're
don't act like you
absolutely
haven't
mad.
listened.
We're talking about gyroscopes now. We're flipped.
Well,
the
gyroscope,
pendulum.
because you know who invented the
Fucking rubbish.
gyroscope, don't you? The same guy who
Gyro
invented the
compass.
Foco pendulum invented the gyroscope.
So
you
don't
reckon
act like you haven't heard Witsit completely dismantle his opponent on this subject.
He hasn't, though.
And you have no answer for it. Because
the
you
gyro
know
compass
it's fucking right.
Witsit hasn't.
Wait a minute.
Witsit hasn't
Gyro compass.
disassembled anybody.
Man, what's he
You're
disassembled?
totally
What are you
fucking
talking
delusional.
about? No. Don't just say that. What are you talking about?
Why does the compass not work?
The
You guys
full-
can't figure it out. You don't have it on a ball.
Mechanical
You guys
gyro
know what a
compass,
ball
Daymok.
is.
Be specific.
Mechanical gyro
Please
compass
still,
is
man,
what we're talking
a
about.
compass
We're
on a
trying to
ball.
talk about.
Please still, man, one on a real ball. So you all know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what a gyro
How's it work on the
compass
flat,
does.
non-rotating Earth, Daymok?
What does it do
No,
on a ball?
well,
What you need
wait,
to worry
Daymok,
about.
you know, we're talking about how
Guy,
the mechanical gyro compass works on the flat Earth, and no one can explain that because it can't work.
No, the guy said we said it debunked or something, dismantled
Yeah, so
something.
what's
What are
the
you talking
argument for
about?
that? What did he? What did he say? What was his debunking?
The pendulum is always attached to the earth, no matter what.
Yeah.
So you cannot use it to determine because
Oh,
it
fuck
is not.
you.
No, the gimbal is set such that the pendulum is sort of in its own reference frame, so that the
Oh, stop
base
it.
can rotate underneath it.
Left lane, you're absolutely stupid for saying that. How can it be fucking independent? Fucking absolute
Because of the
retard.
conservation, because of conservation momentum. It's
Not
trying
understanding.
You're retarded.
Not understanding how a gyro compass or a Foucault's pendulum works is not a debunk of it. This is just you're just. I mean,
You're not making any points. You're not making any points.
I tell you what the point I'm making. How can you be fucking independent? How can you have something which is connected to the ground, it is independent of the thing that you're trying to detect the fucking movement? Are you
You
stupid?
moron.
Bang your head against the
Because
fucking
it's swinging
wall.
back and forth. It tries to maintain that
Oh, mate.
orientation
The only
as
thing
the
what's
Earth
swinging back and
rotates.
forth is your
Conservation
fucking
of
one brain
momentum.
cell in your
See, the
fucking
basic
head.
problem is that no flat earther understands the simple concept of conservation
Oh.
momentum. It explains
Yeah,
a
we don't
lot of
understand.
things.
We don't understand that. You cannot have
That's correct.
something dangling in the air independently. Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't
Of course not.
understand that.
That's
Yeah,
what you just said. What you just said is the truth. You don't understand it. No flat earther understands it, either
I can't
intentionally or
understand
non-intentionally. I can't decide if they. I think in Witsit's case, he understands it, but he intentionally, obfuscates it. On your case, I don't think you really understand it because you lack the basic physics.
I can't understand why I can't just walk up, hang my hanger in the mid-air, being independent. It just keeps falling on the ground. I can't fucking work that one out.
Because if you tie a string to it and tie it to the ceiling, then it won't fall to the ground. But that's what the Foucault
That's how I
pendulum.
can't work things out. I can't work that
Of course
out.
not, because you lack the basic math. You lack the basic science.
Basic maths.
You basically
so
flunked
now
out
you're
of
trying to
school
tell
in
me
fifth
that
grade
mathematics,
before they taught you this stuff.
mathematics is an observation
Oh
of
my
my
God.
reality.
I wish we could reel it back in.
You
We
say
could talk
things
about
like
the
this and
particulars
then
of it,
we
but we
shouldn't
need to
make
be
fun
able
of
to.
you.
We need to
It's
be
just
able to
so
talk
unfair.
about the particulars. It's back
Yeah,
and forth, and
because
all
you're
that
not making
matters
fucking
nowhere.
sense. You're
It
not
was.
making any sense, and you're
See, you're
just
not making any
blah blah
sense.
blah blah
You're not
blah.
making any sense. So maybe you let somebody that knows a little bit more about it talk about it than you do.
Who does? Tell
Basically,
me
anybody
who
who's
does,
graduated
Matty?
5th grade knows more than you do.
Oh mate, you're fucking. You're so. You are.
Well, your
fucking
question
retarded.
was, how is the pendulum independent? It's mounted on a gimbal that's got bearings, such that the table
Gimbal.
can move independent of the pendulum
Oh
head
my
itself.
god, are you stupid?
No.
You
No.
know what a
You,
bearing
you
is,
understand,
right?
Okay.
you understand that the back and
Okay.
forth motion. You understand that the back
When
and
you
forth motion.
show me, when
Excuse
you
me,
show me
Shitsky.
this
You're gonna
thing
shut up and listen for just a little bit.
dangling in midair,
No, you're not.
not
You're just
attached
gonna.
to
Fine. Go
anything
ahead and
to
interrupt
do
me.
with
That's
the
okay.
ground.
I'm just as stubborn as you are. The
Yes.
back and forth motion of the pendulum is not the movement we're
Oh,
interested in. It's the precession.
mate, the only procession is your fucking lack of brain cells.
There we go. He doesn't understand
And
precession.
the shit
Right.
that spews out of your mouth.
So what city do you live in? I bet there's a Poco pendulum near you.
Yeah. They got
Come on, just
mechanical.
tell me a big
They're
city near you.
mechanically activated.
So don't dox yourself too badly. Just tell me a big city near you.
Yeah. That's just shit. That's
Come on,
just
tell me.
shit.
Are you afraid to tell me a big city nearby you? So then.
Yeah, that's just Shitsville.
So you're afraid.
It's a little town just full of shit. It just comes out with complete
I'm stealing that one,
nonsense
Seafoam. That's a good
24/7.
one.
I don't mind doxing myself with that one. It's called NASA
So what's the big city near you?
NASA Shitsville. It's just full of shit with people who talk shit.
That's right. I can see why you're from that
They're
city.
engineers like you.
And obviously you're a long resident of that city because you talk a lot of shit.
No, I'm just near it. We just have to clean our shoes when leaving. Got anything else to say, Mr. Independent?
This is a physical thing, physics, right? Free fall, buildings, girders, fire. Stick to that.
Yeah, don't talk about the Foucault pendulum. Don't talk about gyroscopes. Let's talk about something else.
Well, so the mechanical gyro compass is a piece of gear that I would hope we could all agree, works, because it's used by naval vessels all the time, to find north. So the question then is, if you don't know what it is, maybe you should find out. And when you find out, how do you explain it on a flat Earth? It's not a complicated, it's not a complicated question.
This is another simple thing that requires physics, a physical object. This is an object that's designed to keep rigidity in space. Right? You can start from there. Gyroscope. Yeah.
Yeah, so the gyroscope is keeping rigidity in space. It is connected to, it has a weight on it, okay, which will affect how so it won't just keep its original position. Because of the weight, it will precess until it aligns with the axis of rotation of the Earth.
That is the explanation.
That is the explanation, yes.
Yes.
So the question is, what is the alternate theory of case?
How's it work on the flat non-rotating Earth?
No, the thing that you got to show is, right? The explanation is we have a gyroscope, they put weights on it, and because the Earth is spinning, it causes it to process. This is the explanation, correct?
Yes. How's it work on the flat Earth? Not the flat non-rotating.
They're calibrated.
No. You guys think that if I give you a gyroscope and some weight, you think that you can reproduce this?
Yes.
Oh,
Now,
absolutely.
so you can buy. So the Flat Earth group, FE Core, got their hands on one, and did a video where they take it apart and look through it. is actually an interesting look into how this thing functions.
Yeah, it's amazing. I did a deep dive into it a while back, and you know what I found? I found that a mechanical gyroscope, when spun up, you can make it point to any cardinal direction. In other words, you can spin it up and you can make it point south all day long.
No, you can't. See.
So I don't understand what the point is. So the mechanical gyro compass is not the kind of gyroscope you can buy in the store, right? We understand that. It's a high precision gyroscope.
Right.
And it has a heavy weight attached to it. Here we can bring it up. I mean, this is something that you guys should be looking at. Hold on.
Omni, what happened?
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
What happened to the test in the vacuum?
I don't know. It should still work.
No, but surely you've got that test there, haven't you? The one in the vacuum, 24-hour test in the vacuum.
Why?
To show you, to give you.
It's not designed to operate in a vacuum. Why do we care?
What you're now quoting. You got everything else. You got everything else in a vacuum, but you ain't got
If there's precision, you want to do it. Well, you want to do it in the vacuum?
Ooh, okay.
And here, an old electric. It's just electrically powered. Flywheel.
Why do you want to do it in the vacuum?
Electrically powered. Artificial. But I've taken out all the extra bits.
I think it's someone in a vacuum.
A little spring here to emulate the centering weights on a gyro compass, because normally they have weights or a mercury ballast or something, so that when the Earth rotates under it,
isn't this going out to YouTube?
This constant balance, which
chat room.
So this is Jesse Path of Light explaining how mechanical gyro compass works and why they rotate and point.
No, this is Jerry Path of Lies.
So, well, you can. It's a video. You can go look at it.
Yeah, I've seen these videos.
You can tell me what you can tell me what's wrong with it. Go ahead.
Zero validity. Who is Jesse Path of Lies? First of all, why should we appeal to his authority?
He's got a video showing how it works.
So,
you don't have to. We're not appealing to his authority. We're watching him explain how it works.
He doesn't even calibrate his theodolite. So stop.
His theodolite is fine.
No, it isn't.
Well,
No,
you
it
say that. You say that.
Show me where he's calibrated.
That is hardcore pure copium.
He says he does it himself.
Yeah, how do you calibrate it? How do you calibrate one?
You go and pay for it and get it done professionally, so you know. They put a timestamp on it when you had it calibrated. Yeah, they give you a timestamp. Same as
so
like
the answer is you really don't.
I've got a tool. I take it on site, and it has to have, a test to make sure it's okay.
What sort of test?
So
then you wouldn't even know to calibrate it.
I've got no brains. I can't shoot an arrow into your head. That test. Yeah.
Maybe we could get somebody else to critique it.
Well, I just put in one from FE Core, and I put one from Jesse. These are mechanical gyro compasses and how they work. So you don't, there's one of them is from a flat Earth.
What is your point? Why do you think? Why do you think they? So if you was on a flat plane, they don't work.
That's correct. It has to be rotating.
So it has to be rotating.
Yes, correct. You got
it. I think you're absolutely crazy.
You have understood. Well, you haven't understood.
So look.
You said the correct thing.
Tell me how you distinguished from that. So like you've created a non-rotating plane, got your gyroscope, and it doesn't work. So you know that, yeah, empirically.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
So, what are you saying then?
Okay.
And how do you make the claim that it doesn't work on a flat plane?
Because we know the principle by which it works.
But you don't know the principle. You assume the principle. You don't know it. You haven't tested it to throw it out.
So see,
that's logic. That's logic.
So no, it's not.
In your own words.
You
haven't tested it.
You have abandoned logic. Okay.
No, I haven't. The logic is you're telling me it doesn't work on a non-rotating plane. Well, how did you test that?
Because we know the principle by which it works. Yes.
But how did you test it?
So I'm asking.
You didn't.
I don't know.
It's okay to say we didn't test it. We're assuming.
So what are you asking? What exactly do you think
I'm asking.
Wait. Do you think the device works?
No, I've asked you.
You don't think the device
how
works?
You conclude that it doesn't work on a non-rotating flat plane. So how does that work? How did you do that? How did you achieve a flat non-rotating plane in the first place to cancel that out? How did you do that? It's a standard question. It's like not very hard thought out.
It's copium. It's pure, uncut, raw.
What, you're telling me it don't. Hold on. The whole thing is it doesn't work. It only works on a globe. It doesn't work on a flat plane. So what flat plane did you recreate to test your gyro to know that it doesn't work on a flat plane?
Non-rotating, remember? It's not about the shape.
And who cares about anything?
Not you.
What flat non-rotating plane did you make to conclude with it doesn't work on a non-rotating
We're not concerned with how it doesn't work, Slitzy. We're concerned with how it does work.
No, you can't make a claim then say, oh, forget about that. You made the claim, so back up your claim. How did you make a non-rotating flat plane for you to know that your gyroscope don't work?
Because
No, he doesn't have a point, moron. It's like he's saying, "Oh, you can't unless you prove my."
It doesn't even make any sense.
Unless you can physically prove my dream. Unless you can physically prove my little hallucination.
I can hear the brain cells popping like bubble wrap.
In the meantime, though, you have to explain how it works on your flat non-rotating plane.
It doesn't. Don't. You're telling me.
No, you have to explain it.
The claim
we know how it works on the rotating Earth.
On a flat non-rotating plane.
We know how it works.
How did you achieve that?
We know
that it doesn't
Shitsky,
work.
get your head out of your ass and listen for just a moment, please.
Stop it.
We know how it works on the rotating Earth. It's the only way it works is for the Earth to be rotating.
So how did you conclude with it doesn't work on a non-rotating plane?
Because there's no force, there's no rotating force to cause it to precess.
But how did you achieve that test? You must have tested it. You must have made an experiment because you're full of experiments.
It's math. I know math is tough for you. I mean, you barely know that 1 + 1 = 2.
Maths does not.
Math. It's a language.
Give me my reality.
Yeah, math is a language.
Walk out the door, do an equation of what I'm about to,
math is a language.
encounter
It
walking out the
explains
door.
things. Math is a language that explains things.
No,
math is a language that explains
math
things.
is a language to understand your fucking nonsense. That's what it is.
You actually have to know a little bit of math to understand this. That's correct. You have to speak the language. It's like I was speaking Greek to you, and if you didn't speak Greek, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. That's what math is.
Hey, NASA, I would assume that if there's no rotating Earth, there would be no precession.
That's correct.
Oh my God.
So
just because you speak slow, you don't have to act it.
No, it wasn't thinking slow. I think it was thinking wisely.
You're so fire retardant. You're just crazy.
No,
I'd rather
that's the
think
best answer you're coming
slowly
up with.
and accurately than quickly and poorly.
You, Oblate, and SE all are saying no.
Who's Oblate? Oblate's one of you. He's a fat earther.
Fat earther.
A fat
The
oblate
mechanism
Earth.
by which this thing works is understood on a rotating sphere. Whether it works on there's no known mechanism for which it works on a flat, non-rotating plane. If you have a mechanism by which it could work, it's incumbent on you to put that forward. Otherwise, you're just reversing the burden of proof.
What rotating sphere?
It doesn't have to be a sphere. Any rotating surface will reveal a precession. If you think there's no
So how did you
rotation,
make the
you need
non-rotating
another
surface?
explanation for the precession.
Look,
Actually,
You're a word I said.
look.
Actually, go on.
No, go on.
Okay,
Because
actually,
you interrupt anyway, so like you might as well have the interruption.
Actually, for a Foucault pendulum to replicate what we observe it doing on the Earth, you would need a sphere, because a plane wouldn't cause a shift in the direction of precession when you cross the equator.
Why are you putting pendulum in place? We're talking about gyroscopes. Now
They
you're
work
talking
on the
about
same principle.
pendulums.
Invented by the same guy. Gyroscopes were invented by the same guy who invented the
Oh my
Foucault
God, here we go. We're not talking about a pendulum.
pendulum.
Does a
Gyroscopes
pendulum
were
look
invented
like a gyroscope?
because
Oh, go and
people
get me
like
a
you,
pendulum.
because
Oh,
people
that's
like
not a
you,
pendulum. I
because
wanted
people
a
like you,
gyroscope.
because people
But they're
like
made by
you,
the same
I
person.
finished talking. Go ahead, Shitsky. And because people like you had a hard time understanding the movement of the Foucault pendulum, Foucault went and invented the gyroscope to
It's
show
like
the effect.
going to the. Can you go into the shop and get me a nail because I need to hammer it in? Oh, sorry, the nail and the hammer most probably made by the same person.
What are you
Crazy.
talking about?
A gyroscope
We're
would
talking
also
about
shift.
gyroscopes. So if you want to continue in the sense we're talking about gyroscopes, I'm happy to engage.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I'm sorry for changing the topic.
Worries. That's okay.
I might have
we can
party late.
Pendulum instead of gyroscope. That was my say. So there's, if the Earth was still there, would be no precession in the
So
gyroscope.
tell me how you created this non-rotating Earth or plane or whatever realm or whatever you want to call it to guarantee that you could unequivocally say gyroscopes do not work on a non-rotating
Yeah, the
surface.
math says so. The math says so.
We don't care about the math.
Oh, we don't care about the math.
No,
we don't care
because
about
maths
language. We
don't
don't care
give
about
us
science. Right?
reality.
We have.
Maths-
We have. We
Look,
have. To,
NASA,
we
can you
have.
just stop yourself? Stop yourself 1 second.
According to
Maths
you,
do
we have
not
to prove your
help us
fantasy in order for
fucking
your
see.
fantasy to be ruled out. Why don't you prove your fantasy for a change? Why don't you actually
It's
do
not a
something?
fantasy. It's a
It is
real
fantasy.
fucking simple
It is
question,
not,
which I know that
because the
you
Foucault
can't
pendulum doesn't
answer
work.
because you haven't done it and you can't do it. So you're just fucking bullshitting, and you think we're gonna listen to your bullshit. It's a real simple question. Prove to us that gyroscopes don't work on a non-rotational plane.
That's a burden of proof reversal.
It's not a reversal. You made the claim they don't work.
Well,
Your
they
premise
can't
starts
be.
with an
I'm
assumption.
telling you, we know what
Premise starts off with an
Mike,
assumption.
I'll tell you what.
claim the
Our
Earth-
claim is. This is our
Let's
claim.
just speak all
This
over
is our
everybody. Yeah,
claim.
that would work.
Gyroscopes do work on a non-rotational plane. That's why they fucking work.
Prove it. So prove it then.
I don't have to. I just have to get the gyroscope, start it. It's done. We're not spinning. So
But what's causing the
you need to show us
gyroscope
we are
precess
spinning.
on a non-moving Earth?
No, you then, right? What you need to do one or two things. You need to make a non-rotation plane and say, look, the gyroscope clearly does not work. Or
You're telling us the Earth already is a
Hello?
non-rotating plane, so you need to explain why there's precession in the
No, I
mechanical.
don't. I don't.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
I'm not appealing to your nonsense and your preloaded mathematics. What doesn't
not-
give me
Then you're
my
just giving
reality.
Mathematics.
Doesn't give me
What I'm
my
asking-
reality. Maybe yours.
Like if there's something, if the Earth is flat and there is a
Not
precession in the
complicated,
in the gyroscope, what's the explanation for the precession?
That's That's your nonsense. It don't. Your nonsense hasn't got anything to do with my reality.
All you have
Yeah,
is a
but
baseless claim. You're
No,
claiming that the Earth is
baseless
flat and
claim. Oh,
non-rotating.
hold on.
We observe that this thing
Gyroscopes don't
precesses,
work
and
on
you're
a
just saying that's the
non-rotating
way it
plane.
is because it's flat and non-rotating. All you have is a baseless claim. Unless you can explain it,
Right, you need to
give
do
some
one of two
rationale behind
things.
it,
You need to
all you
do
have
one
is a
of two
baseless
things. You need to make that non-rotating plane and then get
No,
your
we don't.
gyroscope and say, look, it clearly, because if you believe we're on a globe spinning and blah, 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 you need to make a non-rotating plane with your gyroscope saying, look, there you go.
the problem
So you
is,
know damn
let's
well
see,
that's
the
Do you know
problem is,
damn
let's
well
see,
that you can't do
if
that?
we
We
if we
know.
take your
exactly.
if we take your position, so let's see that Earth is that non-rotating plane. We
Don't take
have
my
gyroscope.
word for it. Let's just go with you. We're on the globe. We're on the rotating globe. So where's the
I'm going
non-rotating
with
plane?
you. I'm
That
going with you
where
that we're
no
on
no
a
no 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 no
stationary.
no.
You're going to
You're now
interrupt me. And you're
shifting.
going to get modded because you're interrupting me again.
Is that the
So
false assumption?
no, it's not a false assumption, and you're interrupting again. So
So you're
I'm
gonna
going to
mod me?
actually lower
Mod
your
me.
volume
Mod
so
me.
I don't have to speak
You need
over
to mod
you.
me. You need to mod me because I'm not shutting up
Right.
on this one.
Now,
Because you're
Slitzy's
talking
volume is
absolute
lowered
shit.
for me because I'm tired of being interrupted. And he'll need to interrupt me again because he
No,
doesn't
I
want
just
to listen
leave.
to the
I
answer.
just leave, and then
If
hopefully
I also
other people will
believe
leave
that
because
Earth
it's
is
fed up with your
flat
nonsense.
and gyroscopes have precession, I need to find out what the reason for that precession is on that stationary plane.
Yeah, man.
And more to the point, directly to Schlitzy's request of doing this on a non-rotating stationary plane, there's no way to set that experiment up that precludes that isolates Earth's rotation should it exist. So if we're trying to
How do you do
determine
it
whether
with a
one or the other
pendulum?
is what we're listen to what I'm saying. If we want to determine one from the other, you need to be able to set that up in a way that somehow precludes Earth's rotation. You can't do that if the Earth is a rotating sphere. And you know that, which is why you're requesting such an absurd request.
Okay, so why would you then tell me that you can independently fix up a pendulum to test the spin of the Earth? Are you fucking mad?
Because we can make specific predictions
Oh.
if the Earth is a rotating sphere as to its size, as to where these things are.
How are you going to make that prediction? How are you going to make that prediction if you haven't done that isolation?
Don't need to make the isolation. Just need to make the prediction.
So
a prediction that would not work by any reasonable mechanism on a non-rotating plane.
But
You're
how
saying
do you
there is a
verify
mechanism.
that? To
You
make
need to
the
put that
claim is
forward.
one thing is to make the claim, yeah. I see pink unicorns. Where is the pink unicorn to show me that they exist? We can all make a claim.
If you don't see pink unicorns, you falsified your hypothesis. What are you talking about?
I don't need one, did I? I'm not making the claim. You're telling me that gyroscopes don't work on a non-flat, non-rotating plane or a surface or whatever you want to call
The
it.
way we observe them to process is the claim. Or they shouldn't.
That's your assumption without no
It's our
foundation.
hypothesis. There's plenty of foundation for it. You just don't accept it because you think math is stupid and gay.
I don't. You said math. Your math doesn't give me my reality.
It explains it.
No, it doesn't.
It explains it pretty well.
Show me the equation where I walk up to a flower and smell the perfume of a flower or the aroma of a flower. Show me the maths to do that.
I don't know what
Are you putting a mechanical gyroscope on the flower?
No. We don't need it. You said
gyroscopes with
hold
precession.
on.
What's
Can you
what's
just
happening
shut
to
up interrupting? You said something, so I was going to give you an answer to what you just said. Why did you think that I'm going to put a flower on a you know, a gyroscope on a flower for me to smell it? Where does it say
Because
that?
you're changing the topic to flowers when the
No,
topic's about
I just said like your
gyroscopes.
mathematics, right? It's really simple. Your mathematics doesn't portray my reality. And he said, yes, it does. So I said, where's the maths for that?
Oh man, can we get on the topic? This is just fucking stupid, man.
So what happens if
You're
one?
talking shit. You're talking shit, and we've reduced it down to absurdity, as
So
usual.
what happens if one rotates a gyroscope? What happens if you rotate it manually?
What are you talking about?
What happens if you rotate?
No, give me the experiment where you made
Yeah,
a flat, non-rotating
I sort of
plane.
am, because if you do turn a gyroscope, let's say you have a one of these Saginac ones on a table, and you turn that table around, it reads that it's turning. So when you stop, it still turns 15 degrees per
Where's
hour.
your model of a non-rotating flat surface?
What happens if you turn
Independent of the
so
thing
no,
you're
hang on.
testing. Because you're telling
What
me
happens
it
if you
doesn't
turn?
work.
What happens if you turn a gyroscope like that?
What happens? I don't fucking know. I'm not playing your hypothetical games.
So you
yeah?
don't think
I
that
don't
gyroscope
care.
will
I do not care.
measure
What
the
I care
rotation?
about is what we were talking about first of all. You said gyroscopes don't work on a flat, non-rotating surface. So how did you do that?
By turning it manually, and
No,
you stop, and
now
it's
you're just
yeah, hang on,
talking. You're talking
yeah.
bullshit.
Shut up a minute,
No, you
because
shut
when you
up,
do
fucking
rotate it,
stupid
it
dickhead.
matches that you are actually rotating.
It matches your maths.
So when you stop, hang on, when you stop, if it was a non-rotating plane, then it should stop reading any rotation.
Oh my god. So look, listen to what I'm going to ask you. Where's your model of the non-rotating surface, independent of the surface that you live on, to prove to me beyond any doubt that a gyroscope doesn't work on that surface? Can I say that any clearer? Or are you
No, so okay, so that means well, you will probably need to leave Earth then.
No, but just admit he's right.
With all the ums and ahs, I'm sure you still don't understand that.
Hello? Can you guys be conscious of other people trying to get in, man? Is that possible? Yeah, he's right, because you haven't tested it on a non-rotating surface, right, guys? Right, SC.
Not as far as we know.
Correct. We haven't tested
Are you going to join on that, SC? Are you really going to join on that?
Yeah, he's right, man. Just say he's right. You haven't tested it on a non-rotating surface, correct? Because you claim you are on a non-rotating
We don't make
surface,
any claim. We don't make any claims about it. It just it doesn't work on a non-rotating. It doesn't process. So I mean, it's not. We claim it doesn't work. So so what do you want us to do? Prove to you that it doesn't work? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, let's see. You are correct. You have not tested it on a non-rotating surface. That's it. Be honest about it.
I've got nothing to say after that. As long as you just come out with that and I'm not going to press you on anything else. I just want you to openly admit that we haven't tested it on a non-rotational surface, so we don't know. And we shouldn't really say that claim because we don't know and we haven't tested it.
Well, normally if you say something does something, you test it to prove that it does something, not that it doesn't do something.
So tell me the model.
Yeah, but you are claiming. Listen, you are claiming the Earth is stationary, don't you?
I'm not claiming anything.
Also, okay. So the Earth is not flat.
Omnivore said to me that the gyroscope doesn't work on a non-rotating flat surface. I said, "Where's the proof of that? What model did you make? And how did you isolate that process?" Because then you started talking about Fulcrum's pendulums, and I said, "How do you make that independent of the thing that you're testing? It's impossible that you can actually claim anything."
The model is the Newtonian mechanics. It just assume the Newtonian mechanics is
But
true as an
let's not
axiom.
change. Let's not change. We're talking about the gyroscope, so we need the model of the flat, non-rotating plane that you tested this gyroscope on. So then you can conclude with it just doesn't work on a non-rotational flat surface. I'm happy. I rest my case. I don't press anything else.
But the way we determine a prediction what the gyroscope would do on a rotating surface or a non-rotating is by just using Newtonian mechanics.
So
in order to
hypothetically, you've concluded that's the case without actually testing it, because there's one thing to say it and there's one thing to test it. So
Well,
you're making the claim. So look, the burden of proof is on you. You've made the claim, you haven't tested it physically, you've only just come out with this hypothesis. You don't know the hypothesis works because you haven't tested it.
So we don't know.
Well, you could refute. Theoretically, one way you could refute that claim is by just disagreeing with the axioms of Newtonian mechanics. In this case, the first law of motion for rotational motion. That if there's no force, I mean torque applied to a rotating object, then it's not going to rotate, right?
When did the first law of physics, or whatever you want to call it, get passed in the House of Lords? Because that's where laws get passed. So tell me when that was passed.
First, what are you talking about?
Well, you're talking about a law, so
he's being stupid. He knows damn well all the physics
look at the.
Jesus Christ.
Are you actually trying to say that laws of physics are like laws in a court or laws that the country has?
So it's a concept, yeah? So the concept of physics.
Yes,
it's not the law, is it? Because a law, a law is a law, yeah? There's no ifs
You know
or
what's
buts
also a
about
concept?
it. So it's a concept. And that's not a law, is it? A concept
Yeah,
isn't a law.
the problem you
it's an
have,
idea.
the problem you have with saying that it's just a concept is the fact that rotation is also just a concept, and in fact what's rotating or what's non-rotating is defined using Newtonian mechanics. So if you want to claim that Newtonian mechanics is false in its foundations, in its axioms, then you also don't have a definition of what's rotating or non-rotating. So this entire discussion is pointless because you haven't even defined those most fundamental words we use in this discussion. Rotation is absolutely meaningless for you.
I haven't used any words. You're the one who's put all the words in play, yeah? And I'm just questioning how you come to do that. The same as I'm questioning you on how did you assume a gyroscope doesn't work on a non-rotational plane or surface? And you still can't really put your hand on your heart and go, do you know what? We ain't tested it, so we don't really know. We just make the hypothesis, and there's no way of testing it. So unfalsifiable. So I don't know what the claim is.
It's just proofs based on axioms, right? We define as an axiom in Newtonian mechanics that a rotating reference frame is a
going into nonsense language, telling me it's a law.
So let's see. Do you think that it's rotating or not rotating?
You're trying to make me appeal to some kind of. It's like, I don't know. You're putting across. It's like it's a law, because you have to abide by the law because that's what laws are made for. It's an appeal to authority for sure.
That's a misunderstanding.
If you haven't tested it, you need to say we haven't tested it. We can't test it like that. It's just a hypothesis, and really and truly, it's nothing more than that.
If Earth is non-rotating, we have put mechanical gyroscopes on it, and the gyroscopes show precession. So what's causing that precession? If it's still.
Oh man, look, it's very clear what's happening here. You can go on and just blah, 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 blah. I think people have already formed that you can't categorically say gyroscopes don't work on a non-rotational surface because you haven't tested it. It's just a hypothesis, and it's just built on a.
We've just tested it on a rotating Earth. That's all we've done.
Maybe
Correct.
if
Yeah. We've just tested mechanical gyroscopes on a rotating Earth. That's what they've done.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
What does it mean to
You
you that the
haven't
surface
even
is rotating?
established. The best thing is, do you know what the best thing is? You haven't even established you're on a rotating globe, flying through space, doing mad things.
What does it mean for you that the surface is rotating in place? What does a rotation mean for you?
It's not for me. I'm not making a claim about rotation. You are. I go out
Then
my
why
door.
are-
I go out my front door.
If you
I
don't
feel
even have a
zero.
definition of what a rotation is, then why are you getting triggered when we are defining rotation and then you
Right,
are saying that our definition
don't know
is
where you come
fundamentally
from.
wrong?
I don't know
If
where
it's
you come from.
fundamentally
I
wrong,
don't know
then
where you
you
come
have to
from.
have your own definition and show it.
I don't know where you come from, but like, believe me, I'm really not triggered because like this is nonsense. You're talking nonsense. You know, you sound like you're smart, but you obviously aren't because I'm not
But
saying.
the nonsense really is
I
you
walk out my
thinking that
door.
we're not spinning, and
Oh my
gyroscopes
God,
have
just
precession
stop.
on a
Can you-
non-spinning
I was
object.
clearly speaking
So
and
you
you
need to
interrupted.
tell
I was
me
clearly
what
speaking
is
and
the
you
cause
interrupted.
of the
I was clearly speaking.
precession and the gyroscope effect.
I was clearly speaking and you just interrupted.
It's not
I
you
don't
for
have
you to interrupt
walk out of
me.
my
So
door,
have a taste of your
gyroscope
own
in one
medicine.
hand. So like I'm just going to talk and you're just going to talk over me. Yeah. I think
Why not? You've done it to me several times and never apologized.
Oh my God! But you just keep going on. You just don't stop.
Ah, man, flat Earth stuff is so boring. So boring.
Yeah, because you don't make sense, and you just think that you
This
can
isn't
wave
flat
your
Earth stuff. This is you
your
reaffirming your
globe
stupid
watch,
I
globe.
and
don't make
everyone's
sense
under
to
the spell.
you. I make sense
Globe is
to
boring.
plenty
You're
of other
talking about your
people.
fake globe.
Because if I
Reaffirming your consequential
think that
globe.
I'm on a non-rotating planet and the gyroscope's process, I need to find an explanation for that precession. Are you looking for that explanation? No.
I'm questioning your validity of when you say gyroscopes, and this is all what I'm asking. You claim that gyroscopes don't work on a non-rotational plane. My question is, how did you test that? Then you want to talk about rotating Earth and precessions and Falcon's pendulums. I just don't get it. It's a real
How does the
simple
precession
question.
happen on a still Earth?
It's not the question, is it?
Schlisky, can I jump in here for a second, please?
Go ahead,
So-
Mr. Rod Cloud.
My Rod Cloud.
Yeah. You're now Rod Cloud.
Okay, that's terrific.
I'll be Gymnasium.
So I saw the video of Bob Nodell, and he had Nathan Thompson with him, and the two of them were looking at the feed on his computer of the gyroscope that he got when he, during that documentary thing. So ring laser gyroscope, that's it. Anyway, so he's
You know that's not a mechanical gyroscope. Sorry to interrupt you, right?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Go ahead, Essie.
So he's got the thing sitting on the table, and he's telling Nathan Thompson. He says, "Look at the screen. I've got this thing it's sitting still, and yet it's still measuring movement. It's still measuring motion, specifically 15 degrees per hour. And it's just, and the thing is right in front of them, sitting on the table, not moving, yet it is measuring motion. So the question is if Earth is not moving, then why was the gyroscope measuring movement? If it's, so what he came up with was ether, wasn't it? I think He came up with the
So
idea.
you're saying it was a ring laser gyro?
Yes, a gyroscope that measures movement.
Suspended in a vacuum chamber?
It wasn't suspended. It was, dude, listen to what I said.
No, but what I mean to say, isn't that thing suspended in a vacuum chamber?
What thing?
The ring laser.
The function, how it actually measures movement.
Yeah, but isn't it
isn't
encapsulated
relevant
in a
as far as
vacuum
I'm
chamber?
concerned. That's not relevant as far as I'm concerned. It's an instrument
not
that measures
relevant.
movement. No, it's an instrument that measures movement. Your phone will do that. It doesn't matter what it is. It's an instrument that measures movement. And there's Bob Nodell. I saw the video. It's Bob Nodell showing Nathan Thompson pointing at his computer screen and saying, look, Nathan, here is the gyroscope right here, and here's the feed on the screen, and it is showing that it's moving. And yet it's sitting right here on the table, and it's not moving. So, Slitsky, that's the problem. Why?
It was debunked. That's why.
Was it?
There was a
Was
bullshit
it
movie.
showing
Thanks, Bob.
motion? Right. So that's the problem. Now
Yeah, the video you're
you say the Earth
referring
is non-rotating.
Okay, so you gonna let me
Then-
respond to your bullshit? The video you're referring to, dude, it's like that electric ring gyro did not move. He had to use his hands to move it.
No, that's not BS. That was actually what I saw the video. I saw the video of Bob Nodell confused.
Yeah, you got tricked.
And
Yeah, you got
he was
tricked.
confused.
That was a thank you, Bob.
Yeah, he did a
He was
parlay
con-
trick. You got tricked.
He was confused because the gyroscope was measuring motion when it was just there on the table in front of both of them, not moving.
No, I saw the video.
And he's saying that's
That video is
BS.
bullshit. Yeah,
I think
because it wasn't moving. He had to move it
Yes.
with
So
his
why
hands.
was it So why was it registering motion?
No, it wasn't. They lied.
It was.
Because Bob's a liar. Thank you, Bob.
So Bob's a liar. That's your
Yeah, I
your
could pull up
excuse.
the video proving they lied.
That
I
is
get it. It would
BS.
take, I could get it to you. You have to give me time. Like I'll probably get it to you by the end of the day, honestly. But I can prove to you that gyroscope did not detect motion.
So why did
Thank
he
you.
say it did? Why did he say he did? Why did he say it was measuring motion?
Because he's a grifter. He's a 15
He's a
degrees per
grifter.
hour grifter.
So the gyroscope measuring motion is contrary to his beliefs and detrimental to his ideas.
Do you know what it is?
So what's
Rick?
that grift? Tell me the grift. If he's got a gyroscope, wouldn't the grift be that he would say it's not measuring any movement? Wouldn't that be the grift? Wouldn't that be the lie? Why would the lie be counter to his beliefs? No. See, that's the reason that flat Earth
You're not
concepts are
listening.
just not
So you just
respected.
want to hear yourself convince yourself.
No, I need a
You're not
better
having a
argument than that was
conversation, you're in the
BS
middle of
and
convincing
lies. So,
yourself.
bring that video. Bring that video.
Red
I'd like
Cloud.
to see it.
What was the amount of drift conceived?
15 degrees
with
per
this
hour.
movement? 15 degrees. Yeah. Okay. So you build a machine for the thing that you're detecting, that you want to detect.
You want to detect some motion.
Look, you build a machine to detect the thing that you want to detect.
Yeah. Yes, you build a machine to detect light. You build a machine to detect moisture. You build a machine to detect motion. Yeah, right. Okay. So you build a machine to detect the things you want to detect. All right.
I don't think we have anything else to say.
That's all you got. Okay. So
I
yes,
don't
you build
need
a
to say
machine
anything
to detect
else.
what you want to detect.
I
In
don't
this
even,
case,
I don't
motion.
even need to look. So you can't make the claim with a mechanical one. So you have to build an invention to
make it
to bolster your claim.
Bolster your claim.
With a mechanical one, right? Look, Red Cloud. Where is the experiment?
Blitzky,
where you
why
construct
is a gyroscope measuring movement if it's not
Look,
moving?
It's simple. If we
It is
want
simple.
to talk over me, then
Why
we
is a
can't
gyroscope
talk.
measuring movement if it's not moving?
Listen, fuck the mechanical ring
There you
laser.
are.
We're talking about a gyroscope, yeah, a mechanical
Yes.
gyroscope. No nonsense
This
necessary.
is how hard you have to
no
fight against
nonsense
reality.
necessary. No nonsense necessary. Just
What's nonsense? Explain the word
We've got a
nonsense. What do you mean
mechanical
nonsense? What do you mean
The
nonsense?
nonsense is you thinking that you've tested what happens to a gyroscope in reality. You're not doing
Why
shit.
did Bob Nodell say that the gyroscope measures movement
I
if
don't
it's
care
not
what
moving?
Bob Nodell said. I don't even know who this
That's
motherfucker
stupid.
is. I don't care about Bob
That's just
Nodell.
that just makes no sense.
So if
You
I
don't care
don't know
about
Bob
evidence.
Nodell, it's
You just
true.
care about what you believe. You don't care about the evidence.
No, because
Bob
it's not
Nodell's
about
Bob's Nodell a
that. The
liar, or
evidence
he's
is
part of the
clear.
grift.
That you top Omnivore said mechanical gyros don't work on a non-rotational plane surface. Yeah. So where is your
I
experiment?
didn't say that.
Where
I didn't
you've
say that.
constructed a non-rotational plane surface and the gyroscope doesn't work.
Are you talking to me right now, or are you
Yes.
talking to Omni?
No, I'm talking to you.
Okay, so
And
why are you mentioning what
Omnivore
Omni said?
Omnivore made the claim that
Why
gyroscopes
are you
don't
saying
work
omnivore?
on a non-rotational flat
Why are you
surface.
saying omnivore?
Because that's
I'm not
his claim.
omnivore. I'm talking to you. You're talking to me. I'm not omnivore. Why are you referring to what omnivore
So
said
where is
instead of
your
referring to what I'm saying?
where are you telling me
Can you
that
explain that?
gyroscopes don't work on a flat
No.
non-rotational plane?
Why are you talking about omnivore? Why aren't you addressing what I'm saying?
He doesn't know if it would work because he never tested it
Yeah,
on
it's
according to
really
himself because
yeah.
Earth is not a
I'm
because
asking
Earth is
you,
not a
do you
stationary
agree?
non-rotating
Yeah, get
plane.
triggered.
He doesn't know if he ever tested
Yes,
it.
I ask you
dumbass.
why. I ask you why
I'm
You're a
the
asking
dumbass.
gyroscope
That's
measures
why.
movement when it's not moving, and you
You're
say
affirming the
omnivore.
consequence. Oh my God!
That's
I'm,
not
Why are
affirming
you
the
doing
consequence.
this?
I want an explanation. You haven't
Yes, you
got
are
one.
affirming the consequence
I'm
that you're in a
asking
spinning
you.
globe, and that's the cause for the
This
precession of the
isn't a
gyroscope.
formal debate. I don't care
Rod
about your.
Clod.
I don't care about your.
Rod Clod. I'm
Okay,
asking
so
you.
you don't
care
care.
about
So you're
your
not trying to engage in a
your
legit
appeals to
conversation.
these
You're over here trying to
fallacies.
convince yourself.
Rod
I'm not
Clod.
convincing myself. I'm
asking
convinced that you don't like evidence that's contrary to your position.
You haven't
I've
presented
seen the
it.
apparent
Look at how
evidence
you're
from
reacting
Bob
to it.
Nodell.
I'm asking you a simple question.
The only
Your reaction
gyroscope
is
test
You
that you can even
haven't.
reference in
You've
this
tried
in
to
this argument.
divert the
That's stupid.
conversation, talking about. You've come in with, oh, we've got a ring laser gyroscope.
Not we.
Who cares? You could have.
This is a flat
you know what?
earther. Why
You could have
don't
a
you care?
double. You could have a double ring. You can have a ring piece gyroscope. We don't care. Why
You
you
don't
can
care
put it
about
on
the
your ass and
evidence.
you can like, spin around your rim. We don't care. We're talking about a mechanical gyroscope working on
I
a
was not talking about a mechanical gyroscope.
plane.
I was
That
talking about the
test.
ring laser gyroscope. Why do you keep bringing up the mechanical gyroscope?
So why would you then try to
I
disrow the
asked.
conversation?
I
Because
came in this
is
conversation
about
and I asked you a
gyroscopes
question.
don't work. Mechanical gyroscopes don't work.
Why
on
are you bringing up
non-
omnivore?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You
Where's
are.
the omnivore? I said,
Why are you
where's
bringing
the
up
test?
mechanical gyroscopes? I'm not talking about mechanical gyroscopes. Can you address what I'm talking
Yeah, so
about?
we're all talking about mechanical
You can't address
gyroscopes.
it. You
Why
can't
would you
address what
then
I'm talking
come
about.
in and then start talking about ring laser gyroscopes?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering it. Why would you come into a conversation talking about mechanical gyroscopes and then talking about ring laser gyroscopes?
Because basically they both measure movement.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you do that.
You're going back to that because you
diverts
think
from
that's
what we're
a good
talking
point, but
about.
you don't like the point that a
No,
gyroscope
you just
that
railing the
measures
conversation.
movement when it's still.
Look, Red
You don't
Cloud.
like that point, so you're going to ignore it.
Look, Red Cloud, I appreciate you. I like your initiative, but like you've come in
Initiative.
basically to disrail and disrupt the conversation of mechanical gyroscopes working on a flat non-rotational plane. We're not talking about ring laser. That's another topic. Yeah, you brought that into the conversation. That's
I did
not what we're talking about. So if you want to,
I want to talk about it. So it is what we're talking about. You notice there's no one else talking. No one else is talking. So I'm bringing up another topic. I'm bringing up the ring laser gyroscope.
No one can answer.
The thing is,
that's right. You can't answer. There's a reason you can't answer.
You've made the claim.
There is no reason for a ring laser gyroscope that is not moving to register movement unless the Earth is moving.
And like I was saying earlier, there's no reason for a mechanical gyroscope to move if the Earth is
confused. Look, I'm going to say it really slow so Blake can get on this, yeah, because I know he struggles.
I'm just choosing not to interrupt like you, Slitsy. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
choosing to
look, you've
hold
just
back.
tried to disrupt
They don't
the
have an
conversation
answer.
all the time. You
They
will
don't
just
have an
keep
answer, so they're
talking and
talking about
talking.
disrupting, and they talk about I'm not talking about this, I'm not talking about that. They can't answer
Yeah,
the
so
question.
like you'd rather just talk about. Let's talk about Red Riding Hood and the three bears.
No,
You're just
I
panicking
can
now.
I can talk about
How am I
mechanical ones.
panicking? I
You
asked
can
you
You
talk
a
panic.
about
You talk
simple
about
some
Red
laser
Riding
beams.
Hood
No,
now.
I know full well. I know full well you've not
This is
tested a
just,
gyroscope on a non-rotational plane.
there's no way of doing that. We're on Earth and it's rotating.
Okay, so it's
You
okay
can't
to
do that.
claim things that you can't prove.
You can't test a gyroscope on a
Do you
non-rotating
understand
surface
what
because
affirming the
Earth is
consequent
rotating.
means?
So you
dude?
can't you just make claims that you can't prove.
Yeah, it's totally just.
That's the opposite of not being able to prove it.
Unfalsifiable claim, affirming the
Oh, is
consequent,
that, so
begging
you make the
question
claim
garbage.
and then
Falsifying
I've got to
claim.
prove it. Okay.
Totally
No, I
void
didn't.
of major
I didn't
reason
say
and
anything of
Okay.
the
Saying the
sort.
word,
I said
assuming the
nothing of the
consequence.
sort. I didn't say you had to
Don't-
prove
I
anything.
said that.
I asked you why a ring laser gyroscope that is motionless, sitting on a table in a guy's office, and he's pointing out the fact
I
that
don't
it is
care.
moving.
We weren't talking
Why
about.
don't you care? Because you don't care about
It's
truth.
just ring piece
This,
lasers.
this also
Because
happens
you-
with mechanical
It's a ma-
gyroscopes
Because
that
your
are
mind is
sitting on a
blinded to
desk,
It's a
and yet
machine
they're telling that there's
built
rotation in
blind.
that instrument.
to bolster your claim that there's a
It's not
drift.
Is that like
bolstering the
thing
claim.
one? You
It's
guys
just
got a
the
thing one and
sheer
thing two
fact.
thing going on.
There's just a,
Yeah, if
it's
you
just
want
a
to
sheer
dogpile
fact that
on us,
when I ask these
dogpile on you.
questions, you
It's
panic.
a fact that you've come to the table with a machine that you've built
Mhm.
to prove
I
that
haven't
there's
built it.
50 mile per hour drift.
I didn't do it. I didn't build it. I didn't build it. So are you then going to say that they built the gyroscopes to fake the rotation of the Earth? The Earth isn't rotating. Or the gyroscopes.
I just.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
really
telling
that bad, Sitchki.
you
This
brought
is
to the
the
table
position.
a
This is the
machine.
position flat
Right,
Earthers put
this
you
is
in.
a position, right? You
It
can't.
isn't a very good position,
You
is it?
can't prove that a mechanical gyroscope. You can't prove that a mechanical gyroscope
So you're back to mechanical
doesn't work
gyroscopes.
on a non-flat rotational plane. So you've built a machine.
I rest my case,
and
man. I rest my
You know
case.
what? No,
Hold on,
you
hold on,
can rest
hold
your
on.
case.
You're
You're an
Hold
absolute
on. Hold on.
retardant.
Oh, hello. Thank you. You have no case, Red Tape. We're talking about mechanical gyroscopes, not the other type. Do you understand?
I don't think he does.
God, I didn't even talk. What are you talking about?
So
not
the
you, sorry.
same
Not you,
thing
the other guy that
happens
was
with
talking.
mechanical gyroscopes. You sit them still in some allegedly still building, and yet they're detecting rotation. Why
Right,
is
okay.
the
Listen
still
to this.
plate
Let's
detecting
play
rotation?
the game. Let's play the game. I'll give you the ring laser gyroscope. How do you prove on a non-rotational plane the ring laser detects no motion? Show me the same what you put on the mechanical gyroscope to prove that they don't work. To put on the ring laser gyroscope on the plane, non-rotating surface, that's not detecting any movement. Show me that test.
Where would we do
All he
such a
can
test?
do is regurgitate what he thinks he was taught by his scientism priests. You don't have a response to the question, dude.
I was just wondering, where should we do that? Would we need to go to space and make sure that
Then why make the
whatever?
claim that it's doing what it's doing?
Do it right here on Earth. Just mount it on an equatorial mount.
Oh my
Rotation
God.
will stop.
Yeah, it would. That's correct, Blue. That was a good idea.
So put it on an equatorial mount and do what? Counter.
And watch it indicate no rotation.
What would you do?
How are you going
Put
to
it
make
on an
that
equatorial
independent?
mount and it will indicate no rotation, although you can see the mount rotating.
No, you're just lying.
I'm not lying. Go ahead and try.
When you
Did you say it's rotating, but you can see that it's not rotating? What did you say, Blue?
It's beyond bizarre.
Mount a ring laser gyro on an equatorial mount, and it will show you that there is no rotation.
Well,
Unfortunately, the mount is rotating. It's just rotating in the opposite direction of the Earth.
Oh my god!
This
it's
is
still rotating. It's rotating.
This is
but it's
what.
not rotating.
This is what flat Earth belief forces you to do.
No, you've taken you're taking this to absurdity.
Absurdity. How is it absurd?
You are
How is it
absolute
absurd?
rodents.
How is it absurd?
It's like you're like the rat with the
I'm just
cheese,
listening. I'm just
and you've
listening
got
to you
the trap
panic.
on your neck. You've been in the trap, going, no, it doesn't hurt. I haven't been caught. I'm still here.
The
I
heck
have
are you?
cheese.
What are you talking about? What trap?
You're
What
the rat
trap?
coming out
What
with your
rat?
bullshit. You've been caught, and you're going,
What?
no, I haven't been caught. Look, I've
What
still got
trap?
the cheese in my
What
mouth, and I'm
rat?
eating it.
How have I been caught? Explain any of that.
Well, tell me
nonsense.
how.
All you could do is
Tell me
remind
how
your
you
state of script.
isolated.
You lack critical thinking, dude.
Tell me how
There's just.
It just doesn't make any
Your
sense.
script doesn't have anywhere in it telling you how to respond to the idea that you're affirming the consequent. You don't know how it would work on a non-rotational plane because you don't have one in your model.
We haven't gotten on a rotational plane because we're living on a rotational Earth.
It's
Yeah, it's
unfalsifiable.
difficult.
You just automatically presume that all your forces and effects are due to Earth spinning, which you don't experience.
You won't even put your hand
You
on
do
your
experience
heart,
it if you use a gyroscope.
and it's
You
nonsense.
experience it if you
All
use a
you're doing is
gyroscope.
you're experiencing your gyroscope process. That
Explain
doesn't mean
that.
Earth is rotating. You don't know the difference because you're too busy imagining stuff.
So what's causing it then? What's causing it, that rotational movement according to the gyroscope?
There's a force.
A what?
A force.
A force. So you acknowledge it is registering a force.
Look,
What's that causing that
think
force?
It's like when a motorbike. Why does a motorbike rev at 1,500 revs per minute when it's idle? Because it's fucking designed
Motorbikes
that way.
aren't gyroscopes.
Is that relevant to
Please
gyroscopes?
Yeah, it's not relevant.
Analogous? Is that analogous?
That's what my whole argument was. It's you've come to the table with a machine that you've built to pretend that there's a 15
I didn't build a machine.
degree drift. When
I didn't build a machine. I didn't pretend anything.
Prove anything? How did you make that machine?
A flat earther bought the machine.
Come on, Red.
Yeah, and what he also did, what Bob also did, was he had a different gyro.
Not panicking, Schlitzky. Stefan's talking. Let him talk.
Yeah, he had another gyro sitting in front of the computer, and they were turning it sideways, up and down, and they could see how it was measuring rotation. And isn't it funny how the gyroscopes measure 15 degrees per hour, matching how the sun and the stars are moving?
Look, Stefan,
is that just a coincidence?
He said he was measuring this. Someone said he was measuring the sky.
Stefano. Is it a
it's
you
just
measuring the sky. Okay. Yeah,
this is
someone
what
mention
flat
a
Earth
force.
makes people do.
Mention a force or something, but I don't know what kind of force would affect.
Right.
When you come
Is
to make
the
a
Earth
claim about
connected to the stars, or is it connected to the Earth?
Do you want to bring anything else to the table?
I'm trying to remember what he said it was. What was causing that rotation? It was
I'll tell you what it was. It was a lack of understanding. Lack of understanding.
No. So
obviously
none
not
of you.
having enough coffee to be
Let's
sharp
see,
enough. To say,
Steve,
like,
where are you?
Just rotation of the gaps for the globe denial.
Yeah.
Anyway, when you come with when you come with that non-rotational flat
So you
surface,
gotta admit, like this
model,
flat Earth stuff is really boring.
testing that,
Yeah.
testing both things, the ring laser gyro and the mechanical
really
gyro.
boring.
We
The
can
same
then,
arguments again and again.
we tried finding a stationary flat place, and there wasn't one round to test it on.
Yeah. That's your problem, man.
So. How did you build the ring laser gyro?
I didn't build a gyro.
Degree drift.
You chump! I
How
didn't
did you
build
know?
a gyro.
How do you know? This is my whole point.
I
It's
think you're just
mental, isn't
playing.
it? We can
I
laugh
think you're
about it
playing,
now because it
Shitsky.
is
I don't
so
think you're
funny.
serious.
So
The
you
mechanical
build
gyroscopes and the laser
right.
gyroscopes don't have
Listen,
knowledge.
listen.
They
You
just
build a
measure what's
machine
happening.
Hold
to
on.
measure
I
a
didn't hear
drift,
what Oblate said.
but you didn't
Anvil,
test
go.
it on a
I didn't hear what he said.
non-rotational
I
plane
didn't. Wait,
to
Schlitsky,
confirm
hang
that
on.
it
I want to
works
hear
on
what
a
Oblate
non-rotational
That's
plane.
because you
guy said.
keep interrupting, Red. Try not
Don't-
interrupting, then you might
Alright.
hear other people.
Okay, sorry.
Do you want me to really say it? There's no way to say it. We can laugh about it because it is funny.
We are. It's
You've been caught
yeah.
out.
I'm not
You've been caught
called
out, and
out.
it's funny.
Does
No big deal.
anybody in here remember seeing that video of Bob and Nathan?
Hang on.
I'll tell you what this is like.
Schlitzy, let me ask you quickly.
This is a case of Monty Python. The guy comes into the shop with the parrot.
Right.
It's dead. Clearly
It's deceased.
dead.
Yeah.
And I'm saying I've come in with the parrot. Look, it's dead. And you're going, no, it's stunned. It's sleeping.
He's sleeping.
That's
I'm not buying
analogy.
What was the
That's very
parrot?
clever.
Shitsky, what
It was
type of
a-
parrot was it? Do you remember?
Blue, something blue.
It was a Norwegian blue. Do you
Yeah,
remember
it's
that?
Norwegian blue. Stefan sold it to me.
Finding for the fuel.
Stefan sold it to me. Absolutely outrageous. I bought it. I can't believe it.
I'm just trying to figure out how a mechanical gyroscope attached to Earth is detecting the star movement. Can you please explain that for me, Slits?
Oh my god!
Monty Python.
After all your nonsense, the only thing I've got to explain. After the only thing I've got to explain is, show me, bring the test
cheese
of the model, non-rotating flat surface with your dead
We've
parrot.
already got the flat Earth,
With
and
your
then
dead
there's
parrot
precession
gyroscope.
happening in the gyroscopes on that flat Earth. What's causing that precession?
Yeah. Don't forget, Slitsky. Don't forget. Don't forget, don't forget, Slitsky, that Bob Nodell was assuming a stationary Earth. That was his assumption. Don't forget that. He wasn't looking for the Earth to be rotating. He wasn't looking for it to be moving. He was looking for it to be still.
I don't know how you've built a machine detecting 15 mile per hour drift without having a test plane, non-rotating surface to guarantee that is accurate.
The test plane is flat Earth,
How do you
and yet there
calibrate
is
the machine?
precession happening in the gyroscope. You need
How do you calibrate the machine? How would you calibrate it to say, look, non-rotational, I've got my model of the non-rotational flat surface. Look, obviously, no movement. Bring it
Yeah,
back
these
over to
blowcards,
the
they don't know how to
rotation.
whatever it is you're talking about.
Well, okay.
These guys are just saying,
Well,
like,
fair enough.
Couldn't one just manually rotate it at a specific rotation? I mean,
You could, but you don't.
15,
You've never done
50 RPMs and see what it measures.
Yep, fair
How
point,
about
Slitsky,
this?
but
Yeah.
how do you
about this?
calibrate a speedometer without moving? How do you
I've got
calibrate
the
a speedometer
solution.
without
I've got the
moving?
solution. How about we just pretend it didn't
Yeah,
happen?
speedometer doesn't work if you don't move. Prove it.
But Slitsky, it's a fair point. So how do you calibrate a speedometer if you're not moving?
No, listen to this, right?
That doesn't make any sense, does it?
Hold on.
You're saying that the ring laser gyroscope can't measure movement unless you what? I mean,
Well,
what are you even saying?
Right? When you're doing 30 mile an hour in your car, are you doing 30 mile an hour in your car?
Yeah.
And you know the answer to this, and you can make a claim or you can deny it. When you're doing 30 mile an hour, are you doing 30 miles an hour in your car? Yes or no?
Yes.
No. You know that's not
relative
true.
to the Earth.
What's not true then?
Yeah,
My
but
wheels
you
are on
know
the ground.
it's not true.
My wheels are on the
Because
ground.
The speedo
Right.
goes a set mileage. I'm not too sure. I'm not here to make the claim that, but it definitely goes slower than the 30 mile an hour it says on there. 100% it does that.
Right, but Slitsky, you didn't answer the question of how you calibrate a speedometer without moving.
Well, it's not exact, is it? So
No,
there
it's
is
not
that
exact.
discrepancy. There is
Of
that
course.
discrepancy.
Of course. But if you said that the car is
So like that's how you.
Wait. If you say the car is not moving, and you've got a speedometer, and the speedometer is showing that the car is moving at 15 miles an hour, how do you explain that? Obviously, your car is not moving. It's moving, and it's moving at roughly 15 miles an hour. Maybe it's 10 miles an hour, maybe it's 20 miles an hour, but it is moving. Same thing with the Earth. So when Bob took it up to higher altitude or whatever he did, he found it was moving at a different rate, but it was still moving.
Shall we look at the mechanical
Is this the only
speedometer?
gyroscope test that you have to reference, or do you have something better?
There's quantum gyroscopes on naval vessels, mechanical gyroscopes in planes.
Yeah, you're testing to see
There's
the 15 degree per hour.
red cloud.
Yes.
So do you have a test where that's
calibrate
actually
the
being read by the
speedometer.
gyroscope or no?
What is it? The
Besides Bob
superconductor
Nodell, the guy who
gyroscope as well?
Yep.
Are you listening, dude?
No, you're turned down
You're
a little
not
bit. You're
listening,
too
are you?
quiet.
Yeah.
You're kind of
Obviously,
quiet, and we don't know
you're
how
busy
to say your
fancying
name.
yourself. Love delusions.
Right, let's look at this. Let's
I'll turn you
look
up.
at
I
this
couldn't hear you.
claim of how to calibrate a speedometer. You go into a garage. There's rollers, which you
There's
will
a
put
rolling
your car
road.
on the rollers, so your
Yeah.
car will be rolling around.
Yeah.
And I would imagine it's there's an electric version or a mechanical version, depending on what you're testing. And I would imagine it's something to do with the revolutions of the drive shaft.
Yeah,
And
and the
whether
tires
you've
and the
got a box and you put the plug in the box, it will automatically
exactly,
adjust it or test it,
and
or
the
the other
speed will
way
be
will
slightly
be
different.
mechanically testing
Yeah,
it. So you can calibrate it.
Yeah, and the speed will be different. Like if you've got really worn tires or brand new tires, the speed will be slightly different because the wheels will be slightly
Exactly.
different
That's
size.
why I said to you, it's always going to be less. So if your car's saying you're
that's
doing
fine.
30 miles an hour, it's most probably doing 25. That's when
That's
you go through.
all good and wonderful. But what if I said that my car is not moving, but my speedometer says it's 25 miles an hour or 30 miles an hour? There's some
It's on the
discrepancy
rollers,
there.
isn't it?
But there's a discrepancy there.
No, you're saying there's no discrepancy. You're just saying, how do you calibrate a speedometer if you're not moving? But you have to be moving to calibrate it.
Yes, so the
that's
idea...
my argument, isn't it?
It's
Where
analogous
it's a
to...
flat Earth, non-rotational plane that you calibrated your machine with, then you know it's no drift, to say, oh, look, we put it in the non-rotational plane and there's no drift. Now we're putting it on the globe and there's 15 miles.
What you're saying is that an instrument
I'm not saying
constructed and
anything.
built... Well, what I hear you saying is that an instrument that is designed, constructed and built and made to measure movement can't measure movement because it's...
No, it's been set up
measuring
to
movement?
do that. It's designed, it's 15 degrees. It's just the fucking claim.
How do you tie your shoelaces? How do you function
I say red
with
cloud,
that sort of
take my
logic in your life?
shoelaces up, please. Or I won't give you any pocket money. You naughty little boy. You need to go on a naughty step for at least a day.
Naughty step.
Do you think one could
I was never on the
rotate
naughty step. I just got
I'm not going to buy another
Do you
parrot.
think you could rotate the gyroscope at different RPMs, known RPMs, and calibrate it by doing it that way?
Stefan, I bought one parrot off you. I'm not buying another, so I can't go ahead with the hypotheticals.
No, hang on. If you have a gyroscope and and you turn it manually, it would read
as yours,
that.
I'd be coming out with some massive claims as well, but I haven't.
Let him finish.
Yeah, there's like way too much imagining going on here. A bunch of ifs, check out this gyroscope.
It's not a bunch of ifs, dude. It was.
Hey, you never
also
verified any of your claims, dude. You just imagined.
Bob Nodell did. Bob Nodell.
That's your only proof of this electric ring gyroscope going 15 degrees.
One of your men. One of your men did that.
Nodell, that's your proof. Bob
no,
Nodell.
that's not my proof. My proof is that Bob Nodell was looking for a non-rotation. He found
Somebody talk once without
me again because you hate having to defend an actual position rather than chant your mantras. Yeah,
no Dell.
enough
Hey,
chance.
No Dell.
hey, do I have to mute you, bro? This is I'm giving you a warning now. Stop interrupting people. Thank you.
Thank you, SE.
Is there even a
I'll be very
conversation
welcome.
going on? This is just a
Do my
back and
best.
forth. It's really boring.
Okay.
No, it's
they claim that
aggravating. Every time they talk, he interrupts them. Just
I'm the
let
one
them
being
finish,
interrupted,
and then
so
you
I'm
can
going to
go, bro.
clarify. Yeah, let me clarify. Your only evidence of the 15 degrees per hour precession is Bob Nodell's gyroscope. Can you please go get something that isn't given to us from a lying grifter?
You just heard about 2 minutes ago other examples of measurements of the rotation of the Earth, and you ignored it.
What, you have evidence? Okay,
So,
good.
Blake Anvil, I think it was you that did that.
Yeah, the superconducting gyroscope, quantum gyroscope, mechanical gyroscope, and the ring laser gyroscope. These are all kind of things that are basically going, hey, is there something moving? Yes, there is. And so, if stationary, what is causing these devices to detect rotation?
They're calibrated from the get-go to pretend that there's a 15 mile per hour. Look, I need it on mirrors. Look, it's drifting 15
That's just
degrees.
amazing.
It's just bizarre that you think that you can come up with a machine that you've purposely built to detect the motion that you haven't tested in a non-rotational surface plane and say that's 15. That's look.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't tested it in a non-rotating thing because we've only been able to test it on Earth.
That's a false and arbitrary requirement
You might
that
live in
you just
South Africa,
invented.
but not that
That's
slow, surely.
that's an arbitrary and meaningless requirement that you just invented, that you have to somehow test a device that's meant to detect movement, and it has to be still in order for it to be calibrated. That doesn't follow. That logically doesn't follow. It's something you're inventing in order to deal with the fact that the gyroscopes measure rotation.
You've got
and you're saying Earth is still.
machine confirming what you're trying to test. Does that
Here's an amazing
how does
fact.
that really sit with someone?
Here's an amazing fact with a ring laser. You can't just detect the rotation in one axis. You've got to look at all three axes. They're all moving, except under very special conditions. All three move.
Conditions?
And it's the summation of those three motions. Can you please stop?
Hold on, see, show them the same respect.
Oh yeah, sorry.
All right. So now I lost my train of thought. So you have to take the summation of the rotation in all three axes to get 15 degrees per hour. And oddly enough, no matter where you take that gyro, and you don't tell the gyro where it is, no matter where you take it, the summation of the rotations in all three axes always ends up at 15 degrees per hour. Isn't that amazing?
Right. My rebuttal to that, wouldn't it be amazing? No matter where you put
It should change via your latitude.
Hold on. No matter where you put your laser, it would never ever detect less than 15%. You could put it up your backside, and it still detects 15 degrees. How amazing would that be? Because it's purpose built to detect 15 degrees.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
It's different. You get different rotations for each axis depending on what latitude you're at.
Yeah, there are three.
What is the drift? Is it always 15 degrees?
Always. The summation is always 15 degrees.
Exactly.
So
That's
here's an idea. Slisky, here's an idea.
But it corresponds with the latitude.
What if you were to build?
Who cares about the latitude? It's not what we're detecting, is it?
Slisky, you build a weather vane. You build a weather vane in your garage. You build it, and you take it outside, and you continue building it, and it's fully completed, and you put it up at the end of a stick, and it immediately starts measuring wind because it's windy. Are you saying that that's not possible? That's what you're saying about the gyroscope. That doesn't make any sense, my man. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
But
if you make a weather vane, it will measure wind if there's wind.
The wind I can physically feel the wind. You can't physically detect the motion, what you're trying to detect.
Now that's another objection you're
You can
bringing.
dress it
Okay.
up how you want. It's just logic. Look, I'm using logic.
It isn't
to
logic, though.
dismantle your analogy. You've got to come up with a better analogy because that was just horseshit.
That was
what
actually
about
pretty good. I'm quite happy with that
helium?
one.
Yeah, what about helium as superfluid, as it has absolutely no friction?
Oh my god!
That
Is
one,
that a need for a bar?
that one measures rotation as well, 15 degrees per hour. That's strange, isn't it?
Look, let's
Seriously,
go with this.
my friend, listen, hold on.
You've got more
Listen.
ifs than
When someone says something that I don't like and I know I'm wrong, I just say, you know what, I was wrong. I did that like 2 days ago. And I said something I thought was true. Someone said, actually, that's complete, bollocks. And I went, okay, hold on, maybe it is. So how about doing that?
So
Can you do that here?
Who's going to
Can
admit?
you admit you're wrong again, please?
Who's going to admit that mechanical gyroscopes don't work on a non-rotational surface and say, look, we can't verify that, so it's horseshit. And then we can all go, I'm not going to contest it anymore. I'm just going to say, all right, there's no problem. At least you put your hands up and said, like, we haven't tested it and we can't test it, and that's it.
I'm sure you can come up with, given enough time, I'm sure you can come up with other objections. Because just because we can't feel the motion doesn't mean the motion is not there. If you build a machine specifically designed to measure it and to detect it, you can't detect micro changes in the temperature. Okay, but you can create a thermometer that can do that. What's the problem?
That's not in contention. The thing in contention is gyroscopes don't work on a non-rotational plane. And you can't verify that, or you can't,
okay, well,
you can't
all right.
bring to the table as the support and evidence of that claim. So you have to retract and say, look, do you know what? It's fucking horseshit. We'll take that out of the equation. No problem.
So we build a ring laser gyroscope and it measures rotation, and we say, oh no, we can't use that.
But where's your test for the calibration of that working on a non-rotational plane? You haven't got one.
There isn't one.
No,
Earth is rotating.
So how did you build a machine?
Oh my goodness!
And isolate it from the thing that you're testing to prove that it does actually work.
It's just.
It's not bullshit. It's fucking sleight of hand, fucking parlor trick.
Sleight
nonsense.
of hand. If I build a weather vane, outside on the top of my house, and I put the thing together, and then put it up, and then it measures the wind. Isn't that basically analogous?
Listen to this.
No?
I can put my finger in my mouth, make it wet, stick it in the air, and I can fucking detect the wind. Yeah. That's how crazy your analogy is.
It isn't. It's a perfectly reasonable analogy.
Look, we can detect wind. We don't need a fucking machine to detect wind.
But you do need a machine to detect.
You're telling us that the Earth is moving. We don't detect the movement. So now you have to build a machine to pretend that it is moving.
Okay, but if you wanted to detect micro changes in temperature, your body isn't capable of doing that. So what you do is you make a machine that is capable of doing that.
Red Cloud, we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You're telling us all this nonsense.
At the equator, we're not spinning 0 kilometers at both poles.
Yeah, you're in the UK. You're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Come on, man.
That's your claim.
How fast are you spinning around?
My
800?
claim.
That's your claim. 800?
No. So, I'm sorry, SE, say again?
In your model, at that place, at that location, he'd be spinning what, around 800?
I got a bit of delay because I can't even hear.
Where I am probably, but the fact that you just said your claim is you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour. That isn't my claim. That isn't our claim. We're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but most of us don't live. Are you living on the equator? I don't.
Yeah,
But that is the claim of the model. It's not,
No, that's
not him or
no,
me that's
no.
making it. That is the claim
Rotation's
of the model, is it not?
rotation is not measured in tangential velocity.
Yeah, it isn't
Yeah,
even
let's
measured
not
that
go
way.
back to 2015, right? We know one rotation
Right.
per
No.
Earth. That's
So,
the claim
no,
is.
there's a
Right, yeah,
difference
that's fair.
between
Do you know how
tangential
many
speed and
miles per
rotation.
hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, how many miles per hour at the North Pole? 0. How many at the South Pole? 0. How many at the equator? What, 1,035?
I
That's
have
the
to
claim.
I have to book. I have to head out. So here's a quick thing. Did anyone in the final experiment bring a gyroscope of any kind to measure the rotation?
Ooh,
That's a good question. I don't think they did.
Ooh, I think I'll contact Mr. Duffy and tell him he missed something there. You know, the thing I just figured out just now.
They all had
Amen,
mobile
Santa.
phones which have the MEMI microchip gyroscopes in them.
Oh,
So
Witzer did.
technically,
Witzer did 100 experiment, remember?
is that when he had the Wi-Fi password eventually or not?
he didn't have Ben. He didn't have Ben.
That was low.
Guys, I'm going to go and have a swim in the sea, go to
Alright.
the gym. It's
I'm
been
going to head out too.
it's been good, but
Thanks, Sissy. That was great.
I love your
It's been
Die
emotional,
Hard.
Slitsy. It's been emotional.
Yeah, it's very emotional.
Keep it flat.
Keep it real. Keep the globe spinning, otherwise it will fall down.
Stay dizzy.
Make the globe great again. That's my new slogan. Make the globe great again.
Don't piss in the Mediterranean.
Look, you can bring the glober to the water, but he will not drink the Kool-Aid.
No.
Not the Kool-Aid of
I used to drink
flat
Kool-Aid.
Earth, no.
Later.
Take care. Have a fantastic day.
No weeing in the med.
So what proof is there that the parallax is the Earth wobbling and not just the movement of the celestial bodies?
Don't they say parallax is the distance? How they judge distance, or no?
To my understanding, it was the movement they attribute to the Earth's wobble. So you see the stars at the poles and they shift a bit. Am I wrong on that?
It's not the Earth wobble, no.
It's just the movement of two objects, isn't it? The difference between the two objects moving, like a parallax will occur.
Yeah. So let's say you're in a still train and you've got like a forest of trees and some are closer, some are very far away. What would you think was happening if a tree moved in front of the far tree, left to right?
Eden, you're hot micing.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. I think that there would be a lumberjack responsible for moving the tree.
Okay. We're in a moving train. There's a very distant tree, and a close tree goes left to right past your window. What do you think's happening?
Well, that's a false premise because we're moving, and you cannot prove that we're moving on Earth already. Right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So let's be real. You cannot prove that we are moving, and so you can't make an analogy on a moving train.
Let's be real. We can't prove we're moving to your satisfaction. The mechanical gyroscope is a great evidence.
So without reification and void of logic,
it's not reification.
Void of logic and reason.
There's a problem.
So
you cannot.
So basically, nuh-uh is not a basis for.
Yeah, I'm going to say no to disingenuous void of logic and reason arguments. I'm going to say no.
I know. Yeah, right. You don't, because you don't understand the argument.
No, I understand that it doesn't meet basic logic and reason requirements that a third grader could understand.
It 100% does, my guy. I'm sorry.
Eden or whoever.
If you understand fallacies, then you would know this.
So the difference between parallax and non-parallax is to deal with geocentrism versus heliocentrism, not the shape of the Earth.
Exactly. So what proof is it that the parallax that is shown from the what were we talking about? The so the parallax that is viewed from that is proof that we're moving or that that we are rotating.
6 months,
but
6 months
it could
apart.
just be the movement of the celestial bodies, and you cannot separate that because of relativity.
I don't think that's accurate because parallax wouldn't happen if the world, whatever shape it is, was not in orbit of something.
So that is why I'm asking, how can you prove that when it could just be the movement of these celestial bodies, independent of any movement?
But this is a
non-movement?
geocentrism. This is a geocentrism versus an
So there's a bunch of things that you're not going to believe, but the way that we know that is because we know that those stars aren't moving faster than light, which is what.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's funny. I would challenge you, starting from the most basic point of reason and logic at the forefront. You cannot make a point that is void of the basics.
So the problem is you don't know what the basics are, right? When you see plumb lines, when you see a reciprocal zenith angles showing that plumb lines diverge, you say, well, I have to magic that away now. I have to, make up some excuse for why that happened.
Okay, so the zenith angle you're saying to the plumb line diverges.
Yes, the two zenith angles, the two 90 degrees, further apart.
Hold on.
Parallel.
Hold on. What are you talking about? The two zenith angles?
Okay, so I have in reciprocal zenith angles, I have two theodolites, one pointing at the other. This is just an example that shows that you are not properly applying logic and reason. And your defense, of you can't give me, something that's devoid of logic and reason is just, you can't give me information I don't like because I'll not it.
Yeah, because it doesn't meet that criteria.
It does
absolutely
meet that criteria.
On the most basic level. Then
it 100%,
it
100% meets the criteria.
Then make a point that meets the criteria, please.
So when we give you reciprocal zenith angles, which is excellent proof that the Earth is a globe, you don't understand it.
Hold on. So you take an angle to a star.
Nope.
That's your zenith angle.
Nope. Oh, sorry. Nope. You don't understand it.
Continue, please. Can you explain?
Yeah, I can. So a zenith angle is from straight up down to whatever it is you are shooting to with your theodolite.
That's exactly what I said. Why are you trying to make me sound stupid?
No. You spewed some bullshit about angle to a star, and that was lovely, but it just shows you don't understand what we're talking about.
That's exactly what you just said.
You're not pointing at a star. I didn't say anything about a star.
Repeat what you said, please.
A zenith angle is from straight up over your head to whatever you're shooting at.
And what the fuck do you shoot at with the
You're shooting
theodolite?
in a reciprocal zenith angle.
No,
My
what
guy,
do you shoot at?
My,
I'm not asking about the reciprocal right now. What
I'm
do you shoot
explaining-
at? Do you shoot at a celestial body?
Nope.
No.
No.
What do you shoot at with the theodolite?
Another theodolite. Good God, man. I know you don't understand this stuff, but at least, man up and admit you don't understand it.
It's like a photograph over distance. You take the shot. That's kind of like just a phrase, yeah.
So the point of this is to illustrate relentlessly that you don't have an application of logic and reason or whatever it is you said, right? You
go
can't
ahead
do it.
then.
You can't do it, right? You can't do it. So when
You
we
can't just say that.
well,
Make an example.
I'm explaining it. Okay, I'm putting it out there for you to understand.
And I'm saying,
Eden, I assure you, I am not ever lying. Eden, I see what you're putting in the text chat, and you are wrong.
Thank you. That's why I just posed it as the question.
And needlessly insulting. So, don't do that.
Did you put your voice changer back on, or what's going on? I sound like two different people there.
Yeah,
Sounds like you're being disingenuous, honestly.
I know it does. Yeah, because you are not capable of applying logic and reason to this. So when we
that's what you can say.
Well, what's going on here is you don't understand what we're talking about.
You made a
because you don't
point about
understand
a
it, you're
zenith
making
angle.
all kinds of assumptions.
Do you always make zenith angles with theodolites facing each other and getting the angle from another theodolite?
Yes, that's a reciprocal zenith angle.
I didn't say reciprocal zenith angle. I said a zenith angle.
You said what?
Not every theodolite measurement is reciprocal.
Right. Yeah, they're not all reciprocal. Yeah.
So we were talking about a zenith angle.
In this case, yes.
So it's just like a laser, that's 90 degrees to level. It's just shooting straight up, and the theodolite is facing the other direction, right?
He's not going to understand that.
So you're just trying to play semantics here. When I was discussing a zenith angle, you said it is not through a celestial body.
Yeah,
surely
correct. It is not.
That is incorrect according to your. That is incorrect according to your doctrine.
Surely you can understand. Yeah, surely you can understand if you've got a theodolite that's leveled itself, and the line of sight represents a horizontal, and 90 degrees to that is a zenith straight up over your head, right?
He doesn't understand. I'm telling you, he doesn't. He's not. So
yes, I do understand.
No,
but you're acting like.
I would assume this is just something like 75% of the time, zenith angles are done during the day where we're not seeing the stars.
So just hang on a second. Let me make this clear. The reason why I'm bringing up reciprocal zenith angles is not because I'm talking about stellar parallax right now. I'm talking about it because I'm showing you that you cannot apply logic and reason. You don't. You're not capable of doing it because
like you're projecting.
Just a minute, Amphibious.
That's a projection.
Because you have a presupposition that prevents you from understanding what's going on. You don't know what reciprocal zenith angles are. You don't know why they're great proof for the globe.
We're not talking about reciprocal zenith angle. We were determining a zenith angle, a point of interest to the plane.
Yeah, well, so like I said, you're saying, well, it doesn't meet logic and reason. I've got logic and reason.
Yeah,
you don't.
You can't.
You don't have it. You don't have any of that.
Prove that the parallax You
So
can't prove that the parallax is
I'm going to
not.
explain to you. I explained to you why, and you
comical.
said it didn't meet logic and reason. So now I'm showing you ain't got logic and reason. Okay. The reason why we know it is because we know those things aren't moving faster than light, and we can tell how far away they are. But you don't believe any of that, so I'm going to something that you could test yourself. Reciprocal zenith angles show that the Earth is a globe. This is not about movement, but it shows you this exercise shows you that you are unable to apply logic and reason. All right. So what happens is this. There is this thing that we talk about, that we do, that is excellent proof that we live on a globe. This is a thing that when confronted with it, you guys, work overtime not to understand it, right? Not to understand how theodolites work or how reciprocal zenith angles work or anything like that. And when it is slowly and patiently explained to you, then you have to come up with, well, there's some unknown effect that I'm going to claim is called perspective that is fooling everybody.
It's called taking variables into account.
That is what you will do. That is what you will do.
It's the basic scientific methods. Is that what you're saying? Yeah,
it's not a basic scientific method.
To apply the basic scientific method.
It's you making up some new effect that nobody has ever seen before that you have to claim is happening because you've been confronted with information you don't like.
just like the heliocentric model does with everything.
Nope, not like, not like what the heliocentric model does. No, I'm sorry. So I'm going to explain reciprocal zenith angles to you quickly if I can, and then we're going to see in real time you fail to apply logic and reason. Okay, so this is going to be a exercise for the viewers to watch you do this in real time. So we have two theodolites there. One of them is at some slight elevation, elevation above the other. One of them is on a ridge. One of them is down on the ground. What's that?
What's the elevation?
Distance above sea level.
What's the elevation relative to the other?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, my guy. Look, you don't understand this. You should admit you don't understand it, and you should listen.
Hey, I have a lot to learn. I will never say that I know everything.
Okay. Well, actually, you would. You're claiming that you know not everything, but that you understand.
I know basic logic and reason.
Well,
I can guarantee that.
That is something you absolutely do not have. So.
Oh Lord.
Yep, I know.
He knows.
Sad,
he
but
knows.
it's true.
He knows the Earth is flat though, but has never tested it.
So
why are you putting words in my mouth?
Here's what's going on. We have two theodolites pointed at each other. We're going to find the elevation, okay, of the theodolite that's higher up. When they're pointing at each other, you're taking a zenith angle. That is a straight up and down line, your plumb line of that theodolite from up is 90 degrees down to whatever it is you're shooting at. In this case, the other theodolite. All right. So what happens is when I have these two theodolites pointed at each other.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that first premise? You have two, because I had something going on. So you have two theodolites pointing at each other. One is elevated however much higher than the other, and we're trying to figure out the elevation.
Yes, correct.
From that,
yes.
Okay, the difference. Got it.
Okay, so what happens is you have, because you have these two vertical lines, each theodolite has a plumb line. That's effectively, it's a bubble, but think of it as a plumb line. So you would expect those two lines to be parallel, right? They're plumb lines. They're straight up and down. You would expect them to be parallel.
No, not if one is higher than the other. It would definitely be perpendicular.
Trying to follow along, man. You have to lose yourself.
So I think you may want to read up on what perpendicular means.
I know what parallel means. I know what perpendicular means.
So I have
It's not going to be completely parallel if one is higher and it's aiming at the other theodolite. Can you fucking admit
They've
that?
done it over lakes. Move on.
What's that?
If the elevation is different, then the lines will not be parallel to each other.
The horizontal lines won't be.
The horizontal, none of them will be, but in your world, the vertical lines should be. 2 plumb lines. I have 2 plumb lines, and they're not parallel because one is higher up than the other. A plumb line at the top of a building will not have it be a parallel line to a plumb line at the bottom of a building. Okay, I mean if that's your logic and reason, I don't think there's much more to talk about.
Yeah, maybe I'll draw a little picture to kind of give you an idea.
Yeah, because I'm not following that completely. If you're saying that the angle from one theodolite to the other is parallel, that's our disconnect.
The plumb lines, the 2 plumb lines, each theodolite has a plumb line. Easiest way to think about it. And
I do think it's pretty hard to detect the deviation from parallelism with vertically displaced plumb lines, although it exists. That's a very tiny deviation.
That's what reciprocal zenith angles give us.
No. Reciprocal zenith are about horizontally displaced plumb lines, not vertically displaced plumb lines.
So they're both. The reciprocal zenith angle for hundreds of years was the preferred way of detecting elevation.
Okay, so I'm going to have to do more research on the reciprocal zenith angles and how the theodolites work, because the semantics, we're not getting anywhere. So how can you, with basic logic and reason at the forefront, explain that the parallax that is noticed is proof of the wobbling?
It's not the wobble.
One of the 4 wobbles, different wobbles of the Earth.
Okay, so the wobble that you're talking about is not what's at play here. All right, so that's the first thing. In this case, what we're talking about is the orbit of the Earth around the sun, and as it moves in this nearly circular but actually elliptical path, what we see is some stars move more than others. None of them move very much. The parallax is not easy to detect with the naked eye. The closest stars will show more movement than the furthest stars. So that's one way that we can tell how far away that star is. Another way is how much the light is redshifted.
I can't even take you serious, man.
I know, because these are things
so void of basic reason and logic.
Yeah, the same way that you don't understand reciprocal zenith angles, and you can't apply.
You played semantics with me. You played fucking semantics with me.
I'm not playing semantics with you. I'm explaining that your measure of logic and reason is really just all about your feelings.
And this is why
if you just study policies, you would know.
This is why you'll never get yourself out of this rabbit hole, because you'll fail to understand everything that's explained to you, right? And you've already started with your premise. You've already started at the end. Oh, the Earth is flat, therefore I can't look at anything else.
Not one time did I state that the Earth was flat. You fucking moron.
And anything that's explained to you, you fail to understand because you think it's like
repeat
weird
this over and over. But I am just pointing out that all your explanations are void of basic logic and reason.
And that's why you'll always stay where you're at.
Not only, just pick another simple one that we could talk about. We could maybe come to a conclusion on. I know it's going to be difficult.
He basically wants you to like not use any kind of tools, right? And just try and explain how parallax shows that the Earth is rotating revolving around the sun.
Basically want you to be able to explain how you measure distance to celestial objects without circular reasoning.
Oh, so like I just said, without any kind of tools or anything, right?
No, all of your all the methodology that you use is completely.
And who told you that? Who told you that it's completely fault of basic reason? Who told you that?
You can just, because if you use basic scientific methodology, it doesn't work.
So
basic scientific methodology is the reason why we figured out we're revolving around the sun.
What's your idea of how it's done? What's your idea of how it's done?
So to measure the moon, we bounce radio waves, right? And
Exactly. Yeah, we can do
know
that.
how. Okay. So that is completely circular reasoning.
And why is that? Why is that? Why?
Because you're not taking any. You're acting like this is the distance of the moon, so this is how fast the radio waves have gone.
Okay,
and we know this
let me ask you a
because of the
question.
distance of the moon.
Have you ever been pulled over by a police officer?
Yep.
And they tell you exactly how fast you've been going?
They
that
claim. That's a
You know
claim.
that thing that they use? You know that thing that they use to tell you how fast you've been going? That's kind of how we figured out the distance to the moon.
Yeah, and let's be clear, it's not radio waves isn't the issue. We directly measure the speed of light on Earth. It's easy to do. And we bounce light off the moon. And we know how fast it travels.
Yeah, it's not a presupposition. You don't say, okay, I'm going to make this measurement to be 243,000 miles. You
But
take
you
the
can't-
measurement and you see what it is, and that's your answer.
But just for the basic, you cannot prove that light travels the equivalent one way and back the same. You can't.
So you think it travels one speed on the way there and another on the way back, and somehow it still makes it back in 1.5 seconds or 3 seconds.
Check this out. Buy a laser rangefinder, right? Shoot it at a building, right? And then you can figure out the distance using the laser rangefinder. Then get yourself a fucking yardstick or a fucking measuring tape, and then compare the measurement.
Christians don't have to swear.
Do that. Hold on. Do that 100 times at different distances. That's why. And then you can prove that yes, the laser rangefinder is somewhat accurate.
Okay, thank you, John. How many photons return from the moon?
So what? Wait.
No, we're not.
What are you leaving out? What are you leaving out? What are you leaving out when you do that? It's completely void of basic reason and logic.
Because we know how fast
You're
light
leaving
travels.
out a specific variable on how light travels outside of this realm, right?
We know how far.
We know how it works because
he's got to tell us. He's got to tell us what he's saying.
He's completely ignoring it. So we don't know how fast light travels. Therefore, everything we've
think that's what he's saying, though.
invented that uses the speed of light isn't fucking actually working.
So because we can use a rangefinder and then measure with a unit of measurement that determines the distance here on Earth, does not equivalent to the
Why not?
celestial objects.
Why
Because
not?
you can't prove that it is true. You can't.
But you don't
without a
prove
doubt.
anything. But we.
Oh, wait a minute! Wait! As far as I know, I don't know of any situation where a radar gun was used in Montana. So how do I prove that the speed of light works the same in Montana as it does at MIT in Boston? I mean, right? I mean, we don't know, right? Like, who's to say? Who's
No,
maybe
because we can
Montana?
actually go there. Because we can actually go there.
So
and
what?
test.
So we can actually go to the moon?
So you claim I
Well,
say we
you
can't.
claim you can go to Montana, but you're not in Montana now, are you?
NASA's got caught lying saying we went to the moon.
No,
So-
no, they have not been caught lying.
Yeah,
No,
they
You're
is
lacking basic reason.
that is lacking basic reason and logic.
Oh,
because-
sure. it is.
Yeah, they have not
Y'all
been
are
caught
fucking-
lying. That is a belief.
Y'all are
erroneous belief
statists.
you have.
Nate, I have a quick question. Pointing a laser to the moon and expecting some sort of photons to return. How many photons actually return? Do you remember?
Enough to detect.
What's enough? Under a 10? Under 1,000?
As long as we can detect it, what difference does it make?
Well, I'm just wondering, is there any consensus on the Globe team?
So,
I don't know
So,
that.
I mean, so here's all you have to know. What they do to measure the distance is they send a modulated laser beam. So, in other words, the laser beam isn't constant in amplitude; it's coded, and then they look for that same coding in the return beam. If they see that coding, then there's enough photons for them to measure it.
And they're bouncing it off the retro reflector, correct?
They are. They don't have to. As I understand it, they did it before, but the retroreflector, because they know where it is and because it becomes the one place that is scattering more, that's what you'll see. So now you really get the distance very accurately.
Two words: moon dust. Moon dust.
There is a moon dust problem. Yes. Moon
What's
dust.
the problem? And the thing about moon dust is it follows trajectories that it couldn't do if there were air, and it follows trajectories that it couldn't do if g were 9.8 meters per second squared.
Has nothing to do with air. It has to do with charged regolith.
So he's talking about the retroreflectors getting slowly covered by moon dust, which does happen.
That's true.
Yeah, that does happen. Yes, it is. It is. You know, it's an issue, but I don't know. You know,
it's not like 2 inches of dust on the thing, though.
It doesn't mean that you know, the retroreflectors don't work or don't exist or whatever the theory would be.
No, it just means the accumulation of dust in your own model. And if that is the case, after so many years of this happening, I mean, I leave the rest up to you. Fill in the blank.
So, but what's your point, Essie? What is your point?
How much dust on them there might be? They're still functioning with that amount of dust on them. Like, do you know what shape the retroreflector is? Because I've got a fairly good intuition of what shape the retroreflector mirrors are in that array, each individual cell of that retroreflector.
Yeah, they're made
how many
to bounce
reflections does each
all
photon
over. Yeah, they're
go
like.
through?
That's not the issue. The issue is that in your model, and I'm not saying I believe this, I'm just repeating the model. When the sun hits the surface of the moon, the regolith, right? That's what they call the dust, gets charged and floats in the air. So, like Omni told you, over amount of years, there is an accumulation of dust. So, if that's the case,
how many
right?
years?
We need to find out how much dust and and all that kind of stuff. I'm just bringing it up.
Why? What is your point? It works.
My point isn't my point obvious?
I know.
No, it's not at all obvious. What is
There's
your
dust
point?
floating in my car. There's dust floating in my car. Like, so what? There's dust.
If it's not obvious, let me explain it then. After multiple years, if this is true, wouldn't there be so much dust that it would not be able to reflect?
Presumably, but the point is it does now, and it has for 50 years. So what is your point?
Yeah. So
you're assuming this. You're saying, look, it is.
So
Yeah,
I know what his point is. So
he thinks
He's pointing out, and you know, there is, yeah, it's not a it's not a formalized claim, but he's correct about the basics. That you know, because things are accumulating dust, and because the things have been up there for what, 50 years, you know, 70 years, then, you know, wouldn't one conclude that they wouldn't be working now, even though, you know, the claim is that they are still functional? The answer is no.
Claim? Well, hold on. I want SC to acknowledge that's his claim.
Well, it's not an affirmative, because we'd have to know how much dust and all, right? But I'm just saying it.
There
like,
it
you
is.
guys know of that simple thing of the regolith being charged and floating in the air, and
That's
that is an issue according to the model. Now we have to find out how much dust and all that, and sure, but yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, I'm not appalled by you know, just the raw saying this thing. It's not a formalized, you know, therefore I'm certain these things should not be working assertion. I mean, I think, love him as I do, Jesse's mode of argument is trying to imply absurdity where it may or may not exist. So
okay, who would like to know how many reflectors successfully were deployed and who put them there?
Like 3 of them?
No.
Well, there were, that we deployed some, but other people have deployed them. Other countries.
Yeah,
have
the Soviet Union did some in 1970 and 1973, and the Indians put one up there in 2023, and that Blue Ghost mission from the University of Maryland put it in there in 2025. Put one in. So,
this is coming from the scientism doctrine. So listen,
you can pretend it is,
clearly,
but there's not really a lot of dust on the one that the Indians put there in 2023. And what about the ones in 1973 from the Russians?
Are you claiming the claims that NASA makes they're shooting it at the other people's retroreflectors?
No, when you're shooting it at the moon, you're shooting it at pretty much all of them, because the beam is gotten a lot wider by the time it's gotten to the moon.
You're getting some out of all of them.
And I just put a paper in the chat. It's not like, I mean, this topic, it's not like you can't Google and find information. Yes, the lunar reflectors are being degraded due to dust, and they are still working. We measure the degradation due to the dust, and we do that by noting that the way they work is not as good as it used to be. The amplitude of the signal coming back isn't as strong as it once was. So, I mean, once again, I would ask Essie, what is his point?
Yeah, I believe Omni answered that for you, and I believe I did.
You are correct. They do get dusty. So yes.
Okay, so that's the point. That's the point I was making. I want
the point you
bring that to the attention of the people
to make.
And you can make what you want of it. If you think 44 years, is that it? 44 years of dust accumulation.
Yeah, they've measured it.
Is not an issue.
So that's the point. Is see, here you go. The point is that you don't believe it. That's the point.
Well,
no, that's not the point. The point is, listen to my point. The point is, I wanted to bring up for the people that may not know that there's an issue with dust due to the sun charging the regolith. That was my point.
No, that was
you,
not
John,
your point.
can
you
make
know it.
anything you want out of it.
So
you understand that?
Underlying,
you can claim that they know how much exact dust. That's on you, bro.
Apparently, maybe he thinks over time that the dust should have accumulated so much that we shouldn't be getting a bounce back.
Well, everybody knows about how dust works, right? You must have walked into your garage after many years or been to a place where you see dust accumulating. Now, if you can't understand that simple fact, that's on you. My thing was to bring to the attention of the people that may not know that there is dust accumulation on the moon.
And what do we just said that we are literally measuring the degradation of the reflectivity of the panels.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Two,
So there you go. There's your
and
answer.
two, in addition, 2 extra reflectors are only as old as 2023 and 2025. So
Right.
the dust argument doesn't matter for the new ones, which are detectable.
So move on.
No, not move on. My point was made. You can think whatever you want in your brain. As
Yes,
long
there's
as
two
I
new
get
ones
to make my
that are
point,
dusty.
you don't get to say what I think or what I say. I made my point. Now you, B-Ball, could do what you want with that information.
Yeah, we can say, oh well, they put 2 new ones up there, so the dust doesn't really matter.
Exactly. You can do that. Mhm.
All right, yeah. So
And the
next,
people listening can decide on their own.
And also the ham radio stuff doesn't require the reflectors anyway.
Correct.
And so
How they get the same exact measurement and distance when you compare the two.
yeah, they can talk to the moon, and the moon talks back.
Yep.
Yeah, we're still waiting. We're still waiting on an explanation for the Battle of the Beams and the celestial.
Yeah, they were measuring the wrong
celestial
ones. Yep.
satellite.
Yeah, that was we already destroyed that.
Yeah, the problem with the celestial satellite, that Hoffman guy or whatever, the doctor guy, Dr. Mike, he's got a formula rigged up that only works at a particular mountain distance and elevation. If you move away from that spot, it favors the globe. If you move closer, it favors flat Earth. But it deviates. It only works at one spot.
False. He's done it. He's done it at like over a dozen different.
He's got globe proof in there too, don't he?
Yeah.
So when he moves closer, I think it was Jesse who did that measured.
I love it. I love it how they're using stellarium though. That part kind of kills me. They're using stellarium for this.
And what shape is the Earth in stellarium?
Yeah, one of the most amazing things about the whole celestial theodolite thing is that he wants to use the geometric direction to the star that somebody would see if there were somebody on the peak, which there isn't, as the thing that he compares to the direction that you do see, which is a refracted direction from the observation point. And the weird thing about that is that he then goes on to say that it works because when you observe it, that with that in mind, refraction doesn't happen. So you're actually seeing the unrefracted star, and yet somehow stellarium will tell you that the unrefracted position of the star from the place that you're actually doing the observation is a half a degree lower than the place that you're actually seeing the star and the angle that you would get if there were somebody on the mountain, because the Earth is curved and stellarium knows that.
So why don't you go on to these live streams and argue?
I not only go onto those live streams, Alan let me back into ether cosmology because he was so amazed that I was able to steel man the stupid celestial theodolite method. It's absurd, but I know exactly how it works. So he let me back into ether cosmology. He let me back in until I would not agree with him that theodolites can read their operator's mind know what the operator is pointing the theodolite at, figure the distance to that thing, and correct, and quote, correct for the thing at 8 inches per square mile to give the correct reading. And by the way, I've given presentations on the celestial theodolite. I'll put a link in there that explains to anybody what it is, explains why it's brain dead stupid, and gives a couple of examples of places where it very obviously would not work.
Can you post those in the chat, please?
I will. Hold on.
A very interesting attempt, though. There's a lot went into that.
You guys see the things I posted on the dust on your mythical moon surface?
You can say mythical, but it's not the case.
The moon ain't mythical.
Right. Okay. It's you believe it. It's true. But you see the stuff I posted. You see the pictures of the dust. You see the. Do you understand? Do you get it?
Reflectors built like spacesuits.
I love you guys, man. You stick to your guns, man, no matter what. I admire that.
It's a serious
I gotta
question. Like, if we're going to compare apples with apples, are reflectors like spacesuits? Are they moving around like astronauts? Like,
I think he fell down too.
Put a link to my celestial theodolite presentation in the chat.
because I think it's a really fair comparison to compare astronauts that do move around to reflectors that don't.
Like I said, it's up to you how you disseminate the information given to you, right? It's up to you.
Yeah. I'm quite happy to compare astronauts that do move to reflectors that aren't and think about it. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the tact you want to take, if that's how you want to disseminate the information given to you, fine. That's fine by me.
How much does a moving car gather dust versus a still car? Especially if it hasn't fallen in the dirt multiple times.
You realize what you just said, right? Anybody that has a car that's left it for a while knows how much dust it collects.
Yeah,
Like,
I also know that
you're shooting yourself in the foot, bro.
I also know a car doesn't fall over while walking on the moon. I have that much to say on it.
Okay. Sorry, man. I mean, it's just too funny. Just too funny.
Yeah, because the sentence wasn't complete yet. So that's okay.
Just too funny is one of SE's stock phrases. You'll notice he has a lot of those things when he doesn't have a fact.
Hey, John, can you tell us how we can tell if a car is moving towards the tree or the tree is moving towards the car? Can you?
Yeah, see, this is
explain that?
another one he loves. This is we've talked about this the other day. SE loves to take things he understands, but he also knows that he can make them sound ridiculous, and that's really all he's interested in is making things sound ridiculous and then saying, "Oh, that's just too funny." If you think that, man.
This is why John is sore at me, right? Because we had this convo and he looked kind of silly on that. Look, it's not my fault, bro, that your model makes you say crazy stuff. Don't take it out on me. John?
No, I'm sorry, Yossi, because you're dishonest. You're routinely dishonest in many ways.
No, you're
Like,
sore because of the car and the tree thing. Admit it. And
well,
the earth
why do you
moving
think
up.
I'd be
That's what you're
sore
sore
about
at.
that? What is it that you take issue with what I say about the car and the tree thing?
No, you're the one that I'll ask you a question. When we see, like, let's say I take my car, right? And I rear off the road and I hit the tree, right? Do we know for sure that it's the car hitting the tree and not the other way around?
I don't even know what that means. I mean, and we've
See what
been
I mean,
through
guys?
this.
See what I mean?
Well, okay, so let's just be clear. When you say, do we know for sure that it's the car that's hitting the tree? Do you mean to say, like, even in the reference frame of the car, where the car is stationary by definition, do we know that? Well, of course not. Of course, we don't know it in that reference frame. And given the motion of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth, depending on what reference frame you want to use, there might be reference frames in which both are moving really fast and the tree is moving a little faster or the car is moving a little faster. The one thing we know for sure is that there is a collision between the tree and the car. That we know for sure.
So we don't know for sure that it was the tree just sitting there in the ground, rooted, not moving, and the car rearing off the road and hitting the tree. We don't know that for sure.
Well, as you know, we know for sure that the tree is rooted to the ground. It's not moving relative to the ground. It's rooted in the ground. But no, we don't know for sure that the tree isn't moving because, number one, that has no meaning. There's no such thing as absolute velocity. Things don't have velocities, they only have velocities relative to other things.
Okay, let's try another one so people could hear this. We have a pitcher and we have a catcher.
So before we move
What?
on, let me just ask for a quick poll. Is there anybody, there probably are, how many people think that we absolutely know how fast something is going, that saying how fast something is going has an absolute meaning? I can say how fast the sun
We
is
didn't say nothing
moving.
about
I
fast.
can say
We didn't say nothing. Why are you changing the subject?
velocity, speed, how fast something is moving, right? That's
No, we're
speed.
saying what is moving and what is stationary in this thing. The tree is
Okay, well,
stationary and
if
the
it
car
is
is moving towards the tree, right? It's not the tree moving towards the car.
okay,
right?
well, you may genuinely not understand this, but if you can maintain that the tree is for sure not moving, then you are saying that we can measure all things speeds relative to the tree, and that will really be their speed. When I measure how fast something is moving relative to the tree, since it is, quote, not moving, the speed that I get will be the absolute velocity of that object, a speed that it has irrespective of the existence of the tree. I can now tell the velocities of all things because this magical tree, quote, is not moving, unquote.
So did everybody get what he just said? What was moving in his scenario there? Was it the tree or the car that reared off the road? What was moving?
It could have been both.
It could have been both. You guys heard that? Could have been both. This is what the model makes them say, these ridiculous things. And when
this
I
is
point
where
it
I
out,
see
they get mad at me.
this is where SE goes, right? He loves to make something. I get why it sounds ridiculous, especially when you say it in the misleading way that SE does. Are you saying that tree is not rooted in the ground, quote, and not moving? He adds, it's rooted in the ground. If the tree is moving, then the ground has to move too. And of course, we know that it is, in some sense, right? It's at the very least rotating with the Earth, revolving around the sun with the Earth, unless you really do believe, and I know some of you do, that the earth is the standard for rest, that the earth is the thing that, quote, is not moving. And when you measure a velocity with respect to the earth, many of you believe that that velocity you measure is the velocity of that thing. That thing actually has that velocity, and everybody can agree that that is the velocity. Nobody could disagree that that is the velocity.
Okay, so he's going back to velocity. Okay, let's take a baseball pitcher and a baseball catcher, right? We're all familiar with the great American sport of baseball, right? Like apple pie. So when the pitcher pitches the ball, is the ball traveling to the catcher, or is the catcher traveling to the ball, to the pitcher? What's going on there? Can we be sure of that? We'll break it down in a more simpler form.
We're gonna let somebody else deal with this nonsense.
Yeah, if you put a camera on the ball, if you put a camera on the ball, it looks like the catcher's coming to the ball.
There you go. You got to go into your fantasy world, right? Where you have to say these silly things.
No, it's not silly. It's just simple to understand that
It's
to the ball, it looks like the catcher's coming at it.
And see, the thing that's dishonest about it is that SE understands it. He doesn't care about the truth. He's just trying to whip up emotion.
I'm not trying to whip up. I'm just trying to tell you simply, we know for sure. I know, I'll speak for myself. I know for sure. When the pitcher pitches the ball, it's the ball traveling to the pitcher. I know this for sure, 100%. You might think something else might be going on. That's on you.
So let me just ask you, SE, you are one of the people I referred to earlier, I assume, who would claim that the Earth does not move, and therefore when you measure any velocity relative to the Earth, that is the velocity of that thing. Am I right about that?
What? We're talking about
what
is
somebody
actually moving when the pitcher throws the ball.
Hold on.
What is actually moving?
Well, I'm just asking you because I can accept maybe you're not being dishonest. If you are somebody who believes that the Earth is the standard of rest, that the Earth genuinely, quote, does not move in any way, then okay, fine. When you measure a velocity relative to the Earth, that can only be that thing's actual velocity, since velocities relative to the Earth are velocities relative to the standard of rest.
It doesn't matter if the Earth in your mind is moving or not. We're talking about the ball and the tree, right? The ball and the pitcher. Even if everything is moving, right? When the pitcher throws the ball, it's the ball moving to the catcher.
Well, that didn't make sense.
Right?
Even if
What do you mean it doesn't
everything
make
is moving, even if everything is moving, it's the ball that's moving. What do you
In
I
that
don't even
scenario,
understand what you
as
mean by
respect to
that.
the ball
What are you
and the
talking
catcher.
about?
Yes. How does that change? Even if they're all moving at the same rate, right? How does that change the fact that the ball started off in the hand of the pitcher and ended up in the glove of the catcher?
Because the distance between the ball and the pitcher increased while the distance between the ball and the catcher decreased. This is not rocket science.
Yeah, it's
No,
not.
it's magic.
They just can't see it, man. It's amazing. It's mind-boggling. Yeah, but it is what it is.
Imagine this.
From the ball's point of view, like in reference to the ball, it left a hand and went away from the thrower and towards the catcher. Is that right? What if we treat the ball as the ultimate reference frame of all things?
You can treat whatever you want in any way you want. The
that
actual
means that,
fact of what's happening. There's emotion. There's muscles moving from the pitcher's arm. It's causing contraction. Then he lets go. Boom. There's an actual thing happening. You cannot change that actual physical thing happening. It's leaving the pitcher's hand and it's going into the catcher's glove. There is nothing that you can say that can change that.
That's
Period.
true. I
End of
agreed with
story.
everything you just said. There is
Okay.
no question that the ball is leaving the pitcher's hand and entering the catcher's glove. That's right. Just like the fact that when the car hits the tree, the one thing we know for sure is that the tree and the car collide. It's the same thing. And that's exactly right. Those are things we can know for sure. We can know for sure that as the ball travels from the pitcher to the catcher, the distance from the pitcher, its distance from the pitcher increases and its distance from the catcher decreases. That you can say for sure.
Okay, so we're good. We know that for sure it's the ball that moved and not the catcher, right? The ball is the thing that moved.
I think I'm ready to leave the evaluation of who is the dumbass here to the audience.
So the catcher is moving to the ball, and the ball is moving to the catcher. They're moving together.
Does
What-
John have any legal credentials?
Yeah, he's got a
Legal
phony
credential.
He's got a phony PhD.
No, I mean legal. Has he got any legal credentials at all?
I'm not a lawyer. Is that what you mean?
Okay, that doesn't matter. I just need a representative. Only I've got a couple of speeding tickets I need to challenge. I wonder if you could represent me in court next week with your arguments.
You
Sounds
want-
like I might get off.
Good one, Elder.
Is it a
Good one.
radar? Are they radar tickets? Because, people have gotten off of radar tickets in states that disallow speed traps by arguing that Doppler measurements of speed are speed traps measuring distance traveled over time rather than directly measuring velocity.
Oh no, I was thinking to argue that I wasn't actually moving at all.
Okay, fair
Sounds like
enough.
you might be onto something.
I
wasn't actually
think probably
moving, but
the
the road
law
was
says
moving.
the law probably says that if a laser that's not a laser gun, a radar gun that's stationary with respect to the Earth measures you traveling with respect to it at some speed, then you're cooked. I'm afraid you're probably in trouble.
Well, how do you know? How do you know the laser gun wasn't moving?
Yeah.
Well,
I
you
don't
don't.
think
You don't
they
have
don't
to,
have
right?
they don't have a GPS or any kind of tracking system on the radar detectors, so it very well could have been the thing that was moving.
Yeah,
it's true.
yeah.
You could argue that. Good luck.
Well, if you'd represent me, I'll send you the details. You can meet me. It's 10:30 in court. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
I have a pretty high expert witness fee.
Yeah, well, that doesn't matter. Well, I mean, think of it as doing it for the community. Because this would
You think
prove.
it would actually demolish flat Earth if I were able to get you off?
Oh, I'm not sure what's got anything to do with the flat Earth. We know it's not flat.
Getting kinky in it.
It's not that. We were talking about speed. I was listening as I was driving along, and I was thinking, gee, this is the guy I need. This is the man. Could get me off.
How many you got? 2.
You just need a rich sugar daddy near Spain. He'll pay for you.
There's always a cost for sugar daddies. I don't know. I'd rather pay the fine actually than have to, indulge a sugar daddy for what it might cost. I mean, you may have some experience. You may have some experience of that, and you're willing to do that. But I don't know. Maybe you could advise me on that about what the implications of that payment might be. I mean, does it include sort of bending over for soap in the shower or something?
You have to speak slow. This one doesn't understand.
I do understand as speed. you completely not understand at every speed.
What's up,
So if John
Soji?
could really do that, I'll put him on retainer because I've had a few tickets here and there. So I'll put you on retainer, John. If what Elder Bear says you can do, you're gonna make a lot of money.
Yeah, I doubt I'd get you off.
I definitely can do that without no time reference frames.
I can see it at the judge. Well, Your Honor, we don't know what was moving. It could have been the police officer with the radar gun. How fast do you think he's gonna call the guy to take you out and like put you in a loony bin?
Speeding tickets are given for your speed relative to the earth, not for your speed.
A camera alone can't convict you.
What's the guy called when the judge tells him take him out of the room? Is it constable? What is he? What do they call that guy?
The bailiff is one. Yeah.
Bailiff. Bailiff, arrest this man. Yeah.
You can imagine that is your defense, isn't it? You throw a ball, you hit left lane in the face, you smash his face off, and say, I didn't throw that ball. Check the
left lane's face came to me.
I used to be I used to be a catcher, so I'm not going to let a ball hit me in the face.
I'm talking about 1 foot away. Maybe it only leaves my hand for 1 inch.
We're not saying the ball wasn't thrown. Like, relative reference frames are important. It helps you tell the difference whether you're on a still train with a fake background going past versus the train moving and watching the trees go past.
It looked like I threw it, but you were misinformed. It dropped out of my hand.
The dynamic things are clear. I mean, what's clear is that the ball, the throwing of the ball involves the muscles in the pitcher's arm and all that kind of thing. And ultimately, the most important thing is that the pitcher has to exert a strong force on the ball over a distance, during which time the ball exerts the same force back on the pitcher. So there's recoil potentially. Rocket stuff, right? There's another place where you could make fun of physics, SE. The idea that that throwing exhaust out of a rocket makes the rocket move. It doesn't push on the atmosphere. That's another good topic. Comes around all the time.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's like to say that the rocket gas
roboting
somehow hitting the air and reaching back and pushing on the rocket.
Robot.
You're in the matrix, left lane, but yeah, I always find it amazing that I think there really are some flirts who actually can't understand the idea of like sitting on an ice rink, throwing something out in front of you and recoiling backwards, and think somehow maybe that has something to do with the fact that there's air in the rink. It's really weird not to be able to understand that.
Well,
I take it by the subject change you throwing your hands up on the previous topic?
Or maybe it's just easy to recognize that it is what you just said it is, an idea. And one doesn't need to understand the world of an idea. If you really want evidence, ideas are not actualities or realities. So
yeah, but
simply because you can have an idea and make a fairy tale world inside that idea by you just simply imagining and ideating that doesn't mean that one needs to follow along with your complex imagination just to still recognize again that it's just an idea.
You make a good point. I talked about imagining. And you made a good point. I mean, I talked about imagining. I should have said, because I really meant, it's as if they've never actually been on an ice rink and thrown something, or somehow shot a gun, or any of the number of ways in which we experience recoil in our daily life. And somehow to think to imagine that recoil requires an atmosphere is just so weird.
To your disdain, John, every gun you fire doesn't automatically push you back.
Well, it does. There are recoilless rifles, but they just reduce the recoil that acts on you. That's all.
Everything you throw on the ice rink doesn't necessarily recoil you backwards. That's mythical,
I mean, I
to
get
say the
that
least.
too, right? You can throw something to the side and then your ice skates are dug in and you may not recoil. But once again, I mean, this is just an everyday experience. It's as if they never get out of the basement or something.
Hence why you have to imagine.
I think this is a good point, actually. You don't need to know everything about the Lord of the Rings to recognize that the Lord of the Rings is simply a fictional work that has been spawned by pure thought alone. And the same thing is the concept of the model named globe and sphere or convex, concave.
How much are grapes? How much are grapes in China?
Cheap enough to buy and eat.
Your grapes are hanging from your butt and they're free.
Ooh, good one.
So when we do recognize that globe, flat, convex, concave, holographic, and all these things simply are, fictional representations of what one imagines is the actual, then we realize that they're nothing else but pretty much just identical with the very fact of what Lord of the Rings is, which is a fictional world. And so finally we become, the evidence of that just simply is clear, and that's tautology, because evidence means clear. So now that that's clear, what's really real? Obviously, the model attempts to give a description or an explanation in lack of actualities, in lack of actually knowing and reckoning what really is. So, now that that's established, really what I think would be fruitful for anyone here as a continued commencement between any party here, no matter what model you imagine it is to start talking about what's actually real.
Like rockets. Yeah, rockets.
Rockets sure do.
How they work. That's it. Yeah. Rather than hobbits, we don't talk about hobbits and elves much, but we do talk about rockets.
So rockets sure do exist, but since none here has rode one into space, we can only assume that they go there. You follow?
Well,
or is there anyone here who is an
that,
astronaut?
No, I've watched
my
them.
sense of
I haven't ridden
that,
on them, but I've watched them go in space.
yeah, and my
Well,
sense of
actually,
your
I've also watched them go up, but what I see happening is that it goes up a certain amount, then it goes parallel to the ground, which kind of astounds me.
Yeah, because it needs to get velocity to orbit. And if one of us actually rode in a rocket,
Yeah.
you would say, "Oh no, I need to ride in a rocket," because you're lying to me. So you keep on raising hoops, no matter how many hoops you have.
So it goes to a certain limit up, but it doesn't actually go in space. It goes
Actually, it does
somewhat
go in space.
close. No, it goes
It goes
somewhere up
it
there,
goes above,
and
goes
then it
above,
starts to go down for some
goes
reason.
goes above,
Why is that?
because of
It goes up
perspective.
parallel to the ground, then it goes down.
Yeah, from your
Kind of
perspective,
weird.
that's correct. Yeah, from your
No, that's
perspective,
not
that's
really
correct.
the
It's just
perspective.
Yeah,
perspective.
it's a perspective
It's
thing.
just perspective. Yeah. Yeah,
No,
those
it's
those
not
same rocket
perspective. It
launches
goes
that
up.
we see from the ground that
No.
have been filmed. Listen, that have been filmed. That same launch has been filmed from aircraft, where they actually see the rocket is not actually going down; it's still going up. Right?
No, air doesn't function in a way that it acts as a snow globe and bends like water.
It's your
What you
perspective.
see. No,
Yeah,
it's not due to
yeah,
perspective.
it's
It goes
totally
up, goes
perspective.
parallel to the ground, then it goes down. That kind of
From
astounds
your
me.
perspective.
We got to figure out why it
From
doesn't
your
go up
perspective, yeah.
parallel to the ground and then down.
From your perspective, it does that. That's correct.
No, wrong. It goes
No,
up
what do you mean
parallel
wrong?
to the
You can
ground
actually
and
see it from
down.
your perspective. However, if you
No,
saw
that's
someone
your
like a
claim.
if you saw someone like 100
No.
miles downrange, if you saw someone 100 miles downrange, it would still be up in the air.
Bro, just because you have a claim that my eyes doesn't work and that the air behaves in like water doesn't mean that it actually
No,
does.
wait, stop. The air is not behaving like water. This is pure perspective.
No, it's not pure perspective.
Yeah, pure perspective.
No, that's a claim. No,
other
that's a
people
claim.
have other
No,
eyes.
your claim is that it crashes, even though 90 minutes later it comes back around the other way.
My claim is that I'm using
90
my
minutes
eyes
later,
to clearly put up
90
parallel
minutes,
to the ground and
90
then
minutes
down.
later, and then 90 minutes later
on,
it comes
guys.
back the other way.
Using direct observation, it goes up parallel to the ground and down.
From your
Yeah,
perspective.
but let me give you an
yeah.
example. Let me give you an example. You know, when like today, listen, you gotta listen to hear. You gotta listen to hear what I'm saying. Like today,
Okay,
here
yeah,
where
let's
I'm
hear what
at,
I'm
where I'm at in Kentucky, it's very cloudy, and I can see the clouds overhead. But I look out towards the horizon; those clouds are going down, like down to the ground, and they go behind the horizon. But I bet if I go 10 miles in that direction, I go in 10 miles in that direction. Those clouds are still up in the air, right?
Okay, so I hear you, man, but it doesn't go behind the horizon because the horizon is not a physical object.
Oh, shut the fuck up! From your
Stop being
this is
Kentucky
Wits at
Fried Chicken.
101.
You gotta become more clear in your language and what's actually going on here.
Yeah,
The
not
horizon
to you,
is
because
a
we're using words that you obviously don't understand and are too.
No, I do understand, and
No, you
this is
don't.
why we need to be clear about them. So, the horizon
this is
is
Zymac.
an
This is
artistic perspective drawn to make to give a description to where you have something called the vanishing point,
No,
where
it's
you
not
can't see
disappearing, though.
beyond, but it's not a
Yeah, but
physical
it's
object.
actually going below the Earth, so you can't see it, which happens. And 90 minutes later, it comes back from the other direction.
That's a claim. No, it
That's
doesn't do
that's a
that.
claim. Yeah, it actually is a claim,
Yeah,
but
you
it's
also
actually
claim that it's a
visible.
physical object, which is absurd.
Well, you can say it's absurd. I mean, incredulity is
Not
the
that I
flat
can
Earth
say
thing.
that it's absurd. It's that I
No, it's
remark
incredulity.
the very evident
Incredulity. I know.
quality that it cannot have. You can travel to the location where you imagine the horizon is, and you will never find the physical
Exactly.
property
That's
or
because it's your
object.
perspective. Thank you.
No, you cannot.
Yes.
You cannot.
Nuh-uh.
Bro, you cannot project.
Hey, say nuh-uh some more.
Cannot project artistic. You cannot project artistic language and conceptual drawings onto reality itself and say that the line you draw on a piece of paper is a physicality in reality, and then say that you cannot measure to the physicality itself, you can only measure to reference objects. That collapses the model entirely.
No, only to you.
If you're going to claim that the horizon is a physicality, why are you measuring to reference objects supposedly beyond or before this physicality and not just to the physicality itself? This is absurd.
Let's get some context.
I got it. Nuh-uh.
Let's get some context.
You say nuh-uh all the time.
Dude, address the very fact that you call it a physicality and you can't even measure to it. That's really absurd. No, you can't. You are.
Besides, we don't need to talk about the horizon for this. We don't need to talk about that. We don't need to measure
You
the
think
horizon
that the
for this.
horizon appears near eye level because of elevation change?
Yeah,
You're
it does.
insane.
Yeah, it sinks actually.
Yeah,
It lowers as you go higher.
Exactly.
I would like to know what.
You laugh at that? Wait, hold on. I gotta know.
I would like to know what.
Wait, maybe you didn't hear what I said. You think that the ground appears near eye level because of elevation change?
No, it drops.
You don't even understand what's going on.
The horizon drops as you go higher.
You don't understand
welcome to the globe.
You don't know what perspective is.
Yeah, welcome to the globe. The horizon drops as you go higher.
So you gotta kind of go take a boat out on the ocean and see for yourself that just the more you travel out or into what you call the horizon, you'll realize that it kind of moves as you move. So you'll never be able to actually get a verification whether the horizon is physical or not, because while you move, it also moves. And perhaps maybe that's due to perspective.
Stuff still disappears behind it. Amazing.
It doesn't disappear behind it. It cannot disappear
it does, actually.
behind it because The horizon is the vanishing point. So there is no behindness to it. It's a submersion. So it's like a fog.
It's not like a fog.
No.
It's quite clear.
NASA.
I don't see any fog in this picture.
Exactly. It's not
clear
even
cut
like
off.
a fog. It's really difficult to explain actually because it doesn't
Yeah, it is
behave
because
like
you have.
anything else
Yeah, it is.
that we
It's difficult.
have. So
It's difficult. It is really difficult for flat earthers to explain why things disappear, why boats disappear.
No.
below the horizon.
This is you're breaking the law of identity now. I'm not a flat earther, so please don't
If you're not,
project this.
then what's your problem? Then what's your problem with the horizon?
Well, obviously that I am very scientifically disciplined,
No,
and
you're
there is
not.
nothing.
You
There's
don't
nothing
have flat
working
earthers
with
anymore, eh?
claiming that.
You're
Okay,
making
if
flat
I
earth
could address,
arguments.
oh my God, if you want my answer, please stop interrupting.
Things appear obstructed bottom up due to mirages all the time. That's appeal to single cause fallacy. You think the only thing that's causing the obstruction is Earth curve.
The major thing, yeah. The thing, yeah. Every once in a while there might be a mirage. But...
That little clip I put in text is about the best horizon, clear, sharp horizon I've seen in a clip in a long time. It's a good one.
Well, you still can't call. You can't call the horizon physical. That's breaking the law of identity, and it's also unsound
the law of
logic.
identity bullshit.
No, the law of identity is fairly broken because you cannot call something when you actually don't have any evidence of it being physical. You imagine that just to give like yourself an easy way out to explain your model.
For not being a flat earther, you certainly are.
Like that, you see. It's like calling water.
For not being a flat earther, you certainly
gas.
are talking like one. For not being a flat earther, you certainly are bringing up all the stupid flat earth arguments.
For being someone who says that they are intellectually honest, you sure are being really good at trying to ad hom by misrepresenting my character so as to expose me for public shaming through misrepresentation and breaking the law of identity.
If you would stop making,
intellectually honest, stop attacking me with what you imagine me might
if you would stop making flat earth arguments, I wouldn't call you a flat earther if you weren't making flat earth arguments. But every single thing you've said so far is that of a flat earther.
If you want to commit every kind of fallacy that makes one go away from
fallacy.
the topic.
Here we go. And now you're bringing up the what's it fallacy. If you don't like my argument, bring up a
Stop interrupting NASA, please, man.
Bro, we can talk one at a time, right? I gave you time to misrepresent me and mischaracterize me and break the law of identity. Now let me actually defend myself before you just keep speaking and like fucking like man. Okay, so you know, if you actually want to be scientifically rigorous, you gotta learn the law of identity first and foremost. And if you actually want to have sound logic, that's also really important. So so not only is it important for mathematics, science, but also philosophy. You want to actually also, be able to give soundness to everything that you say, because you are talking in three fields at the same time. You're making a knowledge claim. You're talking about what methodologies we do to acquire that knowledge. So first was philosophy, second was science, and then we are talking about what's logically sound. So we're also invoking mathematics. So we're speaking three fields of study at the same time. Actually, sorry, two are fields of study. One is a discipline. Science is the discipline. The other are fields of studies. So with that now clear, we got to realize here that we cannot call a thing that we have no actual evidence of its nature something that it's not, because that would break the law of identity. A is A. So if the horizon is unidentified in its inherent properties and qualities, etc., its character in of itself and how it works, then you cannot just go on to say that this is how it works when you actually assume that that's how it works. So
okay, bring it home and let him respond.
Yeah, okay.
Did he make a coherent argument anywhere in that sentence?
Yes, I did. Everything was coherent. So
No,
do you want to ad hom or do you want to address the topic? You are getting exposed.
Address your incoherent.
No,
Address your incoherent.
I'm not incoherent.
Now you're interrupting me. That's okay.
You're the one who's incoherent.
Apparently, I'm the one. You can interrupt me, but are you gonna talk to him, SC?
Yeah, but NASA, you just came in and said incoherent. Like, what do you expect him to say? What did you find incoherent?
Well, no, I'm expecting him. I'm everything. I mean, other than the fact that he's not a flat earther, but he says everything that flat earthers say, and other than the fact
so
he
just
goes
meta. So you're just saying meta now. You're not addressing any issue.
This law of identity bullshit. And then he claims that you don't know anything about the horizon because. Now he's interrupting me, but you aren't. See, I was actually talking, but see, apparently because he's a flat earther.
Let him finish, man.
Now we got Steve interrupting me. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
you're both flat earthers.
I'm clearing the floor for you.
There we go. Now, SC's not going to say anything to either Steve or to Zach because they're both flat earthers.
NASA.
Here we go. Yeah, so we see you're interrupting me now.
No, you interrupted him when FE gave him permission to talk, and you interrupted him. Please, NASA, refrain from being stupid.
Okay, so let him be allowed to speak now. But here's the thing, okay? I present something here now. Instead of saying that, oh, you have intellectual word salad jargon, I can't talk what you talked because I am ignorant to it. Maybe ask me a fucking question and attempt to understand it, you know. I do get that this is difficult for you to understand and you call it incoherent because it's not coherent for you, but it doesn't mean that what I say is incoherent. It means perhaps that you are ignorant to it being coherent because maybe you lack the expertise to know what I'm speaking of. So
okay,
now
let him respond now uninterrupted.
Actually learn what I'm saying.
Let NASA respond uninterrupted. And NASA, respond. Don't just make an ad hom.
Thank you. So, NASA, what do you say?
I don't know what there is to say to that. I wish we could get on a topic.
Shut the fuck up, left lane.
You were on a topic, left lane. Why are you doing
this, give me.
Yeah, come in and fuck up the show. Oh, we want to listen to that dumbass. We want to listen to dumbass.
Yeah, it's not a show. There's nothing. It's boring as fuck sitting out here listening to
left
this.
Left lane, shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Are we all okay, now that we got the meta out of the way, do you care to respond, NASA? Now that we give him time to talk, he doesn't want to talk.
So this is when I am the victor, because I cannot be addressed. So if the addressation is an attack on my character, which is incoherency, I ignorant, bro, I don't know, understand, then we have realized that this person isn't actually able to spar my very simple English. Very simple.
It's okay to,
remember, it's my second language. Remember that. Please remember, it's my second language.
Okay. Oh, damn.
Good luck.
We can't speak. Okay.
Knock all the pieces down, just don't shit on the table.
Can you summarize your point in like 30 seconds? Because I really couldn't follow it either.
Yeah, I sure will. Okay, so now, so we have three characters here, namely philosophy, science, and mathematics. Philosophy and mathematics are studies, and science is a discipline. Philosophy studies how knowledge can be gained, what is reality, and so on. What is being? What is actuality? Science is a discipline for how to acquire said knowledge through methodologies, whereas mathematics is the theorems and their logic consistency, making sure that they are actual sound. So all three together, although they're broken and separated and divided into their own parts, are actually holistically going together to attempt to give clarity to some certain things. Like simply, for example, counting qualitative things quantitatively, and so on. And just the language there itself is math, to say it simple. So with that said, one needs to become aware of how these fields intermingle, to put it very simple, so as to understand how they actually work each individually. So the unfortunate here is that you can have someone have an entitlement within a subdivision of one of these three. And they can even go on to then make knowledge claims without even knowing the umbrella term or even the holistic way that these three interconnect. Also, we have one more, which is called religion, but that is we don't need to get into that just yet, because for some reason that's quite the emotional subject when we talk about these three prior ones in connection to that. So let's just not do that just yet. Anyhow, really, there seems to be a lacking awareness of this holistic interconnection. Let's say symbiotic relation. In-house fighting and disagreements between different subdivisions within these main categories, which is quite unfortunate. What I attempt to do every time that I come to these forums is to, well, I have to always go into establishing that, because there's unfortunately so much ignorance to a dramatist. And really, if we take history into account, we see that Socrates was a student of Sophocles. It is said that he slept with the plays of Sophocles under his pillow, meaning he really wanted to understand this man who was writing plays, well, about a human being. Unfortunately, there aren't really anyone within my field who has formalized. So I am the first, what you may call a formalized dramatist in my field. And this is actually a groundbreaking information I provide here now. Because instead of having a, let's say, this is very blunt, but please excuse it, instead of having a fanboy running around an artist attempting to explain what the artist is, now you have the artist giving just an explanation himself. But and what's better, Isn't it better that your father, who is a carpenter?
I don't know, man. I don't know. How far are you going to go, dude? I'm like biting my fucking tongue. 30 seconds to round off your point is what the man asked for.
So to round it off, I am the first one who actually is formalizing what a human being is, what being and actuality is. The others that came before me, they only made metaphorical works so as to give an indirect explanation, a representation. Now I am the first one who gives the actuality to the thing itself. So, with that said, hello, please respect me. And I'm always respecting each individual here. But if I can't get any respect back just because you want to stay and remain ignorant and want to attempt to keep projecting these mischaracterized attempts at me, I'm gonna leave, because I don't feel respected. And all I want to do is for us to have a meaningful exchange and for us to actually start working together and do something about it, instead of just sit here and theorize and fucking rot while we imagine, just about anything. So
can I respond to this? I asked you, and I kind of figured where this was going to go, but I asked you for a 30-second summation of what you said, and I understood what you were saying in the first 30 to 45 seconds of what you said, but you then proceeded to ramble on and add 15 other different viewpoints and topics, and then I can understand how that would be considered incoherent, and it does not lead to good conversation if you can't make your arguments very concise so that other people or other person can respond quickly.
Bro, so I do get that you don't want to answer to what I said because you're ignorant to it. And instead of doing that, you want to say that I'm a rambler so as to attempt to take away my position as an expert. It's
well,
okay, bro.
Hang on. There was nothing to answer to. You didn't pose a question. You just said your thoughts on something, and I agreed that I understood what you were saying. You didn't ask a question in that. There was no response to be made.
Well, why do you suppose that I need to make a question when I defend myself against accusations that are unheard of?
But there was nothing for me to respond to, and you called me ignorant to what you were saying. I'm not. I understood exactly what you were saying, but there was nothing for me to respond to.
Okay,
what do you want me to respond to?
So, as a drama pedagogician and theoretician, also of the theater, let me help you and show you how. You can say, like this. Oh, Cyanide, thank you. Thank you for explaining your position and how, you know, where you see yourself in this field, or perhaps, you know, where you place yourself. That sure makes everything a little more clearer for me. I do get that you want to be honest about and working together. So you sharing this information with us sure is actually helpful for us to better understand where you're coming from. Now that that's being said, I do get you a lot better. I mean, wow, really? Is that what you're doing? I'm quite interested now. How are you able to make an umbrella to science, philosophy, and mathematics and interconnect them holistically? That sure does actually sound quite interesting. Like, how are you able to do that? And what do you call that? Because if you're creating a single category so as to have the others within, like, what do you want to call that? And yeah, I'm curious.
Hey, Sinai, thanks for giving me your background and information on how you view the world and the things you're doing. I understand you more in depth now. But if you could keep your responses very succinct, it'll help conversation move forward. Thanks.
Yes, it does. I agree. Sometimes it's not always so easy. Although this was very succinct, it's not easy to just make it into 30 seconds. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sometimes it's not very easy to attempt make it as simple as possible. And sometimes something being as simple as possible might require 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And sometimes even it can last for half an hour because it might just be a lot.
I understand exactly what you mean, and you did it again. You asked the question, if I understand, and then you repeated what you said before the question was asked. So yes, I do understand what you're saying.
Are we allowed to speak?
Okay, great. Now.
No, okay.
Let's
okay,
move on.
Effie stage. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So when you say okay, we kind of do get this, you know, we can feel your stress.
Stop listening to yourself. I asked the question, are we allowed to speak? You answer no. Okay, I'm not allowed to speak. Finish.
Bro, you're allowed to speak. You don't need to make this weird situation where you imagine yourself not able to speak because
stop speaking, and let the other speak.
Obviously, dude, go on, speak. If you wanted to speak, come on, now is your time. Here you go.
So you have been telling that we cannot physically know where is the horizon. You can know where is the horizon physically. You have different methods, like you will check where is the boy when a boy will be directly on the horizon. You know where is the boy, so you know physically where is the horizon. Or you can go on a shore, on a beach, and see all along the beach and to see when the beach disappear. You will know physically where the beach disappear. You know where is the place. So your argumentation that we don't know is the horizon, we don't know, we cannot know where is the horizon is unfounded.
Okay, so let me attempt to address you. Okay, so you are doing the very thing that I said doesn't actually prove its actual position, which is that you're using a reference object to assume its physicality, and that doesn't work. You know, why would you measure to, if you're going to measure to a tree, why do you measure to the tree behind the tree and the tree in front of the tree, and then you imagine that it's somewhere in between these two trees? You know, that's not measuring at the actual location of the original tree that you're supposed to measure to. So this is what we call measuring to reference object, to attempt locate what you now, obviously by doing so, has exposed your inept of measuring specifically and directly to, namely the horizon. So you have an assumed position of where that horizon is, but it's not a physicality. There is some apparent phenomena happening here that makes the physicality that you claim difficult to locate in its specifics. So you have a guesstimate of its location. And this is the problem, because in your textbooks, you write that it is a physical thing. And if it were, you should be able to measure to it directly, like you would to a tree or a rock or your wife inside your home or something like that, you know. So if you're gonna measure to your wife standing in the location, you don't measure into the freezer or you know the cottage behind her and the door in front of her, and then say she's physically somewhere in between there, although yeah, sure, she is there because she is an actual physicality, whereas with the horizon you actually don't have anything to point to, so you really only create it inside the concept or the idea that you use in order to you know attempt to establish its location. So
yeah,
okay, so to summarize very simply, you're claiming then that something has a physical proponent, and then you go on to prove by how you measure it that it doesn't. And so already there, it collapses because the logic is unsound.
No, your logic is unsound. I get
Add on, please. Address the point. But if my logic is unsound, okay, please go on to explain how something. I have a question then, okay? Here's my question. How or why do you claim that the horizon is physical when you measure to reference objects to attempt establish its position? And then the sub-question, wouldn't it being physical have the ability to be directly measured to, as you would, let's say, on a gun range down to where you're shooting, being exactly 100 meters, for example? So those are my main question and sub-question. Please, if anyone can attempt to address these as formally as they can,
I would like.
With soundness, I would love to hear what the explanation is, because I have been using a lot of time attempting to figure out how that is being done.
Okay, and let them answer now. Go on mute and let them answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So, all these things is about to be precise. You want to have the exact measurement. It is not okay to have a range. That this range will be also mathematically, it will give you an exact position. You want to have the exact one. But you have the accuracy of your measurement will give you a range also. So he's against the range of measurement. And he doesn't accept that everything you see is physical. There is nothing that is not physical that you physical, tangible that you cannot see. Everything you see, the horizon, the sun, the mountain behind the horizon with half cut it by the horizon, or the boy who is just over the horizon, and I know where is the boy. It has been measured, it has been planted in this place. I know the distance to the boy. Or I know the distance on a beach where is a mark where how long it is. It gives me a range. Why do I will need to be exactly precise to the micrometer where is the horizon? Where whatever mass I will do will give me a range also. And if my range of measurement is smaller than the range of the mathematical estimation, prediction, I will be spot on it. It's just
okay.
Kind of plain stupid to try to ask to have the exact measurement by prediction when you are not able physically, materially, to get this answer of measurement. You will be a range. If you are measuring 1 meter, with a ruler, you are 1 meter. You don't know if you are 1 meter and 2 micrometer or 50 micrometer. It will be around 1 meter. You have a range of accuracy of your prediction, and you have a range of accuracy of your measurement.
Okay, so I do understand that we have created a standard for what is the meter. That is established. But it seems to me that you have adopted the philosophy called materialism, which says that everything is physical. And so that is a philosophical claim that everything in reality has physicality. And so by that philosophical claim, you say, which exposes your epistemology, you say by the claim that something that's actually an idea has a physicality, although you can't measure directly to it. And it seems to me that you're attempting to explain away the very fact that you just claimed everything being physical by now having to measure to other physicalities to something you aren't able to physically measure to, which reveals a paradox in your system of thought that you are unwilling to address. So either the horizon isn't physical as you claim it to be, for then you would be able to measure to it directly, like a solid metal plate or the wall of a house, or it is physical, and that would have already been established by just measuring to it. But we don't have that. We only have measurements to references and not the thing itself. So what I hear is that you're not able to actually establish the claim's actuality, or it being a reality in its actuality. And it's you seem to be stuck in the philosophical idea that you can use these reference objects to give evidence to something that's just hypothetical, and that it's a paradox.
No, it is you making assumption of your misinterpretation of what I said.
No, you're claiming that everything is physical, material. That's materialism.
I specifically say.
Okay, so do you say?
You gotta let him talk, Ziak. You gotta let him talk.
Sorry,
bro.
sorry. Please, sorry, man. Sorry. Please go on.
I specifically said everything visible is physical. I didn't say everything is physical. I said everything visible is physical. A boy, as you ignore it, that I can see on the horizon, it is on the horizon. It is where I place the horizon. And I know physically where is the boy. There is map where all the boys are planted and we know exactly at what distance they will be from me. Is it physically measuring where is the horizon?
That's the thing. The horizon is a vanishing point. It's not actually something you see.
see. You see the horizon every day. Don't tell me you don't see the horizon. You will have your vanishing point. Your vanishing point, it will be at when the start of the buoy, it will start to miss a part. When the buoy is fully visible at the limit, if I go further, I can see hidden part. I know I will have passed the distance to the horizon. And I know exactly the distance to the horizon.
Great. But you don't, because you use reference objects, and that's the thing. So let me attempt to explain it with you using a parallel. You also claim in this worldview, I would assume by what I read, because I'm quite read. So I'm fair, I would say that I'm fair in making this assumption that I guess, or let me just ask you, is wind or air a physicality?
The wind or air is a physicality. Like you can see the dust moved by air.
What we
as you can
breathe,
feel.
is that physical? Is what we breathe. When you are outside or just anywhere, really, and you breathe, is that what you breathe? Is it physical?
You go out of my claim. I tell you, everything visible is physical. Don't make any claim about what is invisible for our eyes.
Okay, so you're saying subliminally that you don't want to make a claim about air or what we call air. Is that correct?
No, not in a conversation. I make only a claim about what is visible.
Okay, so is air visible?
No, you cannot see air.
Okay. Can you not
don't
see
make any claim about it.
Of air or part of air?
What? What of air?
Can you not see the effects of heat on air?
I cannot see the effect on it on air. I can measure the temperature, but I cannot see it.
So you can call it gas then. Is smoke physical? Because you can see smoke and fog.
Yes, I can see smoke and fog.
So is smoke physical?
Smoke is physical. Yes, it's particle in the air. You can collect it. You can have smoke, and you put a white tissue over it, and it will become black. You will be collecting the shoot from the smoke.
Okay, so you said it's a particle in air, meaning that air is now material, meaning that the question you earlier didn't want to say or answer to was now indirectly answered, and you actually also directly answered it by addressing smoke. So
no,
again, I will address.
I address smoke. I didn't address air.
Well, you said it's a particle of air, so air has particles.
No, in air.
Okay, so could you please? I may be ignorant. Could you please explain to me what is air? And it's important for the other topic, I promise.
What is air? It's around 78% of nitrogen. It's around 20.9% of oxygen and 0.1% of other gases.
Okay. How do we know that?
Because we measure it. We separate it, we measure it.
How is it measured?
How is it measured? For example, me, every day at work, I'm wearing a gas detector that will be measuring the concentration of oxygen in it. So the oxygen sensor is working, is a piezoelectric system. Don't remember exactly. You have the CH4 will be a little bin explosion-proof cell that will periodically put an arc in the air and check if there is explosion by it. And also there is a H2S also that will be another sensor that will be detecting it. And also there is a CO also that is measured also. We can measure it. And after we have also the mechanism that we will use to separate air, like the inert gas generators that I have on board ship, that will be filtering, that letting the nitrogen passing through a membrane, but not the molecule of oxygen, and reducing it. There is plenty of way to know what is the concentration and what is in the air.
Okay, so you luckily work with this every day. I'm curious, what is your field of work?
Shipbuilding. I'm building ships.
So what with ships is it that makes you measure air every day?
Any ships. I need to know I'm safe to go inside the confined space and not die. That is one of my priority in life, not dying.
Well, so aren't the ships ventilated?
They should be. I make sure that the ventilation is on and that I have air circulation and at least 30 volume of air moved per hour. And also that when I'm handling gas, I have the gas detector and everything, that my ambient environment is not explosive and stuff like that.
Okay.
It is vital for me to know what is in the air.
Great. I'm glad it is. So I'm curious then. So particles in air are physical, but air itself, what is that? Isn't that then physical as well?
It is physical, but it's not visible.
That's the thing. But you said everything visible is physical.
Yes.
Didn't you? So
yes, but I didn't say everything invisible is not physical. That is your assumption.
No, I'm not assuming anything. I'm asking you questions.
Okay,
I'm asking you questions to better understand what you are saying. That is why I ask you questions. I didn't assume
He answered
anything.
it already.
Yeah, so okay, so then it has been established that air is physical, but it's not seen.
Yes.
Okay. I would say that is a claim, just as it is with the horizon.
No, air is physical. You can feel the wind pushing you. If it's not acting physically on your body, what is it? The wind blowing on you, making your air flow and everything.
That's the thing. Just because it can have effects on physical things doesn't automatically make it physical.
Alors, tell me, how something not physical can act on matter?
Thoughts.
Oh. So tell me, how can I melt metal? Welding two pieces of metal together, how can I do it with my mind?
Well, using your imagination and your ability to think and then act on your thoughts.
That doesn't tell me how my metal will fuse and weld together.
Let me make it a very simple. If you're sitting at home thinking about fishing, or remembering, something, then perhaps it can build, a desire to do that. The thought alone, or simply not even just seeing. Seeing is not physical. You can see. Let's say, someone holding up a gun at you, and then you seeing isn't physical in of itself, but still it makes you move. So your physicalness is now moved by what you see. So now we have two things already. We have thought and we have sight. And the same thing with hearing. You can also hear like a rock slide and you immediately get frightened. And fright too, or emotion or feeling, or the different types of senses, now also taste and smell, are also things that you aren't physical, but they have effects on what's physical, namely your body. And even they can have effects on the non-physical. Like, for example, hearing an avalanche, although a rock is physical and it's falling, making a sound, meaning we have materials also making things that are immaterial, just by, for example, friction. yet again in turn is immaterial, and affecting the immaterial, let's say you hear that and immediately evokes fright, which again moves the body, which is why you have a reaction. So there are many modalities to material and immaterial. Let's say, let's put it very simple and say things, although things unfortunately most often of the time gets accredited to physical or material substances or phenomena or entities or whatever. But thinking is, let's say we can call that a thing I'm doing. But we could call it maybe a misspeech, but yeah. So yeah.
You finish?
Yes, I'm finished.
Oh, okay. All what you said, the sound, to seeing, it is something. I see the light, I see the gun, I see the light who arrive to my eyes and roll to my little cone in my eyes, and is translated into signal, chemical and electrical signal, who goes to my brain and make a reaction in my brain, recalling synapses that have been connected together to this memory, and tell me it's a danger. And I will have a reaction, signal going back, telling me it's danger, going back to me and make me move. That is sure. Sound is physical. Sound, it is known to be a pressure wave in the air. You have all what you see, all what you said is only physical. I didn't hear anything about what you said, what is not physical.
That is because it sounds like you have the physical explanation to their things and seem to be somewhat ignorant to how they are not physical, because you appeal to what I think is materialism, a philosophical, let's say, not necessarily a discipline, but a conceptual or interpretive lens. It's a type of, let's say, a language of thought or reason that gives answers to these things, but it makes it somewhat myopic, which is unfortunate. But you brought up something important here. Light too. Yeah, that's also claimed as physical, and I would say that that's a claim simply.
So a photovoltaic panel is not receiving light on it, converting it in electricity. It is not physical. It is not a physical interaction of light on matter.
My friend, I just said that it doesn't need to be physical in order to move physical things or have a coexisting effect. And also, I think there's another thing that is good to clarify. There is something we need to clarify here too. I don't really think it has a reaction. I just think that it actually is present. So it's already interconnected in the way that awareness of it doesn't make one sort of like as a switch be moved by ons and offs or 0 and 1s.
And that is your claim. You are telling it. It's just your claim. And I let the floor if somebody wants else to talk. I have been talking a lot.
I just wanted to ask the question, does that mean that the horizon doesn't have to be physical in order to be measured? Since non-physical things can affect physicality of physical things?
Yeah, so going back to that, and just like a simple sentence before we do. Okay, like to get our feet back on the ground. So simply, I don't make a claim, although I'm open to have a thought exchange on what it might be. But by doing so, talking about its mightness or maybe or what if or something, unfortunately, oftentimes that gets labeled as an appeal to the imagination or what if. And you also have Bev saying that he attempts to hijack you now and say that you are now doing imaginometry, which is very unfortunate. But anyhow, I'm willing to have an exchange on its ideas, assumptions, presumptions, and so on. But that is what we will be doing. So simply because there is a claim that it is a material proponent doesn't necessarily make it actually so. And we got to look at what it really is. Because if it is physical, the horizon, then we should, by it being physical, have the ability to measure to it. Physicality requires us in order to hold it, does it not? Can you hold air in your hand?
I think you already answered the question, though. You said things don't have to be physical in order to affect physical things. So the horizon doesn't matter if it's physical or not. It can still affect physical things like measurements or measuring device. You already answered the question.
Not exactly. Yes, the first part here is correct, that it doesn't need to be physical in order to affect physical things, and vice versa. The next part here now is that, you know, I have to ask you, I guess, are you able to measure to a specific particle within air? It's really difficult.
Difficult, but not impossible.
So, if it's not impossible, then that type of disciplined way of if you know, if you can be doing that, now that same thing should be done with the horizon. The problem is here that I don't really think, because it is
why do we have to have that? Why do we have to have that small margin of error for the horizon?
Well, because it is claimed to be physical. So where is that line?
I'm going to claim that it's not physical, like you said, and widen the margin of error. It's not physical, but I can still measure to it.
I think that's coming closer to being intellectually honest. But I would say, if we really want to be honest about it and disciplined about it, I think that within margin of error, we can have an estimate of where we assume its apparent position lies by using reference objects. Like, for example, you know, the famous one with the oil platforms, that we have something in the foreground, then we have the background, and somewhere in between is that depth of field where it seems to be so that this horizon is.
Of course, that's a margin of error. Like, can you measure to a cloud? Of course we can. It's physical, but it's going to have a large margin of error, because where does the edge of that cloud start?
That is something else, but that's because you can go. But there's a difference here to that and the horizon, which is that with a cloud you can have a friend standing looking at it on the side, or you can, well, it's kind of difficult because it's moving, yeah. But technically, maybe you could travel alongside the cloud with a physical surface, and then as that is in movement, you point a laser to it and you get a not a constant measurement, but you get an estimate of it where it is as it moves. So sure, that is something that can be done. But with the horizon, just to parallel it.
Let me ask you this. If I'm standing on the beach, playing it still with my GPS device, and I'm talking on the phone with a friend, the friend is on a cruise ship, and I'm looking through a telescope, I say, oh, your ship just dipped below the horizon. What's your location? Is that not the same thing with flying alongside the cloud?
It doesn't seem to be, because depending on weather conditions, it changes. So,
right. But at that moment, that's the distance to the horizon. Yes or no?
Somewhat. You don't get to establish its exact position still. It's still a reference object. But then you also have to take into account everything about the weather, and also that of what the weather is, or nature is, or let's say weather conditions are, from your position to that point. And that's really difficult, you know, because
I agree. But at that moment, that is the distance to that horizon that I'm seeing at that moment. Now, I'll come back tomorrow, it'll be different. Or wait an hour to be different. But at that moment, is that not the distance to the horizon?
No,
Within
not
a margin of error.
necessarily. No, not necessarily, because it seems to be acting more or working more as a fog. Whereas the more into the fog you get, then it creates this, what seems to be a type of miraging effect. So where that effect starts to actually happen is very difficult to establish, because when he is on the ship, he is not knowledgeable about where the fog, to use that as a metaphor, starts or begins, and where it ends and how thick it is.
Wait, the guy on the ship has nothing to do but just read me his GPS coordinates. That's all he's doing. I'm the one observing him through my telescope and said, wait, the line on that ship just dipped below the horizon. Where are you right now? That's it.
Correct. But you are making a 2D measurement, not a 3D measurement. So what you need to be doing then is that for it to be formal, as with the
it's 1D.
With the parallel to the sky, where this is more easily done as a 2D, because you can just have a reference frame just to the sky.
Why do I need the sky? Why can't I do a one-dimensional measurement, which is length?
1 second. Please hear me out then. With the horizon, the thing is that if you, let's say, have a friend in a boat next to that ship, he won't see the person go into the horizon. He will just see a ship. So we cannot establish where the horizon begins and what it does at what length into its depth.
Yes, you are conflating with additional observers. I'm talking about the horizon for me. In that one spot, in that one instant, that is my horizon. A guy 5 feet from me is going to have a different horizon than me, right?
So
I'm talking about my horizon.
Okay. But if the horizon is now subjective, it doesn't have a physicality in the world.
But we already agreed that things don't have to be physical in order to affect physical things.
Yes, it's not subjective. It's not subjective. It's just a matter of it's relative to your position. That doesn't make it subjective.
But you said that. You said that things don't have to be physical in order to affect physical things. I agree in this instance. So that's my horizon. Yes or no?
And this is where my point comes in, which is that the consensus appeals to the definition of the horizon as a physicality, a physical object, as let's say a table, and that is the unfortunate thing.
Are you not going to answer that question? I agree with you. The horizon is not physical. It does not have to be physical in order to affect physical things. I agree. But is that not my horizon in that scenario?
Well, you have a position of which it seems that the distance from you to some apparent location creates a certain effect that we cannot, you're kind of proving my point here, that we cannot exactly establish where it begins and where it ends and what makes it be what it is.
I'm not asking about what. I'm not asking about what. I'm asking, is that my horizon? As soon as that line on the ship dips and I say, hey, friend, what is your location? Boom. In that instant, that is my horizon.
Correct. But you see, we can never then establish where the horizon actually is. It's always relative to.
You just agreed that that is my horizon.
No, in a certain instance, in a like in a picturesque moment, right there and then in a second. But it changes. You cannot establish then where it is. It's like saying, now I had the thought of an apple.
Wait. I can establish it in that instant, in that second. Like I'm looking at a butterfly right now. And in this second, it is 3 feet from me. But a second from now, it'll move. But in that second, that is my butterfly's distance. That is my horizon, right? It always changes. Correct. We agree with that. Okay, there we go. Done deal.
No, it's not exactly the same, because a butterfly is a physicality, and you're making a guesstimate of its position without an actual measurement. So you could say that you are within a margin of error, which is to be cohesive and correct about it, and rigorously at it. And with the horizon, it's a little different because it doesn't have a physicality. There seems to be what we call a miraging effect happening, and where that begins and where that ends changes as your thought does.
But you just said that things don't have to be physical.
Sorry, I'm not finished. We cannot establish exactly where it is as a constant. So the horizon then, since it cannot be established where it actually is, and it always changes as your thoughts does, unless you are being formal with how you use your thoughts, suddenly still thoughts appear. The same thing happens with the horizon. So the horizon then can never actually be used as something to claim where curvature is, for example.
Wait, we just agreed that things don't have to be physical in order to affect physical things. We agree with that. And we also agree that the horizon changes constantly. But we can take a slice of time and measure to it.
The horizon is physical. At any given instant, the horizon consists of the collection of all atoms, physical atoms, that are at the farthest distance that you have a line of sight to. It's physical stuff.
But that's another thing.
We don't have to argue physicality, because he conceded that things don't have to be physical in order to be measured or affect physical things. So whether it's physical or not in this conversation doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's important to point out that the horizon is physical. It's literally the last atom you can see before further atoms are beyond the horizon. This is not rocket science.
I understand that, and I agree, but in order to move the conversation on, I'm just using his logic to get rid of physicality altogether. I understand it and I agree with you, but his logic also allows for us to say it's not physical and still measure it the same.
Okay.
Not to its exactness, but to its apparent location. It's important that to have that established, that we can only say apparent location, where it appears for us to be.
That's fine. We know that there are other variables that affect where the horizon is. Like I said, an hour later, it'll be in a different spot. But for that slice of time, we can agree that that is my horizon, right?
Yeah, great. So you can now go on then to you can study. Let's say if you set up something to study with, you can now start to build a lot of data of how the horizon moves, and you can start by some specific location, and you can start to track how it acts like, and you can get a median estimate of that. But that is not now a constant. We need now to establish the data of where its apparent location is over time. And let's see if that's let's say we do that for 10 years. How does that look like how does our data look like? And we need to record the weather condition every single day. We need to record it where it seems to be at. Like, it could be raining where the horizon seems to be, whereas it can be sunlight. Well, because it can be sunlight where you stand, it can be raining where the horizon is, and we need to track this data because that might have a significant effect on how the horizon behaves.
It does, but why do we do that? Why would we do that?
Because that is data, and that makes us more able to come to, let's say, a more knowledgeable still claim about what the horizon is.
And why is it there? Why is it there?
Or how it works. And
I don't understand what you're contesting.
When we have done that, well, this is important because then we have more knowledge of what we could assume the horizon to be behaving like, but we could still be quite ignorant as to why, even though we measure weather conditions and these kind of things, because it can be something else. That is always the option with science, that it's not necessarily, that is why science says that it is not necessarily 100% correct. Although we have established a pattern, this pattern is what is likely the case, but not necessarily the case. Because you can have what, by modus tollens, just because you have only seen white swans up until now, doesn't mean that suddenly there's a black swan. And that black swan will make the entirety of it collapse. So suddenly one day, if the horizon behaves in a certain different way, then we see that there's something else that actually affects it. And that day might be, maybe there's a phenomena in the sky, or there's something else. And suddenly that thing that happens impacts it in such a way that we might now, by that black swan, actually realize what really makes the horizon be the way it is, or behave the way it is. The black swan can be the evidence. And so that is why that is important. So
are you saying that all science right now, or most science, points towards the horizon being caused by a curvature of the Earth, but one day it may change? Is that what you're saying?
No. The curvature of the Earth is set at 3 different values, depending on your location, whether you are at the equator or in the Arctics or Antarctic. It depends, because it's not a perfect sphere. So that is also kind of unfortunate with QE and a claim that they have with the modus tollens, saying it's 3,949 or 50. I think it's 3,959 miles. And actually, depending on your location, it's 3,963 or 3,957. Like, it changes too. So that is also something that is unfortunately not established, because what it is at some person's place, it's not necessarily established. Also, tides and these kind of things affects it too.
So what are you saying the horizon is, and what is the shape of the Earth?
I have a really good definition for the horizon. I'm right now driving, so if I can find a bus,
can you just summarize it?
If I find a bus pocket, I'll park the car and I'll give you my definition.
Well, I don't want a long, drawn-out thing. I just want a brief definition of what the horizon is to you, and then what is the shape of the Earth.
Oh, I appeal to public knowledge, not to me. I don't. It's not what I subjectively think something is. It's what I attempt to just only talk about what things are in of themselves.
Well, what is it?
Well, now I would be paraphrasing the definition, and I want to give you the actual definition. So that is why I just said that. Please just wait for me to find a bus pocket, and I'll head over to the side and I'll give you my definition, because I can't remember it.
Skip the definition of the horizon right now and just tell me what is the shape of the Earth.
I found a bus pocket here, so.
But first, what's the shape of the Earth?
1 sec. I don't claim I don't claim a shape of the Earth because I have not seen it.
Okay.
So 1 second. I'll give you my definition here. I'm searching it up.
I've got mine on top of my head.
While he's searching, I will say it. He asked about measuring to know physically where is the horizon. Since centuries, we are using the deep correction for the almanac to know what is the angle from the horizontal of the horizon. And it's working very well. We know very well how much it will be. Where is the horizon compared to your horizontal? It has been done for centuries. And we can correct it for the atmospheric conditions that we have actually to have a better measurement. Secondly, the black swan. He's telling that the black swan shows us another reality. No, the black swan will show you a deformed reality. His black swan is completely deformed. The boom of the crane is completely deformed. It shows that it is not a viable observation because it is a distorted observation. It is
okay.
an appeal and cherry picking something in extreme condition to try to make a general law about the standard condition that will be not applying at all what is so in his cherry picking observation. Voilà.
So simply, I have the apparent line. The horizon is the apparent line that terminates the view, and it can be observed on all kinds of objects. Like if you hold up a sphere in front of you, like let's say a football or well, a globe model, you know, that you have in a classroom. The horizon there is that line, the apparent line that terminates the view. Let's say around the object in a way. So you can have the horizon on a sphere, and you can also have it on a table. It also happens when you're, let's say, driving a car. And sometimes when you look at the road, you get this line just on the surface of the road or top there, and then you have above it, you know, you can see quite beyond. But sometimes you get this type of miraging effect where it becomes almost as if you're seeing through the road, or there's light there. Or there's like a mirror seemingly on the road, and then it disappears, it vanishes. So I just simply call it again the apparent line that terminates the view.
With all due respect, I don't know what your contention is if you don't subscribe to a shape of the planet. It doesn't matter
really,
what the horizon.
Yeah. I'm glad you asked. So really, I don't claim to know that which I don't know. I don't know the shape of the Earth, so I just don't go around and claim and have assumptions thereof. Well, I could assume a shape, but I really don't want to be doing that, because for me that's starting to fantasize about what it might be, and really I start to appeal to possibilities, and I just don't want to be doing that. So I don't make a claim.
Do you make the claim that is not a globe?
Well, the globe is a claim, so again, I just don't adopt the claim. I don't believe in the claim.
Not my question. Do you claim it is not a globe?
No, again, I don't claim anything, but I do show you that the globe is a claim, and by it being a claim, we can just talk about the claim itself, and that's it. It's a claim.
But you claim that you can't measure to the horizon, or that the fact that you can't measure to the horizon means something. I'm claiming that it doesn't mean anything if you don't have anything to apply it to.
No, actually, I don't claim that we can't measure to it. I say that it seems to be so that we can only measure to its apparent location, and that's in fact all that we're doing. It could be that one day. So here's the appeal to the possibility. It could be that one day, just because we're ignorant of its actual position, if it does have one, doesn't mean that one day, but this is appealing to possibility, we might be. But again, that doesn't necessarily necessitate either that we don't one day might actually be able to do so. That's just a thing, though. It's a claim.
What is the significance of that?
Well, first and foremost, honesty and awareness of the very fact that it's a claim. And clarity on the matter. Meaning we become aware of our doings. And self-awareness is really important. Not just of self, but that of the other too. And simply, instead of calling it self, other, and so on, we just simply call it awareness. So that is the significance of that. Being aware of our doings. Wouldn't you agree that being aware of what we're doing is significant?
It is significant. Yeah. Like you are not aware. Like you are not aware on your ball and table analogy that your table analogy is not working. You don't see the horizon on your table. You see the edge of your table. You will need an infinite or very huge table and be able to be able to put your horizon somewhere on the table, not at its edge. So your table energy doesn't count. You don't see an horizon on a table.
There already is evidence that shows that it's not the edge of a table, and you can see the same phenomenon on a road. Doesn't mean you see the edge of the road. It's not the edge. The edge is the end. It's not.
You don't
No,
see the edge. You don't see the edge of the road.
No, you seem to be confusing the line that terminates the view with the surface of the table, or the edge of the table, which is the end to the table on its planar surface from one side to the other, unless you have an infinite table, but that kind of is wild, isn't it?
Yeah, so show me a horizon on a flat plane, on a table. Whatever
Again,
big it is.
I don't claim that it's flat. But you can see that on a table. There are you can do that in your home.
I did it many times in my home. I see only the edge, or I see the surface, but I didn't see the horizon cutting my table in two before the edge.
Okay, then I would like I think the best way then to proceed is that you if you could draw a sketch, and then on that sketch you draw it from your location of sight, and then on the side, and then you draw lines and tell me what is the edge, and so on and so forth. And then we also need some pictures of what you see, and on that picture you also write what is what. If you could do that, then we could see whether you are miscategorizing the edge of the table with the surface or its horizon.
No,
and if you're not doing that, and if you're not doing that, and I am ignorant to what you're doing, then that would be proven by the sketch you're creating. So if you please may go on to create that sketch, because I'm in the car driving, it's kind of difficult for me to do. But if you know, you seem to be denying something that I think is quite obvious. And so since you do deny it, you have a burden of proof, because I don't claim to things. So since you have a claim that what the edge is, instead of just appealing to what the horizon actually is, then I would like to just see that, and that's it.
You are returning. You are claiming you can see the horizon on a table. Me, I will have no problem to go on my table and take you a picture from various angles to show you that I will see the surface and the edge. I will not see the surface without edge.
Okay, so again, I said that the horizon is the apparent line that terminates the view.
Yes.
Okay.
And on a plane, you cannot have an edge. You cannot have an edge on a plane.
Yeah, but the edge of a table doesn't terminate the view, it's the edge. Whereas if you see the table from a specific angle, the surface of the table terminates the view prior to the edge, and that's the horizon. That's what we call the horizon, and that's the line, the apparent line that terminates the view. That's not the edge. That's the surface of the table. Okay, the edge is at the end of the table. The edge is not on the top of the table's surface. The same thing with the road. The edge of a road is not the surface of the road, because the surface of the road is the surface.
That is geometrically incorrect. The edge, the end of the surface is its edge. So you cannot, the surface will be infinite until you meet an edge. And so it is your claim that you just repeat right now, that I will see my limit of view before the edge of the table.
No. It seems you're somewhat using language incorrectly. That makes this all too confusing. The edge is the end. You're talking about the surface.
Yes, and the end of the surface is the edge. I never see my table. I never see it on any angle I never see
You never see the table.
my limit, my limit
how can you
of
make a
view,
claim if
my limit of view before the edge of the table.
Okay, but if you never see the table, then how can you make a claim about what the edge of the table is?
I see my table every day. I have in. I'm taking my breakfast, lunch, and dinner on it.
Then you need to rephrase what you were saying. The edge is the corner. Like on a sword, it is the tip. Or the sharp end. It's not the surface of the blade. It's the tip or the where you hack or cut or well, let's say stab or kill with.
That is you not understanding geometry. A surface is denoted.
No, it's not. Actually, it seems to be you not understanding geometry.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
The surface, the edge is part of the surface. Is the boundary. An edge have 0 dimension.
No, it's the point or the edge.
The edge has 0 dimension. A point has no part. Euclid 101. And a line is a succession of point. So your edge is part of the surface, is the boundary of the surface. It has no thickness, it is a boundary. It is at the same height of the surface. It's not other way. It is attached to the surface.
No. Bro, the edge is, let's say, where if you have a table or a rectangle, the edge would be along as soon as you get a change in direction. It's not the surface itself. So
no,
with a sphere, you could say that there's a change in direction, but it still is a surface. The surface is just more. It's not hard. It's soft or smooth. But just because it has a smooth or soft surface doesn't mean that it has an edge.
My edge will be when the surface action. My table have a thickness. I have the top surface is one surface. I have the thickness surface that is another surface. Between the two, I have an edge, and this edge is part of the two on the top surface and the side surface.
Okay,
it is an edge. It is a location.
Okay, so you sure can be, let's say, stacking planks. But the edge isn't the contact point between the planks. That is a surface. That the surface of each plank, if you, let's say, stack them on top of each other, you know, the part that connects the planks or makes them have a contact, that's not the edge, you see. The entirety of that is not the edge. So you can stack 2 planks and they can never connect on the edge.
What is the thickness of a surface? What is the thickness of an edge? You have only volume.
Why are you using
you have only volume. I would like you to understand basic geometry. Basic geometry. You have surface, the surface of your plank. You put another one on the top of it, another surface. These two surfaces are the same. The contact surface is the same with no thickness. It is the contact surface when the two are touching together. That is the surface. It has no thickness. It has no thickness. As long as you pile two things together, you have not two surfaces, but you have one surface of contact between it.
Yeah. You're repeating yourself like 3 to 4 times now. We're hearing you. So now you're using medicinal language to speak of geometry. Like why does an edge or a corner or point require thickness? This is really weird. Then why are you asking where the thickness is?
Because, as I told you, basic Euclid geometry, a point have no part. A surface is
no. Explain thickness.
A surface has no thickness.
Why do you say thickness? Like I heard you repeat thickness 15 times or something. So why do you say thickness?
Because
S-I-C-K-N-E-S-S. Is that not the word you use? S-I-C-K-N-E-S-S. Thickness.
No, thickness. Thickness.
Thickness. Okay. So what about the thickness?
Thickness. A surface has
No,
no
that's
thickness.
You must say thickness. Use an F if you can pronounce it, not an S.
Okay, you go after my accent. Is all what you got.
No, no, no. It's nothing to do with your accent. It has to do with clarity because you're mispronouncing the letter T, which makes it unclear what you're saying. It is not an attack on your person. It is about the way you use language, which makes it unclear if we want clarity on the matter. So this whole time I've heard you say sickness when you are mispronouncing the TH sound. So if you want to have clarity and not confusion, that is why I'm asking you why you have said sickness, because you see, that's what I thought I heard. By your mispronunciation, that's actually what I heard. So if you don't want me to hear you say sickness, you need to correctly pronounce the word thickness.
So, thickness.
Thank you. Yes. What about thickness?
A point has no part. A line has no breadth. A surface has no thickness.
What about thickness?
That means that means your edge have no thickness. It is a location in your field of view. You will have your edge of your table. It's here. It will be thin, and you go lower and lower. And before you align the close edge to the far edge, you will still see the surface. And as long as you align the two edge, you will not see the surface. The surface will have no thickness.
Okay, great. So I agree. The line, the apparent line that terminates the view doesn't have a thickness. Or else it wouldn't terminate the view. If it had a thickness, then I think we would see its physical location. And that, I think you're actually now giving evidence to what I'm saying, which is a good point. Since the horizon doesn't have a thickness, we cannot establish its physical location. And so we realize now that it doesn't have a physical location because it doesn't have material properties, one namely being thickness. So this is a really good point. The same thing goes with an edge. The edge itself doesn't have a thickness. It is something we point to very, let's say, horizontal.
It is a location. You ignore what I'm saying. It is a location.
Yeah, not exactly. Although you can obviously have your hand on top of the surface or the edge or the tip of a table. And we can say that this property of the material is this and that. Doesn't mean that it has a specific location. We're talking rather about a property. And the same thing goes with the horizon. The horizon, we cannot establish it having thick.
You cut off. Oh, my battery died.
The mirage itself.
My battery is dying. I will not be able to continue. It will cut soon. But just it is a location. Location. You can know the location of your edge of your table, even it is not physical. 1% battery.
You sure can. You can just sit at the edge of the table and you'll know the location.
Yes, it's the edge, as you said. It has no thickness, anything, but you know the location. An edge, a surface, a point are location. An edge is a collection of location.
When you're seated at the edge too, there's you're not necessarily sitting at the very edge of the table. So you see, you're sitting at the seat next to the edge, although we say edge of the table, which is actually misspeech. You follow? There's a lot of these mistakes, and you see now how easy everyone can easily make the mistake of misplacement simply by this point. I'm sitting at the edge of the table, when in actuality you don't. You sit in a and a certain distance to the edge, but the placement you sit at is not the edge itself. And that is the thing too with the horizon. You're speaking of an apparent position in relation to what you assume is its physical position. Whereas with the edge of the table, you can actually simply put your finger on it. The horizon you cannot touch. It doesn't have a physicality to it. And that is the point. It has an apparent location. And so this entire exchange now that has been going on for, I think, maybe 1.5 hours or something without looking at the time, has now just simply recursed back into my original point that started it all, that it cannot be established because it is simply an apparent location, and the horizon is the apparent line that terminates the view. Having the view terminated obviously makes us not able to establish where it actually is. We can only establish where it seems to be by the appearance of what terminates that view, namely what seems to be a miraging effect. And that is the end of, that's really the end of everything. We have gone back into, actually through this exchange now, establish the very notion of what I have presented. And so really moving on from here, we have through this conversation proven the very point that I established in the beginning. So I stand undefeated in what I have asserted. And if you guys want to have a new topic now, we can.
Welcome to reality.
Yeah, it's good to have someone who's actually clear-headed. Wouldn't you say, Schlitzy?
The fact that you guys think any of that made sense, like your entire argument, bro, was semantics. That's it.
Please
That's all
don't
you had.
bad on me.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just telling you the truth.
and logic
I'm
is
just telling you the truth. From
semantics.
listening in, all you had was semantics. That's literally
logic.
your entire argument.
That's literally mathematics and logic.
So
No,
why don't
it
you
was
chime in?
semantics.
Why don't you chime in and put your
It
two
was
pennies
semantics.
in?
Because I can't try to debate someone who has insane theories that don't make any sense. If you can't agree on actual
I
reality,
don't know whether a
I
tree's
can't help you.
moving. I don't know whether a tree's moving or a car's moving when the car collides with the tree. Okay. You don't know that. You don't know that. That's because that's logic, isn't it? That's logic, you know. I can't tell you whether the tree hit the car or the car hit the tree.
So I do get that you wanna imagine me as being the insanity case, but in actuality, I'm raising just very valid points. I would really say that not being aware of what one is doing is really what's insane. That's the very definition of insanity, to be unaware. Like either you're sane, this is not a false dichotomy. Either you're sane or you're not. So if you're unaware of your being and your actualities and reality in of itself, and you go on to make a claim and a belief system of what knowledge is, namely, for example, that knowledge can only be gained by belief, and you can never know that you have your hand on, let's say, a table, then that is something that is a radical doubt claim, and it's really something not we should be really giving too much attention to, because it dissociates by its endeavor. It really is unfruitful. And yeah, like you would only go into the modality of such an exchange if you want to abuse confusion to your end, meaning it's valuable for you to confuse others for some reason. And that's really also establishing insanity. So yeah, it's immoral by itself. So that's just it. Don't attack me for wanting rigor and morally sound reasoning. Attack those that defend unsoundness, just unfounded claims, and making the mistake of predicting when they're not.
You know what it is? You turned into a robot there for a minute.
You know what it is? You didn't present a meme.
Sorry,
you didn't present a meme so they could understand it.
I don't need a meme. I got a question for you. Here you go. Why am I supposed to distrust NASA? Just tell me. Why am I supposed to distrust every independent space agency in the world? Because we have a lot of them. One of them even just landed something on the moon. So why should I not believe them? I just want to hear it, like, so you can prove your shit to me. God, tell me, why am I supposed to distrust NASA?
Okay, so
but I should trust you. So tell me why I should trust
you. I didn't ask you to trust me at all.
Like my argument.
I'm not here for you for your trust.
What's the matter? You don't want to say?
Yeah, don't get twisted. Don't get twisted. I'm not here to persuade you, dissuade you. I'm not here to do that.
I mean, you couldn't, but anyway.
I'm not your dad.
But you said that you expose me to believe them, and that's it. Oh, sorry. 1 second. I'm out of a tunnel soon. I'm driving in a tunnel. One second.
Hey man, you could blindly have faith in your. You could blindly have faith in your scientism priests all you want. It doesn't mean you're correct.
But I don't just have faith in my scientism priests. I have faith in my religion too. I'm allowed to do that. That's the difference between us and you guys.
I don't need mathematics to walk out of my door to present my reality. That's the difference between me and you. You need maths to depict what you see.
I'm out of the tunnel now. I'll be now you'll hear me for let me address you. So I'm not asking you for distrust or non-belief, but simply by you stating that you show now your relationship to that organization, or let's say body, that you trust and believe, and that's just simply it. Now we are clear about the actions. You are trusting and believing, and that does not necessitate that you know things. It just means that you trust and believe, and that's it. So what you trust and what you believe in could obviously be false. Like, for example, every religious person, as you're like, well, maybe not you. I have not heard you speak so much on it, but well, we really gotta question what we believe in and what we trust in, because that's important. Or else you could be ending up trusting something that possibly shouldn't be a body you should be trusting, like a thief. If they are abusing your trust and your belief, then if you do not question what you trust and believe in, you will be ignorant to whether they abuse you or not. Whether they do abuse you is an entirely other matter.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was it. So yeah, was that clear enough? Whoever asked to me, I can't see your name when I'm driving.
It's me up top, all the way at the top. Don't worry. Listen, here's my thing. I don't just blindly trust them. Like,
I know
if you were a kid growing up in the 80s and 90s like me, one of the coolest things I got to do was go to Kennedy Space Center and see a space shuttle get launched. Right? That was one of the coolest things I ever saw. Okay. Now, I don't have a reason to doubt what they're telling me because I don't think there's a reason for them to lie. It's such a, I'd have to literally doubt all of recorded science and everything that we have done in space forever. Because why? Someone wants to hide God? Is that the real theory? Is that what it is? I mean, is that what we're saying? That they're hiding the flat earth so they can hide God? Is that your position?
No, I'm glad you're asking this because this is important. So, I'm glad we can first and foremost now have established that you trust them and believe in them. That's one thing. And I do get that seeing such a technological, such technology being used and the power that goes into and the time and commitment and all the stuff and how expensive it is, seeing that being used is sure quite an experience. I can see that. I can understand that. But to not be moving that into, let's say, a religious object of worship, we gotta establish whether or not, they're doing what they claim to be doing, which is going into space. So as of now, I used to too. I trusted that they did what they did. But upon growing more aware of things, I believe in what they do, but I don't actually know whether they do what they, state that they're doing. So that's just it. I admit to myself that, okay, I can choose to trust them. I don't necessarily need to trust them. I can also just choose to see that they have a claim of going somewhere, and I have a choice whether I want to or not. If I choose to trust them, then perhaps that makes it a little more easier to, first and foremost to accept, but also I don't need to think so much about it anymore. But if it is trust that I build knowledge on and I don't actually have evidence of it, then I should be aware of what I'm doing too. I shouldn't be going around saying that space is real because I chose to trust in someone who claims to have authority of this let's say environment. I should be open enough to admit and honest enough to be admit and genuine enough to admit that I decided to trust them and I believe that space exists, but I haven't been there myself, and that's just it. And that's the first part. There's more, but I don't mean to monologue, so let's address that first. What do you say? Wouldn't you agree with that?
No, because I do not think that my believing that they went to space is a problem because they've shown me evidence. I have to believe that everything they've ever put out is fake. And that's a problem for me because it makes no sense. See, I can't go through life questioning every single thing. That's not how it works. And I don't like when it's done to NASA and people that have been brave enough to strap themselves to a bomb to go up into space to move humanity forward. That's my problem. The same thing I can say, everything you just said applies to religion because there is fundamentally zero proof of God. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ because it's faith, but there is fundamentally zero proof of anything in religion. There's my problem.
So there are parts of this I do agree with, but you have now said this twice, which is that they would be lying about everything, and no, actually they don't. You have been and you've seen the rocket. The rocket does exist. The NASA does exist. Their locations, they do exist. They do build these rockets. The space centers are definitely real. You can even know people working in NASA, and they have some tens of thousands, if not like somewhat 100,000. Is it like 400,000 workers or something like that? It's a crazy number. You sure can know that these people are real and they're working with this stuff. But these people doesn't need to be aware of them being deceptive, or a small group within that being deceptive, if they are. And that point can just be established by, do you remember the Volkswagen scandal, where the creators of the engine, the people who work at Volkswagen, they were by purpose making the engines bad, so that they would malfunction, so that people would have to repair their cars. But and the workforce of Volkswagen is actually larger than that of NASA space agency. So
yeah, that's kind of unrelated. That's kind of unrelated, because we're not just.
It proves the point that not all the workers. 1 second. Not all the workers.
You've been talking a lot. Okay, you've been talking a lot. We're not just reliant on what NASA says about the space shuttle when people have been able to photograph it. So we have a body of evidence from outside NASA. And when it comes to the space ISS space station, we have a body of evidence outside NASA. So you have, because the ISS has been photographed countless times by amateur and professional alike in orbit.
Oh, that proves everything then. Oh, let's go home.
Okay, so let me address you. So please be patient and bear with me. So my point with Volkswagen is that you said that they would be having to lie about everything, and the next argument there usually is that everyone would have to be in on it, and that's actually wrong, and that's already proven by Volkswagen. The entire workforce of Volkswagen was ignorant to the fact that they were creating
and how long did that last? How long until they were exposed? How long until they were exposed?
Who knows?
Please listen. Even those that were building specifically on the parts and the engine itself were ignorant to the fact that they were creating something that will break down very soon. So you see, the person who is in direct contact with the vessel, being now let's say the motor or the car or just all proponents of it, doesn't need to be aware of creating something that's actually not the thing that it claims to be. And in this case,
irrelevant? Could you be any more irrelevant in that comparison?
Yeah, okay. Man, the Volkswagen
are you ignorant of how this applies?
Yeah, we could go out with the theodolite and tend to do things.
Are you ignorant of how this applies to you using, let's say, a theodolite? Because you can be ignorant of the theodolite itself and the theoretical underpinning of what a theodolite is, while using a theodolite and thinking you're actually knowledgeable about and creating knowledge through using the tool.
Oh,
you can be completely listen. You can be completely ignorant of what you're doing with said machine, let's say, because you are ignorant of what is actually going into the theoretization of that, either, let's say, theodolite or just simply machine itself. And that's obvious.
How dare you?
Just because you are using, let's say, a theodolite doesn't mean that you have actual knowledge of what you're doing.
You couldn't be any more. You couldn't be any more obtuse if you tried. You are also have. It's not just me. It's not just me. You have to deal with every industrialized country for the past couple of centuries that none of them know what's going on.
But that is the thing, dude. It's not necessarily so that they need to be fully aware of what they're doing. That is the thing itself. Most are actually unaware. You can be making a burger and think that it's amazing, but in fact you're fucking creating the worst burger in the world almost.
More irrelevant, more non sequiturs. What a fucking idiot.
Bro, we were in the space race with the Soviet Union.
You don't need to add on me, right? By the very fact of what I say, which is that you can be ignorant of creating a shitty burger while you're creating the burger.
But you, what you're saying is that we didn't go into space or the moon, right? And so the Soviet Union and China, who hate us, said, you know what? We don't want people to know about the flat Earth. So we're going to just let America have this one. The Soviet Union would never let America have anything back then, man. Right? And then what I have to believe is that somebody was able to go to the astronauts on the original Apollo missions who were brave men and war heroes and tell them, hey, you know what? We got to fake that space is real. So we got to strap you to a rocket that you could burn to death in a terrible way like 3 guys did just to prove that we're going to space. But we're really not doing it. Like, that's what I got to believe to get with you guys. That's what I got to believe. I got to believe that Buzz Aldrin was 70 and punched an idiot in the face for saying you didn't go to the moon because he didn't go to the moon. I mean, come on, man. Like, you think those guys were really willing to strap themselves to a bomb and possibly burn to death in an awful way? Do you really think that? I want a straight question for that, bro. Straight answer for that. No more
absolute
Volkswagen, nothing. No. Do you really think that those men, those guys who were war heroes, were willing to strap themselves to a bomb to fake space?
War hero. Fucking absolute lie.
This is appeal to emotion fallacy, and it's all technically is like a cult worship almost.
So in other words, semantics. In other words, more semantics from Flat Earth.
No.
That's all you people have. Is no, that's an appeal to this. That's an appeal to that. That's an appeal to this. No, answer the fucking question. Is that what you believe? You believe that those men were willing to strap themselves to a fucking bomb to help the cabal prove that the Earth is round and we went to space? Schlitzy, shut the fuck up. You're too dumb for this conversation.
No, you shut the fuck up, you fucking
shut
muddy
the fuck
prick.
up. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh, shut up, you fat
You're at least intelligent, and I'm having a conversation with you. This moron is just a fucking idiot. So go ahead, Zaynak. I would like to hear your answer on that, because at least like, you know.
I think Buzz Aldrin's a cunt and a liar. How about that?
Okay. Too many were speaking at the same time. Can you say again, man?
Okay. So what you want me to believe is that we convinced the astronauts who were risking death to help us fake that the Earth is round and we went to space. We told them, hey, you know what? You might burn to death like those 3 guys did, but it's all right. Don't worry about it. We need to prove the Earth is round and pretend we went to space.
Okay.
Is that what you believe happened?
No, I don't ask you to have any belief. So if you I don't know how long you've been listening to what I've been saying, but I don't ask anyone to believe in anything, because I don't think believing in things is a good idea. But I think having knowledge about that it is a belief is the first step to first and foremost be authentic and genuine and clear in what one is doing. So you're right, it is a belief. What you do with that belief is totally up to you. But if you want to be ignorant of the very fact that those that you put your belief or trust or these kinds of actions into doesn't make you actually any at all it shows in your voice that you become quite aggressive and hostile. Just by the very fact that whoever you believe in and cherish and hold dear seems to be in the spotlight of perhaps being not authentic, makes you upset.
No, man, I'm from Brooklyn. We always talk about it.
That's a good point, first and foremost, that it shouldn't be upsetting to you. Rather, I mean, it should rather be so that you could, without becoming frustrated, tell me about why you trust and believe in them. And why you choose to do so. First and foremost.
incredulity is not upset. And I am a New Yorker. We tend to fucking talk loud and like idiots, all right? Like, that's just the way it is. You have to accept that. I'm sorry. I hope I did not make you feel bad by sounding upset. But I'm not. What I'm getting to is incredulity, right? Incredulity is not upset. Incredulity is don't believe any of these people believe the random flat earth guy online.
No.
Like, that's what you want me to do. Because I have to believe something. I have to believe something. I have to believe the earth is either round or flat, right? So I have to either believe that science is right and we have space and all these planets and all that, or I have to believe that there is a massive conspiracy to hide it all. That's
no.
You see what I'm saying? That's what it is. But no, that's what it would take. It would be a massive conspiracy to hide it all, would it not?
Okay. Let me address you. Here's what I'm saying. Sorry, Schlitzy, 1 second. Here's what I'm saying.
I want to ask him a question after.
My discernment is so clear now, by just being disciplined about what is clear, that I can tell that you're Dan the Waterman, who is an agent now, acting as if you are on the oppositional side. So just because you shift your intonation a little doesn't mean that you're not still speaking in the exact same fashion that Dan the Waterman is. Actually showing that you are Dan the Waterman, with just a little more rasp to your voice. So you can be here and impersonating a globe defender, when in fact you also can be on the other side and impersonating a flat earth defender. And lastly, I am actually not saying that the earth is flat. I have made that very clear. So Dan or Bjorn or whatever fake name you hold or cling to, that's just it. Okay? So yeah.
You know what? Dan the Waterman was actually the only flat earth person I've had a conversation with and been involved in a conversation with who did not just resort to semantics. So, I mean, I can see why you guys wouldn't like him.
Of course, because you want to defend yourself. I get that. You know,
I don't need to defend myself to people who believe the earth is flat. Like, I mean, like, that's like you. That's not like that's dumb. I don't need to defend myself.
I'm a native New Yorker. Of a professionally trained actor, I can hear that you're Dan or Bjorn or whatever name you want to hold. You're the same person talking. Okay.
Dan's now exposed. You're exposed, Dan.
I'm a native New Yorker.
Hey, forget about it.
So if you wanna have evidence to what a sound mind can do, it can discern fake imposters. And now I just gave you the evidence. So Mr. Bjorn, if you may just evaporate and become Dan again, or if Dan and you both just evaporate and become the actual being that you are, then yeah, we could have a real conversation. And not just
I'm so not Dan the Waterman, because there were people here that had a conversation with us at the same time. So I mean, you're just fucking insane, man. All you have is semantics. Your entire argument boils down to semantics. Literally.
Hold on. If you knew, if you say you have a sound mind, then that's why you know that Bjorn is actually Dan. If you had a sound mind, you would also know that I am Dan the Waterman.
Oh my god.
Hey, Dan.
You're not Dan the Waterman.
We got 7 sock accounts for Dan the Waterman, and you haven't found the other 6 or the other 5 now. So that means you do not have a sound mind.
Everyone's Dan the Waterman.
Metaphorically, you're speaking of those other actors who impersonate a flat earth position and play both sides as a double agent. I do get that there are more of you, Dan being one of them.
I've got like 7 monitors in front of me.
I know that there are more of you than just Dan. Okay, great.
Yeah, like me. And you didn't know it was me, so you don't have a sound mind. You said you know because you have a sound mind. You didn't know it was me, so you don't have a sound mind.
Are we successfully deflected? We deflected? What happened?
Dan's a native New Yorker.
Was attempting to defend Dan, and Bjorn, who is the same double agent, is now claiming to be Dan to attempt to confuse the playing field. But he's not. He's obviously not Dan, because my sound discernment can easily tell that you are not Dan. And the reason why I can tell that Bjorn is Dan is because his way of speaking is exactly the same. If you were recording Björn and you were recording Dan and you put them on top of each other, you'll hear that he's using the same idiosyncratic way of speaking.
No, I don't think so.
Do you know what it is?
It's exactly the same.
Zaynit.
I do hear some differences there. The same way
It's
that
so
you can hear
bizarre that he has
between
to
me and
use the
Dan.
name Bjorn.
Yeah, I think Dan. I mean, one of his songs is called Dawn. So in here, he's not in here right now.
No, he'll run off soon.
He's
Damn
now his picture is a phantom in the opera, so he sure is the phantom here.
What?
Has he run off?
Wow. Wow. I mean, really, the fact that this is now your argument is to call me Dan the Waterman is fucking insane. I don't understand what you like. This is what you do when people try to put you on the spot. It's just like, I'm going to go find something else to argue about. And now I'm going to accuse you of crazy shit. I mean, come on, man. I'm not fucking Dan the Waterman. Guess what?
He did
There's
not sound like Dan the
fucking million
Waterman.
people who live in New York. There's a whole lot of people with this accent. There's a whole lot of people who moved all over the country because they wanted to get out of New York. So there's a lot of people with my fucking accent, okay? The fact that you actually think I'm Dan the Waterman is just, you're bringing out more incredulity, man. Like, Jesus Christ.
So tell me how a person from LA speaks the same as a person from New York.
Because a person from New York can move to LA. It happens all the time.
Wow.
By the way, they don't sound similar at all. So they don't sound similar at all. I don't know what you're talking about. And maybe my mind is not as sound as yours. That's also, of course, a possibility. Maybe my mind is just not sound that I don't see these similarities.
Well, you have a double agent here, so
yeah,
You sound gay.
Yeah, because more of you might just be the double agent as well. So have fun with that.
Wait. Sklitzy said you sound gay, and you said yeah.
Yo,
No,
Bjorn.
that's what I said yeah to. I responded to you.
Yo,
No,
Bjorn.
okay.
Hold up, dude.
Nice one, space.
Yeah,
Space.
Bjorn, you're getting.
That's the space between your fucking ears, you clown.
Bjorn, you're getting MK Ultra.
The thing is that I'm such an excellent actor, I could do a way better job than Dan at just making my voice a little rasp, but still speaking in the same exact speech pattern.
You guys are talking about nothing.
And like,
what are you talking about?
Here's the thing, I actually know how to use my voice, you see, whereas Dan is just like using his voice in the exact same manner.
Can you stop saying so much about something like completely useless?
Yeah, let's get to the point.
Yeah, well,
Bjorn.
So what were you trying to do? You were trying to pluck on our heartstrings.
Bjorn.
Born.
I'm trying to tell
go on,
Born
sorry.
something. Thank you. Yeah, Born, you're getting MK Ultra.
Yeah. Bye, Bjorn and Dan.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm getting MK Ultra. Yep, they tied me down to a chair and dropped a whole lot of LSD in my mouth. Yep, I'm sure they did. I
done that
really
willingly.
am sure they did. I mean, maybe, there's a few times I woke up in Montauk after I went to the fucking Hamptons, so maybe I ended up Montauk experimented too. I don't know, man. It might have happened, Like, what do you want me to say?
As long as you can accept it, at least on some degree, right?
Sure, man. Yeah, I'm MK Ultra. So strong, yeah.
All right, well, there you go.
He's choosing the same words and using the exact same speech pattern. The only thing that's different is a little raspiness.
Dude, stop. Oh my god.
Anyhow, let's move on. We have a double
even your guy is like, come on, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
He'll be sending a cleaner over
What
to
the
you.
fuck am I doing?
I'm not.
using my perfect sound discernment to expose you with.
No, your sound discernment sucks then, because I'm not Dan the Waterman. Like, I hate to tell you. Yeah. Oh, so yeah.
You're making a meal out of it now. You must be.
Okay, let's see you on camera speaking in a voice chat, a video call with Dan, and we will get the evidence. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So now we have to prove your fallacy, right? We have to disprove your fallacy, right? Is that what
I made a claim. I made a claim. Instead of just appealing to words, you can disprove my claim that you and
positive claims require positive evidence. Show me the evidence. Show me evidence right now. Show me evidence. And not my ear, and not my ear hears you sounding like Dan the Waterman. So that's not evidence. That's your subjective opinion. So give me evidence that I'm Dan the Waterman. Let's go. I'm waiting. Give me evidence. Let's go. Come on.
Well, because you're speaking like this, and give me the evidence. You're speaking like exactly like
only thing that would prove is that
because when I'm talking to
Waterman,
I'm an asshole.
Come on. And you just speak like Dan the Waterman, just more like him, just without the
because when I'm talking to dumb assholes, I'm
this is also what Dan the Waterman says.
That's what I am.
Because when Dan the Waterman talks, he's also exactly like you.
No, the only thing that would prove is that Dan the Waterman is also a
shapeshifter. Dan the
shapeshifter.
Waterman is that you're starting every sentence in a similar fashion than he does.
You even walk like him.
And Schlitzie comes in with a dumb addition. Yep, that's what he does. I mean,
bro,
it's all right.
become a better actor, and
It's all right. It's all right, Zanak. I know that I was asking you difficult questions. I know they were difficult questions. So you had to become a better way out of it.
Wait, I'm actually curious.
You're a really bad actor. You're a really bad actor.
I'm actually curious about the sign act. You're saying that Bjorn is Dan the Waterman himself, but when Dan the Waterman is not, let's say he is, all right. When Dan the Waterman is not impersonating another person, but he's just being himself, he's being a flat earther. Right now, he's not being a flat earther. Why would he do that?
For he's a double agent, I said.
And
yo, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, like,
you know what a double agent is?
Yeah,
let's say Splinter Cell double agent.
Can we unmute D-Mock?
I know what a double agent is.
Yeah, so let's use Splinter Cell double agent. What is a double agent?
What a double agent? Oh, you're asking me what a double agent is?
Yeah, I don't want to be explaining everything, so perhaps you can explain to us what is a double agent.
Yeah, well, when you tell me when you tell me double agent, I understand it as somebody who's playing both sides, basically.
Yeah, and so why if this is the case that my sound discernment is sound, and the actuality of the case is that Björn is, let's say, both Dan and Björn, and that is the same person, and actually maybe even goes by a different name, or it could be Dan, or it could be Björn, or something the likes. Like, let's just say that they're the same.
And what would Dan being a double agent achieve?
Well, this is a really good topic. Like, no one is actually having this conversation anywhere on any of these servers, so let's have that topic. Well, playing both sides, you get inside information, don't you?
Well, what valuable information would he get from Flat Earth? Like insider information.
Well, it depends what his goal is.
You know, the funny thing is, inside information on the public Discord.
Well, you're saying it depends on what his goal is. You're calling a double agent, so clearly you have like some kind of suspicion at least. So what's your suspicion?
Well, it sure is a public. Okay, just to address that really bad argument or statement there. Obviously, you have closed off communities, and a way to access those communities is through that doing. Also, Dan the Waterman is known for what he's doing, being a market person. What Dan does is really attempt to make a media personality and perhaps just steer away from actual discourse, let's say what the flat earth movement should be doing, because flat earth theory is really as a mislabeling. So he's doing damage control as Dan, making the freedom of speech movement not actually endeavoring to freedom of speech. So whenever there's actually an intelligent person on there, Dan the Waterman's job is to get access to that person and attempt to confuse that person into what he wants to be doing. And also his work as Dan the Waterman inside the flat earth community is to seed a lot of division and instill just, a lot of stress. Here as Björn, he likely actually might be exposing who is rather, perhaps he's just a globe defender all along. So that makes a lot of sense as to why Dan does what he does.
Okay. I don't think it is Dan. Dan sounds more gay.
Okay, so
I
basically
it is
what I got from that is that you believe that Dan the Waterman is trying to sow division among flat earth. Is that correct?
I don't believe that. That's already shown by what he does all the time.
Okay, let's say you know that. Why would he try to do that? Why would he go the route of being a double agent like that far? Would he go that far?
Well, because he hijacks by being in a double agent and being in the position that he does, he actually hijacks the those that needs to appeal to an idol by being said idol and doing nothing about it.
Flat earthers with idols?
Okay. Wait a second. I have to try to understand that. So Dan the Waterbjörn, is he now a real flat earther and only pretends to be a glober to find something out about the globers, or is Dan the Waterbjörn a glober that pretends to be a flat earther, but because he's a dumb idiot, still shows up as a glober here just for you to figure out that he is?
Well,
I already forgot what I started with.
Well, this is the problem right here. Whether Dan is the actual person, Björn is the actual person, or neither is the actual person, is what needs to be figured out. When he assumes the impersonation of Dan, it does seem to be so that what he is doing actually hinders any further development on the freedom of speech movement, because
actually
Dan as, or this being as Dan does faulty science and keeps being aggressive and assertive to that. At the same time, he rather wants to be promoting a market strategy so as to attempt to create flat Earth into a sort of like what's it called again? Like some the word escaped me.
Some sort of irrelevant thing, maybe.
Well, it was spoken about quite extensively. It was either yesterday or the day before. So if I go to that live stream of Earth's Awakening, I'll find a word, but it might just come to my mind or my thoughts or to my awareness soon. Branding, yeah, I got it. So they were attempting to just rebrand Earth's Awakening. So he's a branding agent, it seems, to attempt steer the freedom of speech movement into an unfortunate position where actually the branding makes it impede or hinder it from actually progressing. Here, as Bjorn, if this is his real person, that is well, again, like I said, it could also be impersonating Björn. He could be doing both here. He can also be attempting to create a persona here to attempt, well, what is his goal here? I don't know Björn Ironside, that he was just called. I have not looked into who Björn Ironside is, so I can't say. But it has already been established by how aggressive he is that he's definitely defending the model.
Well, so
I think
actually
he is a one man agency of Concave and is simultaneously infiltrating flat Earth and globe Earth community. I think that makes more sense.
Come on, man. Don't put me with the crazy inside out world people. Come on, bro. You can't do that to me. Like, it's hard enough. Like, Zynak, this is the thing, right? Like, okay, you want to believe I'm Dan the Waterman, whatever. Do your fucking thing. I don't care. I think you're insane for that. But I'm going to explain to you that I, unfortunately, have a bullshit detector that would not allow me to last about 3 minutes pretending to be a flat earther. As soon as some crazy shit came out, my inner Brooklyn would come out and be like, what the fuck are you psychos talking about? So that's the problem you have. I couldn't pull it off. Thanks for thinking I'm good at it, though. I appreciate it.
You know,
now we believe
this
you.
is
Dan the
word.
Waterman.
Oh my god, I can also say that I would never think that the Earth is flat because it's obviously a globe. Oh my god, are you stupid? Come on, man. Obviously, that is impossible because acting is not a possibility, man. You can't
I have
just go
never
and
seen
make
a
a
worse
different
actor than
behavior
you.
than the one you're doing
Seriously,
because
I've never
obviously that
seen a
would
worse
require
actor
you
than
to
you.
be a good actor.
Yeah,
So
you're not
what do you
acting.
think?
You're just acting stupid. This is not acting what you
But
do.
then
If
I'm
you
acting.
seriously think that you are a good actor,
So you're not acting, but you're acting stupid. Please make it coherent. Say that again, Snooze. I'm not acting, but I'm acting stupid. Thank you. Amazing
you're
logic, dude.
behaving stupid.
Say it again.
But it's not acting.
So I'm acting stupid, but I'm not acting. Please say that again.
You say that Dan the Waterman is supposed to be like some branding agent who's here to like sow division among flat Earth.
Yeah,
well, sowing division like that is just a means to an end, isn't it? So what is his end that he tries?
He's trying to have a hookup with some gay guys.
Well, money.
From who?
Discourse, meaning not course, but discourse. No, Dan is in it. Dan is in it. Dan is in it for just the camaraderie.
Can someone unmute D-Mark?
Make time pass so that one is not doing anything but perhaps becoming a slave to something. There are many reasons.
Well, you don't.
Look who's right below me in the chat. Hi, Dan. How are you doing? Supposedly, I sound like you.
Hey, Dan.
Oh, he's here. Okay, speak at the same time. Dan and Björn, come on.
It's Dan the Water Bjorn and Bjorn the Water Dan.
Dan, could you please rename yourself Dan the Water Bjorn?
Okay,
yeah,
wait.
Who is this lame ass? By the
No,
way,
you really have to speak at the same time.
Zynek thinks that you are a glober. Dan, and you are Bjorn.
How's it going? Supposedly, we have the same accent.
Let's start with the copycat. Let's start with the copycat. Who is Bjorn?
Some gay guy from Brooklyn.
Bjorn, who are you?
I am just Zynak decided I sound like you, so somehow I'm you now. And
Okay,
you are secretly a double agent, and I am doing all this because I'm, I don't know.
All right, good answer. Okay, so what's the secret?
Are we satisfied? Are you satisfied?
Well, yeah, I thought that was a good answer. It was in jest. It wasn't meant. It had nothing to do with me, really.
Keep talking. So, Synac, why do you do what you're saying?
Well, I am a good being.
Oh, I see.
What is happening?
Go on, let's hear Dan and Björn. Continue talking.
Just let it happen, Dan. No, wait. Dan and Bjorn, you two should on purpose not talk at the same time.
This fucking guy's crazy. He still thinks Dan and I are the same person. I don't understand what we can do with someone who's that far gone. Like, I really don't. I don't think there is any way we can convince you of any kind of reality because you are so far gone that you think me and this guy are the same person.
Now, Bjorn's a New Yorker, definitely a New Yorker, and Dan's California man.
This is.
But that's the point. You shouldn't be convincing me of any reality because reality doesn't require convincing. So
convince yourself.
Zenek, they are both AI. They are both AI. And they are designed to trick you.
Yeah, could be.
No,
it's the difference between canon and Kojak.
Hey, Synac,
to be honest, those upstate New York guys are kind of cute when they talk, but they're silly.
Yeah, listen to them falling in love with each other.
Hey, Synac, you want to know the reason why Bjorn was muted the whole time while you and I were talking? It's because it was pre-recording everything that Dan is saying right now.
Do you have
so, like, when you guys aren't in fantasy world, what do you guys do?
Yeah, this is a fake conversation.
Actually,
have you got more powers?
I took all the times that I took all the times that I spoke with Dan, and I created specially for you Bjorn to confuse you.
Can we unleash D-Mark?
You must be.
Yeah, please let's unmute D-Mark.
Yeah, do you want me to also clone Dimok?
Yeah, let's
he will
destroy the
just
conversation
change the
completely.
scene for sure.
This conversation was
How
destroyed
about
long ago.
How about we
How
talk
should I
about
call
something? How about
Dimok's clone?
Let's talk about something. God dang,
Half an
right?
hour
I
of
like
Demok.
the moon landings
Left
are good. The
lane,
moon,
come on.
they're going back. Artemis is going back soon.
Bullshit.
there
They're
a
scrapping
big
that.
program?
They're scrapping that program.
Unleash the
remember,
Demok.
Gateway was the only way to deal with the moon. Gateway was the only way to deal with the moon, so you could shuttle up and down. So you could, if you're really going to do anything like interplanetary stuff, the idea of getting to the place is different than landing on the place. Like a shuttlecraft is the only way to do it. It's ridiculous to think that the same vehicle to get you somewhere is going to be a lander. It's stupid. So Gateway was designed to have a station above the moon so we could start actually going there and then landing to and from the moon.
Did you say shuttlecraft?
Yes, sir.
You've been watching too much Trek.
No, it's just we have a shuttle here, right? Where the re-entry, the low Earth orbit, or let's just say, and listen, just look up Gateway. Look up Gateway. Look up the intelligence of it and the practicality of it, and then realize they're scrapping it. So we're not going to the moon. We don't give a fuck about the moon. That's why it's taken 60 years for that reality to emerge. They're scrapping SLS. They're scrapping Orion. They're scrapping Gateway, and they're folding JPL, as far as I can tell.
What about Artemis?
I have a
What about
question
Artemis?
Wait. I want to say something. Now you see, this is the real Dan. Only Dan speaks like that.
I wanted to ask Dan a question.
Let me ask you a question, though. You said they're scrapping Gateway. Hold on. You said they're scrapping Gateway, but I mean, the website is active. I mean, are they actually scrapping it?
So because you live in denial, I'm going to tell you where to go.
Dude, I'm asking a simple question. I'm not denying it. I'm just asking a question.
Look at the press release. Hey, dude, don't
what press
just
release? I'm asking for more information, bro. I'm not debating you.
Nice question.
Listen to me. Listen to me, dude. Don't make me yell. Don't make me yell. I understand you. I'm going to learn to phrase better. I understand you have questions, sir. So kindly look up something you may trust, like maybe space.com, for the press releases in May regarding the programs I'm talking about. I believe it's the 3rd, May 3rd.
And they cut the budget for it. So what does that mean, huh?
They're scrapping the programs that were fibs.
I know.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm on space.com. I typed in Gateway, and the last post was in April. So
dude, suck my dick because you can't do research doesn't mean you should gag on my dick. Fuck you,
Dan.
Fibs stands what is the freaking out of that? Holy shit!
It's because this guy's like, I have doubts. I can't look shit up.
I never said I doubted it, bro. I just said, can you explain what you're talking about?
Deal with the reality. Deal with the reality that it's a real
this guy on meds.
It's nothing I just fucking said, dude.
Dan.
It's a reality. Orion's been a joke. Orion's been a joke. SLS, joke. You understand? Joke.
Dan, you're looking very gay.
Oh, that's because my wiener is out. Let me zip up and explain to you what we're talking about again.
That was a great response.
When you start talking about NASA, you'll realize how dead in the water it is, most particularly because of Space Force having the budget now. You got to remember, NASA's been lying about their military interests all these years. So Congress, when they put the squish on something, it's because they know it's being funded elsewhere. Forget the ULA. You guys don't even talk about the ULA. You don't even know what the ULA is.
The kibosh. Use the right term. It's the kibosh.
Can you let
they put the kibosh.
Bjorn get a word in? Because he's not fucking saying too much.
I mean, I'll hold my breath and see if you guys can say anything smart. Bjorn!
Artemis. What about Artemis?
What about Artemis?
Hey Bjorn and Dan, could you have a conversation together? It would be lovely to actually hear.
To hear your fantasies played out, where you can pretend I'm someone else. Yeah.
But isn't the ULA Upper Louisiana?
No, it would be great. It would be great to actually hear you talk live without clipboarding and making you just speak at the same time through clipboarding to make it look like you're two individual people.
Well, I mean, you know, like never, like basically, you don't have an argument, so you have brought us to the place where we are arguing about if I'm Dan the Waterman. Like, do you understand how fucking stupid that is, man?
You lost
like,
your fucking
really,
Brooklyn accent.
it is so fucking stupid that, like, I'm just sitting here incredulous. You know?
You forgot your Brooklyn
Can you open your
accent,
camera
Dan.
and show this is you?
You notice how when
Can you
Bjorn
open the
starts
camera?
talking, Dan
What is
was right?
stupid though? What's stupid?
The sign that says Bjorn and Dan are the same
Let's
person.
do Dan the Waterman and Bjorn the water homo speak to each other on camera.
Why do you guys perpetuate?
Yeah, I think Zenek is into you.
We were talking reality a minute
then
ago,
Cuba
and now
wants
you're
to come
back
over
to
for a
bullshit.
threesome.
So you make up shit so you can run in circles. You guys better
Wait, why
get
won't you guys talk at the same
You better
time?
get to mock back. You guys are insistent upon talking about crap. You better get
seriously.
to mock back.
This is fucking ridiculous. It really is. Like, it's pathetic.
But they
It's
like it.
pathetic.
They like it. They don't want to talk real.
No.
Notice how they don't play at the same time.
You should open the camera.
I said, Dan, I said the only time that someone from the flat Earth world brought evidence and let me look at it and explained it to me was you explaining the Nat Geo thing. That was the first time that someone didn't just use semantics for an argument. So I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Have you ever snogged the log of Dan?
You guys just like you're not that good at trolling. You think you're like,
Yeah.
oh, we'll just troll around, but you're
Are you
desperate
good at
for a
trolling
flat
now?
earth.
Are
You're
you doing it?
desperate for a flat earther every minute, so you have something to make you feel better. It's kind of weird.
Dan, are you good at trolling?
Do you see how Björn is the same person as Dan in their image, just that Björn
probably
is
am.
the phantom in the opera? He just has a white makeup on his face. Why is it the same person, guys?
He dyed his beard black.
Why is Björn
Notice how they're not
exactly
doing
the
the same
same looking as Dan?
Hey, Zenek, can you create a diagram? How are they the same person?
Could I get more?
You said they look the same. Can you bring us evidence?
I can. You got a cigarette packet? Open it.
They are
Two
both
fags in a
men.
pack.
They sure are both. Maybe, man. Who knows?
Look, but if we are wasting time on this, so can you bring us evidence at least instead of your troll?
Well, the intonation in their voice is already evidence enough that they have the exact same speech pattern. Oh, this is better.
Show me the speech pattern. Show me the speech pattern.
While we're talking, you know that Bjorn/Dan is now pre-recording a whole bunch of new lines so that they can soon talk to each other and pretend they're not the same person.
God, you guys are empty heads. This is the best you got.
Yeah, that is.
Dan,
this
nobody
is
really
advanced
means any of
machine
this.
learning.
I thought it was all
No one-
pussies.
I'm
and trolls. I
training
didn't
my
know it was
data right now. Why are you doubting it? Next time I will release Eric Dubé on this server, and you will.
So let's see a video conversation between Dan the Waterman and Björn the Water Dan.
I don't want to. Let's go to the topic. Oh, damn.
Yeah, seriously, we are not going to fucking try to deal with your crazy conspiracy theory because you were unhappy that you could not handle a normal conversation with me. So you
Here's
had
the
to
main
go
thing,
to-
everybody.
He sounds like Dan the Waterman. That
I
was
wonder when he
Dan the
recorded this line.
Waterman.
Hey Dan the
Get him back.
Waterman with a picture of yourself when you're like 34, 35, maybe 40, and Dan the Waterman who has a picture of himself when he's like 50 or something. Can you have the video on the same time so that we can assess that you are indeed the two different people?
What a fucking homo creep. Shut up. So the reality is they have us watching the Orion capsule for 8 years. Orion trial by fire told us that there was deadly radiation, and for us to be able to leave low Earth orbit, we were going to have to fix the Orion capsule. Oddly enough, it looked like the other Apollo capsules, but they said that they were working very hard to fix the problem to put humans in space. After 8 years, they came up with nothing and decided that maybe they would hide behind the water if there was any kind of solar flares, and that they would put on a little vest like the dental assistant does. So they came up with no way to fix the radiation problem. After 8 years of pretending it was about the capsule, it turns out
do you have any documents about it?
They had no rocket, did they? They had no rocket. Now that's the reality. Artemis is an absolute Frankenstein made from Antares and the shuttle, and that's because of the budget constraints that U.S. Congress put, because U.S. Congress knows what they've been told in the past. In the meantime, U.S. Congress knows about the military aspect of space that's completely secret. So when we talk about conspiracies and stuff, NASA's had a hard time pretending to be a civilian organization with its 50% military interest the whole time.
So this is what we call a red herring, which is a
no.
Type
This
of
is what's called reality, and I don't know. Can you speak up again?
Let me speak. Yeah, let me speak.
Let you speak about what? Because I really haven't laid it out yet. Can you finish laying it out?
Yeah, can you not become so aggressive?
No, because I'm laying out the reality of the space program. I'm laying out the timeline, and you don't give a fuck? Fine, I'll mute and let you guys call for fake things and demok. How's that?
Okay, so a red herring is a type of logical fallacy. Okay, now, 1 second, guys. A red herring is a type of logical fallacy where someone introduces an irrelevant point of topic to divert attention from the original issue. The original issue here is that Dan the Waterman and Björn the Water Dan is the same
That is not the original issue.
Artemis 2 is scheduled for September of this year. Or there's, I thought it was scrubbed. It's actually scheduled for September of this year.
Okay, so this guy is in on it. Guys, good Dan the Waterman, Björn, or Dan the Water Beer.
That was not the original fucking point, man.
Stop going into the red herring and just be on video. Like, this is how we actually define. I have a claim. Give evidence to my claim being wrong, and stop pre-recording a fake conversation.
Your claim first, douchebag.
Prove it first.
Prove it first. No, I don't want to put myself on video around a lunatic like you. I'm sorry. I don't need to do that. I don't need to prove I'm not another guy. For your dumb conspiracy theory ass. It can't be a fucking reality.
Going on live video. You can ridicule me. You can ridicule me. You can ridicule me by going on live video and showing that my claim is wrong. You can just simply put on the video and you can laugh all you want at me for making the claim that you're the same person. But if you are not the same person, I mean, it's very easy to just put on the camera and show that we are different people. Instead of just making all
anything more, because we're already laughing at the fact that you brought the argument to this because you don't have anything else. That's the problem. See, we're already mocking you relentlessly, and you're so dense you don't get it. That's what it is. We are mocking your
ad-hom
me
working so good. That's not even an ad-hom, dude.
That's not an ad-hom. That's an insult. See, let me teach you a difference. An insult is you're a fucking moron. Okay?
No, that kind of is
an ad-hom. Is every argument you make sucks because that hat in your picture is the hat of a guy with a small penis. That's the difference.
My penis is actually quite huge.
Yeah, it is working so
you
good.
said that proves you have a micro penis. I rest my case.
Synax, stop this rhetoric bullshit, man. This topic you're bringing up was not the original topic. The only reason it got so far was because I was making fun of you. It's enough, man. Come on, just stop the shit.
But it's very easy to disprove me. It's just that they go on video, but they don't. They don't want to do that.
They don't have proof. That's why we mock you. So just enough, man. What was it? You guys want to talk about the moon and Artemis or something?
Wow, this is really gay. Like you can't actually go on video to like prove me wrong in like 5 seconds because, wow.
We don't have to. Because nobody thinks you're right.
Speaking like that.
Everyone thinks you're a fucking raging lunatic.
No, I
That's
think
your
he's
problem.
right.
Keep speaking like that.
Schlitzie, I mean, Schlitzie, your IQ is about 12. So, like, I mean, I really don't care if you think he's right because you're kind of a fucking idiot. So, like, see yourself out of the conversation, okay? All right. So, Zynak, let's talk about why that hat tells me you have a small penis. Would you like to know why? Would you like to know why? Because anyone who would wear that hat in a picture with their child definitely has a small penis. So that's my claim. And my proof is that you're wearing the hat in that picture, and immediately upon me making that joke, your answer was, I actually have a very large penis. Which tells me, again, you have a micro.
You can disprove it by showing your dick.
I sure can.
That'd be so gay if you don't do it.
But there's quite a difference to posting pictures
so
of dick
gay
compared
no,
to just putting a video on.
It'll be
But
so gay if you don't do that.
Do you see why they are the gay one? He wants me to give him a picture of my dick.
I want to see your dick. Post it.
Post it.
So who's gay now? Like, how subliminally gay do you want to be, Mr. Gay, Björn Gay? Hey, gay Björn Gay.
He didn't ask. I did.
You want to see my dick? Though. Yeah, I got it.
I want you to prove your claims, or you're gay, like you always said. You said if you don't prove your claims, you're gay.
Well, he wants to talk like this all the time, and you need to show your dick. How do I know that your shirt is gay? Well, like this.
I mean, I would disprove you by like posting, I don't know. I'll call a hooker or something.
I picked the wrong day to quit sniffing glue.
Okay, so let's just stop this fucking stupid shit that I am somehow Dan the Waterman. And why don't we have a debate about something real?
Why don't you
got offended? Look how offended he got.
Conversational.
So offended. Oh, I'm sorry, poor baby.
I'm sorry. Dan the Waterman apologizes yet again. I'm sorry, you're stupid. Usually it's the case.
Guys, let's just stop this red herring shit. Dan the Waterman is posting some links in chat. Can you talk more about that, Dan?
Yeah, we watched for 8 years a video called NASA Trial, Orion Trial by Fire. And it explained the problems and the complexities with traveling in space. Not so much what we've done in the past. It's not about shitting on Apollo or the moon missions. It's assuming that we're going to spend longer times in radiated space on longer missions. So they were well aware that there was no protection. And they had us believing for 8 years that that's what was holding things up and that's what we were waiting for. And in fact, they had a severe rocket problem, and they've had severe rocket problems. And in fact, I got in a big fight with Cole last week about whether or not what happened to the Antares program and why we were using Russian engines, why we bought 26 of them at $1.2 million a piece, and why we thought we could modify them and use them. But Antares kept blowing up on the pad. And during this time, if you want to learn about it, look up the lawsuits between Musk and remember his stuff kept blowing up on the pad, and up until the time when he got the Falcon 9 working, nobody gave a shit. But once it was working, he was ready to take on satellite contracts, and he couldn't get a price. They wouldn't tell him what they were spending. And it turns out that the 300 mil that they were spending using the ULA, which nobody knows about the United Launch Alliance because it's not funded through any of the congressional or normal, pathways. It's basically CIA's rockets. And there was already a space program that was costing 300 mil per launch. He was offering to do it $1 mil per launch. And they wouldn't talk to him. They wouldn't tell him the real numbers. So when you look at the settlement, the out-of-court settlement on anything, you'll find out-of-court settlements to be super telling, because out-of-court settlements don't have to reveal the agreement. It just goes away legally. And same thing with mergers. If you look up that time and you look who bought up whom, that's also how you can settle big R&D debts. You know, there's lots of things that go forward and they figure out how to get it paid for later. Anyway, the end result of this is Artemis. When we were looking to go to the moon, as people keep saying, you know, as that normal space program went forward, they tried to build a rocket and Congress said, no, you have to use the shit you said you were going to use. So they used leftover Antares stuff and leftover shuttle stuff. And that is what Artemis is. And Artemis is a Frankenstein and probably a joke. I mean, to be honest, think about it. It took off from here, went around the Earth, then went to the moon, taking 3 days, and then supposedly, I don't know, circled there. I don't know what the fuck it did there. And then came back, but there's no images of that. There's no images of that.
There's actually plenty of images of it, Dan, so stop. Come on.
Just post them instead of talking shit. See, I said something, maybe I'm wrong, but you're not proving it by saying anything. Do you understand that?
You did all this research and you did
Do you
all this
understand what I said?
You just said you did all this research and
I'm just asking you to stand behind your words instead of being a fucking asshole. Right? So I'm in the middle of telling a story that you don't like. Right?
No,
so the end result of this is all the mergers, right? All the mergers, Musk getting contracts, ULA for sale has no more contracts because all they have is a rocket. Right? So this odd rocket suddenly has no more contracts. ULA is done, right? And the cat's out of the bag because Space Force exists now. So they can get funding to do what they want, and NASA doesn't have to spend all of its time lying to us.
All right, let me know when
so
you're
in
done.
the meantime, you can look up what I posted. For some reason, they're scrapping Orion. I think it's because they never had a rocket for it, and the new rockets don't fit on it. Basically, you know, it doesn't fit on the newer stuff. And then you've got Gateway. I can't believe they're dumping Gateway. I thought that was the coolest idea ever.
Yeah, let me respond at some point.
What a fake conversation. Bye.
Are you done?
You call that fake? I paused to let you speak and hear nothing, and you call that fake?
That was not Earth's Life who said that. That was Synact who said that, and he left. So.
I'm just
all right. So
waiting.
So Dan,
for anything.
Dan, hello, can you hear me? It's me.
I'm waiting.
So all of the information.
I'm going to get coffee. That's how much I know nothing's happening.
Can you? Am I muted? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So all the stuff you just mentioned, right? All the information you just put out there about Elon Musk, about the lawsuits and stuff. All of that research you did to give us all that information, right? And then I asked you one simple question about, well, I said, well, you know, you mentioned that there was no footage of Artemis going around the moon. And my question is, like, all of the information you just talked about, and you didn't research and look for any of the footage of Artemis going around the moon, because there's a lot of it.
No, I wasn't asking for it going around the moon. I was asking for it going up and around the Earth. See, remember it went around the Earth before it left for the moon. It also returned to the Earth. So whatever you're talking about, the overheads and the bullshit that they staged at the moon, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about what private astronomers and anyone should have been able to see is go, look, I took pictures of it. I have it. It fucking circled around over my house before it fucking left. But no one has
pictures that we don't have. He wants anything that we don't have.
I'm just telling you the truth is that if we talk about Artemis, it's fairly mysterious. Now, I wasn't just talking about that. You could micro focus on that. But in fact, I was talking about the lawsuits in 2014 and the real real space program that Musk suddenly put into place. I don't know what the fuck NASA's been doing, but I can explain it. They've been hampered by the military aspect of the program. Can you talk to me about the military aspect of the space program, please? No, well, that is the subject, and you are too fucking tripping to fucking realize what drives things. Policy is what drives these things. Policy.
You did all that research, all about all of that, but you couldn't look up what you were looking for, right?
Dude, I'm telling you,
all that
what we're looking for. We're looking for what has put. Dude, you are pretending that if you micro focus on one thing, that you were suddenly dominating. But you're micro focusing on one image which you haven't produced, right?
What image? Which image is that?
I don't know. You think that one image is going to make you right.
No, you said there was no footage of it going around the moon.
Right. No, not around the moon, motherfucker. Okay?
There was no footage from it from Artemis, right?
I'm
what
telling
specifically?
you.
What specifically?
Okay.
No footage of, because you did the research also.
Specifically, listen to me, dude. We can talk about this without your attitude. Specifically,
I don't have an attitude, man.
You're not allowing. I'm gonna go, okay, because you're not allowing. Let me tell you that if we look together for rockets in space, rockets coming up in space, that I have only found 2 from still frame, 2 from still frame, MS-10 and MS-11 from 2018, right? All this time, every week, dude, you are not fucking listening, so you're being a prick.
I know
every week they launch. Every week they launch shit, but we don't have images of it.
Is there not enough footage for you? Is that what it is?
I'm trying to tell you, you can't produce an image of a rocket launch in low Earth coming up from, just like if you type it in now, go to Google Images, type in rocket launch, and you'll see every painting from every mission of a flaming thing roaring up through the atmosphere and into space. But there's no images of that.
Oh,
I have one. I have
footage.
one. Right?
So there's no. So
because hold on, you don't pretend you understand. You haven't asked a question. You haven't said anything. You're just one of these. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. What if I just said to you, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. How useless would I be?
Dan, you're being unhinged again.
So because there's no footage of a rocket being seen from space, as you say, there's I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about the one where the ISS saw the rocket.
There's 2. It's MS-10 and MS-11. It's not one. Learn to fucking listen, dude.
Dan, relax. So you said because there's no footage of a rocket being seen from space leave the surface of the Earth, therefore what? There's no space program, and they're not actually sending things to space. Is that what your claim is?
You're a dipshit. What I was claiming, and I tried to explain to you, this is about policy, this is about monies, this is about military budget, this is about being real with what NASA is doing instead of continually having to shelter what they're doing from the people. That's what I was talking about. So instead of being yourself, why don't you be a man and talk to me about what I'm talking about? Because we were talking about budgets, we were talking about programs, we were talking about dates, and it led to lawsuits, settlements,
what's your
mergers,
claim, Dan? That way I can understand.
And definitions that you could understand.
What's your overall claim, Dan, about the space program? That way I can understand where you're coming from. What is it? Is no space program?
They've been having to hide. I'm sorry, I was trying to answer.
Are they? Hold on, I'm clarifying. Is there not a space program? Are they hiding the space program?
You're not clarifying at all, are you?
Which one is it?
Well, no, you're actually narrowing so you can have some sort of point in response. So
no, be real. Which one is it?
What I'm saying for the third or fourth time is you should look at what's really driving the space program, what's hampered NASA being a publicly funded thing, and why you're not addressing the reality of funds and military interest in space. So either it's only military interest, or they know we get wiped out and we got to get off the earth. But there's a real vision of space. For instance, this will help everyone to understand. There's a dude who always goes to Congress and talks about if we were really trying to do anything on Mars, we would send unmanned stuff to go begin making fuels there. And so you can get back. In other words, unless there's something there, there's no reason to go there. And you can now send unmanned stuff and begin to mine and refine what fuels are available and begin to have something there when you get there. But the craft to get there, like I was talking about shuttling before, is not the same as what you're going to need on the surface.
And are they or are they not sending craft in outer space in low Earth orbit? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That's all I want to know. That's it.
Well, that wasn't what we were talking about. We were talking about a failed agency called NASA. We were talking about things that are hidden from the public and why. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about conspiracies. That's what we were talking about. We're talking about things that people in rooms together make policies that you don't get to know about, you don't care about, and you blindly defend.
I don't care. Are they or are they not?
I just said that.
Around the Earth. Are they not sending crap around the Earth? Yes or yes, right?
You don't care. I'll use your answers.
You said yes, right?
T-Ball doesn't care.
Yes, right? Are they sending are things being launched off the surface of the Earth?
You're talking about something you don't care about.
Yes or no, Dan? Are they launching rockets into low Earth orbit and then orbiting the Earth?
Don't
care. No.
You do not care.
Is it a yes?
Let me get this straight. I'm quoting you. You don't care.
All the other bullshit you're talking about, funding and all that, I don't care about. All I know is
I know, but it's the real story. It's the real story.
No. Are they launching craft?
Story.
Great. Are they launching craft off the surface of the Earth and orbiting the Earth, Dan? I just want to hear you. I did hear you say yes. I want to make sure we both agree because I agree that they're doing that.
We're going to make sure that you're not so stupid that you need reinforcement. You're a time waster. You need your brain reinforced because you want to hear it twice so you feel better.
Yes.
No, I've already spoken to you about this. This is why you as a glober are fucking stupid. As a human being, I just want you to know, I like you as a human being. As a glober, you're fucking stupid, making me repeat something so you feel better about it, so you feel accomplished. That's why a glober is such a fucking spaz. You're a spaz. You're a spaz.
Are you upset that they're not spending enough money in space? I'm upset too.
That you can't understand the flow or reason of a conversation. That's what I'm upset about. I'm upset that you can't understand the flow nor reason to converse, dude. I don't need to repeat myself so you feel better. I don't need to yell so I can get over you.
Still yelling.
I'm sorry, guys.
All I care about is they're actually doing it. That's it. Whether or not they have the funding to do it, that's irrelevant. They're doing it. I agree. Yes, things are going into space and orbiting the Earth, Dan. Welcome to the globe.
God, you managed to twist that around to make your message clean and to never have heard mine. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
It's not surprising that different space agencies are both doing stuff in civilian interest and military interests. Like, that's not a problem. It's just like, yeah, the common man would be informed about the military stuff because like different countries are spying on each other using the globe. Like if you get the world wrong, you're not able to get intel.
You have to bear with me, it's a bit slow.
The date you guys really care is when you'll start looking at the low Earth orbit in the infrared, low Earth sky. When you start looking at the sky, B-Ball wants to talk about. Look at it. Look at it. They've no longer will show us. NASA no longer will show us the infrared spectrum. So the assumption that we can see things is limited on our eyesight. The infrared and ultraviolet spectrum produces a lot. I have many examples. I can tell you when they stop showing us and why they don't show us. So this is a serious question, why they don't show us the sky. And in your little ISS, they don't point it up and they don't point it down. They don't show us what they could. And that's fascinating. I have many images of what appears to be a highway at 22,000 miles out of all the geostationary satellites whipping around. And they catch the sun at a certain time of day, and it looks like a busy freeway. But NASA don't have no images of that. Like, it's like it doesn't exist all the way. There's like still frames and enhanced time lapses, but there is no actual image of this literal highway of satellites that's up there every day. So there's just a question, can we see satellite? Or is there really a giant, I'm going to use the word highway because it looks like it's that busy, like 5 lanes wide of things all traveling in one direction. That's the way it looks. And we only see that in time lapse, and we only see it kind of by one guy. If you look up Ricardo Rossi, he's the guy that prepares these time lapses done with Nikon cameras, supposedly from the ISS. So if we can see this shit with a Nikon camera, certainly they must have other skills to be able to show us what's really around them in space. If I was to bring up, for instance, Hubble, we haven't seen it since the repair. So the idea that whether it was from the ground or whether from the ISS, that something at the same altitude, by the way, around 300 miles, might be within view is not all that preposterous. It should either come by or catch sun or be of interest of anyone to see anything going by in space. But they don't really show that from the ISS for some reason. So whatever that reason is, you're not going to take it away from me what they're not showing. And I'm just going to finish with this. There's 5 cameras, forward, backward, downward, one at the end of the arm, and of course, one would be pointed upward, showing us the sky. But they don't show us the sky. And God forbid they'll never show you the moon, Hubble, or anything else from the ISS. So that's a serious point of contention for me that isn't very fantasy based.
How many of these things have you actually, these little claims, have you actually tried to look up, Dan?
What are you saying?
How many of these claims you just made have you actually tried to look up?
I didn't make any claims. I was referring to Ricardo Rossi and his work, mostly with a Canon D5 or D50, I'm sorry. And time lapse is the only time I've ever seen that stuff is in time lapse photography. No video.
There's actually a I forget what it's called, but there's a website where you can go and literally look up thousands.
Can you fix your mic so I'm not so strained to fucking talk to you? I mean, fucking learn how to fucking talk, would you? I can't
Better,
understand
Dan?
the words you're saying.
Just better, Dan?
Yeah, that would be normal. Yeah. Oh, what are you gaslighting
So
me by
there's a
talking that way?
repository where you can look up thousands of images taken from the ISS. All you got to do is just do a search.
I've seen that. So surprisingly, the idea of a rocket launch, let's say the next one going up, or last night's, Falcon, the idea that the ISS would ever be in any relative position to shoot a rocket launch or any balloon or anything in space, like all these satellites you say are covering Earth all the time. The idea of a rocket launch happening in real time doesn't happen.
Have you ever watched one?
It's
Live?
odd. I'm asking for the what we were talking about. We were talking about is the ISS truly a platform? And is it really available? Surprisingly, I have found still frame time lapse stuff, but it's like nobody shoots video of space from space. So whether it's Artemis coming by, I mean, imagine you're up there in the ISS. Artemis takes off, circles the Earth, and leaves to go to the moon, and you don't have a single fucking picture for the ISS? I'm laughing, dude. I am laughing.
I think you forget how big space actually is. So you could actually figure out where the ISS was the time that Artemis actually took off. You know that, right?
So what?
So you could figure out exactly where it was looking and see if they could see it.
What?
So that's the research you should have done to figure out where. Let's see if the ISS was in position to actually see it.
Dipshit, let's start over.
That would have been a good
MS-10
idea.
and MS-11 from 2018 are the only images you can produce of a rocket coming up, and there's nothing in real time that you'll ever have. So when you play, I haven't done my research. I beg you to produce something because you can't.
So again,
and when you do produce it and you do pretend it's video, you're going to tell me about frame rate because you're a jackal.
No, that's not what I said.
And I'm asking for real time because we launch in real time
please, you're
every fucking
spurting out,
week.
Doc. You're
Every
spurting out.
fucking week.
Calm down.
Oh my God, look, Echoplex is caught up. That's not video, Echoplex. This is what I'm
Calm down, buddy.
No,
Calm down.
reality strikes. Reality strikes.
So the problem is,
finally are
you have
getting around to
to
listening
know where
about
exactly
what
the
you
ISS
need
is
to
located
produce.
when there's an actual launch,
Dude,
right? So if the ISS is in
stop
the right
monologuing
location,
garbage.
I think you monologued a lot longer than I have, right?
But
All
I'm
morning,
not talking garbage. I'm not defending
So the thing
anything.
is, like,
I'm
the
not
ISS would have to be
I'm
in a
not
perfect
blinding.
location.
I'm not blind.
It
I'm
would
not
have to-
blindly
yeah.
defending things.
The
like
ISS would have to be in a right location to be able to see those launches.
So
right?
your
if it was in the right
suggestion,
location
without
every
me
single
arguing, I'm
time,
sorry for yelling.
then yes, it would actually see it.
I'm sorry. Let me know when you're done. Because we'll talk reality.
I'll let you know when I'm done. I'll let you know when I'm done. So there are a few videos that where the ISS was in a perfect location to see those.
They're
launches.
not videos, you piece of
That
shit.
doesn't happen. That doesn't
Stop
happen every single time.
lying.
There's actually videos from aircraft, from people on airplanes seeing these launches happen also. So you can look at those, right, and see that they were in the perfect location to be able to see those launches. Now the ISS is different. It orbits every 90 minutes, right? And there's launches every other. But I mean, you could look at the schedule for launches, right? But again, it would have to be in the perfect location, and the cameras would have to be pointing in the right direction to be able to see these launches. So it doesn't surprise me that it doesn't see them all the time. I'm done.
Done.
Listen, let me. I mean, of course, I'm sorry.
I think
for
he's
yelling.
lying.
I'm truly sorry for yelling. I've just tried to explain all this that you guys are finally getting around to is showing MS-10. I explained that was coming. I explained it was time lapse. I explained the man that created it. Bringing it up as evidence now. I'm glad you're able to catch up, Echoplex. It's not Echoplex. Please, you're listening, of course. Now I've been explaining that for 20 minutes. Now, if somebody wants to not be a jerk and help me talk to Echoplex and help the room understand what I'm saying, that's not from space. See, now everyone's going to try real hard to produce what should be common. That's the point. But it's not. And I found besides MS-10 and MS-11, I did find one, but I hold it from you guys just to show how rare it really is, because I did find one, but it's only one. Okay, I just want you to know that. But just for fun, compare MS-10 and MS-11, even though it's not video. They're very unique. They're very different. But don't give me junk. Don't give me junk, and don't pretend that video isn't video. Real time is real time. And people, what you pretended is that there would never be a chance with all these launches every week, that there would never be a chance in 8 years for the ISS to be in position again to maybe catch it coming up through the atmosphere. Now, that's your suggestion, and that's what you want me to swallow. No wonder I yell.
And I just posted a picture of the Hubble Space Telescope with its image, and it has a Starlink satellite in it.
Where did you post that, Larry? Let's see it. Look,
at 14 after.
Every Echoplex, would you stop it? Like, just me, Echoplex, are you here? Echoplex, you're here. Please understand that you're going to produce a second one called MS-11. This is MS-10. It's done in post-production by Ricardo Rossi. This is still frame. This is 2051 still frame images from a Canon D50. It's not like I don't know what I'm talking about because somebody finally Googled something. It's not
video
space.
is 30 pictures per second. So yeah, it's still frame. 30 pictures.
Okay, so but that doesn't make it video, and it doesn't make it real time, and it doesn't, dude. I explained this again.
Video is 30 pictures per
Artemis
second.
took off,
50.
circled the Earth before it left, and the ISS didn't take a single.
Oh, and you're mad because there's not enough image. There's not enough video, so you're mad.
I'm just telling you
why?
that you're being fucked with, dude. Sorry. You're being fucked.
You're mad
with.
because there's not
Your
enough
logic.
Your
logic is fake.
thousands of hours.
And we went over this so many times about why the ISS don't see the rockets launching.
Cole, fuck off
Okay,
until you apologize to me.
I'll back out.
Cole.
I'll back out.
You can apologize to me.
All right, well then suck my dick. I'm not going to back out.
No,
I've told you how many times.
Don't fucking look up what you fucking talk about.
I
you
have.
Fucking backwards
I have.
fucking.
And I've explained to you so many times that two things in two different orbits are not going to always see each other, Dan. They're probably not ever going to see each
Russian
other.
engines, you fucking dick. Tell me about the Russian engines. I posted everything, right? Right?
What about them? What about them?
Right?
I got here. I just heard you say something stupid, so I figured I'd respond.
Fucking asshole. Fuck you guys, all of you. Until you guys can catch up and really get into the conversation, I can't waste any more time.
I tried to be nice, Dan. You wouldn't be nice.
Okay, you denied that the Antares program failed because of the Russian engines that they were using. You refused to believe that was part of the failure of that program, and you're still pretending that you know shit.
I think you could learn a lot if you would just play Kerbal Space Program, Dan. Honestly, that would teach you so much.
Anyway, going back to what I originally said, MS-10 and MS-11 were both in 2018. For some reason, the Russians were able to take at least still frames of something coming up in the space. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's certainly not real time. In the meantime, I found one other in all of history of a rocket coming up from the Earth. Now, that's strange. Now, you can pretend I'm an asshole, but I'm telling you, whether it's the Hubble, whether it's Artemis, the space station platform doesn't show me those things. It doesn't show the moon. It doesn't turn around and say, oh, there's anything going on. It doesn't.
So what?
Okay, there you have it.
So what? It's not enough image.
You've
finished. Not enough footage for
you've
so
drained me. You've exhausted me. You're right. So what? Thank you.
Has MS-13 got one?
At 14 minutes after I put that picture of the Hubble telescope taking a photograph of a galaxy with a Starlink satellite.
Like, I mean, just whining because there's not enough footage for you, even though there's
fuck you. Show me the Hubble right now. Get on the phone. Get somebody on the fucking horn right now and fucking show. It's 45 feet long. The fucking panels, the panels on the ISS are 75 feet long. The shuttle is 45 feet long, so it's just over half the size of one of the panels on the goddamn space station. So you know it's visible. Fucking produce it. You fucking jerk off. Get on the horn. Get somebody to give me a picture of the Hubble right.
Is that going to change your mind? Would that image change your mind, Dan?
Fuck now.
Would that image change your mind if you got it?
I'm just trying to tell you the simplicity of it isn't there. You can't just have somebody say, you know what? We know people will get back to you. Dan? You know, you don't have the presence of mind to say, I will look that up and get back to you. That you're just going to sit in full-blown denial.
Dan, it doesn't matter.
Denial.
Honestly, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's another one.
We could find
I'm sorry, I was wasting my time.
Of satellites from Dan, we could find thousands of images of satellites from other satellites, right?
The vacuum, the air wisping by.
And that's the same thing. Every flat earther always claims, oh yeah, just get this image, this one image. You can't find this one image, even though there's thousands and thousands of other images you could look at. But you want these one specific...
I didn't say it was one. I said it's no Hubble, it's no moon, it's no rockets. And I fucking explained everything. You're like, no, he wants one image. You're such a faggot. You're a faggot. You're a fucking little pussy.
The whole space program is fake because we can't produce these few little images that you want. Get real, man. Get real.
You're in such denial of anything I say that this.
I would say learn how space
works. Does anyone else actually want to talk? Does anyone actually want to talk?
I'm not the one saying I need this specific image.
I didn't say anything about specifics, you fucking lying piece of shit. This is what makes you a liar and a piece of shit. I said nothing about specifics. Nothing. I talked completely in generalities. I explained the specifics that we had and how curious it was that there is no real time. I asked for real time anything, and you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck at all. You say you don't give a fuck. Why don't you give a fuck? Because you don't care. But you're here to argue with me about how you don't give a fuck and you don't care. Fucking lame. 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 Lame.
I don't see an image of an elephant fucking another elephant, therefore elephants don't exist. I'm not specific about that, am I? I don't care, right? There's thousands of images of elephants. They exist, right? I don't see elephants fucking laying down on their left side. Therefore, elephants don't exist. Can't fucking break, man. Just because
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why flat Earth got traction. This is why flat Earth did so well, because this is the kind of argumentation we get, and we win these arguments. We win these arguments by being more knowledgeable than the fucking defender. The defender, I'm defending space. I'm defending anything they say. I'm getting into minutia so I can accuse you of minutia. Fuck you. You didn't listen to a word I said. You don't give a fuck. Nobody can produce the images I'm asking for. Forget specifics. There is no real-time images in space. There is no real-time images in space. There is no real-time images in space.
I'm honestly surprised you even know space is over your head, Dan. It's surprising to me you're that intelligent.
Does it mean space is fake, Dan? Because they don't have the specific images you want? Is that what that means? Is that your claim? They can't produce these specific images I want, therefore the entire program is fake.
Dude, I started with what they're really doing, and I posted everything. They're scrapping. They're scrapping your pretend programs. They're scrapping.
Right, it's pretend. It's pretend. Thousands and thousands of images from space, man. Thousands of images. Not from just NASA. Not from just NASA, right? But no.
I'm tired of you. Did I post? Did I post them? Did I post the congressional discussions at a government level regarding policies?
I want to see rocket launch every week.
Can anyone hear me?
You can't produce these images from the ISS.
Has anyone reviewed the actual situation? No.
Your position is ridiculous, Dan. It's ridiculous.
Not my position. I was reading to you what Congress was going through, what Trump was going through, what Artemis is going through, and you're pretending it's my position because you don't even fucking look at that shit. You're in darkness, dude.
A country needs to cut back on spending and waste, so they cut out the part of the space program, and you think somehow that means that it was a conspiracy?
Dude, we're not making it happen. We're not going to the moon. We're not going to Mars. Nobody gives a shit.
I'm with you on that, Dan. I know we're not. I think that they're just too stupid to get their act together to do it. Honestly, I'm right there with you on that.
Dan, what happens when it actually happens, though? Then what? Then what's your claim going to be?
You suck, dude. Real conversation. I would enjoy you when you weren't grandstanding. I can enjoy you, but your form of grandstanding is pathetic and globerish, and globers suck. You understand? Normies I can deal with, but when you get into glober mode, you just suck, dude. You just suck.
I reciprocate the energy that's given. Okay, if you would have been calm and stopped yelling,
you absolutely didn't hear a word I said. You made me repeat myself. Even when I answer your questions, you need to hear it again because you can't process. You're not processing information.
The energy you give me is the energy
Let's be real. Let's be real. You're not processing information.
The energy.
Can I go back to arguing with Cole? Cole, you made a fool of yourself telling me that I knew nothing about what I was talking about with the engines and the Antares.
I didn't say anything about that. I wasn't even here when you talked about the engine and Antares, Dan.
I
didn't even hear any of that.
It was the last time you fought me, dipshit.
No, it wasn't.
Dipshit.
I responded to something else you said. You tried to act like that the space shuttle wasn't in space or something crazy is what you said.
It was about 26 engines purchased at 1.2
I never heard that part, Dan. I came in after that. I didn't even know you said those words.
Shit, it was the entire argument. You've got a brain problem. So listen, everyone, I'm sorry to yell. I'm speaking to people who are really brain deficient, and if
it's recorded on YouTube.
Everyone is brain deficient, but you. Everyone is brain deficient, but you.
I look forward to talking to you. I understand you were doing some research. I can't remember on what, but I mentioned something about frequencies and astrology to someone, and they mentioned that you were doing research on that. It'd be exciting to talk to anyone that was willing to talk about stuff instead of blindly defending stuff, because I get tired. Honestly.
Well, I don't get it, Dan. I'm like me and you was always a lot of times on the same side.
Dude, you don't remember our last conversation. Do you understand what that means? That means you're on pills or something. You're fucked up. You're fucked up. So don't get fucked up on me.
Okay. So, get back to you.
You're roboting.
It's better. Believe me, it's better.
What's wrong with you?
He picked an entire fucking fight with me, and now he doesn't even remember it.
I wasn't even here when you talked about 26 engines and Antares. I didn't even hear those words come out of your mouth.
I've already tried to explain to you. It was the last time you picked
all right, then. It's recorded on YouTube. I'll make you a YouTube short and send it to you. Give me about 30 minutes.
It didn't happen today. See, he doesn't even hear me. He thinks.
Well, I'll make the last one. And I'll let you listen to it and show you that you was a dickhead the last time too.
I already posted it. So anyway, what he was talking about then was the Antares program and how Musk did get involved. In the meantime, it's because the ULA had to exist because NASA couldn't get anything in the air. I mean, this is the reality of it. The ULA came and went already before anyone even knows what it is. But I think there's 157 100% successful missions, never a budgetary concern because it has backdoor funding and CIA funding and black funds, you know, I mean, like it doesn't have to beg the people for money. So of course it's successful, showing the possibilities that space may offer. But assuming that was used for satellites, you'd have to ask yourself about
so wait
these programs.
Wait. So here you do accept space?
I didn't tell you I didn't accept space. That was the premise of B-Ball. That was B-Ball's premise.
Because you make the impression that your point is that everyone is faking space. And right now you're saying because this is a CIA rocket, so what do you think the CIA rocket brings to space? Sutherlands?
Well, in the original 1961 documents, you'll find that they make what we call weather satellites that are actually the spy satellites. So there was two big competitors to be the first satellite. One was television and the other was weather. And I have a letter I could show you, the CIA, saying, look,
okay,
NASA, you got to put this up because we need it up there. Do this before the TV. And don't worry about the funding because we'll figure out later how it gets paid for. And that's how real business
amazing.
is done. That's how real business is done.
What is...
So that is pressure upon NASA by the security, national security. Pressure upon NASA from day one.
Okay, what's your current claim? Because you said there are satellites, okay? There is one company that has problems to make new vehicles and having satellites, but there is other satellites. So what's the actual problem here?
The actual claim is that I can show you hundreds, not 1, 2, or 5, hundreds of infrared images from the shuttle, because they used to have an infrared cam in the open bay door until they found out it was being recorded. And then they began to scramble it. So ever since then, you have not seen space in a spectrum that's available to you. Now, I just posted a guy doing it from the ground, right? So clearly the sky is busy from the ground in the infrared spectrum. But the finally in 2021, they installed something called Piano on the ISS, but they pointed it downward. So they're still not showing us the sky. And if you're going to claim it's not available or something strange, I can show you hundreds of anomalies in the sky in infrared from NASA's shuttle bay cam.
Right.
You understand the simplicity?
You have...
the overall
simplicity I don't understand.
Is they're not showing
I don't understand because
sky. They're not showing you the local sky in a spectrum where you can see what's going on. Listen, jack off. Jack off. I understand you need to lube and get your towel right now.
One sentence.
But the point is, don't jizz on everything. That would help a lot. Understand?
Right.
Tell me
so
if
are
you
understood.
Able to... Tell me if you understood the answer to your question, sir.
I told you I don't understand your random BS because there is no logical. But shut the fuck up while I talk, okay?
Well, there is a real time.
There is no logical connections between your sentences unless you able to give a direct thesis of what you think and what you actually claim. Stop wasting our time.
Fucking painful.
Can you post
and you know
one
it's
of
funny,
those,
you always go, only the
talking
flat
about?
Earth, only the flat earthers would want to see the Earth. They have all the satellites already looking. It's like, really? Then show me a rocket launch from a satellite.
Then can you post one or two of those pictures you're talking about from the shuttle?
Okay, so then.
Yeah, thank you. Who was
you
that?
want to cry all the time, but you don't want to check any evidence.
Hang on, there's a real person who really cares. Who was that?
Dan the water
I was
man.
trying to see if you can.
Hey, oh, it's you. Hi. Yeah, it's his name's Martin Stubbs, and there's 1,000 videos here. I'll send it.
Martin Stubbs.
Dan the waterman's got the information.
It's not that flat earthers aren't guilty of blocking shit. You know, I'm aware of that, and that sucks, you know, but you guys can't just deny and think it's an effective way of talking. You know, like it's not. Here's the coolest thing about Martin Stubbs. his video where he exposed everything he was doing, he was really wrong about something and he'll get discredited. But what he's wrong about is fantastic. There's something called the Atlantic anomaly. There's something called the Atlantic anomaly where there's like a low spot in the ionosphere and there's like these little rainbow red and blue ribbons that shoot by super fast. And he slowed them down and thought they were UFOs. So now we see sometimes
Rainbows.
The shuttle goes through it. It's called the South Atlantic anomaly, I think. And it's a low spot in electricity and it becomes visible shooting physically through craft, right past you. And
Damn.
yeah, so unfortunately, Martin Stubbs thought they were UFOs. So he'll be ridiculed forever. And so nobody takes his imagery seriously. But when he went to ask NASA, what is all this shit in the sky? Because he has hundreds of videos of anomalies in which you will see the typical stuff like ice crystals, jettison stuff. You will see regular expected things as well as the anomalies. So don't be confused by the two. There's dozens of different types of craft and things in those videos, just dozens. And they stopped when they found out he was catching the signals and recording them. They scrambled it, and they've scrambled the sky ever since and don't show it to us. You could claim flat earthers are dumb, and you could claim I'm a hothead and I'm as bad as PhD Tony, actually. But
are you still flat earther, Dan? Are you still flat earther?
They don't show me the things that you guys think is, oh, I'm just not doing my research.
Are you still a flat earther? Yeah.
It's not true. I'm gonna stuck. It's like being a Raiders fan. Just because the Raiders moved, I'm still a Raiders fan, kind of.
I got you.
You know, like
I got you.
So I'm fucked. I don't want to ever say I wasn't a flat earther. You know,
I got you, man.
But flat Earth sank like a boat. You know, it's hard to stand on any portion of flat.
Hey Dan, I got a question for you. Shouldn't Waterman be one word, or is it the Water Man, like the man made of water, or should it be like the Water Man, like one word?
I think it's more of a watermelon, no?
I don't understand it. The Water Man. That means like you're made of water, of water. But
No, it would be like the baker. You know, I would be the guy that works with it. So technically, waterman. Cool. That'd be cool.
And
the waterman.
Question. And I conceded this a couple days ago, maybe at this channel or another, but with AI and video power being so great now, and it's hard to tell what's real or not. I'm looking at these pictures from Martin Stubbs, these videos. The quality is very low compared to today's standards. How are we still using that as evidence of trickery or evidence of anything?
Well, we're not, and you didn't look at all of them. You particular washed out, you know, version of stuff. The point is, we're not able to. When I asked Professor Rob Parks, who runs an observatory, I go, "What about the infrared?" He goes, "We've got Chandra and all this, you know, that newer one, you know, up there. I forget the name of it. That looks." And he goes, "There's infrared. We see infrared all the time." I go, "Yeah, but what about the local sky?" And he goes, "Oh no, we don't look at that." So I'm just saying, if anybody like Scanner Guy 168 or Martin Stubbs, if anyone is looking in the local sky in a expanded light spectrum, we would learn a great deal more about where we live, because clearly there's things that NASA feels they don't want to show us.
Can you point
Show it to us, NASA.
Can you point me to one of the infrared videos you're talking
Crazy
about?
bastard, NASA.
I've been looking at several of his videos on Martin Stubbs' YouTube channel, but can you just point me to one of the infrared ones?
Aren't most of them infrared?
He makes good barbecue sauce. I know that.
Did you see the guy? Did you see the guy that does it from the ground?
No, I haven't. Are you talking about the black and white looking videos on the shuttle?
Yeah, those would be the infrared. the spectrum. Otherwise, you'd want to look from the ground at the same missing data set. Would be, how come nobody looks? I just posted the guy that shows stuff from the ground. How come we're not explaining what we see in space, local space, which I believe in, local sky? How come we don't get to see it? How come nobody cares? Because there's clearly behaviors and activities that don't match. And I haven't even shown you guys the coup de grace. Is the Ricardo Rossi stuff is ridiculous.
Coup de grace.
I mean, it's
don't give it to us all at one time, Dan. Pieces,
I know.
buddy, pieces. Yeah, we gonna have a stroke here. We're old guys, dude. We'll have a stroke.
Here's what you got, Dan.
Yeah, I see. I like this.
Yeah,
Dan.
fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. I can't. Anticipation's killing me. Let's just roll.
Scanner guy. Video from 1 month ago testing an infrared camera for space object detection. That's a pretty cool video.
You see shit all the time, though. That's the
Where's
thing.
these videos at? You guys are posting. Where they at?
Just posted it. At 3:43 p.m.
Is it in the omnipresence text yet?
Yes. And that's similar to what I can see when I look up, not in the infrared spectrum, just in my naked eye. You can see satellites or whatever in the night sky going by. Not that many, of course, but this video.
Yeah, I never like really believed you could see them with your naked eye until I was at a place where there was like a dark sky park, and you can literally see the Milky Way, and you can definitely see shit moving up there.
Oh yeah, I'm in the country, not too far out in the country, but light pollution's low here. But yeah, you can just look up and you'll see something moving, not an airplane.
Yeah. There's a place called Beaver Island, and it's in Michigan, the northern part, and it's like 40 miles offshore. There's no cities and shit. The lights go off at night, dude, and it's fucking planet.
Beaver Island.
Beaver Island, bro.
That's like
pretty cool.
It was the place where the only king ever reigned in America. He was a Mormon king. He tried to take over Beaver Island and try to start his own kingdom. The American government had to go save him.
Looks like a bunch of satellites to me, man.
Well, that would be that would be true if they all had consistent speed. The randomness is just really hard to grasp.
What randomness? You can find one. You can chart it. It'll be back around. You can keep charting it over and over. It's repeatable. You can measure the speed. You can measure the distance. What else more do you need?
Poor Rob. Bob doesn't look, but still has an opinion.
Says the guy who sells hot dogs at Laser Events.
Well, that didn't happen either. So you're funny. You guys live in it like, if you can make stuff up, you could live there. Anyway, RL, thank you so much. This is very similar to the other, argument I brought to you a long time ago. Is can we really show an 8-inch drop? And the question is, can we really see what's above us?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Go to the beach. We told you, go to the beach. You can see it. You can measure it. Bring
Rob,
up your little flag thing.
You're going to drive me away, and if anyone's
here, no one can drive anybody away. You're just being.
Well, I'm not going to be entertained by your line of thinking. It's not good.
I know, because I put you in task. Just because you put my coat on, don't make you a scientist.
Anyone else? RL, you got it. I mean, thank you for asking questions. I really wish more people did. You always have.
No problem.
I'm not full of shit when I talk. I can back what I say by having good questions, original flat earth style. We have questions. If there were answers, that'd be one thing. But you can
back your shit up. You have questions.
Dogpile resistance may feel like answers to Globers, but normies know better. And you're a normie.
Dogpile? I'm a fucking stray wolf. I ain't no one dogpiling you. You're getting scared of one person.
You're a bored person who thinks this is.
Oh, I know.
And unfortunately, I still think I have something to prove, because the things that made me a flat earther before 10 years ago still existed.
I understand that, man. I understand that. You got a lot of time invested. Do a lot of fucking friends invested for sure. I'm not saying it's easy.
No, I mean, it's just
But you
not
know
all
smoking's
about
bad
flat
for you.
Earth. It's never been all about flat Earth for me.
Well, of course not with you, Dan, because you want to be an internet sensation. You want to be the next big thing. It's not gonna happen, bro.
This scanner guy's videos, I've always heard or always seen literature or whatever that the number of
you can never be.
satellites in space are the thousands, and this is making me.
Dude, wait till I
realize that
show
it
you
might
the
be-
color stuff. Wait till I show you the color stuff. You'll shit your pants when I
You'll
show
never
you.
be. You'll never be Dirth or Sergeant because you don't have the temperament for it. Because
Dude,
again, you
stop
freak out.
pretending, Rob. I'm none of those people. Your vengeance
I
with
know.
those people has nothing to do with me.
I'm telling you, you're never gonna be them guys. You'll never be.
I'm not them. I'm not gonna be them. I'm not trying to be them. You're pretending that I'm out doing something I'm not. You're
You
just
said that's the only
pretending.
reason. You just said that. You just said that's the only reason you're still in this shit. You just said it. Without, what are you talking about, dude?
God, it's tough talking.
You can have 1,000 lasers, bro.
You remind me of Marty. You remind me of Marty.
Amazing. Thank you. Marty's a good guy.
There's just nothing, no reason. to talk to him.
No, I just know, dude. You ain't fooling me, Danny.
I'm trying to find this one video that shows all the satellites I was. It is ridiculous. It's got a really weird name. I'm chick's name. I'm trying to.
You show you guys satellites. Did you guys say they're fake? You guys say they're fake pictures. You show everything you show you is fake, but everything you show us is real. How's that work?
Here it is.
He's gay.
This must be it.
Only on the weekends.
Got to have a day off.
Man, we almost had him back to the globe a couple of years ago, like a year ago. A year and a half. This guy was ready, and then he went back.
Rob, what happened to Stacey? She was almost back to the globe a couple of weeks ago.
No, man, I know. We're working on her too, man. Say these people know. The people know, man. It's a good show. It's definitely. I'm sorry. Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
I believe in the
I
globe.
want you guys to check my stream. This is the most fantastic shit you've ever seen. Trust me.
Do we have to subscribe?
No, heavens no.
Why not?
Oh, I saw the Dance Channel. I love Dance Channel. It's great.
I want to fucking pay.
I'll subscribe. Subscribe, like, and
If we
share.
don't have to pay, you're not a real scammer.
Did you post something, Dan? I didn't see it.
I'm sharing it live.
Oh,
I can give you the
Oh.
post. I'm trying to find
the
the
heck-
time to show
Where are
you.
you sharing?
He's the king grifter, dude.
Trying to time
Wow.
stamp.
Oh. Where's this
You're
done?
hard on him. Dan's a
So
good guy.
supposedly this is time lapse. It's not exactly video, I guess, but it's a time lapse.
Uranus?
And as you see that aurora stuff disappearing right left to right, the satellites are going to start hitting the sun as they come into view here, and you'll see hundreds of them travel from left to right. Okay, see the way it just changed? See a satellite in the top there? Watch now the left to right behavior. And RL, you're never going to believe this, because if this is true, they could have video of it. They could have Zoom of it. NASA doesn't show us this. This is weird that this exists.
Who took this?
How much activity? This is post-production by Italians, supposedly from still shots from a Canon D50 camera that takes 3 frames per second, I think.
How did they get up there? How high are they?
They're in the ISS. I just want you to start to notice the left to right behavior and the number of objects. Literally hundreds that come into view with a distinct left to right pattern at slightly different trajectories. Some might be coming more towards you. You'll start to see them now on the right side. It's starting to get busy. And this is just like, wait a minute. If this camera can see it, other cameras can see this. So there is truly a highway at that 17,000 mile an hour, 22,000 mile out point. There's literally
more like a shell, Dan. It's more like a shell. There's different shells that have different shit
Dan,
in
it's
them. That's how they
Okay,
work.
watch the left side, clusters of them coming down. Look, the light's catching of them. There's literally a highway of satellites. Or is this, I don't think it's meteors. I'm not claiming it's anything, but supposedly we're going to find out that satellites are visible and that nobody shoots it. I mean, so like this is the kind of stuff that makes me still proud to have ever been a flat earther, because this is the kind of stuff that's like, oh, this is still in question. This is interesting.
Why do you think something has to get before it can no longer be seen from this camera?
It's not in question.
Many miles because satellites don't get close to each other. So if they don't get close to each other and they get so small they can't be seen after just a few miles away, why would you expect to see other satellites from a camera on one satellite?
Are these pictures from the is this the ISS?
What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking dingbat.
Is that Valentino Rossi's brother?
The ISS is already pretty damn low. There's not a whole lot of satellites lower than the ISS.
That's true.
And you're looking down at the
Somebody made
Earth.
a point. Wait, there's another real person in here. Somebody made an actual point. Wow. That was amazing.
Yeah, because if a satellite, as it moves away from the camera, if it gets so small you can't see it no more after just a few miles, I don't know, 10, 20 miles away, because it's small, unless the sun's shining on it, making it look like a bright white dot, you're not going to see it. And the satellites don't get close to each other in space. There's enough space around the planet that they keep them pretty far apart, and they actually maneuver them if they do come close to each other, just for that reason. And all you would expect to see is little white dots far off in the distance that you can't tell what it is, because that's the satellites with the light reflecting off of them. Some of them could be meteors, but a lot of them are probably satellites. We're seeing exactly what we would expect to see. What's the problem?
Well, I don't believe you looked either at this or Scanner Guy 168.
No, I don't know nothing about space.
When I mentioned the randomness in the Scanner Guy 168, everyone said, what randomness? In other words, you described something that doesn't show. My screen now is showing bands and clusters passing each other. They're not.
I got your screen pulled up on a 90-inch television. I've had it right here the whole time you've been streaming, watching it.
Right. So this is
How you
unusual.
feeling?
We're not used to seeing satellites or even being aware that they're visible.
How you
And
feeling
now,
with-
if they're,
with your
the
90?
question is, if they're this visible, couldn't we zoom in and actually see what looks like the movie Gravity with this band? Look at them now on my screen. Look at the left side. 30, 40 of them just coming into, I mean, is it really like that? And how
Fucking
come
motherfucker.
Scanner Guy shows them going in all different directions, where this is all clearly has a flow of left to right? It must be a different type of satellite. In both cases, they're completely different, because these all have the same path and the other ones have random paths.
And I'm trying to load this live satellite tracking site. There used to be one a long time ago that would give you a 3D globe. You could spin it around.
I know. I just posted it and it wasn't there. It was on that Twitch page.
You
I know.
sure they're
God, come on.
Italian? You sure they're Italian?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm sure that that's a money-making scam. If you look up space program by country, you'll see what countries put money into it. And imagine what Riccardo Rossi really did is he opened up a civilian agency in Italy where he just handles translation. So he just converts everything to Italian, and eventually they send an Italian up there and they get all the support. So if you want to get jillions of dollars out of your country, represent space somehow, and you could get jillions of dollars out of your country. The funniest one is the sticker on the Canadian arm on the ISS, how much mileage they get.
How comes there's no washing? Usually, like Italians, they've got washing hanging out.
That's
You
funny.
think they'd have some washing hanging out?
You'd think so.
Fucking Italians.
But the
Fucking
rest
coffee
of this,
drink.
the rest of this website has some fascinating shit. This fuck, I just left.
Right, I'm all ready to be signed up. How do I get free cash? I'm going to push the globe hard.
Posted a picture of my television with your image on it, Dan, just so Slitsy know, since he made a little giggle a while ago when I said that, so he could see that I was telling the truth.
When I busted up
What have you
one of
done?
these,
You got your 90 up on the screen. You sharing?
No, I
Oh,
posted a
what,
picture.
Dan? You got a picture of
Oh, you
satellites
posted
from
a
another
picture.
satellite, and that's not good enough for you now?
Who's that talking? You sound like NASA shill.
I guess I wasn't considering the ISS a satellite.
Well, the ISS is a
That
satellite.
was erroneous.
You sound like the love child of NASA shill.
Shitsky.
Schlitzer, you drunk that when you was back in the 70s.
Shitsky, how are you doing? Any new incredulity?
Yeah.
He's
So what?
volunteering to be a shill instead of just looking at the
I would be.
evidence like an
Look,
intelligent person
so
and thinking, why
don't tell
does the
anyone.
still Earth have mechanical gyroscopes that show precession?
Oh, shut up, you fucking dope on a rope. Listen, don't tell anyone. I'll pretend to go all global, destroy fat girthers, and get paid. How about that? And you could be my wingman.
The thing is, like, the rest of humanity just goes on with your paranoia and does real things in the real world anyway.
Oh,
like, they're not really concerned
look,
of
this is a little bit
in
beyond
providing
you. I know
little
you're a bit
tiny
slow.
bits of evidence
I know you're a bit
to
slow, you
little
little
boys
Tasmanian
who
devil.
play in their little
You
bedrooms
little
with little video
Tasmanian devil.
cameras thinking, oh yeah, I think I can really be as good as the people who launch satellites. Yeah, my little dirt pile in my backyard's really a really fair comparison.
Oh, come on, stop it. I have to speak slow so you can understand.
Hang on, guys. Let me talk to Dan for just a second. I'm going to share my screen.
They're going more
This is what I
productive.
was talking about, Dan. This 3D. Not that one.
I'd rather be slow and precise than
Are you
quick
sharing?
and stupid
Where
like
you
you.
sharing? I've just got this like mad Tasmanian devil talking.
Cool.
This 3D.
Oh, just ended.
Oh, is that RL? I got
Yeah,
it.
the live 3D satellite imagery of satellites in space. Now, of course, the dots are going to be 400 times bigger than a satellite actually is, but it kind of matches what we see in that ISS thing. If you look towards the horizon, as it were, of this globe, you see they're going in random directions. They're not all going the same direction.
Can you
depending on
start
what
it?
they-
I don't see it animated.
It's going very slowly. It's kind of
Yeah, I can
Oh,
see it. It's glitchy.
it's probably live. So what is it, US radio guy?
Bro, why are you showing CGI?
yeah, U.S. radio guy. Of course, I can't.
Those are fake points.
Yeah, they're definitely not that size, but look how many of them they are.
I thought it was
Also, they
real.
are not in different heights and
I
different
thought it was
locations.
real.
Yeah, they're
Actually,
different
yeah, if
heights.
you look.
You zoom out.
Okay, there's the other band. There's the band that we're seeing in the other images. See the outer band?
Right, these are going to be what, geostationary probably.
Yeah,
They
and
gotta be a
then
certain
on my
distance away.
screen now, you'll see the random ones. Those,
Here are the
those.
random ones down here.
Do you reckon
I didn't know there were random ones. It seems
you
like
reckon
they're
there's-
creating a pretty big mess up there.
They pay
Oh, yeah.
space tax.
It is a big mess. That was a big thing that a lot of people were talking about. They're putting too much, and the Starlink satellites added to it. But like somebody else said,
I
in
was
here,
shocked
there's
when I
still some
found out.
space in between these guys.
I was shocked when I found out why there's dead satellites. It's because they have fuel to keep them in the right orbit. And then when the fuel runs out, it becomes useless.
Depends on the satellite. Mostly it's to keep the satellite oriented.
What fuel are
That
they
surprised
on?
me too.
What
The other
petrol
one
fuel?
is that if they're low enough, like the ISS, they have to boost themselves occasionally.
I think hydrogen and oxygen.
Hydrogen, oxygen. Yeah.
I
That's
think.
pretty cool.
But I was shocked that that's why there's space junk, is because they can no longer keep them on target. Their mission is, certainly in the case of many spice things, their mission is over.
Nothing is over. You can't just turn it off.
The thing is, like, what's the problem of a satellite orbiting at 200,000 miles and another orbiting at 400,000 miles and another one orbiting at 600,000 miles? Like, there's no depth perception in this video.
Here's the problem. If you go to like Scanner Guy, who watches the shit from the ground, he watches daily, weekly, whatever. When you listen to him or look at some of his titles, he'll point out the shit that doesn't make sense. This is too big. This is too fast. This is too bright. Like, when you start to go, okay, this is what's up there, the anomalies begin to come out. The things that are too slow, the things that are too bright, things that are there one day and aren't, the things that aren't moving. And he points them out. And the shuttle pointed them out. All the Martin Stubbs stuff pointed out that there's a lot of stuff to talk about. There really is.
I mean, the moon's got different phases, and the new moon isn't seen like every 28 days. Just because lights look different, it's not really a good argument. And technically, the moon is a satellite.
We tend to notice what's moving only. When you become familiar, you'll start to notice the things that aren't moving, and those become just, or they're moving more subtle fashion, and those become more obvious at some point.
Which is why we know Polaris wasn't always the pole star.
What was?
Depends on what epoch you're talking about.
What was the pole star then?
What epoch are you talking about?
Before Polaris. Which was the one before about Polaris?
Just Googling it.
Yeah, I'm Googling it because there's a
that's a shit.
1,000-year cycle.
Google it, and they'll give you some story about it being a different star, even though we have no way to prove that it was ever a different star other than Polaris.
Actually, we do, because the.
Oh yeah. Why don't you elaborate on that, paid NASA shill?
Because you're not going to believe anything I say because you're.
Well, how about you elaborate, or you could just not elaborate and just say, "Oh, I know it was a different star because I said so."
How about we have written records?
Go ahead.
How about we have written records from the
What, just
Egyptians?
like the Bible? Is it in the Bible?
The Egyptians, the pyramids are lined up.
So the Egyptians are your sun god priests, right?
The Egyptians.
They're beating you up, Ashley. They got you in the corner.
The fucking
No, they
Egyptians.
don't. They're just a bunch of nuh-uhs.
Do you know any Egyptians?
Hang on, Schlitzy. NASA, you gave me the nuh-uh because I asked you to show me some sort of evidence, whatever you got, that it was a different star, and you just go, "Oh, the Egyptians say so." Fuck you.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah,
what if the Egyptians actually do say so?
The pyramids are lined up on a different star.
That's just shit. Do you know any Egyptians?
I can't read Egyptian, but the people who tell me can read ancient Egyptians tell me that it says so.
I can read.
So just take their word for it. Don't worry about it. There was a different star, right, NASA Shill?
Did you read ancient Egyptian?
I can even
I'm
prove
waiting.
it's going to exist.
Do you read ancient Egyptian?
I can walk like one.
I'm still waiting, NASA Shill.
Of course not. You see, there's not going to be any evidence for you that's good enough. That's why. Because no, it can't be. Because my little lifetime, my 60 years on Earth, it hasn't changed. Well, it has changed, though. It's changed a little bit, like a quarter of a degree.
Prove it.
Multiply.
No, you won't accept my story from somebody else. No
yeah,
shit.
because my 60-year lifetime, I don't even look. I have my head up my ass, so I can't even see Polaris.
I'd rather have my head up my ass than an ingrown penis.
Damn, ingrown penis and shit, bro.
Wait, so what star was it before Polaris?
Open.
It's always been Polaris. Prove me wrong.
That sounds like a positive claim. Can you prove that positive claim?
I've never seen Polaris not be the pole star. You want to tell me that it was a different star? That's the claim on the table.
That sounds logical. Really.
And the pyramid of old Giza lined up with
actually, technically, if you say that it's always been Polaris, even throughout history, then that is a positive claim, and you should have some kind of burden of proof for that.
Yeah, maybe if you're dishonest, yeah. But no, the claim on the table.
Exactly.
No.
Maybe if I'm honest.
Hey, let me finish.
Honest, you have some
The claim on the table is that no, it wasn't always there. Something else was the pole star. That's the claim on the table.
Yeah.
Even though the pyramid of old Giza lines up with Polaris still.
So if someone says that it used to be something else, they have the burden of proof. But also, if you say that no, it has always been Polaris, then that sounds like a positive claim, and you would then also have the burden of proof. Those two are both positive claims, and then both parties have the burden of proof.
Exactly.
Well, I think they still line up with Polaris, don't they? Well, one of them does. I don't know which one.
What do the stars in the south line up with, though? They don't line up with Polaris.
Statue of Liberty. And Sydney Tower restaurant. The restaurant is Sydney Tower. It was purpose built to line up with the Southern Cross.
Oh, you can't see Polaris from down there?
Fuck knows. Ask an Aussie. Ask that O-plate slow idiot.
I thought the southern stars are just reflections of the ones in the north, so you should be able to see Polaris.
I don't know. If you got a fucking Saturn telescope, you can.
I thought stars are just like light bulbs in the firmament.
I think they are, you know.
Can you prove that they're anything other than a light without relying on somebody else to tell you something?
Why is the light? Why
I didn't think so.
Why does that big light in the sky have sunspots on it?
Rob,
everything you know, you learn from someone else.
Those lights in the sky, when they have to
everything you know came from someone else.
And use a fucking camera, dipshit.
Rob, those lights in the sky, you need to travel 60 billion zillion years to change them. That's how they know.
No, it's called photography, not projection. They're two different types of.
Oh, shut up, you. What do you know?
It's a skill set that you don't understand.
Let him speak. He's giving us more than NASA Shield did.
True. He just fucking goes on, though. I like him, though.
Thank you, Slitsy.
I don't mind hearing stories. They just have stories.
You guys really think you're winning, man? You're not winning anything.
Could you rephrase when you start your stories of like once upon a time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like people with P90s with reasonable quality solar filters have like taken photos of the sun and seen different sunspots on this light source.
Wow. What does that prove?
Everything you guys know, you learn from someone else. Everything you know,
you can look at sunspots? Like, give me your fucking handshake, guy.
You learn from Origin and all those guys. Those are your flirt daddies.
Blue Origin? What the fuck?
Not only
is
that, when you photograph this sun as it sets over like a salt lake or allegedly flat ocean, that ocean cuts that sun and it doesn't shrink to a tiny, tiny dot, which it should if it's
Why should it?
Because it's getting further away on a flat Earth.
Yep, that's how.
I make no claims to what the sun is or does other than has a circuit in the sky. That's my claim about the sun.
There's a claim. I'll prove the claim. Prove the circuit. Show us a circuit.
It don't appear to be a circuit though. It just looks like it's moving
He
over
made
here.
a claim. He just said,
What is a circuit?
Show us a 24-hour sun
Is
circuit.
Yeah, what is a circuit?
Show us a 24-hour sun
A circuit is something that can't be tracked with a single axis of rotation that
I think it's on a
the
path.
equatorial mount has.
A circuit is a path.
So,
all right, show us the path.
It doesn't have to be your path that you wanted to take. It is the path that it takes.
but it don't match reality.
Right. Show us the path of the 24-hour sun then.
I'm not making that claim.
So we can
I wish I could
compare
do
the
that.
analemmas photographed in the southern hemisphere, the equator, or the northern hemisphere, and compare
What did you say?
the
A bunch of
differences.
lemons?
Analemma.
Lemons?
Do your research, little clown
Anal
boy.
lemons.
Huh?
Yeah, we already did that, man. And the 24-hour sun can never be explained in any type of flat type of anything.
You're sounding pretty gay, Australian kid.
About as gay as you are, Slitsy, so let's move on.
Okay, mate. You got something on your shoe. Have a look. It's on your heel.
Come on, man. We're gonna insult each other. We're gonna have a conversation. Because the Globers will smoke you guys an insult too. We own you on that too.
Let's
I just
play
think the
a game.
equatorial. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. You had something to say. I was going to play a game. Let's say who's here that suck at. But who was going to be a tough game?
What are you going to do?
Let's talk about Dave Gardner. What's next on
I was going to try and look and see who's here that wasn't a big piece of crap.
I thought you was going to say, I want to play with someone.
You got any more experiments planned, Dan? You gonna do any more stuff? You gotta stay tuned to your channel for updates or what?
Yeah, it's getting a new grinder account next week.
Nice. I want to see some updates, man.
Just putting it out there.
Yeah, some people just don't know when to stay down, man.
Yeah. Said that about his geezer.
Shout out to Will Duffy. He's the man.
Oh, Will. Fluffy Duffy.
He's like the 13th apostle, bro. On the 8th day, God created Will Duffy to destroy flat Earth.
He's like a chihuahua with a bone, isn't he?
He is, bro. He's a little evil fucker. I love it.
Little fucking ankle.
As I said, there's evidence of the analemma from the southern hemisphere equatorial location.
Of course there is. But show us how it can produce a 24-hour sun in that location at the bottom of that analemma. Okay, show us how it goes around in a circle.
You know how long it takes an analemma to?
Yeah, 1 year. 1 year.
Yeah.
So show me how 3 months is
about a 24-hour sun, when like the sun in Antarctica is like above Antarctica for like at least a month.
Right. So it's like 3 months. And how they have the light there, the people in northern Canada still have light. Alaska still have light. Make that make sense?
Right. Okay.
Because the same time there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica, there's daylight in Alaska. So just make that make sense, man. Either the sun is big as fuck or it's small as fuck. Which one is it? It can't be both simultaneously.
You got a rebuttal for that, Oblate? Are you Googling it?
Because from the sun looking at the globe can see both parts of Antarctica and Canada simultaneously. Just
Get
like
the fuck out of here.
The globe can, like, you've never actually looked at a globe like rotate on its tilted axis.
Yeah, it explains everything.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
I got one in
Have
front of
you?
me right now. I got one right in front of me right now. An actual globe spinning in front of me. I have it on my desk.
Dan the
Alright.
Wanker Man just
So
fucking posted one.
walk away from it a bit and tell me which country is above which countries are above Antarctica, where the access point is at the bottom.
Oh, looks like Argentina. And then on the other side, it would be like Western Australia and maybe like Madagascar. And all those would converge.
Going north from Chile, from the South Pole to a northern hemisphere location, straight up the line of longitude. What country is that?
Like 75 degrees longitude, straight up from Chile. You hit Peru, then you hit Colombia, then you go across the Caribbean Sea. You go through Jamaica and Haiti, go through the Bahamas off the east coast of the United States, up to Newfoundland, all the way up to Arctic Canada, and
up
the
you
Baffin
can
Islands.
see Antarctica and the South Pole at the same time.
Absolutely on a globe. That's what makes the globe so beautiful. On a flat Earth, they say, "Oh, you can't see that far because it's too far. Your eyes can only see so far." But yet the sun's out at the same time. Which one is it? We can't see the sun because it's too far, or it's so close we can see it because there's definitely at the same time it's 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's got some daylight up in the fucking Newfoundland in northern Quebec. So you have to explain that. If the sun's down there, because you guys think the sun's down there or something. Well, we don't really think it's down there. The sun's always where it's at. The Earth just spins and tilts. They just cannot functionally put that together in their mind. They think the fucking sun's like move. There's no way you can move the sun around the Earth and say, "Oh, this is how it works," because you're always going to deal with 24-hour sun with the caps. It doesn't. It would never work on a flat surface. It's like trying to draw a triangle with 3 90-degree angles on a piece of paper. You'll never do it.
Is that all you've got to say? You're waiting for that response from AI, yeah?
No.
What do you got to say?
You have no explanation.
I think you're confused, man. Rob Nonsense is actually on the globe side.
Yeah, I'm on the globe side, bro.
It sounded like it when he could describe what the line of latitude was. Longitude.
I'm not confused. I don't give a fuck.
Through Jamaica up through to Newfoundland.
I just love listening to your nonsense.
You can say the word nonsense, but it seems like you just have a lack of understanding.
Oh yeah.
You like to call me slow, but I would rather be precise than quick and inaccurate.
Just like this
and
silly green
inadequate,
fucking
like
laser
Slitsy.
bullshit. You shoot your hand today.
Anything that disproves flat Earth is still nonsense, right?
No, I don't give a fuck. We know that you're just full of shit.
Okay.
But that's okay. Right, I've got to go and change one of those light bulbs in the sky now.
Good. It sounds like you're finally doing something with your life.
Good night, ladies. Especially you, you fat gay earther.
I wonder who does that. I wonder who does charge that, changing the lights in the sky. That's crazy. Gotta be a job. No light lasts forever.
That's why I'm gonna make a company cleaning up satellites.
I mean, we're going to send those hydrogen bombs into the sun to keep it going. Like, it's not really nuclear armed forces. We're just refueling the sun with more hydrogen. That's
Right, look, you've just dropped a gay bomb, so I'm off.
That's true, man. That is true. If the Earth is heating up, why don't we just make a whole bunch of ice and put it in the oceans?
Don't call me in, I won't call you. About that.
I think flat earthers are just kind of bitter at this point.
Oh, I don't blame them, dude. I mean, no one likes to be proven wrong. But they knew it was a troll all along, so you can't really have any sympathy for them. They knew it was a troll. They're just trolling. They're not smarter than Einstein and fucking all these other guys. They're not. They're just not. You don't wake up and be a genius and be on fucking YouTube. It doesn't work that way.
Now we'll just believe all the stories those people tell us, and we'll live a good life. Yeah,
go double check them. Go double check them and prove them wrong. That's how you do it. If you're really looking for truth, you go double check them and prove them wrong. If you're wrong,
yeah, I went out. Yeah, I did. I went out and I bought a water level, and I understood the physics of water.
Okay,
water
turn that into a major. Turn that into a major.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I've already done it for myself. I just come here to talk to people and explain what I think. If you guys are looking at
you'll be greater than Newton and Einstein and all these guys.
So he looked at a water
I'm not
level.
looking for fame. Go ahead.
He looked
at water level, therefore the rest of the earth has to be flat because water.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice straw man, asshole.
He's smarter than Einstein, smarter than Newton.
I'll tell you what's a really valid experiment. Testing level over a distance of 50 meters over an Earth that's over like 200 miles big. Yeah, that's a really good analysis. Not.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
that's
you
what I'm saying.
sound very intellectual, idiot.
You have to be trolling, or something's wrong with you, bro. If you're not trolling, you have mental issues.
All right, let me ask you all a fucking question. When you guys all want to stop talking, let me ask you a question. I'll go ahead.
Did you use toothpicks to measure your dick? Like, what kind of like small measuring tool did you use to measure it? Like, your little leveling tool on the ocean is about as adequate. Like,
yeah, this shows your intellectual acumen is horrible.
So you could, right? If you, but the problem is flat earthers say you can't cite a water level for some reason. I don't know. But that water level.
Yeah, I love how you take shit out of context and don't even understand the fundamentals. But that's cool.
Hold on. So you can cite a water level, right? And you can make 3 points on that water level that are all in the same line at a specific height above the water, right? But then you have to figure out why.
Yeah, you've never used one, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm not done. Hold on. Then you got to figure out why, for some reason, there's things in a distance that are supposedly higher than that water level are dropping below that water level.
Yeah, that's optics. Go ahead.
It's not optics. It's not optics. No, it's not optics. Optics aren't doing that.
Yeah, citing something 14 miles away is called optics.
Yeah, the optics aren't doing anything though. That's the geometry of the surface that's doing that.
You haven't measured the geometry of the surface when you're just looking through an optic. You fucking idiot.
No, you can do that though. You can do that. It's not the optics doing it.
Do I have to measure a basketball to know it's round?
I don't have to
measure.
No,
but you can measure it. No, but you can measure it.
I don't have to measure something that's 100 feet and then something that's 11 feet and tell it, oh wait, that 100-foot thing is supposed to be higher than this 11-foot thing. I don't have to measure that.
No, go ahead. Believe what you want. I'm cool.
I mean, it's not a belief; it's an observation. I mean, anyone can do it.
Yeah, that's a great thing about it.
If I say I believe that and I never actually done it, that's different.
Yeah, and if you came up with something different, you would be like the most famous guy in modern history for sure. It's not forever.
If I just believe the Earth is flat, but I never actually went outside and tested it, and I just kind of listened to other flat earthers tell me, then that wouldn't be sufficient.
You're being dishonest now because you know what I've done. I've told you 100 times over the years what I've done, and then you just want to talk over me. No, that's cool. I'm out. Fuck you guys.
How big was your water level?
That's what 99%. That's what 99% of what flat earthers do. None of them actually going out.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
measuring.
99% of the flat earthers, so thank you for that.
Well,
you fucking dick.
You did it what, one time? You looked at a water level what, one time?
How big was that water level?
And what was your methodology? What was your actual test? How exactly did you look at it?
It was a 6-inch torpedo.
Maybe if you guys actually went out and did this yourself, you'd understand, but you won't. You'll just sit here and question me.
No,
I told you I'm
I did,
done
though.
with your idiocy.
No, I did though. That's the thing. Well, how do we come to different conclusions?
Can you show us where the globe hurt you?
That's the question,
69
right?
degrees
How do we
east, 69 degrees south.
How do we come to such different conclusions if I water level and I saw things that are taller than me fall below my eye level that are, but for some reason when you did it, it confirmed what you believe. That's the question.
I mean, if Earth is flat on a clear day, I should be able to photograph the Burj Khalifa from Australia.
Well, if the sun was behind it, for sure.
Yeah, theoretically. Yeah, because there's going to be a day where the conditions going to be perfect. It's just the way it's going to work. Not every day is going to be good, but there will be one day where you can see fire. We never see that part. Anybody who's driven west in the United States of America, when you get to about Missouri and you keep driving west, if you're driving west, you'll see those fucking Rocky Mountains appear as like little bumps on the ice. And as you drive closer to them, they'll eventually be snow-capped mountains, thousands of feet from you. So how do they go from little to big? Just by the fact you're driving. If you were driving on a flat thing, it makes no sense. But they would just be the same size. All they would be is more able to see them clear. They would always be the same size to you. They would never appear to fucking rise up out of the ground. But if you think about yourself going over a curved surface, it makes perfect sense. Because as you come around the curve, you see more of the mountain. So and then you're right in front.
I want to add a little bit to that too. There, when we see stars in the sky at nighttime, and say we're on the Interstate 40 runs all the way across America. As we travel and we look at the stars behind us, as they slowly sink down towards the horizon as we're traveling away from them, they sink at a rate that matches exactly what we would see if we were on a curve. They do not the stars do not sink towards the horizon at the rate that they would if we was on a flat plane. They sink at the rate as if we're on a curve. The same thing you're talking about too with the mountain. And that's just another thing that matches globe Earth, that they have to contradict most of flat Earth to fit that in somehow.
Yeah, which they always claim, oh, it's natural law. Well, how about natural law says that if you're going over a curved surface, that's exactly what you think would happen, what you would imagine does happen. But on your flat surface, that doesn't really even make sense. How could I drive there and all of a sudden see the mountain small on the horizon and then all of a sudden see them in snow cap in front of me? It wouldn't make no sense on a flat Earth. Even the simple fact that, like, even Florida, like I think the sun sets in Florida like 6:30 or something, even in the summertime, or like 7:30. But like if you get like a northern part of the United States, man, you still have the sun in the sky like 9:30 at night coming up soon, like almost 10 o'clock at night. It's still fucking, it's not pitch black. So how are you explaining that? How do we have more light than Florida?
There's the stars circling around Polaris, and the stars at the equatorial, like, celestial sphere. Like, so on the left side you have clockwise rotation, and on the right side you have anti-clockwise rotation. How does flat Earth make that?
Come on, Dan, tell us.
What's the question?
Explain that picture by Oblate at 432. How's that possible? It's not a globe.
Like, you can go to the equator and film it. Like, it's not that hard.
Why does that appear to be so far south? Or so far lopsided?
Probably because it's not the equinox. Probably it's not exactly on the equator. But regardless of its location, you got a clockwise and anti-clockwise rotation of the stars either side of the time lapse.
Yeah, that's mind blowing, bro.
Yeah, you can get photos like that pretty much anywhere between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer. Like, it's not that hard.
Well, you should move on to other things then.
How about 6 stripes? There's 6 stripes, Danny.
I think there's a bit more than 6 stripes in that long exposure photography. You're free to count them.
No, it's an inside joke. It's an inside joke.
Yeah.
Danny knows.
Oh, it's that documentary thing with the
Don't say the words. I was going to take a shot.
Yeah.
You guys missed it. There's a new meme regarding that. It's pretty good.
Well, sure.
I'm with you, Dan. When people make memes about you, I feel flattered, actually. You know what I'm saying? If we're cool enough to make memes about it, that means awesome.
It was this one. Enjoy.
Yeah, there you go, Dan.
Flashburn made that. So, you know, if you really want to know what my expectations are, it would be that. Until you bring that flag off my desk to space, you can all fuck off. Unless you can make yourselves disappear one at a time.
That's become the unofficial flat Earth flag, by the way.
I know, and I'm so proud of that. I don't feel like not.
Hey,
being a
you
flat
stood on
earther.
that. You stood on that shit, though. I'll give you that, you crazy bastard.
It's still accurate, though. It's still there. As a matter of fact, they just doubled down. They doubled down, claiming that no matter what Nat Geo showed, that they had the footage, and it's like of it disappearing one at a time. And it's like, dude, they have their own documentary, and they didn't show that. He's lying. He does not have that.
All right, buddy.
So
You're like Doc Brown, but you can't build a time machine. And you don't do cool stuff. You're just kind of weird. Like,
just saying, if they had it, they have it. He's doubled down years later, claiming to have it. He's fucking lying.
you get him, Dan. Expose him, dude.
Fucking lying.
I know, man. He's liars. You gotta stop him.
It's literally one guy that started the whole narrative. He on the screen in his hand, shows it to the chick and says it out loud. We can see them disappearing one at a time. She goes, "How is that?" And he says, "That can only be due to the curvature of the Earth."
What's that guy's name? Red Button?
Ross Blocker. I'll find you the video he just.
No, the granddaddy of all flat earthers, Johnny Roboth, Jimmy Roboth. What was his name? Whoever he was. He was like the inspiration for the fucking Wizard of Oz guy. Going to the pier lately, Danny?
You know, interesting to talk.
It's got to be hot in Cali now, bro.
Go back to insults. That's what you do best.
It's got to be hot.
Don't go all the way to death threats, though. Death threats will get you killed.
I know, dumbass.
Don't send me pictures of your gun anymore.
Okay, Dan, relax.
Don't tell me what you're gonna do to me in private.
Hey.
Don't do any of your creep work.
Hey, thanks for calling the gun.
Here's the guy doubling down, saying that they have the footage. But I swear, in their own fucking video, they didn't show it, and they waited till after Nat Geo came out to put out their own videos. They're full of shit.
Everyone take a
You got
drink.
him. You got him, Dan. Nat Geo. It's
That's
over.
what I'm saying. Is they're still lying about it.
Yep, it's over. And the water, man. Fucking liars. Fucking motherfuckers.
They even had the nerve in their video. I'll post their video to include the balloons, and it's like, dude, even Nat Geo knew to pull the balloons because we debunked that on the ground.
Yeah, you got balls
and
of
they
steel doing
included it in theirs, claiming, see, we didn't have a helicopter, so they got balloons instead of a helicopter, and they claimed you couldn't see it till it was some 40 feet off the ground, but we saw them on the ground, so they're fucking liars.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, bro. You got him.
And here's
it's gonna be on the news soon.
And the evidence. The
Are you
evidence
exposing
of that is.
You call CNN?
I'm exposing these guys. They're
exposing
fucking
what?
doubling
That's
down.
against the law, dude. You gotta show for that. What are you gonna do about it, Dan? Are you gonna go on the news and tell people the news? You're exposing it to us, Globers.
Just making sure that you know the truth. That's all.
Oh yeah. Thanks, man. I'm always looking for some good truths.
So we spotted the balloons on the ground. They claimed that you couldn't see them till they were 40 feet in the air. They said they were going to share the footage of them rising. They never shared the footage of them rising. And of course, when it did rise, and it showed, you could see that it was in a mirage line.
Damn.
But they don't.
You got him, Dan. You got him.
Well, that's
Inspector Gadget, dude. You're like Inspector Gadget, bro.
The problem with truth. The truth should be more. Here's the balloons on the ground as they're, and here's what you could see from the other side, where it's clearly they rose out of a mirage line. They didn't rise from the surface because you can see them, the balloons mirrored. So of course they're full of shit.
Yep.
That the curvature of the Earth was not blocking anything.
Hell yeah. Damn, Dave. Damn. You got it, man. You got all the information lined up.
Dude,
bring it all down.
This is before we went back 35 times to fucking test it again.
Yeah.
So
bring it all down, Dan. Dan the Water Man.
At some point, you're going to have to realize that by day, by night, by mirror, by laser, you can see 10 miles. Sorry.
Yep. By land, sea, or air, Dan the Water Man will be there with no fucking hair.
Sorry you can't figure it out.
Listen, if anything happens where you become like a supervillain, you must wear your in supervillain mode. That'd be dope. You got it all planned, Dan the Waterman. You got big ideas, hopes, and dreams.
It's not that. I have documentation. So I'm not just talking.
Exactly. You're better than everybody else. Most of everybody else. You're basically the best.
That's why I said last time Dan was in here that Dan brings good arguments, but he gets mad at me for saying that.
I know that's his problem. See, that's his only downfall. His temperament. He just can't control himself. He's not cool like the other guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? Mark Sargent never had a heartbeat over 60. Never. You know what I'm saying? Dan's heartbeat comes in here, he's like 210 right off the bat.
Well, Dan don't say crazy stuff like talk about I don't know, nuclear energy, goofy stuff like that. Dan, I like his arguments because he uses, he'll use stuff about space. He'll use stuff about like the ground, experiment stuff. He don't use as like abstract craziness that nobody can hardly prove one way or another. And that's why I like Dan's arguments.
I like Dan because he's way better than Jim CBR.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. That was a joke.
So something to consider is there magnification on the horizon? And I think in a lot of the shots they show me of the ferries and the boats going away, you'll see what appears like obvious drop, but for some reason the smokestacks have or the air turbines have either maintained or gained in size in the distance. So they don't seem to shrink in size in the distance every time. Some of those shots confuse me a great deal about whether or not there is any magnification. I know it's supposedly an illusion that the moon looks big when it rises, and I'm aware of the glare and stuff and the actual size of the sun we may not see. So a lot to be considered as it comes through different layers. Like for instance, something far like the sun and the moon will have complicated effects, including refraction due to the layers of atmosphere. I don't think that happens across the lake. I don't think you have the same amount of mediums to pass through. But when you are going far away and something's hanging out there in the sky, you might have magnification. And when you're on the water, you might have moisture enough. Here's the point that I was shocked. Let's just say there is magnification, and let's say it's just ×2. I think the failure in Flat Earth saying we see too far is that if there is magnification, I believe we're seeing too far due to magnification as well. And that magnification, for instance, ×2, isn't in the formula of 8 inches per mile squared. But if, just like you guys want to offset it by refraction, if you're aware and offset it by magnification, it would explain why we see too far. I think. So if we could calculate magnification, and let's just say ×2, ×3, and put it into the formula, you would increase it by ×2 or 3 times. Therefore, it would explain what we see. I may not be right about that, but I think it's a pretty healthy way of looking at it, is that we may not have the calculation 100% right. If you guys are going to offset it by something mysterious like refraction, I think we should look into magnification.
What's my screen share showing right now? Somebody, if somebody don't care to look real quick. What are you seeing?
CGI satellite.
Okay, yeah, that's what I. Is it got a gray bar on the side, up the side? You see a mouse
Yeah.
moving around? Okay, that's. I just make sure I had the right screen showing. That was what I was trying to get at. Okay, thank you both.
These nuts. Got him.
Well,
When you make a positive claim, you have what's called the burden of proof.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
The burden of proof is on the one that makes the positive claim.
I don't think I can get any more dumber than that.
Oh yeah, you can quantum.
What? What? If you guys are this bored, you should look up the Apollo days, the re-entry of these capsules, like they supposedly did with that splashdown one again, and how they sort of come in hot and then bounce because they're at the wrong angle first, and then they use that balance as a slowdown.
What do you think about Dan? What do you think about Katy Perry
supposedly
going?
line their butt up perfectly to come in at just the right angle so they don't burn up or
It's amazing what you can do when you know how to use math, ain't it?
It's just the idea of bouncing first. I don't know where they gain any of the control surface that they would need.
I've explained this to you, Dan. They don't have control surfaces. They have an offset center of mass in their capsule, and they rotate their capsule as they come through in re-entry. And by rotating it, since it's offset, it actually, if you rotate it one way, it gives you lift. If you rotate it the other way, it'll pull you down into the atmosphere deeper. And they use that while they're coming in to control how far they're going to reach, if they're going to overshoot, if they're not going to overshoot. That's their control surface. It's just an offset center of mass. And they roll it. You can play the game re-entry and see it done. Do it yourself.
Well, we went through this before. You described it as having gravitational force.
I described it as having an offset center of gravity, Dan.
I was talking, you dumb son of a bitch. I was trying to comment on the same
fuck.
I tried to talk to you before, but you can't handle a conversation. When you make claims, you often make claims you can't back up.
I said the same thing I just said, Dan.
Unfortunately, without arguing, I've learned not to listen to you because of that.
I know, because you're stupid. You don't understand anything. You say stuff like
today,
come into the atmosphere, and they ain't got no control surfaces. What are they going to do? What are they going? Yes, Dan, because you need to understand the basics. You don't even understand the basics. Purple can teach you the very basics that you need to know.
Experience in a game. So why don't you do re-entry for us?
It's not just experience. Not just in a game. Why don't you
do it so we can talk about the practicality of it instead of whining?
You want me to pull it up? All right, I'll pull it up and I'll pull it up and we'll run a re-entry simulation. Let's do that. Let's do that, fat boy.
If that's what you claim is important, just do something important.
I'm going to, fat boy. I'm going to show it to you.
Let's talk about it first, right?
So, like I'm talking to the little boy on King of the Hill.
There's a heat shield protecting them from all of this plasma flame stuff, which, by the way, we don't see from space, but whatever. So there's this plasma fireball coming in because it's coming at the right angle. It's protected by the butt end of their seat. The seat of their pants basically is protected by a shield down on that flat side. My contention is obvious. It's not aerodynamically sound. So what would they do to keep it in balance? Or God forbid, if it went into any form of tumble? Because when I do analyze things in space and the possibility of satellites, we see things often as flashing lights, but they're not flashing lights. It's an object tumbling, and the reflection is
never analyzed things.
So we're analyzing
research. It's hard to do research when you don't even know the basics.
Yeah, he don't analyze shit. He watches videos.
I mean, you don't even know the bare basics of orbital mechanics, Dan. That's why I said Kerbal is a great tool to learn those. People in colleges right now that are going to learn about orbital mechanics constantly make YouTube videos talking about how helpful that game was to visualize orbital mechanics. You don't even know the basics of that. How can you possibly think you can make an argument against it?
Damn. Well, what I did is I looked it up.
You didn't do shit.
And I now have questions, further questions regarding trajectory, because I was shocked that they first come in at a different angle and actually bounce. And I'm wondering what you think stabilizes it during this bounce as well. I was really surprised.
As they come in, you have
are you going to bounce your way in on Kerbal for us and show
I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it to you.
I'm going to show you the diagram.
And I'm going to pull up re-entry. What you're seeing as let me explain this to you real quick, and then I'll hush. What you think you're seeing as a bounce is not really a bounce. When they come into the atmosphere, they have it's basically a little bit of error that they can have on either way of their trajectory. If they come in a little bit too high or a little bit too low, it's very difficult to know precisely where you're coming in. So they have to, once they enter the atmosphere, then they see, okay, we're looking like we're going to overshoot. We're looking like we're going to undershoot. And what you think is a bounce, that's them rotating that offset center of mass capsule. That'll make them gain lift. It'll make them drop down. And they're trying to slow down so they don't get too deep, too fast and burn up. So when they start getting too deep, you roll it around, they come back up a little, or they more even out, not back up. They more even out coming through the atmosphere flat. They burn off some more energy and slow down, and then they'll rotate around and they'll start digging back down deeper into the atmosphere on their offset center of mass capsule. That's why it looks like they're bouncing through the atmosphere. They're trying to get themselves slowed down without burning up. There's a process to this, Dan, and you don't know it.
Oh, I'm actually watching it and I'm in shock. See, that's the part you don't get. When I look at something and I go, wow, is this really what's going on? Because this shocked me a great deal. Because once again, I don't see what would stabilize this shape. Now, maybe for most of this, it hasn't reached the resistance of friction and wind that I would expect. I'm not sure when that's happening, but I see here an initial where it penetrates at 300,000 feet and then takes a turn, which I suppose you're going to tell me is a controlled maneuver to leave the atmosphere again, and what they call a skip out. And then they somehow calculate a new ballistic trajectory, and then somehow you're saying can rotate the craft perfectly, because I don't see any way of adjusting.
Once they come down into the atmosphere with the reentry capsule, they do not come out of the atmosphere. If they come back out of the atmosphere, they're screwed. All right. They don't come back out because once they come out, they're in that reentry capsule. They have no RCS jets or anything to control themselves. So
that's what I'm saying.
When
so
they
what
enter
is
it,
an initial entry, a skip out, and a second entry, because that's common for them. And how do they calculate the skip range in order to get the angle right? Or at the end of the ballistic trajectory, are they just dropping straight down like a rock the way this path looks? So maybe there's no temperature issues at this height that we're talking about now. And the initial entry is surprising because they come in at a particular angle, probably exaggerated in this diagram. But how they skip out under the controls you're talking about, I'm pretty surprised, particularly at the altitude they're talking.
Now, like I said, they don't skip back out. They just flatten their trajectory a little bit before they start coming back down.
NASA says so.
Okay. If you skip out of the atmosphere, you're screwed. Like in the reentry capsule. So it might say that this is what would happen or this could happen, but they don't enter the atmosphere in the reentry capsule with the heat shield under the bottom of them, shaped like a cone. They don't come back out of the atmosphere. Once that hits the atmosphere, it's coming to the ground. It don't skip out and back into space and then come back. That's not how it works. It's not even how it's built. They may flatten their trajectory because if they're coming in too steep, you're trying to burn off all the energy you can to keep from overheating. Let's see.
What's a skip out again? Because I keep
a
seeing
bit
this
now.
word skip out.
And you may have a position on the cliff council.
Deorbit an entry right here. Launch. I'm getting ready to do a re-entry, and I'm going to do it.
Just keep saying the word second entry, and these words keep contradicting what you're saying. So let me know when you're doing it.
Okay,
So I can
I'm running it in the Gemini capsule because it's the one I know the best. But it's the same as the Apollo. They're both in a re-entry capsule.
Mm-hmm.
It's just easier to do it in the Gemini. Apollo takes on this game. On this game, you literally have to do all of the controls like they did in real life, and it's hard to do all the controls. It's supposed to take 3 people, and you have to do it with 1. So that's why I said the Gemini is a little bit easier. Takes a second to load up though. I love this game re-entry. I mean, you literally control the craft like they did. You have to flip all the switches. You have to set your computer to the proper thing. You literally have to write stuff down and enter it in the computer correctly, just like they did in the Apollo. And you can run an entire simulation exactly like they did with all the switches and everything on the Apollo Saturn V and go from launch all the way to landing on the moon and all the way back, including the docking around the moon and everything. And it's all as realistic as they could make it. It's freaking hard as hell, though.
And what'd you call this? Inertia what? Inertial steering? What'd you call it?
There it is. Gotta get itself loaded up here. Feels like it's jumpy or something. Something ain't loaded right. There we go.
So I see this inertial guidance system as input to the computer. You think it's throwing weights around to take turns?
All right.
So here it says there's thrusters. I wish you get this right, because the inertial system you're talking about was for computer input. It supposedly has thrusters for.
Yeah, the thrusters was to rotate the craft. They're RCS thrusters. That's what rotated it as it came in. On the capsule has the RCS and then the command module that the capsule is connected to until they separate for reentry. It has the OMS system, OAMS, orbital attitude maneuvering system, and what that does is that allows them to change their orbit while they're in orbit of the Earth and stuff. But then once the command module separates from the reentry module, the craft, then they have RCS, but it's only to rotate the craft. It don't really do much else. It's just for the rotation of it. It may be allow them to flip and stuff if they wanted in before they done reentry, but once they hit reentry, it's just for rolling. You actually turn off some of the RCS systems before you hit the atmosphere.
Okay, finally found mention of. This looks like Gemini too.
That's what I'm doing right now on the game here. I'm configuring my craft here.
So it isn't about shifting weight like you said it was. There's actual thrusters. So this is why I can't talk to you. It's just too stupid.
Dan, it is. What are you talking about? It is about shifting weight. It's an offset center of mass in the reentry capsule, and they roll the capsule for control. I don't know what you don't get about that. It's the simplest form of control just about that you can have.
But the RCS controls thrusters.
Yes, that's to make it roll. Something has to make it roll. It don't just roll on its own when they want it to. It has to have thruster jets that thrust that'll make it rotate.
All they did was adjust. You were telling me that all they did was adjust the center of balance.
Yes, by rotating the craft.
And that's why. And then that's why I had the question to you: was this center of balance based on up and down and the attraction to gravitational forces of the Earth, or how did it take into consideration the trajectory and angle and the inertial velocity that it had? So that's where we left off. And you just said nothing about thrusters at that time. So if it bounced funny on the first entry, it supposedly has these corrective thrusters, which nobody talked about. You were telling me that it shifted its weight internally.
I'm literally doing a re-entry simulation right now live on here.
Yeah, they're not shifting the center of gravity. The center of gravity is fixed in the spacecraft, and the thrusters roll it to keep that center of gravity where they want it to get that angle of incident.
Yeah, you don't move. The craft isn't moving the center of gravity inside the craft. It's fixed. You roll the whole craft, just like they just said.
And why didn't you just say there were thrusters?
How do you think it rolls, Dan?
Okay, it was an oversight.
I was asked. That was the whole fucking question. Is how do you take a flight surface like a goddamn plate flying ass first and expect it not to catch air and start tumbling? So these things got to be pretty busy the whole fucking.
No, the shape itself holds it. The shape itself, that cone shape, holds itself stable. There's videos of them testing that shape, and they would throw it into a wind tunnel. Just stand and throw it in there, and it would automatically orient itself fat end bottom and into the wind. It's just a very, very good design shape that they realized was stable coming through the atmosphere. The shape itself stabilizes it, not the thrusters.
That flatsoid is a fucking faggot.
Oh, come on, dude, really?
Probably a fucking faggot too. Huh?
Just all right. One day you get the taste out of your mouth. Too? We don't listen to him. We don't listen to him, Arlen. We don't listen to him.
Could they use this? What's it called? The reaction wheels as well? I mean, like they had on the Hubble, that they could turn to change its
playing
position.
with the soundboard, you're really ruining the conversation.
Yeah, reaction wheels are not used in the Apollo capsule. Reaction wheels are a different attitude control, which when you're using reaction wheels, then they become what's called saturated, and you have to use thrusters to desaturate the reaction wheels. So reaction wheels are for fine adjustment, and then at some point you have to reset it with thrusters to desaturate the reaction wheels.
Thank you. I didn't know that. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, because as you spin up a reaction wheel, then you get the counter rotation to like bring the telescopes into alignment. You can't slow them down, because if you slow them down by braking, well, then you're going to get the counter rotation. So once that wheel approaches a certain RPM, it becomes useless. So they do use braking to slow it down, and thrusters to counter the braking rotation. And so, yeah, saturation and desaturation reaction wheels is one of those weird things that, you only find out when you dive deep.
Yeah, but it's reasonable. It's quite easy to understand. Than if you brake, you have to
it's
apply a
sensible.
different force. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sensible when you stage it, to where, when the wheel is up to a high RPM, you can't do anything else with it.
Pressure on the computer is running a pre-LN program.
And thrusters aren't that good for fine adjustment, because with the reaction wheel you can make very subtle torques.
Should be running, but I'm not.
You know that video? Is it the Optimus that they are filming when it descends, and you hear this dunk 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 kind of sound? Is that the thrusters?
Yeah, I believe so. We've heard that on some of the others, like on the Dragon, where you hear this little, because they're so short. When a cold thruster or even a hypergolic thruster, they only impulse that for like a millisecond, just a little pop, and then
that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
And when you see the video of it, you can see them, those puffs of exhaust, coming out like, cotton balls.
Yep, you can.
And thrusters are not pushing against air.
Oh no, if it's in space, that won't work. Isn't that so? You need some atmosphere to push off from.
Well, according to Brian Mullins, you do.
Yeah, it's funny how Newton's laws suddenly stop working.
Funny how what?
Newton's laws.
Well, they only decay when you get into like 15% of the speed of light. Newtonian physics is really all you needed for Apollo.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, it's not like any of our satellites or probes we've sent out that you even get them close to the speed of light.
Mission tool. Don't pay functions. Mission tools. I mean, and I forgot how to briefing, map, checklist. How'd I go back there? Shit. Oh, that's right. Mission tools. All right, here we go. There's information tools, cockpit functions. Reset event timer.
But the whole thing with the shape of the capsule and the way it rotates and the center of gravity, it's kind of like it's coming into the atmosphere like a skipping stone. So if you throw a skipping stone and get the right spin on it, it doesn't tumble. It keeps skipping. And it's a very similar effect with the shape of the capsule and the ablated heat shield angled towards the increasing atmosphere.
Is that one of the reasons they sort of need to have a more or less specific angle?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely critical. Absolutely critical. Otherwise, they could skip like a stone, or they'll become unstable and dive too steep. Finding that balance, that equilibrium of angle of incident, and the shape of the heat shield having a particularly long radius, kind of like on airfoil.
Imagine how they calculated that by hand for the Apollo missions. Most of it.
They did both because they were using wind tunnels as well.
Yeah, but I mean, calculate the angle as they were returning from the moon. They had to get back to Earth and hit the atmosphere at a very specific, very narrow angle. I think I heard
it was